Sweat stung Kai's eyes as he plunged his knife into the floor. He carved runes and Freyak syllables around him, wood splintering as his knife traced the erratic patterns. He had maybe 5 minutes. The cold floor of the sorcerer's tower thrummed through him as the ritual circle released magical energy. This had to be the most complicated and convoluted ritual he'd ever attempted. The symbols were crude and unrecognizable, making him wonder if they were even going to work, but there was no choice. He needed to make it work to escape this place and turn things around. He jumped in his seat as throaty and menacing shouts from outside echoed through the corridors. They had found him. His head snapped around in fear, taking note of the shaky walls of the library. The wide room, once neatly organized, was now cluttered and disorganized with books scattered everywhere on the floor. Dust and cobwebs only added to the mess. His breath came out in ragged puffs and he looked down at his scarred hands. He drew the symbols faster. He needed to finish now, but panic clawed at his chest, making him clumsy. Footsteps echoed through the halls of the sorcerer's tower and he flinched. The mana fiends were just outside. The creaky wooden door burst open behind him with a loud Kai was fast on his feet, turning around to face the shadowy figure. With the face of a bull and bulging muscles, the minotaur-like creature stood at 7 feet, crowned by a pair of misshapen curved horns. Black lines ran through its arms and neck, and endless rows of fangs and protrusions stuck out from its back. Its sharp claws seemed like they'd cut up the floor faster than Kai could with his knife. It was covered in gray fur, interspersed with patches of dead skin from overexposure to the decayed mana. Kai's heart thumped in his ears as he weaved his hand to the left, casting a gust spell while visualizing a strong force of wind knocking the corrupted monster down. It hit its chest, making it screech and stumble back a few steps. Kai tightened his fingers around the hilt of the knife. The mana fiend got its feet under it again and lunged forward. He felt his breath leaving his lungs at the sight. Before it could reach him, he rolled on the floor, dodging the charge while hacking its leg with the knife. The fiend snarled threateningly as it slashed its claws at him in a swift motion. Kai prepared another spell and slid back, but he was too slow. The spell structure broke apart and his vision wavered as he was thrown into a bookshelf, his knife skidding away. Terrible pain hit him as he screamed in pain and touched his face. Blood dripped on the floor as he stared at his palm. His left eye was bleeding. Was it even there? It gouged out my eye, he muttered, trying to fight through the pain. He had severely underestimated the power of the mana fiend, or maybe it was due to him being in this near-crippled state that his spells weren't as powerful. Either way, I need to get up. Kai shook his head and tried to stand. Even if he couldn't see, he needed to go through the ritual. That was the only way to survive, but he had to fight off the mana fiend first. The creature's dark magic covered its claws, sending out blasts of corrupted energy that rippled and cut through the bookshelves as it got closer to him. Kai grasped his left eye with one hand, and using his other hand, he cast Mana Discharge, sending a blast of mana at the creature. It tried to block, but was knocked back into a bookshelf, falling down and crying out in pain. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have used such a spell with high mana requirements, but he had no time. He cast Blinding Spell, making the monster see white. Making his way through the fallen bookshelves, he searched for his knife and found it right next to a puddle of blood. He picked it up and looked towards the mana fiend. As soon as the blinding spell died down, it picked itself up, flailing its arm around and lunging at Kai, who was anticipating such a move. Before it could get close to him, Kai yelled a strum vosum. The knife glistened with mana, fire crackling within the blade as he surged forward, aiming at the monster's neck. The mana fiend slashed at him again, but he ducked, barely avoiding the hit. Casting another blinding spell, he sent the monster stumbling back before plunging the blade into its neck. Flames crackled out as he twisted the blade, aiming for the black lines. The mana fiend fell to the ground immediately, black liquid spewing everywhere. It cried out in pain, trying to grab Kai, but he didn't give it the chance and kept digging deep into its neck until it stopped whimpering. Blood oozed from Kai's eye, and he suddenly noticed a deep cut on his arm. Pain numbed all his senses, but there was no time to focus on it. The ritual Kai coughed blood, realizing crashing into the bookshelf had given him internal injuries. He dragged himself until he was in front of his preparation and felt like cursing. A part of the ritual circle was smeared due to the blood splatter from the fight. It was ruined. Quickly deciding on his new move, he started scribbling frantically, drawing up a new ritual circle. His fingers were cramping and slippery as he tried his best to draw the symbols in his mind. With one eye gone, it was much harder, and every mistake made him swear softly. He heard more floor-shattering movements through the door. There was more than one mana fiend, and the fight had attracted them to his hideout. He needed to hurry. He only had a minute until they got here if he was lucky. Shit, he made a mistake and felt like banging his head against the floor. While keeping his remaining eye on the open door, he alternated between the ritual circle that was smeared with blood and one that was barely half complete. He could never finish it in time. Having no choice, Kai abandoned it and decided to take a gamble with a ruined ritual circle. A few of the lines were messed up, but he ignored it and focused on completing it. Just one more line. He frantically carved out the patterns, joining them with each other, and let out a sigh of relief as he saw a complete ritual circle on a circle. A part of it was barely recognizable due to the blood. A cleansing spell might have helped, but he was out of mana. The fight with the fiend had drained his reserves. He heard a shrill voice, and as expected, soon several more creatures came inside, filling the room. They were all beasts filled with corrupted mana, but it didn't matter now. He gave them a look and dropped the blood on his hands on the ritual circle. In his heart, he only wished that the ritual circle would work as expected, that it would send him back to an era where he might still have a chance to stop the apocalypse from happening. The symbols ignited, and an intense flash of white light enveloped the room. Threads of mana passed through his soul, drawing power to keep the ritual running as his body slumped on the floor. The fleeting moment came to an end when the world surrounding Kai went completely white. The last thing he heard before he lost consciousness were the yells of the ugly monsters. Kai flinched as a sharp pain assaulted his chest. His whole body was numb as he panted on the floor. Felt like he had just stepped out of a prolonged period of floating in the cosmos. He didn't know how long it had been, but it definitely felt like years, probably centuries. A few seconds went by as he calmed down before the numbness disappeared and his eyes adjusted. Wait, his eyes. He touched his left eye and found it intact. It's healed completely. He didn't know how he had gotten his left eye back. The ritual wasn't supposed to heal him back. It was only supposed to take him back in time. Where am I? Am I really alive? He was surprised that the ritual had worked, though he didn't know to what degree. With how crude it had been, there was a greater chance of it failing. If death wasn't in front of him, Kai would have never gone for it. At least it hadn't shredded his soul into pieces to be eaten by whatever lay beyond the afterlife, so that was a positive. He looked around. Kai was lying on a hardwood floor as he stared at the ceiling. Different carvings on the ceiling made him frown. He didn't recognize any of them. He was supposed to be woken up in a cave or a forest, not in a room. Something bubbled up in his heart and he felt unusual. His eyes immediately went to his hands and he quickly realized that the scars were gone. He gasped in horror and sat up straight. The sudden movement caused a rush of blood to his head that made him dizzy. What in the Mercil's name is happening? He looked down on his physique. His eyes grew wide as he noticed the tunic he was wearing was covered in blood. He opened the tunic button by button to reveal, "Is that a knife wound?" Kai said aloud in shock. As he said the words, the wound slowly closed as if someone had used a healing spell on him. But that was impossible. Something had gone terribly wrong with the ritual, and one more look at himself was enough for him to realize that it wasn't his body. He had taken someone else's identity. That realization struck him like a mana bolt in the head as he gasped. He breathed to calm himself down and noticed something he had been missing. There's mana in the air, pure uncontaminated mana. All his thoughts and questions halted when a rush of fresh air hit his nostrils. He inhaled deeply and closed his eyes, feeling the warmth of being alive once and for all. His instincts made him get to his feet. The air had a quality about it that brought tears to his eyes, mana. Goosebumps covered his entire body. He breathed in once again. The mana in the air was so powerful it crackled with every breath Kai took. The sheer amount of mana left him wordless. This surpassed anything he had ever felt before. Kai raised his hands, feeling all the energy that filled the air. It filled the entire room, and in his 40 years of life he had never felt so much. His ritual had worked, albeit differently than what he had hoped. What is this place? Kai looked around from where he stood. The room was bathed in an eerie light that emanated from what looked like another ritual circle beneath him. His eyes widened at another peculiar thing as he took in the situation that he was in the middle of. Arcane symbols were drawn all around him. The symbols were alien to him, not being one of the languages he knew and had learned. Some of them seemed similar to Hale's tongue, but he couldn't be sure since blood had spilt over them. It was a completely different ritual circle than the kinds he knew of. Questions became hurricanes in his mind after seeing the symbols. He tried to focus and understand his situation better. Although the ritual had worked, he knew there would be complications since a part of it was ruined. Half-completed ritual circles were always volatile. As a result of it, he had even changed bodies. If his assumption was correct, the ritual had only sent his soul back in time, which had found a compatible body for him to control. It didn't make a lot of sense to him, but then again, soul was a part of magical theory that had barely progressed in years. It was too mysterious. He decided to gather information first and took a look around the room. There was a 4-poster bed draped with heavy velvet right behind him. The bed was extremely lavish apart from the poor draping skills. The rest of the bedside decorations were canopy hangings and ornate wood furniture, including storage chests and cabinets for personal belongings. Whoever used to own this body was rich. Maybe a lord or a wealthy merchant, Kai contemplated, looking over the room. He walked towards the bed and touched it. It had gone stone cold. Nobody had used the bed for hours. The fireplace caught his attention. It was the main focus of the room, with the hearth having heraldic symbols carved above it. This time, he recognized the language as manhwaedit. His fingertips followed them as he contemplated the meaning of it. It was a common tongue that had spanned centuries, so it was hard to say which era he was in. His ritual was supposed to bring him to the past, but he hadn't gotten time to specify a date. His wish was simply to go back as far as possible. Though he assumed 500 years was the limit for the ritual, so he must be around that time period. In the first place, it had been a suicidal attempt with a variable chance of success. Things had somehow worked out. Looking around, he saw a picture frame stuck on the wall from the corner of his eyes. Kai turned and walked towards the picture. It was an old man. His bald head and his stern gaze were pointed to his left as he sat in a seat comfortably. It was weird that the picture was just sitting there in the corner of a room like this. He guessed that it was either some important individual Kai didn't recognize or the owner of the place. With the ritual, everything seemed odd. The former body owner had wounds that were fresh in 2 or 3 places, including his hands and feet. The clothes were covered with slightly dried up blood. What was the guy even doing? He wasn't trying a similar ritual to go back in time, right? His voice was strange. Hoarse and deeper than he remembered. Closing his eyes, he remembered his last few minutes in the tower. It was infested with bloodthirsty creatures. Every moment tense, but in this room, there was a weird sense of serenity that he hadn't felt in a long time. He was alive, at least. He sighed in content and opened his eyes. Breathing mana with a wide smile, the mana in the air tempted him to extend his hand. He needed more light to see around the symbols. His index finger swirled a little into a circle while he envisioned lighting up the central fireplace. Normally, this spell would have ignited a small fireball, but nothing came. Immediately, Kai took a few steps forward. He inhaled the air, feeling the energy in his bones, and tried the spell again, his hand moving, attempting a simple spell even a first circle mage could have done in a blink. He even muttered an incantation for added effect, normally reserved for harder spells. Strum Octavia. Once again, he successfully failed. He'd normally cast something so simple with just intent, but it wasn't working. Something clouded his mind. He looked down on his new body and concentrated internally. He could sense mana and could feel his mana veins. Even his mana heart seemed intact, but focusing on it, he realized that the body he was in was a non-mage. He hadn't even started his magical journey and couldn't cast a single spell. All the mana organs were intact, but he hadn't awakened as a mage. The realization of it made him wince. Not only had he lost his body, he had also lost his strength. He used to be a 5th circle magus. Now he was a mere mortal. Ordinary, if he had really awakened in a cave or a forest, he might have been killed by wild beasts. This can't be true. Kai's refusal to believe the reality floated for a few more seconds as he closed his eyes to feel his insides. Seconds stretched to minutes as he contemplated his new reality. He slowly took in the fact that he was no longer Kai. He was in someone else's body and had taken over him. He didn't know who that person was, but he had been killed by whatever ritual he had been attempting. That was the best summarization. A few possibilities of what could have happened flashed by him. Some were worth contemplating. Others were too bizarre. He decided to investigate first. What's that? His eyes followed the trail of the bloody ritual on the floor to find a piece of parchment. Kai bent down to swiftly pick it up. The torn page lay between his fingertips. The words written on it were with blood. Whoever had written it had poor penmanship, to say the least. He slowly read out the words. I will die and be reborn. Everyone would fear my might, and the dawn of blood would arrive again. He dropped the parchment on the floor, wondering if he had come back in the past and inside the body of a cultist. But even if it was a cultist, the surroundings including the room didn't sum up, and if he was somehow in the body of a noble who was a ritualistic devotee, things would only get worse from here. He didn't want to deal with a cult, at least when he was basically powerless. Kai let the weight of the situation settle in, but the door sprung open. He immediately looked to the side and saw a woman with widened eyes. Her eyes were on the floor, seeing the symbols, syllables, lines, and curves, all of it. Then they fell on the owner of the room, bloodied and in the middle of this encounter with his hands at his side. That was him, and he noticed the woman looked like a maid. The maid opened her mouth, but nothing came out. Kai stared at her again, feeling like he was simply going from one problem to another. Ah shit, how do I get out of this one? Kai looked at the maid and tried his best to not show any emotions. Her face was pale, and she looked to be straddling the line between lean and malnourished. It was different from the body he was in, which looked to be well fed. Her lips were wide open, without moving for a few long seconds as she tried to gather the words. The silence seemed to stretch before she remarked, Lord Arzen, there's blood on your clothes. Her eyes lingered on his chest where the blood was clotted. She spoke in manhwaedit. He took note of the name she called him with. The language was familiar, but the accent was different than he remembered. Though it seemed like he was really in a noble's body. Arzen, I guess that's what I'm called now. He didn't have time to ponder about it, as he needed to deal with the situation at hand. How was he going to handle the maid that had popped up out of nowhere? If he was even a first circle mage, a sleeping spell might have done the job, but he didn't have that option right now. I'm not hurt, he said with a commanding tone. You don't have to worry about it. The maid's eyes went towards the ritual circles and the mess that was on the floor, and Kai felt a headache creeping up. There were better ways to deal with it, but he was used to spells doing all the hard work. Now he was without them. Still, let me go find Cleric Joe, no need to. He cut her off. He wasn't sure if the body owner was open about his hobbies, but either way, he wasn't about to expose himself to any clerics who might think of him as a dark sorcerer and try to get the church after him. From the maid's shocked reaction, it didn't seem like she was privy to his hobbies. Before she could ask any questions, he shot a question at her. What are you here for? You didn't even knock on the door. Kai hadn't been a noble, but he knew they didn't like to be disturbed and had sets of etiquette. The maid's eyes went wide the moment he asked the question. Lord Arzen, I'm sorry. I should have told you this beforehand, but there's been a situation in the estate. What kind of a situation? A mana weaver has appeared. Guards are trying to fight it, but I thought I should inform you. The urgency in her voice was all he needed to know. Mana weaver, that can be bad if it's highly corrupted. There's no mage around to deal with it. He asked in a questioning tone. We knocked on the doors of Mage Actra, but he kicked the maids out, telling them not to disturb him. A few guards set off immediately to get Knight Killian, but we don't know if he would be able to get here fast enough. He frowned and considered his options. Even in his current state, he could think of a few tricks against a mana weaver, and he doubted whether the guards would be able to handle one, especially without an enforcer or a mage helping them. How corrupt is it? He asked, and the maid stared back in silence. I don't know. He sighed as the maid cowered in front of him. Not wanting to waste any more time, he made a decision. Okay, give me a minute. Stand outside the door. The maid obeyed his words. He opened the drawers and saw fresh clothes that were neatly folded inside. He rummaged through the stack. There was a wide range of tidy tunics made of wool and linen, all richly embroidered, and several tunics that were made of silk. It was obvious that the garments were made for a wealthy man. He grabbed a tunic from the stack and a pair of pants along with it. Kai wished to wash away the blood from his body and take a bath, but there wasn't any time for that. As he walked outside, he saw that the maid was waiting for him. She bowed to him as he exited his room and came into her field of vision. Take me there, he said, and let the maid guide him. Kai wasn't familiar with the estate, therefore he let the maid lead. Without waiting further, she started to walk briskly. Every step was hurried as she turned to walk through the corridor opening that was outside his room. Kai silently followed her, taking quick steps one after another. He looked around as he walked, trying to observe the place. Since the corridors were quite narrow with only dim lighting that came from the torches, his sensitivity heightened. She took a turn to the left that led down to a staircase. His eyes wandered around. It looks to be a household with a history. The walls beneath the stairs were filled with pictures and weapons. The weapons were, in fact, quite the sight. From different sizes of swords, staffs, bows and arrows and javelins to small throwing knives and boomerangs, the collection was massive. The paintings and weaponry assemblage expanded for 2 more floors, and they finally halted in front of a narrow path. It had a similar setting to the corridor they had encountered previously. The path was quite dark, even though it had a few lamps here and there. Maid turned to her side, allowing Kai to move ahead without her. Fear was prominent in her face as she looked at the passage. Kai heard shrieks and cries through the trail. He stopped in his tracks as he realized that the attack was taking place just around the corner. The screeches got louder along with the noises of metal clashing. Stay right here, Kai said and walked ahead. It was only a few steps inside when he reached toward the metal handle of the wooden door. Light suddenly blinded his eyes as he pushed it open. It was the courtyard. As his eyes slowly adjusted to the light, he noticed that there were some workers and a few other maids, trembling with fear watching the scenario in front of them. They were back to the corner beside the door. Kai moved past them to observe the guards in front of a massive water fountain. They were trying their best to control the mana weaver, but without the help of a mage or an enforcer, their attempt wasn't going to lead to success. There were already a few guards on the ground, injured and bleeding. Strangely, the maids hadn't run away but were too scared to interfere in the battle. Soon, the maids who were hiding behind the fountain noticed him. Lord Arzen, please don't get close to that monster. He's corrupted. A maid who was among them yelled across the courtyard from behind the fountain. Stay back. Please don't go in there. Murmurs and mumbles spread from everyone as their attention turned towards Kai. He ignored them as his focus was stolen by a specific man who seemed to be the center of the fight. The man wore a torn guard uniform and had his hand tightened around the throat of another guard. With his other hand, he aggressively pulled a guard towards himself. That was when Kai saw his hands. The fingers had turned to claws, but the arms were still human. Dark lines scaled up on the arms, showing the extent of corruption that had taken place. It was a mutant, a mana weaver. It lifted the guard off the floor and continued to press the claws to the sides of his arm. In return, the guard could only bash the shield against its head, desperately in the hopes that it would let go of him. The noise of the metal banging filled the air. The guard yelled in pain. The blows from his shields only got weaker, and he dropped it on the ground. The mana weaver threw the 2 guards rolling on the ground. Its moves were swift and unpredictable, as it quickly rushed towards 2 more men and threw them across the floor. Arg! A few more guards advanced, covering themselves with shields. As the mana weaver turned around to face the guards, Kai got a better view of how it looked. The weaver's face was gruesomely disfigured, half morphed into a corpse and the other half human, engraved with fresh scars. Its face itself was enough to make little children and grown men cry. The scars went beyond its face, extending to its hands. The entire thing looked like it was straight out of a nightmare. It looks to be at the first stage. I might just be able to do something. Kai observed the mono weaver and weighed his options. If it was already fully transformed, then he doubted anyone would be able to save them. Maybe the mage that the maid had talked about, but he didn't know how strong he was. All he knew, it could be a novice mage. For now, he had to deal with it, and although there was risk involved, he knew he could pull it off. Otherwise, people were going to die. He ran towards an injured guard. Blood was oozing from his sides. Kai carefully sneaked past him and picked up the shield that was lying on the floor. The shield didn't seem like it would protect him from a lot of blows, but he just had to get close to it. Controlling his breathing, he calmed his rapidly beating heart. This body doesn't seem athletic, or it would have been easier, Kai thought to himself while trying to maneuver around. He closely observed the weaver's movements and looked for any opportunities to attack. Taking calculated steps ahead, he patiently waited until he was just close enough. When the mono weaver tried to at a guard, Kai ran forward. The mono weaver didn't see him coming, and as footsteps echoed behind it, the monster turned back only for Kai's shield to come into contact with its head. With a yelp, the mono weaver was on its knees. Kai's hands tightened around the shield as he once again landed a blow on its head, hitting the same spot, again and again. He attacked the side that still looked human-like and blood started dripping out of it. A dual-tone cry pervaded the air, as the mono weaver emitted a raw, visceral, painful scream and an otherworldly lament at the same time. It leapt forward, slashing at his face, and Kai protected it with his shield just in time before kicking it away. It cried, staring with a vicious glare at him, but Kai didn't give it any time. With the adrenaline rush powering his movements, he charged forward. He hit the weaver once again, putting all his strength into that blow. The mutant fell on the floor, holding its head. "Hold it!" Kai yelled loudly as 3 guards came running. They held the monster by its shoulders and their legs strapped to the sides of its abdomen, keeping it in place. It wouldn't stay still for long. He saw the corruption inside its body spreading. The weaver struggled on the floor, and Kai could see through a small gap in its eyelids that the eyes were starting to turn black. A newly transformed mono weaver's strength was almost double that of a normal human, and the guards barely managed to contain it. He knew he couldn't use his usual magic, therefore he had to try something else. A technique that had long lost its meaning with the rise in strength of mono weavers, but here it might just work out. After all, the transformation didn't look to be older than a day. Kai walked around and grabbed the mono weaver by its throat. His thumb searched the back of its neck to find the exact nerve. There it is. With sturdy fingers, he pointed his index and middle finger and pressed right on the nerve in an attempt to put it to a slight slumber. The mono weaver tried to pull its hands out of the guard's grip. The claws opened and closed. It tried to grab the guard to its left. Kai pressed until it hurt, but soon the mono weaver stopped struggling. He took a step backwards, a bit drained out of energy, and looked down. This body wasn't used to moving much, and it was going to be a problem. The weaver's hands fell to its sides as it slowly lost its strength and fell into a slumber. Kai's attempt was successful. A few more guards broke through the door at that moment. They seemed to have run all the way to the courtyard, but seeing the mono weaver on the ground, they stood confused. "Lock it inside a room. I'll take a look at it later. It won't wake up for a while, but use chains to bind it. It will try to break free again." Kai's authoritative voice came out loud as he turned towards the guards. He didn't know his relationship with them and how he was perceived, but there was no time to figure that out. Few of the guards nodded, and one bowed, his eyes looking at Kai in a strange light. The others had similar reactions, especially the maids who were whispering something among themselves. The guard in front seemed to hesitate before opening his mouth. "Why don't we kill it, Lord Arzen?" Kai shook his head, a bit surprised by the question. The transformation hadn't increased enough that there was no remedy. Killing it would be unnecessary. No, killing it won't solve the problem. But it's how we usually deal with these beings. If we let it live, then it will contaminate the surroundings further. It's just in the first stage. There's no need. He stopped speaking, realizing the strange look the guard was giving him. It seemed like there had been something he was missing. If he had any memories of Arzen, it might have been easy, but right now, he had to try to not come off as too strange to these people. "No, just put it inside a cell. It's an order." He refused to explain anything just yet. "Get these guards to get the help they need. They're losing too much blood." He commanded and looked over at the guards who were still scattered around the greenery, dealing with injuries. "Okay, sir," the guard nodded towards his fellow men. "Take it inside." He yelled and joined the other guards to help them carry the mono weaver inside. 4 guards held the weaver by the sides, all the while its legs were dragging through the floor. It had completely lost consciousness, and by how the guards struggled slightly, Kai knew it must be heavy. He walked past all the men and women who were now discussing the incident among themselves. They threw stares at him and continued to talk about him. The words Lord Arzen were heard more than 5 times as Kai got around to the corner of the courtyard. Kai saw to it that even the injured guards that were on the floor were being lifted and taken inside the infirmary for treatment. He knew he needed some time to think. A headache had crept in and he knew nothing about the place and the body he had occupied. He turned and walked the same way he came in. He went around the people who were walking here and there with heavy tasks in their hands after the attack. Some were carrying water buckets to clean the blood that was spilled during the attack in the courtyard, and some carried the shields of the injured to the armory. As he got through the door, he found out the maid was still hiding in the same spot as per his instructions. But as soon as she saw Kai, she walked forward towards him. "I'm tired," he said, to avoid any questions the maid might have. "Come with me." The maid nodded in return and followed Kai as he walked to his room. She closed the door behind her, and her eyes trailed Kai, who sat on the bed immediately. She looked around the room, taking note of the bloody ritual once again. The fear and the panic had subsided, though she still saw him with strange eyes. As he sat on the bed, he looked down at his body. After the rush of adrenaline that passed away, he felt drained. He also hadn't eaten in a while, but before that, he had to do something so that the words of whatever ritual he was conducting didn't spread to anyone else. He looked up to see the maid's eyes roaming around the place. She looked concerned but curious. "Don't let anyone know about this," he commanded, gesturing around the room. The woman immediately nodded, startled by his voice. "Yes, what is your name?" he asked, wondering if he should push her more. Threatening innocence wasn't his thing, and once he recovered his magic, a spell could easily solve his problems. Till then he needed the maid to be on his side. "Clare, Lord Arzen," she said, and Kai took a good look at her. She had an ordinary round face with brown hair. She resembled a scared bunny as she lowered her face, refusing to look him in the eyes. Just by seeing how she behaved, he knew the former soul didn't have the best of the reputation. It was just the perfect scenario for him. "Clare, if you keep your mouth shut and do as I say, there will be rewards for you." "Rewards?" She looked curiously at him. "Yes," he said, grabbing into one of his pockets to take out a gold coin. It seemed like Arzen had a habit of forgetting money in his pockets. Claire's eyes shone as she looked at the gold coin, clearly finding it valuable. In most eras, a gold coin was valuable and akin to the monthly salary of individuals. That was all the response he needed as he pushed the coin towards her and she grabbed it. "Work hard and there will be more of these." "Why, yes. Bring me some tea, please, Clare, and some food, preferably some bread." "Yes, Lord Arzen." She turned to walk out of the room as Kai asked another question. "Do you know who's the current king?" The maid halted on her steps and replied. "King Thorian," she responded quickly. "Why are you asking?" "No, nothing. You can go." Kai frowned immediately as she left, taking a few minutes to remember the name from his history lessons before his frown deepened. His ritual had gone terribly wrong. Clare left the room, leaving Kai to his thoughts. His frown deepened as he realized he had gone way farther into the past than he initially wanted. His intention with the forbidden ritual was to find himself somewhere around the period when the Third Mage War was happening. It felt like the perfect time period for him, and also because the ritual didn't seem to hold the power to send him further back. It seems like he was highly wrong. If Clare hadn't been lying and he doubted she was, then the Third Mage War would happen more than 1,000 years later. Who thought going back more than 500 years into the past was even possible? Kai contemplated and regretted not learning about such rituals in detail. But in his defense, soul-succumbing rituals were forbidden for mages to practice due to ethical reasons. One reason was also because no mage was crazy enough to risk his soul. If things go wrong, results wouldn't just be a petty death. But still, Kai flinched at the recollection. The guard's behavior with the Mana Weaver, the strangeness of everything started to make sense to him. Regardless, at the moment, he had something bigger to worry about: King Thorian. In the numerous texts he had read about different empires and kingdoms, there was only one King Thorian he came across. His memory served him with history, as he remembered that King Thorian was the ruler of the Lancefil kingdom. His knowledge of the kingdom and era weren't the best, but there were a few things he remembered. Lancefil kingdom had been one of the major players in the world around the late 800s. Although King Thorian Lancefil wasn't anything special, Kai remembered the details clearly because of its successor, King Eldric. His actions led to the beginning of the golden era of magic, the best and the worst era for mages and humanity as a whole. Thinking about the era his master had talked about with glee, but beyond the magical achievements and theories that had been developed, the time period wasn't something he had personally liked. Kai's brows knit in reflection. If Thorian is still the king, then I must be around 20-30 years behind the golden era. I wonder how old is he currently? The calculations in his mind added up as a glimpse of hope shimmered. He inhaled as much fresh mana as possible that was in the air. As soon as the air hit his lung, he sensed the mana calming his racing mind. To someone like him, that was the best thing about such a time period. The ambient mana in the air was the purest, and he felt like he could simply meditate all day. Albeit he had no time and had to find his background and scour exact information about Arzen. He looked through the room once again, this time thoroughly enough to find something that would help him. His gaze fell onto the ritual first. The same symbols and sculptings he saw when he first looked at them. He scrunched down. The harder he tried to decipher them, the more unrecognizable they seemed. Trying to match the language of symbols for different languages he knew again, he realized that they were vague. His finger traced a cross-like symbol that was etched on the wooden floor. A few of the symbols made sense, but they were from different languages, mashed together like a soup made up of leftovers. No wonder Arzen had died, though he couldn't be sure. All he knew, the man could have been trying to do a similar ritual to his. This is nothing like I've ever seen. Kai finally gave up and got to his feet. He found a candle and lit up a fireplace. With some oil, it came to life. A simple spell might have done the job, but for now, he was powerless. The room appeared much bigger than when he first saw it as light reached all the corners. The focus on the details became prominent as he raked through. He also realized that this seemed to be one of the months of Frisania. The room temperature heated thanks to the fireplace, and he was grateful that the window had a wooden panel to shut off the winds. It seemed like Arzen was wealthy enough to have an impressive collection of belongings. Kai glanced at the various bottles of scents. There were at least 30 bottles of different kinds. As he sprayed one in the air, the smell of lavender filled the room. Kai scrunched his nose. The concentration was way too strong for his liking. These types of scents would be pretty expensive, and only a select wealthy would have access to them in this era, leading him to believe that Arzen's standing was much higher than he initially assumed. Next, he swept through a few other things: useless trinkets, pairs of clothes and shoes, a dagger, quills and blank sheets of papers, and what looked to be a wooden wand that was merely a plaything. Useless, Kai shook his head in uninterest. Arzen seemed like he was into all sorts of things. Surprisingly, there wasn't anything that pointed towards him being a cultist. Aside from a chalk that was used to draw the symbols and a bloody knife, there was nothing else. Now, only one place was left. In the right corner of the room, where the windows were tightly shut with its curtains, Kai saw a shelf of books. His interest peaked as he walked towards it and grabbed hold of two of them. They were fictional books rather than about arcane symbols or rituals like Kai had expected. He couldn't help but turn a few pages. Grabbing two more from the cluster, Kai started to read a few pages. Kai noticed a pattern in the books as he kept everything in order. It was all books of mages who were heroes of sorts. A hobby of reading fiction was something that they both seemed to share in common, but what caught his attention was something else. Among the books that were inclined to the left in the shelf, one book, red in color, was slanting towards the right. His hands immediately went to it and grabbed it. Opening it up, he saw handwriting that seemed familiar. It was similar to the note that he had found. Kai's fingers wrapped around the knife. He cut a piece of bread from the soft loaf. The fork assisted him. He chewed on the bread and quickly kept the utensils aside. He took the diary to his hands and continued where he had stopped. The messy cursives grabbed his full focus once again. He had spent the past 30 minutes reading and trying to get to know the man better, and luckily, he found a lot of information about himself and his family. The diary had seemed to have written records of everything that happened in the last year, information including his family, disputes, and even stories related to what had led Arzen to be apparently banished from his own house. Kai's eyes followed the letters. 12th Junaris, 865. The times are changing, I could feel it. I have to let it out, but writing is a whole lot better than discussing it with someone. It all started with the succession. The talk about succession is not any kind of pretty around the palace. The only thing Lucien talks about is his plan for the duchy. Father barely says a word, but it seems like the conclusion had been made. I couldn't do anything about it, having advised to be kept out of the feud. I'm powerless. Kai realized that it was still the middle of last year, Junaris. As soon as the first son of Duke was of age, the discussions of the succession had started to spread like wildfire. Finding that Arzen was part of a Duke family, albeit one that hadn't left a mark in history, was surprising, but a better rank among nobility gave much better standing to him. He continued to read, scanning through the pages. The records weren't consistent, but it looked like if Arzen had something interesting in his day, he wrote it down. Pages after pages, his writings included situations he encountered, a few important and a lot that he skimmed through. Likewise, months passed in the diary when something caught his attention. 20th Novaris, 865 things have taken a rather expected turn. Today, Lucien and Edrian almost ripped each other's heads off at practice. I wasn't there, but I heard about it. Although I'm not allowed to go to the grounds filled with practicing mages, I wish I was there to watch. On the other hand, I'm glad I didn't. From what I heard, Lucien was winning. He is the eldest and the most powerful after all, and Lucien's alliances to the succession are way more than Edrian. I was a mere spectator in the war. Sometimes I was thankful for the peace, but I felt like a coward. If only I had been a mage like them. Kai sighed, feeling somewhat bad for Arzen. He practically stayed a shadow among the kingdom elite filled with mages. His mention of "if only I was a mage" had been written over several situations. Some situations were horrible, but some were also his own doing. But why didn't he awaken as a mage? Maybe there are answers in this itself. He leaned towards the desk, adjusted in his seat, and started to turn pages. The stories were few and far in between. Even finding connections was sometimes hard for Kai. 24th, Junaris, 866. It's been over 3 days since I've been appointed. From what I've heard, the place is different. My worries about certain things only keep growing more and more as I continue to think about them. Therefore, I had to pick my quill. That place, city of Veralt. Who would have thought that I'd end up ruling there? Not me, but Lucian did. I can still see it when I close my eyes, how he was not surprised when Father announced my title, that too, right after he announced his successor. Father's exact words were, "Arzen, I appoint you to be the honorary baron for the precious city of Veralt. The city would cherish a leader like you." In other words, a powerless leader that the city could throw stones at. Lucian's smile, he knew it, but that look on his face that he gave me in front of the family. The entire page was filled with hatred towards his brother's attitude and how he wished to vanish from their sight as soon as possible. Details about his father, the Duke, his elder brother, and his second elderly brother were all over it. But then Kai realized that there was no mention of his mother throughout Arzen's diary so far. Kai wanted to understand Arzen better, but his emotions were uncertain with all the hatred he was letting out. It was hard. What were his intentions after coming here? Kai hoped that there would be more about his stay here, in the city, and read the last line of the page. Today was chaotic, but I'll stop here. My prayers are for tomorrow in a new place city of Veralt. There it was. Kai quickly turned the page, wanting to read more, but his eagerness halted when he found the rest of the pages empty. The white, blank pages stared back at him. 24th, Junaris, 866. Kai noticed the last date. If his estimations are right, it should have been 6 months ago that the records have stopped. 6 months that Arzen had been here. This is strange. Arzen had used this diary for over a year, yet it had stopped 6 months back, right after he was banished to this city. It didn't make sense. The timing just wasn't right. Kai could feel it. The ritual, I found nothing about it, Kai thought again. If he found nothing about the ritual for a year, that could only mean that the knowledge was recent. And there was no way that someone like Arzen wouldn't have mentioned a ritual if he knew before. Something had been amiss. The knock on the door withdrew Kai's attention from Arzen. He stood up from his seat and went to open it. "Lord Arzen," the guard said, giving a respectful nod to Kai. It was the same guard who talked to Kai about putting the mana weaver away. This time he looked a bit more collected than before. "Yes, what is it?" Kai questioned. "My lord, the mana weaver we captured has been secured in one of the cells, as you ordered. The clerics in the church have tended to the injured, and things are under control for now," the guard said, giving him a brief report over all the things. Kai nodded and took in the information, but caught something in the guard's eyes. He looked to be hesitating about something. "Is there nothing else?" he probed. "There's one more thing, Lord Arzen." The guard's eyes shifted to the floor immediately. He struggled to decide between the words. Kai halted for a second but responded, "Speak freely, what is it?" He urged the need to know. The guard's visible hesitation grew within Kai. "Knight Killian was quite displeased with us. He was angry that we didn't eliminate the Mana Weaver immediately," the guard said while looking at Kai. His eyes were searching for Kai's reaction. Kai nodded, taking immediate note of the name Knight Killian, but he refused to show any emotions. This was the second time it came up. He knew nothing about him, therefore he avoided any sort of comment. He had to meet with him sooner rather than later anyway. "I will deal with him." For now, Kai shifted the focus to the Mana Weaver, wanting to know more. About the Mana Weaver, it was one of the guards, right? He questioned with a frown. "Yes, Lord Arzen." The guard nodded. He suddenly mutated in the middle of the practice drill and attacked. There were no deaths, but some of the men got injured. We questioned other guards, but there were no hints. No one noticed any changes, the guard explained. "His family is in a similar cell in case they're corrupted." Kai nodded again. "Don't do anything excessive. Keep the family safe for a week and release them if there's nothing strange. That's a direct order. I will come down to meet the Weaver tomorrow." Kai's words were firm. He paused before adding, "And as for Knight Killian, you don't have to worry too much about him. The Mana Weaver matter is something I will directly handle," he said further, addressing the guard. The latter nodded and gave a formal acknowledgement, leaving Kai's doorsteps. Kai closed the door and walked back inside, still lost in thoughts. The Mana Weaver issue was strange since there didn't seem to be anything out of place in the estate. It meant that the corruption was either artificial or the guard had come in contact with dead mana directly. Could also be other things, but he would have to investigate more for now. In his current state, there were limits to what he could do, and a Mana Weaver appearing in the estate meant that there might be others around. He needed to do something about awakening his Mana Heart first of all. He sat on the little chair in front of the table and thought of one strange thing that recurred in his mind. When he had focused internally, he found that all the Mana organs were present. But in the diary, Arzen continuously mentioned that he was a mage and how if he was, things would have been vastly different. Why couldn't he awaken as a mage if he has all the organs? Even if his talents were weak, he could have gotten help from other mages. He's a duke's son, for heaven's sake. Kai scratched his head, pondering over that mystery. He closed his eyes and focused inwardly. He took slow breaths, inhaled and exhaled. The air filling his lungs as his focus started to brush over his mana brain, and then his mana heart, and finally his mana veins when he immediately stopped. His breath hitched in his throat when he realized what had happened. There had been a few possibilities he had thought of, but this one was the strangest of them all. Arzen didn't suffer from some disease or a dead mana heart, which might have been a common problem to awaken as a mage. He had been poisoned. Poison has been a lethal weapon throughout history. Even mages who were more sensitive to their surroundings were not immune from something like poison. Normal ones might not work on them as they could simply push it out, but poison masters had always tried to invent different poisons specifically for mages. As the strength and the powers of a mage increased with time, different designs of poison evolved accordingly. They were created with different variations, some strong enough to kill a mage instantly and some taking their time and being hard to detect until it was too late. Basically, according to the formula that they were made, the worst poisons for mages weren't those that would kill them instantly, but those that would make them cripples. A crippled mage was far more useless than a common person, since even regular work would prove daunting on them. Poison makes things more interesting. Kai's thoughts swirled as he breathed in and out. He felt the foreign substance in his body as the air left his lungs. His hand came intact with his stomach as he continued to focus on his body. He moved the small amount of mana he had through his veins, but something blocked it and sent it back. Kai might have just assumed it as a case of mana blockage, if not for his familiarity with the poison. I never thought I would find myself in a body inflicted with mana bane. Fate is really something. Kai thought to himself, a weary smile creeping on his face. Images of his childhood popped up, scrambling for food in alleyways and stealing for a living, all the time while dealing with a mana bane affliction. Though this time it looked like he was dealing with a weaker version of the poison he knew of. It made sense as it was centuries earlier, and in the coming time, this poison would be used as one of the basic concoctions for anyone treading the art of venom mastery. Its real name wasn't mana bane, but it had been known as that for centuries. It was also carefully planted. If not for him checking his body thoroughly, it would have been hard for him to detect it. Kai inhaled sharply. The poison blocked the rhythmic flow of mana and stayed there like a block of wall, separating two sides. That also explained why he couldn't do spells even though he had a mana heart and was able to sense the lingering mana in the air. But why did no one notice the poison in my veins? The question remained in his head for a solid second. Maybe, just maybe what had happened was that Arzen was labeled a cripple by a testing mage who had been careless. No one would have bothered with him after that since it would have seemed like a case of mana blockage instead of poison. Mana surgeries would only start a few centuries later, so he might have been a lost case. Not only that makes sense, but that adds up with his constant worries in the diary. But the truth could be far from what he expected. After all, whoever had injected the poison in him would have taken care of not getting found out. He had a few people in mind for who it might be based on the diary entries, but the poison had been injected way before the awakening for sure. It had been frozen in place for years now. Whoever it had been, that person couldn't be his siblings. Arzen was the youngest, but not by much. He doubted newly awakened mages would have access to such poisons. Though he knew nobles were a scheming breed, he had come across a few, and it had seldom gone well. Political rivalries of a duke's son would be way worse. For now, he had way less information to form a conclusion. Kai frowned and decided to get the poison out of his veins first. One good thing of this being an earlier version of the mana bane he knew of was that the veins weren't damaged. If Kai had been a few centuries late, there wouldn't have been any remedy without a major surgery. The current version simply worked to block the flow of mana in his veins. In this state, if Kai tried to awaken as a mage, the backlash would burst his veins and mana heart, killing him instantly. Even the thought of that made him wince internally. He had to be quick now. He knew what was going on inside him, and the only way he could save himself for the future was to do what he had to, remove the poison from his veins. He closed his eyes. The room fell silent as he consciously listened to his rhythmic breathing. He focused on his intention. The subtle hum in the air grew further as he concentrated on pushing the poison out. He used a thin strand of mana and pushed the poison, slowly increasing the mana to put more pressure. He could feel the relentless resistance of the poison, like an inky adversary. Kai struggled but focused harder on pushing it out of his body. The poison inside him fought back, stubborn and malevolent. It had been stuck for too long. He furrowed when the poison's resistance became stronger as he tried. His forehead started covering in sweat as he used every bit of mana he had. He hadn't felt like this in years, but having an unawakened heart meant a very low amount of mana which might just be enough to push out the poison, but there was no guarantee. Kai focused harder, just a bit more. His muscles tensed as he fought back. If someone came in the room, they would think he was simply meditating, but Kai knew he was on a battlefield, every bit of mana in his body fighting to free his veins off the poison. He inhaled deeply and finally, with everything he got, he pushed one last time against the wall of frozen poison. Kai coughed as he felt his energy drained. but he felt a release in his body. His hand covered his mouth as something came up to his throat. A few seconds passed by as Kai crunched down with his head in between his hands and vomited. Gradually, it all soothed down. He opened his eyes. His room reeked a bit, and black goo-like substance was all around him. He drew in a deep breath, but the very breath had a scent of the poison. He sighed, but then looked at his hand to see a black substance covering all of his palm and fingertips. It was mana bane. The poison was finally out of his body. Kai felt as if he accomplished something ever since he found himself here. He kept looking at his surroundings. He opened his window, and it felt much better. Taking a breath, he felt like his circulation was much better. Focusing on that feeling, he started to inhale and exhale deeply. It was almost as if a pillow of suffocation was lifted that let Kai breathe freely. This feels much better, Kai thought while wiping his hand with the napkin that was beside his food plate. But now that there's no barrier in between, maybe I can start developing the first circle. As soon as he thought of the process, he felt weak and was reminded how exhausting it could be for him at the moment. He had used all of his mana, and in this state, he doubted he would be able to do anything. He needed a full mana heart if he wanted to awaken. Maybe not today. The curtain in front of the windows started moving due to the wind, letting the moonlight inside the room. It was almost as if it was signaling him to sleep it off. Kai knew he had no choice. He walked to his bed and didn't even bother to change his clothes. From the strange ritualistic symbols to the mana weaver to getting the poison out of his heart, it had been exhausting since the moment he became Arzen. He would have loved something like a refresh spell at the moment, but with no such luxury, sleep was his best choice. As soon as he hit the cold velvet, he drifted into the slumber. He opened his eyes as a chilly wind hit him. He forgot to close the window last night, and he shivered as he got out of his blankets. Rubbing his eyes, he looked around the room to see everything right where they were. The ritual, Arzen's diary, even the chair where he had sat last night. He took a few seconds to think about what had happened. It all hit him slowly, one by one, but in the end he smiled. At least he wouldn't have to live in constant danger to his life from now on, at least until the mana weaver problem didn't increase. Looking down, the bruises from the ritual were all healed. He still had blood stained underneath the clothes he wore, but nothing that a good wash wouldn't solve. His hand came up to rub his stubble. I will focus on building the first circle today and learn more about this place, he decided as he made note of where he left everything last night. Kai stood up from where he was and thought of taking a hot bath to clean his body, but as he walked towards drawers, the knock on the door halted his actions. He turned and walked to open the door. Door opened with a creak. Kai saw Clare, who stood with a polite smile and some towels and a bucket of water in her hands. "Good morning, Lord Arzen. I hope you slept well." Kai nodded. "I did. Please leave them inside," he said and motioned to her hands. He let the woman walk in and took a few steps back. "One more thing, Lord Arzen. Knight Killian has requested your presence in the dining room today." Her voice made him turn around, and there she stood with prying eyes. Kai thought about it for a second. Knight Killian, finally he'd get to meet and see how he was like. A part of him wanted to reject and focus on building the first circle, but it was not good to stall until he was going to act as a recluse. That fit with Arzen's personality, but he wanted to take a more active approach to things. "I will." Kai nodded. "I will leave these inside," Clare said as she walked past Kai and towards the door that had been on the opposite side of the room. "So that is the bathroom." Kai gave a glance in that direction, but walked back to the desk where the diary was still open. He wanted to keep it somewhere unnoticeable, as he knew he should get the room cleaned. He stepped closer to the drawer filled with clothes and buried it underneath all the tunics. When he was done, he heard the bathroom door close. Clare was holding a bunch of clothes which he assumed had been used prior. "Your breakfast will be ready when you are down, Lord Arzen." She paused and her cheeks went reddish before questioning. "Do you need assistance with the bath, my lord?" She questioned, and Kai immediately realized that it was the norm to get an assistant for even a shower for nobles. It felt like such an embarrassing thing to him as a magus. He immediately shook his head. "I will be fine." Clare gave a half bow with all the clothes in her hand and walked herself out of the room. But before she could reach the door, Kai called her and she stiffened. "Can you clean the room while I go have my breakfast?" He asked as his eyes went to the ritual on the floor, then to the black stains on some areas. The black substance had evaporated, but marks had been left behind. Clare's eyes followed as she saw how everything in the room was dirty and disorganized. She nodded her head quickly. "Yes, I can, my lord." "You can leave now," he said, and noticed how she walked out of the room. By her steps and her behavior, it was obvious that she was still shaky around him. Maybe it's his title, but he didn't have to worry about it at all. As long as she keeps her mouth shut, things would work fine. Kai walked to the bathroom to wash his face. When he was inside, he was met with an average-size room, filled with a luxurious bathroom experience. The bathtub was in the corner of the room, and near the entrance he had a big mirror with a basin and a pitcher. The steam that filled the bathroom made him realize that it was all warm water, just what he needed. Kai stepped inside and faced the mirror. Faint surprise was written in his face as he looked back at his reflection. His facial features were sharper than before: nose, thin eyes, and even the lips. They were all well refined. Kai traced the scar that was on his left eyebrow from his fingertips. Unlike his previous lifetime, he now had black hair. It wasn't long and no one would notice it if he hid it with hair, but the scar seemed to be from some childhood injury. His eyes then fell on his body. I need to run a few laps daily, he said and stared at the belly that showed that he was well fed unlike most in the estate. He needed to put more physical effort once he got over awakening his powers. The stubble and the pieces of grown hair that was hanging around his ear and his face needed a trim, but it was not the time. Kai tugged at his hair, getting a good measurement of how long they were. He has never had hair this long. He continued to stare at himself for a few more seconds, taking every single detail on his body, wanting to keep them in his memory. Although he wasn't ugly by any measure in his last life, Arzen had way better genes in the physical aspect. The more he looked at himself, the dried-up blood in his body distracted him. It was everywhere. Removing his clothes, he kept them beside the basin on the floor. Kai washed his face and the water dripped down his body. He sighed at the sensation of hot water. Heavens, this feels good. Kai started rubbing the blood stains in his body one after another and washed his face, feeling relaxed after a long time. Kai donned new clothes after getting out of the bathroom and felt much better. Knight Killian, time to meet you. He seemed to be in charge around the grounds, thus Kai had all the more reasons to be curious. But there was one problem. He didn't know where the dining room was. Cluelessly, he walked out of the room. My luck does work. Clare stood in front of his room with cleaning materials. She had been waiting there for him to walk outside. If Kai could express his emotions, he knew he'd have a big fat grin on his face, but he had to be subtle. The breakfast is ready, Lord Arzen, she said while looking at the floor. Okay, let's head there. I have a few things to ask you, Kai ordered, hoping she wouldn't question, and after a second more, she nodded. As expected, she started walking in the front without questioning. A smile crept to Kai's face as they walked. It's a success. How's the atmosphere of the estate after the Mana Weaver attack? He asked, noticing a few other maids doing their work. They bowed to him as they walked. People are still scared and it's been spreading to the city. The rumors of you defeating a Mana Weaver are everywhere. Is that so? He raised an eyebrow. Yes, though some people are saying that it's a farce since, well, you are not a mage. She flinched while speaking and only calmed once Kai didn't seem offended. They took a few turns after reaching the second floor that led to the dining room. Since he wasn't in a rush this time, he was able to notice the details more clearly. The dining room was massive. The rectangular table in the middle was already occupied with a few guards. They were clad in their usual uniforms, making noises, talking in whispers, probably fearful of a brooding figure that sat on the far end, clearly standing out. It seemed like they were directly under Killian, or at least had some sort of a privilege that other guards didn't have. Most nobles he had seen would never eat at the same table as guards. There were some other people, especially one who wore glasses and was in a robe. He also noticed the guard who had reported about the Mana Weaver among them. The maids were preparing different food that included fresh bread and soup. The fireplace that was lit beneath the dining table stole his attention for a brief second. On the sides of the room, there were large windows that were closed. He walked towards the table after looking around for not more than 3 seconds. As soon as he was in front of the table, people dropped their conversations, bowing to him in respect. Have a seat, Kai said, and took the seat in the middle of the table that was mostly reserved for the most important person in the room. As soon as he sat, 2 maids walked towards him and started serving bread to his plate. Bread, meat, and some fruits were on the table. He ignored all of it and looked at the man who was seated on the opposite side of the table. He was a tall, muscular man. He looked stern and scary with blonde hair and a scar that ran down one of his cheeks. Kai didn't have to think twice to know who he was. He gave Kai the impression of one of the enforcers that would take on several mages at once, but Kai couldn't feel any mana beyond what a normal person would have from him. Actually, everyone in the room was normal. Lord Arzen, we need to talk. Kai nodded and took a bite from his bread. He kept his utensils away and leaned backwards, giving who he assumed to be Killian his undivided attention. His goal was to appear calm and confident in front of him. I need to not give him any suspicions. He's not a mage, but is clearly important. What is it? Kai questioned. The Tradeheart Merchant Company is threatening to take over the farm lands if we can't pay back the debt, Killian said without a pause. He continued to gaze at Kai, looking for a response. Initially, Kai assumed it was about the Mana Weaver attack, but it seemed to be completely different. What debt is he talking about now? Tradeheart Merchant Company. And why had Arzen taken a debt? More than being confused about this entire situation, he was curious. His silence dragged on for a few more seconds. He wanted to know more about the situation they were in before speaking, as he lacked a lot of information. Kai didn't want to give away his cluelessness, so he simply focused on eating. The bread wasn't particularly appetizing, but he'd had worse. We have to do something about the 10k gold debt. Either pay it back or come to some sort of settlement. The interest rates are already high up, but I doubt that man would be willing to hear anything from us. It's been months already. Knight Killian went on saying, while the rest of the room fell into a deep silence. We were barely able to pay the interest, and the representative from the company simply threatened us yesterday and demanded that we hand over the farm lands. If not that, then the mines. Those greedy bastards. Lord Arzen, we need to find a solution. We are in no position to give away valuable resources for your personal loan, Killian said, looking at him with a stare that demanded an answer. Kai kept his head low and took a sip of the water. Personal loan, 10k gold coins. What was Arzen even doing with this much money? Questions started popping in his mind. Even high-end prostitutes won't take so much. Frowning, he wondered what to say. He had no reply to that, so he decided to answer back with a question. When will they be coming back to take the debt back? After 2 weeks, my lord. Killian didn't answer. Instead, it was the man sitting in front of him in robes and glasses that he had taken note before. He was sitting calmly and quietly, but he could see his hands shaking below the table. His face was weary and experienced, full of wrinkles. The man gave the impression of someone who had heard things, yet hadn't been in danger himself. He had gray hair and a clean-shaven look. I was the one who handled the meeting, my lord. It's sufficient to say it went worse than expected. What expectations were you even having, Francis? Killian asked. They have acted brash every single time. A few weeks back, one of their bodyguards even kicked a guard in the estate. They are pretty sure that they won't have any more business with us after this. Word goes around, Killian. Everyone in the neighboring territory knows we aren't doing well. Our yields haven't been great lately, and the city is on the brink of an economic breakdown. We can't just magic up gold. It will take us at least a few more months, most probably even a year, to get things to normal if we start taking care of our problems. The winter is not helping with the crops, and to get everything back, we need more time. The old man looked at Kai. His words were clear and straight. It gave the necessary context to Kai, and he wasn't surprised by a few things. The maids, staff, and even the guards looked like they weren't getting their fill. If they weren't fed well working at the Lord's estate, he wondered how the common populace were living. Aside from him, most people seemed to be malnourished. Kai stayed silent as he thought back to Claire's eyes shining looking at the gold coin. He grabbed another piece of bread and munched on it. He scanned through the room, seeing how the guards continued to eat, but their ears were perked up. They were paying close attention to the conversation, even though they didn't say a word. I agree with what you're saying, Knight Killian started to reply, but soon he was cut short. The Tradeheart Merchant Company is known to be harsh on nobles who aren't doing well. I have dealt with them before, Francis said, his voice low. He was barely able to stop it from shaking with anger. They are vultures that try to act innocent until they think they won't get the money back on time. We could only cooperate with them since we have contracts signed up. Though we would need to find some mutual agreement, as the estate simply doesn't have that much money. We need more time. He adjusted his glasses with a frown. It didn't seem like he liked the company based on his reaction. Kai also didn't get a good impression of them based on what he was hearing. They seemed like typical merchant companies that would start thinking of themselves as bigger than even nobility. Kai was never a fan of such people. Knight Killian nodded, understanding the situation. Will they even give us more time? I don't think so. It's the right opportunity for them to take over the farm lands. Like you said, they are greedy vultures. By now, Kai had a good idea of who Francis was. Based on his look and how he talked, he was a scholar, probably an administrator handling the estate. From the information that was in the diary, Arzen had been pushed to the city suddenly, so he doubted he had time to go over things on how to run a place. Having an administrator made complete sense to get him used to things, though he doubted Arzen had tried to take charge of things. They will give us time if we put our weight down. We could sell a few valuables from the estate, and I think the standing of Lord Arzen will do the rest. They aren't idiots to antagonize nobles completely based on debt. Will we be able to pay it back with enough time? I don't know, Francis said, his words almost getting stuck in his throat. We would have to do something about our basic problems, and if we can solve them, things would start to look up. It won't be easy since there's hardly any support from other nobles in the area. Uneasiness lingered within Kai as he heard more and more. He had misread Azrin's background. Although he belonged to the line of a duke, it seemed as if he was more or less on his own. Otherwise, nearby nobles would do everything to do a favor on a duke's son. The only reason they were ignoring him might be because of the succession of the duke's title to his brother, who he clearly did not have a pleasant relationship with. What do you think, Lord Arzen? You've been silent. Killian brought him back from his thoughts, and he realized that he had almost finished his food. A few heads turned to look at Kai curiously. He needed to think of something. I believe that breakfast is not the place to talk about matters related to work. Why don't we first finish breakfast, and then I'll take a look at the records before deciding what we should do. His words seemed to surprise Killian as he raised his eyebrows. Kai expected him to retort back, but he simply sighed. Well then, I will leave you and Francis to it. I have other matters to handle anyway. Francis from the corner of the table nodded, looking up at Kai. It seemed like he wanted to say something, but didn't dare to utter it out. Silence descended as the table went quiet. His mind was a mess as he pondered upon the new problem he had encountered suddenly. From everything he knew of, Arzen seemed like someone who was destined for a bad end from the start. Though he had been unlucky with his mana veins being blocked, he had clearly mismanaged the estate given to him. To distract himself, he looked at Killian, about the mana weaver, any signs of corruption from its family. He asked, not yet, they are in a cell and being fed, but there's no sign of any corruption on them for now. We are monitoring them. If there's something, then it will come out sooner or later. Mana weavers don't like to be kept in closed spaces. We are also using siphon stones in case they change. Knight Killian paused and looked at him with strange eyes before continuing. I heard from my men that you subdued the mana weaver in no time. Pardon me. I assumed that you stopped training when you were 15, around the age when the basic sword training should end. You didn't continue to train after that. His words made Kai realize that Killian knew Arzen for a long time. He wouldn't know whether he had stopped training or not otherwise. He might be one of the retainers that had shifted with him straight from the Duke's household. He felt the opposite from Francis, who seemed to be in this city for a long time. They said it only took you a few seconds. I'm not able to understand how you were able to do that. Killian looked at Kai suspiciously. It was a newly transformed weaver. Certainly not at the peak of its power, Kai said, already knowing such questions would come up. Still, you put a monster to sleep. I beg your pardon, but I believed only mages could achieve such a feat. I got it from a book on mana weavers. They have a nerve on the back of their neck. If you press it, it could send them into slumber. It won't work on fully transformed individuals, but the mana weaver had just mutated. I had to take a chance. Kai doubted the technique was widespread. It could be that it hadn't even been discovered yet. Such information had only come up after there had been a major move to study the creatures. It had resulted in a few things Kai didn't want to think about, but it had largely benefited humankind as a whole. Why am I not aware of something like that? If there's such a thing, I believe every knight should know. It will be very useful at these tiring times. The guards turned their heads towards Kai as Killian spoke. They were all curious about how and when he learned something like that. If it was really that simple, they might just be able to deal with the mana weavers. I picked it up from a book back at the household. I don't think it's famous enough. You can spread it among the guards, just in case we have more sightings of these creatures, Kai said, glancing over to the guards. Killian nodded at those words. It seemed like he wanted to ask more on how the confrontation had happened, but Kai was sure he'd heard everything from his subordinates. Instead, Killian changed topics. I understand you got Mana Weaver's weakness, but why haven't we killed it yet? Lord Arzen, we can't afford to take chances. It's common knowledge that Mana Weavers corrupt their surroundings, Knight Killian said, looking like he wanted to pick up a sword and cut off the head of the Weaver himself. Francis and the guards also nodded. It seemed like Kai had really gone against the normal method, which in comparison was easier from what he intended to do. Still, he didn't want unnecessary blood on his hands. No, we can't do that. As soon as Kai rejected, the knight furrowed deeply. He probably wanted to know why they couldn't kill a threat to them as quickly as possible. Give me some time. I have something better to do with it rather than killing. Time is a luxury that we don't have and can't afford. Knight Killian's dissatisfaction was written on his face as he talked. What if the Mana Weaver got out of the chains and started attacking everyone again? It's your and your guard's job to keep it in chains. I trust you to do your job well. As for time, give me a few days and you will know what I plan to do. Killian opened his mouth, but instead of talking, he stuffed a piece of bread in it. The rest of the breakfast went as silently as possible. No one spoke, and as soon as it was over, Killian left with the guards after bowing to Kai. Once he was alone with Francis, he turned towards him. Lord Arzen, you said you wanted to take a look at the records. Francis questioned as he was almost done with his food. He wiped his hands from the napkin and stood up. Kai nodded and they started walking back to wherever he kept the records. Francis was a short, stout old man, but his walk was rather fast. With his shoes tapping against the floor, he started taking the staircase that initially led Kai to the diner. Are things really that bad? Kai asked before hesitating a bit. He didn't want to sound clueless, but again, Arzen seemed like someone who kept to his room and didn't care about anything else. He doubted he knew of the situation of the city, or he wouldn't have taken on such a large debt. It's the worst I have ever seen. Francis replied with a frown, and Kai could only ponder one thing. It couldn't be that bad, can it? Kai's face scrunched up, and his eyebrows twitched as he stared at the discolored book. The words written with black ink on yellow pages made him frown. It was really that bad. As you can see, Lord Francis started to say, but stopped as he glanced at Kai's expression. The economy of the city was in hot water. The farmland yield had plummeted, taxes weren't enough, and even signs of famine lingered. The debt is just the cherry on top. What was Arzen even doing? His assessment of Arzen went even lower once he realized the state of affairs in the city. Why wasn't anything done about this earlier? Kai inquired, wanting to know why they'd let things get worse. The numbers were much worse than Kai had expected. We tried, your lordship. But the previous lordship, a baron, died 2 years back from a heart attack. His wife died before him, and Francis hesitated before continuing to discuss the previous lord's unfortunate fate. His only son was in the army and perished. Before you came here, this city, it was almost abandoned. Francis shook his head, sighing deeply as he continued to remember the situation they were in. Bandit attacks increased a lot since retainers left for better opportunities. We used to have a few mages in the service, but once they left things became worse, he huffed. Our forces are too small to deal with them. All that is just the insult to the injury. And then your lordship got here. You were mostly spending time in your room, with no intention to change any. Francis immediately looked down. He understood the mistake he made. Please forgive me for running my mouth. Kai didn't say anything. If anything, like he had assumed before, Francis seemed to be in the city for a long time. His features matched guards and maids around the estate, so he might as well be from around the area. He also clearly cared about the estate. What about the coal and iron mines? A lot of the revenue used to come from there, right? He probed. Francis cleared his throat and nodded. One of the mines, unfortunately, fell into the hands of a bandit group. They're the ones calling the shots. The other one, well, it's run dry. A lot of miners lost their jobs due to that, taking a hit on the population of the city. Kai sighed. From the documents, it seemed like a ton of people left for the city after the mines closed up. He felt anger about bandits capturing one of them, but he wasn't in a position to capture them back. How big is the bandit group? He asked. They are militants, formerly drafted in the Black Rose War. Once they returned, they became bandits, around 100 of them. It's a whole band. We don't have enough forces to go against them. We have, but if we took a significant force to fight them, other bandit groups in the area might try to take advantage of it. Knight Killian wanted to have a go against them, but you refused 3 months back, Francis promptly said, making Kai's frown worse. Maybe Arzen didn't want to put himself into danger. Either way, it was a shame that a bandit group ran around like this in their land. He closed the book that was in his hand and kept it on the wooden table. He pushed it forward towards the administrator and leaned back. If I can get the mines back, then maybe we will be on the road to recovery. Still, it won't be easy and quick. Kai pondered over it until he recalled something. Wasn't there a mage that Clare had mentioned before? A mage could easily handle such a situation if they're properly trained, so why hasn't he done anything? Francis, did Mage Actor at least try to help? What is he doing? Kai questioned. The old man chuckled. It was an angry, sarcastic chuckle. Your lordship, that mage is drowning the city with his alchemical research. He doesn't lift a finger, and it is already reported that he was rude to a few maids. He doesn't try to help at all. Kai's eyebrows raised. Is that so? He wanted to meet the mage for obvious reasons. Even so, there were some answers Kai needed first. This might come out rather odd, but why did I require such a huge loan? My memory is running low. Kai's hand met with his chin as he acted to be in deep thought. Francis was quick to reply. You needed some materials for something. Lord Actra was aware of it. I was not informed of the specifics. Kai's shoulders tensed as a brief silence spread between the two. The things he kept hearing about the mage continued to get worse and worse. He had to think fast to get over the debt first of all. Arzen had messed up by a lot, and if he was going to take his place, maybe he needed to start from his duties as a lord of this region. It seemed tiring, but authority wasn't bad in his opinion, especially if he could take things under his control. Looking at Francis, who sat upright, he said, I'm sorry. I haven't been good enough in my duties, but I will be changing it from now on. Next time the guy from the Tradeheart Merchant Company comes, call me. I will be doing something about the debt soon. Saying that, he stood up and left the room, not waiting to take a good look at the shocked expression on the face of Francis, who looked like he had seen a dragon hoarding gold in his bedroom. Kai had mixed feelings while he was taking the stairs to reach his room. There were a lot of questions in his head, lots of things to do. From the mana weaver to the debt, there were problems to solve, but first of all, he needed to awaken his mana heart. Without it, he was weak and severely limited in what he could do. The last time he had gone through awakening was decades back, and back then, his master had guided him step by step as it was the tradition, but he could easily achieve it on his own with years of experience. As soon as he entered his room, he saw Clare reaching the upper shelves that were on the corner of the room and wiping the dust off with a cloth. She looked to be done with the rest of the room, and at that, she had done a marvelous job. The blood stains that were scattered on the floor were no longer there. The black filth that Kai spit was completely cleaned. He looked around the room and smiled. As he scanned the room, he saw the buckets of dirty water that stayed on the side. Compared to how messy it looked before, everything was squeaky clean. She must have been focused to not notice him, so he cleared his throat to let her know he was inside. Claire swiftly turned around and looked at him. Kai simply nodded with a satisfied face. Good job, he said, and gave one final look to the room. Claire nodded in return. It's all done, Lord Arzen. If you need anything more, let me know. She quickly collected the cloth in her hand and moved towards the opposite room to lift the bucket. Kai watched as she lifted the bucket full of water with shaky hands and turned around to leave the room. Before she could leave, his voice stopped her. There is something. Claire, can you stand guard outside and make sure I'm not disturbed? I don't want anyone to knock on my door for the next hour, Kai asked. If he got disturbed during the awakening, he might just make a mistake. Since he was already relying on Claire, he might as well use her as a primary maid. Okay, I will be right outside. she said, and with the heavy load of things in both of her hands, she walked through the open doors and closed them after putting the bucket down. Now alone, Kai took one last look at the room. He walked to the middle of the room and sat on the floor. Right where the ritual was done before, but the evidence of any ritual was long gone. A part of him wanted to keep it up to study more, but the risk of anyone seeing it like Clare was too high. He could simply look for similar symbols later on. As soon as he settled on the floor, he inhaled deeply. The pure mana-filled air filled his nostrils and lungs and then found its way to his mana heart. Gradually, his focus on his mana heart grew. He could sense how filled his mana heart was compared to last night. He knew that there was no better time to attempt an awakening. As he took his next breath in, he closed his eyes and let his mind wander to his internal organs. Each breath filled his organs with mana, and Kai almost lost himself in the sensation before pulling himself back. Regulating his mana through the mana heart, he noticed something. Although Arzen was mostly useless, his mana heart was at a higher level than average. After reaching the first circle, it could easily generate 12x mana compared to an average human. The normal was 10x, so it was pretty much a big advantage. Such cores were hard to come by, and he had the potential to at least be a savant-level mage one day if he had worked hard and not died in an unfortunate accident. The mana heart was even higher than what he had in his previous life. No wonder he was a duke's son. Nobles usually marry skilled mages among themselves, so it would pass in their bloodline. After all, a mage son was highly likely to be a mage too. He briefly wondered whether the poisoning had been someone fearing Arzen's talent as a mage, but he dismissed it. It wasn't time to think about such things. Arzen was considerably late to awaken his mana heart. Normally, mages would start their training at the age of 15 years old. Still, the level of his mana heart would make up for the lost time. With Kai's experience and spells he knew of, he could even reach the second circle in the next few months and gain a better understanding of what elements suit his new body. Though he didn't know the level of mages of this era, it would still be a time where spells were less developed, so he wondered about how they operated. Deciding to give a visit to this mage Actra, Kai thought back to the time he had awakened. Back then, his master had helped him absorb all the ambient mana in the air because his control with it was just not good. Now, he had better control and also a new method to awaken his core. A method he had only found out a decade after his awakening and had lamented on missing out on it. Now, he could finally use it. The way to develop the first circle was simple. He had to let the mana flow inside his mana heart continuously and with focused intent, move it in circles through the mana heart. With that, the organ would ignite while developing the first circle around the core permanently. Kai inwardly slapped himself as he remembered how it took him more than 12 hours to absorb enough mana to develop the first circle back then. He had troubles with absorbing mana from the surroundings, and only later down the line, he had improved. Now he could do it in well under an hour, especially with the Quinn method of awakening. I only found the method in an old ruin. It never got popularized, though it's not easy either. Normal methods of awakening would generally amp the mana generation up to 10x unless one has a higher level mana heart like Arzen. It was a basic number for most mages, and even though people had tried to increase it, it had become too dangerous for young mages to keep up with. Quinn method of awakening was also an experiment to increase the mana generation in the first circle, and one of the rare ones to succeed, managing to amp up to 15x. Unfortunately, Quinn, the mage who developed it, had been a recluse and he had died before he could share it with the world, and no one had checked with him to even give him a funeral since he was working in secret. Kai had found his skeleton and research in a ruin. It had been a strange sight for him, but now it was going to help him out. He inhaled deeply, letting his emotions sink in. With the breath he took in, pure mana filled his lungs. Then Kai intentionally let mana run through his heart in a circle, filling it as much as possible. He took another long, deep breath and did the same, filling the mana heart again and again. Soon, the mana that was running inside his heart started to speed up. Kai felt the particles brush against his insides as the inhalation and exhalation brought in enough mana to keep up with the pace. Quinn method of awakening simply focused on taking in as much mana as possible from the surroundings and to spin it in an anti-clockwise direction. It would make the mana heart heat up and expand more, increasing the rate of generation. So Kai pulled as much mana as possible. An advantage of being in a world with abundant mana was that he had a lot of pull from. He kept taking from his surroundings, and soon mana heart started to warm up. He could feel the energy he absorbed moving within him in circles after circles. Slowly, the rate of generation increased, from 2x to 4x to 7x to 9x. It was slow and gradual, but Kai felt all of it and gritted his teeth as an insurmountable pressure daunted on his shoulders. It felt like his heart was going to burst, but he kept going on. Taking more and more mana, he reached the level of generation he desired and went even beyond that. Next thing he knew was that the warmth turned into something better. Kai's hands visibly relaxed as the first circle awakened. Finally, he cried out, taking deep breaths and clutching his chest. Not only had he been able to improve his mana generation by leaps and bounds, he had managed to get it to 17x instead of 15x. It was probably due to the level of his core, but nevertheless, it was the most pleasant thing that could happen to him. Sweat trickled down his forehead as he smiled. He finally had a permanent circle of mana around his mana heart that was generating way more mana than before. He opened his eyes slowly. The feeling of power flowing within him gave him goosebumps as he sat up. It feels like forever since I felt so good. He took a deep breath in. Inhaling all of what happened in the previous minutes, the strum Octavia, Kai said aloud for him to hear and raised his hand, the palm facing towards the fireplace. Last time the spell hadn't worked, but this time he had an awakened mana heart. He felt the mana rush into his hand, powering up the simple spell structure he conjured and activating the spell to fire up the center of the fireplace. It only took more than a second. Aha! He looked at the logs of wood that burnt with fire. Kai's eyes glimpsed with happiness as he realized that he was no longer a non-mage. He could slowly develop his circles to become a magus again, but before that he had things to do. Standing up from where he was, he rubbed his hands in his tunic. The warmth of the room already got under his skin, making him feel cozy. The fireplace looked much alive, and Kai's inner emotions were just as similar. After taking a good look at the simple spell he casted, he was satisfied. He needed to let Clare know that she didn't need to guard the door anymore. With a confident stride, Kai walked out of the room. Creak, Kai stepped outside his door. Clare, as soon as he was about to tell her she could leave, he saw her. On the floor, she laid unconscious. Initially, he wondered if there was some sort of an attack again, but he soon understood what had happened. He sighed. Clare must have stayed too close to the door that he had accidentally pulled in her mana as well to awaken his core. The window of the library cast a dim sunlight over the neatly arranged shelves. The library wasn't extensive, but it had a few various subjects that Kai was interested in, history and geography. Both could help him get a better understanding about the city. Kai stood among the rows, his fingers tracing the titles of different books. His brow furrowed ever so slightly, being in depth of his thoughts. His mind continuously raged the questions about how he was going to deal with the massive debt that hung around their heads for the time being. It was going to be a pain. The thought itself made him want to run away and simply focus on attaining more power, but it didn't feel right. Moreover, the advantage of using his powers as a noble and a lord lingered in his mind. If he solved this one problem, he could use it to get more fundings for his projects. Fundings were always necessary for what he had in mind, and this was the easiest way to get it. Kai observed Clare's assistance from afar. She herself was in deep thought as she continued to pick a few books from the shelf. She turned to look at the back cover page in the front and then shifted it to the other stack she had built. He had ordered her to find a few history books, though now that he thought about it, he had no idea whether Clare was even literate. Shaking his head, he looked at her. Clare, Kai called her name. She quickly turned around with another book still in her hand. How are the people living in the city these days? She handed the book over to Kai and took time to think about his question. She paused but replied, "The cold bites everyone, my lord. In my neighborhood, one man succumbed to the harsh winter. Aside from that, the food is short during this time of the year. From what I've heard here and there, a lot of people are planning to migrate. Some even went already." Kai thought of what she said for a moment. The winter was the biggest problem for the people. It had always been for centuries. Even in his time, winter hadn't been particularly nice, especially with snow fiends and ice wyverns coming out from their slumber. Then why not use heat stones? Is it because they're a bit costly? I believe that a collective effort can afford larger ones that a whole street can use. People might find some relief. He let his thoughts out, but soon halted as he saw Clare's perplexed look. Her frown deepened as Kai stopped talking and she said, "I'm not familiar with heat stones. I haven't heard of them before. Do they alleviate colds?" Her weird look made Kai blink his eyes. Never heard about stones that emit warmth. People use it to stay warm, especially during winter. Clare's eyes fell back onto Kai. The look on her face stayed right where it was. She had no idea what that meant or how that was used. Kai was sure of it. "I have never heard of such a thing. People just endure the weather apart from fireplaces." Kai questioned back. He was too confused with what she was saying. Clare nodded, giving an unfortunate smile. It was then that he realized that the heat stones weren't invented yet. Even if they were, they weren't as widespread. As soon as Clare handed him a book that was on the bottom of the stack, Kai's attention went to the drawings that he could see from the cheap, oily papers. He dusted off the front page and opened the book. The yellowed pages were filled with lines and dots of where he lived. A map was drawn with markings of places. He was currently situated in the northern continent, which was the most prosperous continent. That hadn't changed in any era, though people have tried to explore the rest of the world, particularly places in the southern continent. From the corner of his eyes, he saw Clare's curious gaze lingering in between him and the maps. He brought his attention back to the map. On the parchment map that was on his hand, he saw the details, carefully drawn, showing the tapestry of Eldorania, the world as they knew it. Kai's finger lifted to trace the lines of the northern continent. The land was divided into fiefdoms and kingdoms. It was quite the sight to see. The patterns of dots changed from one area to another, marking territories in between. He slowly drew his finger towards the Lancefil kingdom. It was surrounded with a few other kingdoms that had their own share of areas, some big, and comparatively some were small. There were places that should be entirely underwater, but right now they were territories of rulers. Kai also noted a few barren lands and other places that had fallen to mana corruption, but in this era that hasn't happened yet. He turned his focus back to the Lancefil kingdom. The territories were a patchwork quilt of royal decrees and noble inheritances. It was filled with bare forests and waters, being a kingdom with tons of dungeons and an interesting diversity of monsters. Beginning the map with the corner of the Nexus Delta, where rivers converge, mirrored the canal system that Kai followed through. Azure Sanctum, born of veiled cascades, was a distant cousin to the Elder Lake that fed the ancestral stream. He looked at the details of the Whispering River. It was snaking through the Sylvan Enclave, supporting the Nexus Delta, and moving through the Azure Sanctum. The road looked like a lifeline mirroring the canal. It clearly guided the travelers through the landscapes. There were a few hills and forests one could meet if they followed the road. The villages, like those on the map, dotted the banks of the main river, facing the canopies and the wooden land housing where Kai lived. As he continued to analyze the boundaries of the Sylvan Enclave, the territory he was in, he couldn't help but draw a parallel to the Duke, pointing to the western edge where the land met the eastern forest. "Clare, where does the territory of Veralt end?" Kai questioned, showing her the map so she could point it out. Clare took a good look at the map. Her finger lingered over the city as she mumbled things to herself. In her head, she looked to be calculating the territories along with the dotted map. Slowly, her fingers went to the line of trees that were far away, tracing the area where the boundaries of the territory ended. Kai nodded and looked down. Just next to his territory, the Duke's one was situated. If he had to travel there, it would probably take over a week. The Duke must have had authority over the city for quite some time. With Arzen being the new baron of the territory, he knew that despite being connected with the Duke, he was not entirely under him. Still, the Duke had considerable influence over Veralt. Kai bore his eyes to the map further. He saw how the lands were connected to the distant mountains south of the Vasper Forest, which led to a stream that was flowing towards a salt lake to the east. It was right where the map ended. The territory was quite the sight with forest, lakes, and a lot of villagers sprinkled around. Thinking about something, he looked up at the maid. Clare, he called her out, who was now putting a few books back on the shelves. "Are you certain that you have never even heard of something similar to the heating stones I was asking about earlier?" He questioned. Clare halted. "They provide warmth during the cold season. Yes, they come in various shapes and sizes, but they're used to provide warmth. Keep one of them in the room and it will heat up." She frowned as she looked to be in deep thought. "I once heard about something similar in Lavonia Kingdom." Kai looked down at the map, pointing out the place. It was far west, with the two kingdoms having considerable distance between them. They've had things to keep them warm during harsh snow. It could be something similar to that. Heat stone like your lordship mentioned. Kai looked at her. "From whom did you hear it?" "A traveling merchant. But I'm not sure if any of those things match the description you explained. The only thing common was that they kept the people warm during cold nights. I heard the Lavonia Kingdom is cursed to be frozen always, so they apply all sorts of things to warm them up." "Though they were not stones, from what I remember," she said with an apologetic look. Kai nodded and fell into his thoughts. From Clare's words, it didn't seem like they had been invented yet. To him, it felt like they had always been a part of civilization, so he never thought about where they came from and who invented them. Maybe it had been a mage who had enough of the cold bothering him, so he had decided to enchant stones, or it could be something completely different. Either way, it felt like an opportunity for Kai. If they weren't really developed yet, then couldn't he be the one to do that? He might even be able to alleviate his citizens of the cold and maybe make some good profit on the side. After all, he needed money to pay back the debt, and a product like heat stones would appeal to everyone. Some nobles might even pay a hefty sum for it. The problem was whether he could develop them. Heat stones were common, but they weren't natural. They were a result of a lot of specific enchantments on stones that would make them heat up and warm the environment. At the first circle, Kai doubted he could do a lot of enchantments, especially when his knowledge of them was pretty basic. Maybe he would be able to develop one, but the quality of it won't be great. He also wouldn't be able to mass-produce them with its current mana pool. "I need to do some research first. If it's successful, I could at least pay off the debt." Deciding on developing heat stones, Kai took a deep breath. This was going to be his first project in this world. Kai balled up the third paper in his hand and threw it to the corner of the room. Looking down on the table, he had drawn a few pictures of heat stones and how they worked. The type of enchantments that were used in them were very intricate, with different types of seals involved. It was also a big problem for him. First of all, only a basic enchantment would take a sizable amount of mana. To top it off, Kai needed to overlap it with other enchantments in a way that the seals don't interfere with each other. That was a hectic job in itself. Seals were symbols used to enchant things, and Kai hadn't studied them a lot, but their meanings could easily change if they overlapped each other, and the effect could cease to be, or worse, it would give a completely different effect. He briefly recalled someone getting an enchanted flame sword from a third-rated enchanter, which had ended up exploding in his hands, parts of it cutting off his neck. Kai felt confused as he kept drawing seals he knew of, trying to recall everything from his classes on them. Sadly, it hadn't been a mage art he had gravitated towards. He didn't know the specific ones used to make heat stones, but he could make do with similar ones that he knew of, though mana was going to be tight. The mana absorption enchantment would take the most out of me. How am I even going to carve the ignition enchantment? Kai muttered with a frown. His options were severely limited. He could draw up one single complex enchantment and hope that it works, though he didn't even know where to begin with that. He drew up a figure of a smaller stone with enchantments on all sides of it, but even with his mana generation, the total mana pool just wasn't enough for him to make more than 2 of these heat stones. If he pushed himself, maybe 3. That was if he didn't make any mistakes and everything went as he wished. Just by the experience of his life, Kai knew his luck wasn't that good. He needed a way to either exponentially increase his mana pool or lower the enchantments on the heat stone while making the same effect. Both of these things felt impossible to do at the moment, and Kai scratched his head before sighing. He needed more time to think about it. He grabbed all his drawings and piled them up in an order. Keeping them aside on the table, he stood up. I will think about it later. He shook his head and walked out of his room. It had been quite some time since he wanted to take a look at the mana weaver. Rather than thinking about the heat stone, he would rather deal with it. As Kai took the stairs down, he was met with the same portraits and collections of weaponries. The maids and a few workers who were around bowed when they noticed him. He didn't stop and kept walking, trying to get an idea of the whole estate. Clare hadn't been around when he left the room, or it would have been easy. Now he was left alone, trying to find the way to the cells. He wandered here and there before his eyes landed on someone familiar. The guard who came to his room on the first day stood with his spear in the corridor. He seemed to be taking a break, looking relaxed as he gazed outside the window. Perfect. Kai smiled and took long strides towards him. The guard heard footsteps and looked to his right only to find Kai walking towards him. He straightened up immediately and said, "Lord Arzen." I walked to take a look at the mana weaver in the cells. Lead me there. Okay. They walked through the corridor and took a few turns. Kai did his best to remember the layout of the whole estate as they walked. He also noticed more and more guards as they walked. A lot of them seemed surprised seeing him in this part of the estate. They only stopped once they reached a metallic door. The bars were rusted, and it was a sharp contrast to the rest of the estate with wooden doors with carvings on them. As the guard opened the door, the dim light from the flash torched the stairs. It seemed like the cells were really like a castle dungeon. Did the weaver wake up? Kai asked as they took the steps down. It did wake up but screamed on top of its lungs until it went back to sleep. It was thrashing around and we had a scare, the guard said as he walked ahead of him. Kai nodded. That was expected since he had used a simple technique. When was the last time it made noise? Just a few hours back. But now it's restrained, barely moving. We thought it might actually break the cell for how vicious it was acting. The guard said, his voice shaking a bit. The stairs ended and they reached the ground. Kai saw no other guards standing there, probably because of the fear of corruption from the mana weaver. This way, the guard turned to the left as they both walked inside. The cells were very different from the rest of the castle. The uneven stones on the walls, the dust covering the ground, and the putrid smell coming from everywhere all made him want to get out of here as soon as possible. He saw empty cells all around, and it didn't seem like they kept the prisoners here. Maybe there was some other facility for them. Kai's senses heightened as the guard halted in front of a cell. Beyond the bars, he saw the weaver. He took a few steps to the front and saw how it was being kept. Both of its limbs were restrained, and there was a circular metallic chain that was attached to its neck. The mana weaver was asleep by the looks of it. "Let me inside, open this," Kai said commandingly. The guard frowned. His eyes were looking at him as if questioning if he was crazy. "Are you certain about that? Do it," Kai cut him off. The guard immediately walked forward to open the cell, but as soon as it was done, he backed off from the door. Kai walked inside. Seeing him walk in, the guard followed. Though he noticed the hesitation in his steps, making sure that the weaver was really asleep, Kai rugged on the chains, but nothing happened. To be safe, he formed a sleep spell structure on his hands and casted it. If there was any doubt, it ceased from his heart and he relaxed. Kai leaned forward and looked at how the corruption was spreading in the weaver's body. The corruption in its body had increased from before, and if Kai looked closer, he could see black lines on its neck and arms. Its face had also mutated more, looking more hideous than before, almost like an undead. Luckily, it wasn't at a level where Kai couldn't do anything. The man still held a semblance of humanity, and a lot of its flesh was human. It might take a while, but he would be able to heal it free from the corruption. He touched its hand and casted a purification spell. The area where he was holding it shone as his mana entered the weaver's body. Soon, Kai could see the lines in its neck decreasing slowly, though it wasn't without resistance. The corruption inside the body of the man tried to fight against him as he used his spell. It didn't allow the pure mana to eat it away, but Kai pushed more, using every bit of his mana before he managed to destroy a good amount of it. Taking puffs of breath, Kai sighed. It was a slow process, and he would have to purify it for over an hour daily for the corruption to end completely. What is happening? The guard's squeaky voice came rather loud, breaking Kai's focus. He looked back to see the guard's widened eyes and opened mouth. Kai even saw how the spear was almost out of his hand as the guard gaped at the light coming from the weaver's hand. I'm casting a spell on it, Kai responded quickly. Does that mean you're a mage, Lord Arzen? The guard questioned back. Kai simply replied, yes, I am. Kai ignored the guard and focused on purging the corruption from within the mana weaver. He sent waves of mana into the weaver's body. Parts of the man's body had fallen to the corruption and it had taken hold, so it resisted Kai's mana viscously, not letting him destroy it and even fought against it. Still, it wasn't strong enough to stop his mana. After coming to his era, Kai's mana had only gotten more pure because of the quality of the mana in the air here. Beads of sweat gathered on his forehead as he focused. To the guard, it might have looked like nothing, but Kai felt like he was in the middle of a battlefield, fighting the corruption with his mana. The mana weaver shook a few times during the purification, but it mostly stayed put, his sleep spell doing its work. If it had woken up, it would have surely attacked him. The whole thing went smoothly as Kai took deep breaths, consolidated his breathing, and kept on working. After an hour of it, Kai saw the black lines on his neck thinning. A few of them disappeared, and even a few of his fingers returned to their normal state. The black lines on his arms completely went away. It was a gradual process, but it was a positive response to his purification. The skin color of the weaver had gone completely pale, and it almost resembled a blood drinker. If Kai was right, it would take a week for the color to return to normal. The eyes had turned red alongside the face, morphing into rotten flesh. Those would take extra care from him, and he didn't have enough mana for it at the moment. He touched the weaver's neck and sent a last rush of mana inside its veins before sighing. Taking a last look at it, he stood up and dusted his hands off. Kai looked at the guard, who still looked a bit shocked at what he had seen. I will come here regularly every day to heal it. For now, just keep it fed and don't do anything. I might just be able to save it, Kai said and paused, taking a moment to think for himself. He took a glimpse at the mana weaver and looked back at the guard. I would prefer it if you don't go around using your mouth about me being a mage. Kai looked at him in the eyes, giving a "did you understand what I meant" look. The guard nodded immediately. For him, it didn't matter if people knew if he was a mage or not, but there would be questions once it got revealed. He preferred to reveal it himself to others rather than them finding out about it from rumors. Also, he was a bit wary of Actra. Kai hadn't seen him yet, but knowing that he might be connected to the ritual in Arzen's death, he couldn't help but be cautious of him. Moreover, being a mage might just help him get support from Killian and Francis. Both of them had considerable authority around here, but Kai doubted they trusted him. It was more like they endured him and didn't dare to speak against him due to his family. If he wanted to rule here, he needed retainers, and being a mage would certainly help with that. Lord Arzen, you said that you would come here to heal the mana weaver. Does that mean it could be saved? The guard's voice brought him back to the present, and he looked at him. Yes, I would be able to save it. The corruption hadn't spread so much that we would have to kill it. Saying so, Kai turned around to leave, but as he was doing so, his eyes noticed something sitting in front of the walls. A unique-looking stone. Is that a siphon stone? Kai questioned as he fixed his gaze on it. He briefly recalled Killian mentioning it before. The siphon stone was a green, crystallized stone with the ability to draw mana from the surroundings. Kai had seen their fair share of them before. It was kept far away from the mana weaver, and he assumed it was to absorb the mana from the air, so the weaver couldn't gather his energy back. It was a great tool for someone to be kept exhausted. Yes, it is, my lord. We are using it to absorb as much mana as possible from the weaver. We haven't expected such a situation, or we would have already constructed cuffs made from siphon stone, he said while glancing between the stone and Kai. Kai kept looking at the stone before slowly walking towards it. Picking it in his hand, the siphon stone tried to absorb his mana, but it wasn't able to. Kai's control on its mana was strong enough, unlike the weaver who had transformed recently. As he kept looking at the crystallized stone, Kai's mind started to spin. Almost as if leaves caught on fire, an idea ignited in his mind. Can't I use these stones to make up a heat stone? With their natural mana absorption, I only have to inscribe an ignition seal on them, though it's easier said than done. Kai thought in his mind and weighed the pros and cons before deciding on running a few tests. Looking back at the guard, he asked, "What is your name?" "It's Fair, my lord." "Fair, get a few of these siphon stones in my room as soon as possible." Inside his room, Kai looked down at the siphon stones that were glistening in front of him. He smiled at them as they could be the answer to his first and most important problem right now. As they were common and were easily found in the mountains, Kai was easily able to get a few of them to begin his experiments. From what he knew, the stones were useless other than their ability to absorb mana. It was also the reason common people didn't like them. There were a few tales of travelers touching them in the mountains and feeling powerless after the stones suck all their mana. Unlike him, commoners hardly have any ability to resist the pull of the stones. From what he recalled, they were mostly used in prisons, especially against mages, as normal cuffs won't work against them. There were quite a few people he had read about who had experimented on the stones, trying to power them up or use them for other reasons. Though no one had tried to make them a heat stone, he had only heard of them being used as mana batteries before. It was because they tended to blast if someone tried to use external mana to change their properties. Enchanting them was also not easy due to that. Only the best mages would be able to do that. Kai had a few reservations because of that, but he had no other plan. That's why he picked up one stone and slowly started enchanting it, keeping in mind to be delicate or else he might end up getting killed just a week after regressing. First of all, to limit the mana that the stones would absorb, Kai thought of a specific enchantment. He didn't want the energy to be drained from everyone surrounding the stone. The heat stone was supposed to provide heat, not suck all the energy. Slowly, he inscribed the seal on top of the stone, making sure that he wasn't putting too much pressure on it. It shook in his hand, but the mana stored in it didn't act strange. Slowly, Kai traced the seal on top of the stone, and once it was done, it took a sigh of relief. One thing is done. Next, he decided to use the ignition seal on the other side of the stone. That would make sure that the stone would turn all the mana inside of it to warm itself up and then the air around it. An ignition seal was harder to do, so Kai took more time in it. The patterns were complex, and despite being a basic version of the real seal he knew of, it would do the work. After each line, Kai kept a note on how it was behaving and continued. The stone absorbed his magic, almost like sponges soaking up water. It suddenly flickered a little, and Kai immediately put it down and walked a few steps away from it, preparing to cast a defensive spell. The next second, a noise came out. Crack. Kai looked on as the stone cracked and frowned. It hadn't exploded, but his efforts were ruined. He had to start from scratch again. For the rest of the day, Kai kept working on the stones, even eating his dinner in his room as he worked to enchant the stones. After going through a few of them, he realized that the stones were cracking because of the pressure from the inscriptions he was doing. He also made other mistakes, both big and small. Once, the stone even exploded because he messed up the ignition seal. He survived as he jumped out of the range of it, but he did attract the attention of Clare and one guard who was close by. In his defense, it was only because he tried to limit the level of warmth that the stones would give out. He didn't want them to burn someone's hands. It had to be at a specific temperature for them to be a hit among the common public. Like that, he kept working on the stone. Every try was him getting close to success, and slowly, he mastered the ignition seal and how to inscribe it perfectly. He took breaks to recover his mana and went back to it again. His whole night was spent like that, but Kai didn't regret any part of it as the morning arrived. Killian looked down at his plate. He cut the bread into pieces. With his fork, he grabbed the meat and put it on top. It was breakfast, and he regarded it as the most important meal of the day. Today was the same, and the food made by the cook was the same as every day, just how he liked it. Still, he sensed a gaze on him, and as he raised his head, he matched Francis's eyes on him. "Do you have something to say, Francis?" Killian asked, looking at him, his brows furrowed in curiosity. "Have you noticed Lord Arzen acting unusual lately?" Killian nodded, chewing thoughtfully. "Yeah, something's off. I heard he's been hoarding those siphon stones, doing God knows what in his room for the last 3 days. He only goes out to meet Mana Weaver. We're neck-deep in debt, and he's tinkering with a bunch of stones." He shook his head in disappointment. Francis put the bread he was eating down, a puzzled expression etched on his face. "I thought he was going to do something about the debt. Maybe send a letter to the Duke's household for them to help us, but he's just wasting time with stones." His voice was thickly laced with disappointment. Killian sighed and took a bite of the bread. "I don't get it. Maybe he's onto something, but we're in no position for experiments." He stopped talking as soon as he heard footsteps. Both of them turned their faces around to see someone familiar. Arzen walked in with a smile on his face. He looked between the two. "Good morning, Lord Arzen." Both of them said at the same time. Killian glanced at Francis and decided to ask about the siphon stones. "Lord Arzen, we heard you where I have something to show to you both." Before he could continue further, Arzen replied. His eyes glistened with accomplishment, and his upward smile showed that he was proud of what he had done. From the cloak he was wearing, he pulled out a stone and placed it on the table in front of them. It was glistening with a green shimmer, and they could see energy shifting inside. There were also strange patterns engraved onto them on all sides. "What are those patterns on the siphon stone?" Francis asked, looking up at Arzen. "Why are you showing us a siphon stone, Lord Arzen?" Killian also asked, his face scrunching up in confusion. "Place your hands on it." Arzen looked at the duo and said. His attention immediately shifted to Killian, urging him to touch the stone. Killian frowned but didn't dare to object. He slowly placed his hands on top of the stone. The cold surface of the stone made him wince as he felt it drawing his mana. Slowly, the shimmer in the stone increased as Killian tried to resist. He flinched as the energy continued to drain from his body. "Why are you trying to drain me early in the morning?" Killian asked and withdrew his hands immediately. Arzen shook his head. "Place them back, and tell me what you feel." Killian already knew what he would feel if he placed them back. "Lord Arzen, I still have the rest of the day left." "Just do so," Arzen insisted. Killian and Francis locked eyes and both wondered at the same time. He hadn't seen the Lord being so forceful before. Mostly he would just order and act aloof. Well, Killian obliged. This time when he kept his hands above the stones, he could feel a strange warmth emitting from the stone. The cold surface completely changed and it felt good. "What is that?" and how Killian questioned and looked up at Arzen, who smiled. "This is a heat stone, and this is how we will be paying back our debt. We are going to sell these." "Heat stones, this feels so warm. I never heard of something like that before," Francis asked, his eyes filled with curiosity as his gaze alternated between the stone and Kai. His hands were on top of the heat stone and he continued to feel the increment of temperature. "It feels good, right?" Kai said, smiling. It had taken a while, but he had finally managed to develop the heat stone. It wasn't to the level of a high-quality one he remembered, but it was still good enough for daily use. Just by the expression on Francis's face, he could tell that the heat stones had worked as expected. "It's as if the sun is in my hand in this weather, Lord Arzen." "This stone, where did you find it? Did you make it?" Francis asked, looking at the stone closely and holding it like it was some treasure. Killian also closely inspected the glinting stone. Withdrawing his eyes from it, he turned to look at Kai. "Is this what you were doing with the siphon stones, Lord Arzen?" he asked, looking at Kai with a strange expression. "Yes, I have been working on them for the past few days," he said, wondering how to explain it. "Well, what I basically did was take the siphon stone and then design its insides so that it would emit heat. It initially does what siphon stones are supposed to do, and then the mana it absorbs will be converted to heat, releasing it to the outside." He finished the explanation and took the stone in his hand. He hid the parts about him enchanting the stone as it would start another conversation he didn't want to have with the servants around. Fortunately, it looked like both Killian and Francis were impressed by the heat stone and the warmth coming from it. The latter looked to be contemplating something. His hand was on his chin as he stared at the heat stone. After a few seconds, he raised his head to look at Kai. "How many of these will your lordship be able to create within a day?" Francis asked and Kai immediately replied, "5 a day. It took me some time to figure out the particulars, but I believe in no time I will be able to create twice that within a day," Kai said, as he thought about how long things would take and calculated the amount of mana he had to put in. Since he had gotten the right seals to enchant the stones, he would be able to avoid any mishaps. "With the heavy winter this year, we can sell these for quite a good amount, and with that, we can pay back the debt." Francis and Killian both nodded at his words. Both their faces were filled with questions, but they seemed to agree with Kai's assessment of the heat stone. "How long do these last?" Killian inquired as he took the stone to his hand. "They'd last at least a year. Maybe a few weeks past that, but not more than that, so we can keep the production going and sell them every year." Francis nodded. "I have a certain amount of price for this, and if this works out, the debt will be gone in no time. In places like Calaria City in the capital, these would go at record prices. We could even auction them off. I'm pretty sure nobles would pay a good sum to alleviate the cold." "They would," Kai said. "Siphon stones aren't hard to get, so we would be able to make a decent profit off them." "Yes, we sure will," Francis said with a satisfied look on his face. "Lord Arzen, how did you even manage to develop something like this?" Killian's voice came out doubtfully. His stare at Kai was deep and stern. Or maybe it was how he usually looked at people. "The designs on this, they look like they were seals. I saw an enchanted sword once and they have similar-looking symbols on it." Francis immediately took note of the seals on the heat stone as he narrowed his eyes. "Seals? Do you mean the language?" of Francis started to speak, but stopped as he saw a guard walking towards them. "Pardon me, Lord Arzen, Knight Killian, and Administrator Francis. But there's an immediate situation that needs your attention," the guard said, bowing to Kai before looking straight at them. "What is it?" Kai asked immediately. "A merchant from the Tradeheart Merchant Company was creating a ruckus wanting to meet you. He was planning to walk to the diner himself, but we kept him in the room on the first floor. He's waiting for you there." Both Killian and Francis exchanged looks at each other and stood up. Neither of them was done with their breakfasts, but there were important matters to deal with. It hadn't been a week, but it seemed like the merchant had decided to give an early visit. "Let's go there immediately," Killian said and walked out of the hall. Kai and Francis both followed him without another word. "I was wondering when they would show up." Kai sighed as he followed. Francis had gone pale beside him, and even Killian didn't seem like his usual self. If he hadn't developed the heat stone, Kai might have been worried too, but with it in his hands, there was no reason to worry. They took the stairs to the first floor, and the guard showed them the room the merchant was sitting in. As soon as Kai entered the room, he was met with a bald man with average-looking features who gave him a half-hearted bow. He wore a red cloak to protect him from the wind, and below it, Kai could see a velvet tunic. All of his clothes looked to be made of fine material and intricate patterns. Either the man was one of the executives in the merchant company, or the company was just wealthy enough for even common merchants to be well off. Besides him, two men in leather armor stood, looking like hired warriors. Both of them had swords sheathed in their hilts and were as tall as Killian. Kai gestured to the merchant to take a seat on the sofa. The two bodyguards stood on each side of them, and both of his retainers did the same. "Lord Arzen, it's so good to see you after so long. How long has it been?" "6 months," the merchant asked, and Kai simply nodded, not wanting to get into past matters since he had no memory of it. "Why don't we start with the reason you are here?" he asked, and the merchant's expression strained. He soon smiled and began talking. "I'm pretty sure you know my reason for visiting." "It's to take the debt back," he said, giving a smile that reminded Kai of swindlers. "We've been patient, but the due date is long gone. You see, the Tradeheart Merchant Company values honesty and punctuality. I tried to discuss this with you before, Galvin, but we are in no position to pay that amount of money, and you said you would give us a week," Francis said, frowning. The merchant shook his head. "I am here early because of a reason, and does it even matter? The condition of the city isn't hidden from anyone in a few days here, and there wouldn't change that." Kai stood silent, listening intently. Killian simply glared at the man, and Francis looked to be lost for words. The bald man, Galvin, swept his gaze across them and took it as a consensus to keep going. He continued, "Since you have been asking for more time, I have an alternative way for you to pay rather than in coins. We have prepared an agreement for you to hand over a part of the farmlands and one of the mines to us. I know that there are pesky bandits around, but the Tradeheart Merchant Company could handle them. It would also bring more security to your land. If you will, I will show the agreement to you." As the words left his mouth, Kai wondered for a second how Arzen would have reacted to it. Maybe he would be angry and lash out. It was hard to say. Galvin kept his smiling moniker, but the words he spewed were enough to be considered more than rude. "Go on," Kai said, letting him continue. He noticed how visibly uncomfortable Francis seemed to be next to him. He was shifting from one leg to another and tapping on his elbow constantly. "Now hold on. You can't just ask for something like—" Kai lifted a hand, interrupting his train of words. "Let him finish." Galvin nodded to him and quickly took out a set of documents from under a bag. He passed it on to Kai. "We've ensured it's all perfectly legal and per the agreement. This isn't fair. We've been giving interest. You need to give us more time," Francis shouted out, glaring towards Galvin. "It's not about that, Francis. An agreement is an agreement, and the one Lord Arzen signed clearly states that he needs to pay the whole debt in 6 months. He failed to do so, so it's within our right and the law of the land." As Galvin continued talking, Kai calmly picked up the agreement and went through it. It wasn't big, and it seemed simple enough with all the right clauses. Tradeheart Merchant Company would get the right to the mine for 10 years and the farmlands indefinitely, and in return, the debt would be over. He was sure that they were planning to run the mine dry so that after 10 years, there would be nothing left. "Lord Arzen, you can take your time with it and sign it at your—" "No, I don't think I will," he said, interrupting Galvin. "I don't think you realize it, but your company is violating the Lancefil law." He finished his sentence calmly and looked at Galvin, who looked baffled. His words seemed to be stuck in his throat for a second. "What?" he asked. "Lord Arzen, this isn't the time for these sorts of things. I know you're playful, but this is a serious matter." "I'm serious, Galvin," Kai said. "I'm pretty sure a merchant such as you would be well versed in the kingdom's laws. But I don't see how we are violating it here. The agreement was by it." The confusion on his face was a sight to see. Even Killian and Francis looked the same, but they tried their best to keep their faces neutral. Kai put the agreement back on the table and smiled. "The agreement is under the laws. I agree with that. Then, there's just one thing you haven't given heed to, or you won't be here today." "What?" Silence filled the room for a few seconds as Kai thought back to the exact words he had read back in the library. Fortunately, among the history and geographical books, there was a book with the kingdom's laws written on it. According to the kingdom's law, nobles like me have a provision. We can ask for an additional 6 months without any interest to pay back any loan we take. You can read Section B, Clause A in the 848th Lancefil law that was first used in year 790, and it is still in practice. The confidence in Kai's voice was clear and loud as he spoke. Galvin's smile faded away, and he looked to be wondering if Kai had been lying or not. "Are you sure of it, Lord Arzen?" he asked, his voice breaking. "Yes, I read it. You can check it. I won't lie to you." He gave a similar smile to Galvin that he had plastered on his face before. Kai had looked for a law book after knowing about the debt, since nobles would often fall into the traps of merchants and even other nobles. So most of the time, kingdoms would have separate laws to give them one last chance. In Lancefil Kingdom, it had come into practice almost 100 years back when a count had almost lost everything to a merchant, and then the king of those times had helped him out by giving him additional time. Now, it has saved Kai. Galvin's face changed and he barely kept his smile. This goes against what we agreed upon, Lord Arzen. You can't just do that, he said and gritted his teeth. I'm just staying within my legal rights. I'm pretty sure you and Tradeheart Merchant Company take laws very seriously. Galvin didn't speak and just nodded. Kai could see his clenched hands beyond his cloak. The man always knew how to put a smile on his face, but was bad at hiding his anger. After 6 months, I would be happy to sign that agreement, he said, if it comes to that. Kai stood up, hoping to end the meeting. It was then that one of the towering bodyguards stepped forward. His face was scrunched up in frustration and anger. You can't back out now. Sign the agreement. Without even thinking further, the bodyguard started making his way towards Kai. He walked around the round table, but before he could do anything, Killian walked to the front of Kai. Kai's vision was blocked by Killian's large body. If you don't sign this, the bodyguard's loud voice filled the air as he started lunging himself forward. Kai swiftly cast a spell to make the ground slippery beneath the bodyguard, which caused him to lose his footing and stumble. It wasn't a flashy spell, so he doubted anyone saw it. What the? The bodyguard's confused voice came from the floor as he slipped. His huge body lost its balance, and he fell with a looking embarrassed. Killian glared at Galvin, then the bodyguard. If you want to conduct yourself as thugs, the Tradeheart Merchant Company would be thrown out of the territory, and I would personally kill you for attacking Lord Arzen, he said, holding a sword towards him. I apologize, Lord Arzen, Galvin quickly said. He has got quite the temper. This bastard doesn't know how to behave. With a frown, he looked at the bodyguard who lifted himself. I will excuse myself. For now, the kingdom's laws are something me and Tradeheart Merchant Company respect and do not plan to cross. I hope to see you again, Lord Arzen. His frown deepened, but he didn't dare stay any longer. Giving a death glare to his bodyguard, he left the room. The towering bodyguards followed the merchant outside. Once they were gone, Kai took a sigh of relief. Killian and Francis both took steps forward to walk closer to Kai. The latter's face was filled with a big question. How did your lordship know about that? Kai looked at Francis and responded, I found a book on the laws and went through it. I just wanted to find something that leverage us. I know the basic laws, but something like this was never taught to me, Francis muttered, looking ashamed of himself. You should take a look at a few books in the library. You might learn new things. Kai said and stretched his hands. I will, Lord Arzen. With this, we have 6 months to pay off the debt. I think we would be able to with the heat stones, he said with a big smile on his face. On the other hand, Killian seemed to be contemplating something. Looking at Kai, he hesitated before speaking again. Lord Arzen, I don't know if I saw it right, but did you cast a spell there? What? Francis stared at him. I felt a rush of mana behind me, he explained, looking at Kai who hadn't expected that. It seems like he can sense mana. Deciding to ask more questions about it later, Kai put his palm head and conjured up a small flame on top of it. There was no better moment to reveal it. Smiling, he glanced at the shocked gazes of both of them. Yes, I'm a mage. Galvin stormed out of the estate. His expression was a mix of frustration and resentment as he gritted his teeth. His footsteps echoed through the courtyard as he briskly walked away, leaving the estate behind. Once at a sufficient distance from the estate, the merchant turned to his imposing bodyguard, a bitter scowl etched across his face. This is just infuriating. I can't believe we had to leave that place without a signed agreement. Those nobles think they can just use their laws to bend everything in their favor, he said, shaking his head. And we aren't dealing with a normal noble. It's a duke's son here. No matter what, his one drop of blood is still more valuable than your head. From next time, if you do something like that, I will make sure you suffer for it. The bitterness was layered on every word he said. The bodyguard nodded, keeping his head low. He had just made a fool of himself and knew better than to talk back. Finally, Galvin dismissively waved his hand. Frowning, he gave one last look at the estate. Forget this. We'll play along for now, but after 6 months, when the extension is over, we'll get everything as initially planned. Just make sure you keep a close eye on the estate. Those fools won't know what hit them, especially that useless Arzen, he said while getting on his carriage. The bodyguard simply nodded as they followed behind. The snow was pouring heavily outside the window as a man stared at it. His gaunt eyes were filled with helplessness. He grabbed the hem of his tattered robe and tightened it around himself, trying to breathe even though his entire body was shivering. He tried to rub his earlobes to create fiction and warm them up, but his numb fingers gave up. As he breathed deeply, steam came out in the cold air. His jaws started clicking the teeth together involuntarily. I should have built a hearth last winter when I had the coin, he said, feeling like he would die from the cold. It hadn't been this harsh from the start. The months of Fresania were always jarring, but he had gotten used to it. This year, it had just broken all limits. He hadn't seen such a cold in the entirety of his life, and a few people in the street had already succumbed to it, even children. Unlike nobles and the wealthy, he didn't have the necessary means to survive the wrath of Fresania. If only I had my job, I would have been able to buy black wolf fur. That would have provided some relief. He frowned, thinking about it. He used to be a miner in one of the mines located outside the city. But after the mines ran dry and another one was captured by bandits, men like him were left unemployed, and most of them were barely going through winter. The The smart ones had already left for other places. The only reason he stayed behind was because a new lord had come to the city 6 months back. Unfortunately, he had done nothing for them. Cecilia, warm me some soup. The cold is worse today. I feel like a corpse already, he yelled towards the kitchen. Footsteps sounded out, and soon, Cecilia walked towards with moist eyes. Her brown hair was in a bun and she was wrapped up in 3 tattered garments, but she still seemed to be shivering. Her hands were just skin and bones, and in the last few months she had lost the shine in her eyes. There's no soup left, Gareth, she said, looking down at him. What, didn't I get some vegetables last week? Yes, they all ended. We have been saving them and eating only once a day, but they are still not enough. We barely have food left. In this cold, I don't know how we will survive. I will try to borrow some money, he said, sighing. For how long are we going to borrow money? It will run out sooner or later. A tear threatened to roll down her cheeks as she looked at him. Gareth wanted to say something. He knew he needed to say something, give her hope, but he didn't know any way to tackle the cold or get money. Like this, they were going, a knock on the door took his attention away. Cecilia blinked at the door. Who could be at this hour? Let me check. He stood up, walking up to the door, hoping it was not some beggar again, wanting some food and shelter. He didn't hate them, but they weren't in a position to live well. Who is it? Gareth opened the door and saw their neighbor standing with his arms wrapped around him. Tomas, what happened? Gareth, Lord Arzen is out in the street. The shivery voice squeaked with happiness. Like him, he was a miner who had lost his job. In the past few months, both of them had crossed paths many times, but he had always seen the man with slumped shoulders and hopelessness in his eyes, which was a stark contrast to his current demeanor. Gareth frowned and asked, Lord Arzen, what is he doing here? He hadn't shown his face since he walked into the city. He is passing a few things in the neighborhood. People are saying that it will help us with the cold. Everyone is going there to get their hands on it before he leaves. What, Tomas, I don't have time for lies. Gareth's disbelief-filled voice came out as he looked at his neighbor with accusing eyes. Come and see for yourself. Be quick. Hopefully the stuff won't end soon, Tomas said and turned around, taking long strides towards the public square. There could be no way that Lord Arzen is out in the streets. The man has no reason to be here after ignoring us for months. He shook his head and then turned around to look at his wife. I'm going out for a while. Is there any problem? She asked, looking concerned. No, the Lord is apparently out in the street. I'm going to see what's going on, he said. Don't open the door until I come back. Gareth grabbed the ragged coat that was hung beside the door and walked outside. A cold wind hit him in the back, his clothes not enough to protect him from the snow and wind. He slowly made his way through the snow-laden streets. Normally, people would stay inside their houses, warming up to survive through the day. But as he stepped outside, he saw more than half of the neighborhood scattered across the area. Most of them were whispering to each other. He perked up his ears to hear the conversation and noticed that all of them seemed to be moving towards the square. Gareth walked past a few people and reached to the front. After walking for a while, he saw a crowd gathered around a man. He had black hair and wore a robe that hid all his body. By the intricate patterns on the robe, Gareth could already tell who he was. Next to him, a woman stood looking like a maid and a few guards. A carriage was standing on the left and a few people stared at it. Gareth had never seen Lord Arzen before since the man had been a recluse, but he seemed like a typical noble. He also noticed something else. Stones were kept on top of a table. They were green crystals with symbols all around them. They shone under the snow and everyone kept looking at them. He slowly walked up to the back of the crowd, listening to whatever the noble was going to say. He also saw Tomas standing just right next to him. When the man saw him, he flashed him a smile. Gareth ignored him and focused on Lord Arzen. Hello everyone, thank you for gathering here. I would like to show you a heat stone. Lord Arzen voiced out as he held the heat stone in his hand, showing it to the people who surrounded him. This stone can keep you warm during the winter, and you can escape the wrath of Fresania. At his words, a commotion went through the crowd as questions and murmurs erupted. What? How much are those, Lord Arzen? They look expensive. They are shining. How can they do that? Are they magical objects? Gareth frowned as he stared at the heat stones. He had never heard of such stones before. Even the merchants whom he had talked to had never mentioned it. If such a thing existed, then why were they still suffering from the cold? He simply refused to believe the words of a noble. Lord Arzen stayed silent until the barrage of questions died down. These stones are expensive, but they are free for you all, he said as more than a few people gasped in the crowd. Yes, they are magical, but you don't have to worry about it. Simply form a line and grab them. Please only take one for each family. Lord Arzen motioned to his right, where people immediately queued. The guards made sure that no one behaved out of line. Gareth also stood at the back of it, looking at the line moving with suspicions. He wondered why they were distributed for free. The last time he had gotten free things was when the previous lord's son was born. He had only been a kid back then, and since then, the state of the city had just gotten worse and worse. Still, if there was some hope to escape the cold, he would take it. He already didn't have money for food, and if the weather didn't warm up, both he and his wife would be in their grave. He shuddered as the line moved. Please tell me how this would work, one man asked as he reached the top of the line. Now that Gareth was close to him, he could see that the man almost looked unblemished and well unlike any of them. Lord Arzen handed the man the stone and smiled. This stone absorbs the mana from the surroundings and it converts it to heat, he said. You simply have to place it in a room and then it will warm up the place. If you want to hasten the process, simply put your hand on top of it. Make sure to not touch it for more than a minute or you might feel a loss of energy. Thank you, Lord Arzen. The man said and left, heading towards his home with the stone. The line moved again and Gareth kept his eyes on the heat stones. Minutes passed by like that and he saw the stones becoming less and less. Finally, when only 3 of them were left, he found himself on top of the line. I hope they help you out with the wrath of Fresania, Lord Arzen said, handing the stone to him. Gareth kept staring at him, again wondering if it was all a hoax. A few words in his throat bubbled up and he wanted to ask him about the situation with the mines. Even before, a lot of miners had gone to the estate to talk to him, but he hadn't given them any time. Now he was in front, but his words never left his throat. Wrapping his hand around the stone, he said, "Thank you, my lord." He turned back, briefly noticing Tomas, who had also gotten a stone and seemed to be talking with a few other people. Gareth ignored him and made his way towards his house, keeping the stone in one of his pockets. With every step closer to his house, he felt it couldn't be true, but a part of him hoped it was. He didn't want to die in this cold, nor did he want to lose his wife. It was strange, but he felt warmth coming from the stone as he ran. He slowly got closer to his house and taking a breath, he knocked on the door. "Cecilia, open up." His wife opened up the door, the gust of wind making her shiver. He walked inside and sat down before taking out the heat stone from his pocket. "What is that?" She questioned curiously. "Time to find out," Gareth said swiftly and kept it in the corner of the room on the small wooden desk. He placed his hand on top of the stone and waited. Within a few seconds he felt a slight pull of energy draining him, but soon his hands felt warmer and warmer. His eyes widened and his mouth gaped. His hands started to shake. Just to make sure, he placed his other hand on the stone and it was still warm. He snapped his head towards his wife. She immediately walked up to him, wondering what was going on. "Come, it's warm. This is working. What a surprise. Ahaha." Gareth yelled in happiness and hugged his wife. "We are going to survive this winter." Kai looked at the people who were still around the public square. The heat stones had run out and they all looked disappointed with missing out on one. He didn't have a choice since he was only able to make dozens of them. Even if siphon stones were easily available, there were limits to his mana. Sitting in his carriage, he turned his head away from people and sighed. "Your lordship, why are you distributing these to the common people?" Clare asked, her brows furrowed. She was sitting in front of him and had been helping him distribute the stones. He had earlier shown how the heat stone worked to Clare, and she understood their value in this cold. "One reason is to help these people out. I heard how they are living from Francis," he said and paused before continuing. "Also, I don't have a reputation among the people. People have heard about me, but they never saw me. I'm known as a recluse, and that's not a good thing." "Why?" she asked. "Ignorance towards a lord is as good as the lord not existing for the people," he said. "So I'm trying to build my reputation among the commoners first. Apart from those 2 reasons, I wanted to hear how they liked it, or if there were any immediate effects that I should know about. I would be sending guards to inquire if the stones are working well later on." Clare nodded her head. He didn't know if she got what he was trying to do, but she seemed smart enough. Kai withdrew his gaze from her and turned to look outside. Soon, the carriage started to move from its halt. He took a moment to process the surroundings outside the city, which was simply filled with a blanket of snow. The roofs of the houses, their roads, and even farmlands were filled with it. One thing he noticed was that a lot of garbage was just thrown around without any supervision. Hardly a few people were on the streets in the morning, and it felt more like a ghost city to him. With turns on the carriage, he saw how some people were using different equipment to clear out the snow in front of their houses. A few others were trying to use hay to cover large holes in their roofs. He also saw a few children out in the snow, clothes barely covering them. A stream separated the town into 2 parts and the carriage took the bridge to reach the estate. The river was frozen due to the cold, and he doubted the ice would melt any time. Kai stared at it until it passed from his sight. "Are you going to distribute the stones again, Lord Arzen?" Clare broke the silence, looking curiously at him. "I believe the staff at the estate would be greatly alleviated from the cold by them." Understanding what she was implying, he smiled. "I will make a batch for them. Right now, I'm going to prepare enough to sell. If we delay it any further, the season might just pass." He had already talked in detail with Francis about it, and if things went as planned, they would be able to start the production of it soon. The estate got closer as they talked. He could see the gates from a distance. The road ahead was much clearer. The snow was cleared, and even the houses that were around seemed to be in a better state. Those were the guards' quarters. Since the training for the guards started early, most of them stayed on the grounds. Soon they passed the gates, and a few guards opened up the door to the carriage. He got out of the carriage and immediately decided to go to his room. As he walked, he could feel the exhaustion catching up to him. He had thought about it before, but this body was really not used to moving around much. He had simply gone to the streets to distribute heat stones, but just standing around for over an hour had him exhausted. He opened his room's door and sprawled on the bed. He cast a heal spell on himself and felt much better. Although the spell was for injuries, it would still help him recover his strength. I really need to start exercising. Kai thought back to his previous body. He had been quite athletic from the start, having lived on streets for most of his childhood, but once he had become a mage, he had relied more on spells to power himself up rather than focusing on working out. This time he wanted to change that. Maybe he could even learn a weapon. Every skill was worth it since he never knew what type of danger he might be in. Kai lay and stared at the ceiling. Deciding to focus on getting to the second circle, he raised himself and sat in a lotus position. He inhaled deeply and let the mana flow inside his lungs. The intentional mana intake soothed his nerves immediately. He exhaled and let out all the air. He inhaled once again, this time bringing in mana deeper enough to sour it through and towards the heart. He let the mana outside of him once again. His focus became stronger as he pulled mana back inside, this time, circling his mana heart. His mind zeroed in more intensely. The mana flowed in circles around his heart. He had only recently gotten to the first circle, so it would take time for him to advance. Kai also didn't want to mess up his basics by advancing too fast. There were also things like starting his training and finding his Elim knock. A knock on the door interrupted him and he opened his eyes. "Come in," Kai yelled and stood up. He thought of opening the door, but before he could, the door opened and Francis walked in. "Lord Arzen, I have got men to collect all the siphon stones from the market. They're cheap and not in demand, so it won't take much time to get them all. I have created a workshop that you can use to enchant them," Francis said as if he practiced it all before. He certainly looked the type of person to do so. "If you need anything else, please call me. I will make sure to get it to you as soon as possible." Kai noticed something immediately. Francis's hands were clenched to a ball in front of him, and even the way he talked had a big difference from before. He stood much straighter than before. Before, he used to treat him with respect, but now it almost seemed much more. "That is all well, but is everything okay with you?" Kai asked as he looked into Francis's eyes. The latter barely looked Kai in the eyes throughout the time he spoke. Francis blinked his eyes in confusion. "Yes, everything is fine. Then why are you standing like that? Your lordship, you're a mage. I'm just trying to follow proper conduct. That's all," Francis said and shrugged it off. He didn't seem to mind it, but Kai felt uncomfortable with such conduct. It seemed like it was the norm to treat mages equally as nobles. Someone like Kai, who was both a noble and a mage, seemed to have a higher standing. Come to think of it, mages around this time were like a rare horse breed, simply because common people were hardly allowed to be one. Most of the mages were from noble families or knight lineage. Aside from that, few of the commoners would luck out if they came across a mage that would take them as an apprentice. This had only changed in the golden era of magic. "There is no need for anything of sorts, Francis. I would prefer it if you talked like before," he said, sighing. "Did you manage to look for someone to handle the distributions? The time is thin in our hands." Kai quickly changed the subject. The city was still not economically well, and even though he could sell a good amount of heat stones here, it still wouldn't be enough. Therefore, they needed to look elsewhere so that they could sell all the heat stones for a hefty price. The more they sold, the quicker they could get over the debt that loomed over their heads. Francis nodded, his shoulders relaxing a bit. "I looked for a few merchants. They were all good at what they did. Some are better than others. And I found one that is exactly like the one you wanted." Malden, a spice merchant, walked through a long corridor dimly lit by torches while his eyes looked around. It was his first time here in the estate of Lord Arzen, and he couldn't help but feel uneasy. An imposing guard walked alongside him. He had introduced himself as Fairy. Malden's sharp, beady eyes glanced at him from time to time. "Why would Lord Arzen even want to see me?" he thought to himself as his eyes darted nervously. From the light that came from the torches, he could see his shadow in front of him. His wiry hair kept waving left and right as he continued to take steps ahead, and his fingers were quick to try and comb them neatly. He parted them to his sides from the middle and realized that it was the most tidy that his hair could get. Soon, his mind started spiraling with questions again. He remembered what he had heard of Arzen, a lord with a questionable reputation who hardly showed his face in public and seemed to spend time in his room. Only recently he had heard rumors of him stepping out of the estate. Other than that, there were only a few things. In the first place, a duke's son was as rare as they came. Although Arzen was one, he didn't seem to be well reputed or important enough. It was too small of a canvas for him to make any conclusions. Why would a lord, particularly one with a questionable reputation, invite a relatively small-scale merchant like himself? His spice trade, though successful in its own right, hardly gained the attention of a noble. When he had first gotten the invitation, he'd not even believed it. At least, until he had seen the official seal of the kingdom, which was used for such an invitation. He had accepted it due to his curiosity, and because he wanted to keep doing business in the city, but now that he was soon going to be in front of Arzen, he just felt uneasy. "I doubt he wants to buy spices." Malden walked down the corridor. The guard's long strides were almost hard to keep up. The questions in his mind began to increase as he realized the corridor was about to end. He needed more information if he was going to meet such a person. In his experience, nobles with almost no noise in the public sphere were either worthless or chaotic. He didn't want to take any chances. How long till we reach the room? Malden asked, striking a conversation with Fairy, who slowed and looked back. Just a bit longer. Lord Arzen is waiting for you, so you won't be held for too long. That's good. Lord Arzen seems to be a caring man. I wonder what he wants with a merchant like me. He looked up at him expectantly, hoping he would give him something, but he shook his head. I have no idea of that. You would have to see for yourself. Are you sure? Malden held out a coin and the guard stopped. He stared at it for over a second as Malden waited for him to take it. After all, money was never enough, but he started walking again. I told you I have no idea of it. Malden frowned. He hadn't expected a guard to have such loyalty. It also sprung up more questions in his mind. Lord Arzen will be waiting for you inside, Fairy said, stopping at a door and looking back at Malden. Malden simply nodded. The large, wooden door was in front of him. His fingers played nervously at the hem of his cloak as he thought of possible motives that Arzen might have wanted to meet him. Again, I just sell spices. What could I possibly have to offer? Malden thought to himself and let the guard knock on the door. When it opened, it revealed two men sitting beside each other, drinking tea. It was a large room which was probably used for casual meetings. There was one maid in the room. The wooden table in the middle was where the two men sat, both their attention on him. From one glance, Malden could tell who was the lord. Arzen was young with glossy black hair, and his features perfectly matched the descriptions he had heard. The man next to him was Francis. Malden had met him twice since he had become a merchant, and both of them were brief meetings, so he hardly knew what to expect. He simply walked inside. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Arzen, Malden said, showing the best smile he could manage. With years of experience, he had just gotten better at making a fake smile look as natural as possible. Arzen's eyes kept on him, and he had an inkling he was being judged. Malden, you are on time, Francis said, nodding at him. Have a seat. Malden obliged quickly. He sat and looked in between the two men. The maid swiftly poured him a cup of tea. I apologize that I wasn't able to bring in any gifts. The invitation was just too abrupt and I didn't know what to bring. My men would be bringing in batches of spices later on for the estate. There's no need for that. Arzen spoke for the first time. It's good enough that you were able to make it. Can I ask what the reason is for you calling me here? He asked, deciding to be straightforward. It was a strategy that had served him well since a lot of nobles didn't like spending their time with merchants. His curious eyes continued to look at the lord. I have a question to ask you, he said. What do you think about the city? Is it doing well? Malden barely stopped himself from frowning. Is it supposed to be a trick question? He immediately looked at Francis, but the man simply sipped his tea, barely looking at him. Is he a lord who lacks complimentary words? Malden looked at Arzen and grinned widely. The city is prosperous, Lord Arzen. The people are happier than they have been. He was cut short with the glare that Arzen threw at him. His smile immediately fell. He could sense that it was the wrong track to take. He wasn't called here to compliment the lord. There was something bigger going on. Malden sighed. He leaned back in his chair and shifted uncomfortably. His hands fell to his lap and his fingers tangled. He cleared his throat. Arzen's glare was still on his face. Well, my lord, if that's what you want, the territory is facing challenges. People are struggling for coins and food. The cold is the worst it has been in years. It's common news inside the city about debts to Tradeheart. He paused to take a good look at Arzen. His stare stayed the same, judging every word of his. It's no secret, my lord. Due to debts to Tradeheart Merchant Company, you're on the verge of losing your farmland and mines. Arzen's expression remained impassive, though a subtle nod indicated his understanding. He leaned back in his ornate chair and after a pause opened his mouth. Malden flinched hearing his next words. If you were in my place, Malden, what would you do in such a situation? His question rang in Malden's head. If the lord was looking for a solution from him, he was asking the wrong person. He knew how to run a business, but a city was a completely different matter. I wouldn't know how to rule a city, my lord. I'm a simple merchant. I would rather focus on selling me again. He was cut short by a glare. This time his eyes looked even more stern. Malden's mouth ran dry as he stared back. Malden, I insist on hearing your genuine thoughts. I'm aware of the situation around the city, so do tell me. Don't skirt around the issue. From the corner of his eyes, he saw the old man shifting in his seat. Well, you questioned why you are here. Here it is. Lord Arzen wanted to know and gather opinions on specific questions, so it'll be better if you cooperate with him. Malden turned to look at Arzen again. His words came in a stutter. My lord, it's not a simple matter. The situation is complex and there's no straightforward solution. Arzen shook his head. Complexity is no excuse for silence. I want your honest opinion. At the moment, he felt like Laxler was putting him into some sort of a trial. He had only been a god of light follower because his blessings were known to grant economic benefits. There was nothing about such challenges when he joined the church. Malden sighed. Well, my lord, the truth is, due to the debts to Tradeheart, there is nothing I'd be able to do if I were in your position, unless a sudden miracle happens. A large number of people are currently unemployed due to the mines being not active. Even if we manage to revive the mines again, the bandit issue still pertains. Getting the economy on track would take a very considerable amount of time and resources, a year at the very least. He looked at Francis this time, his eyes glinting with a hopeless stare. There is just no realistic way. What if there is a product that would sell extensively well, that even nobles and common people alike would want it if it reaches them? Arzen asked out of the blue. Malden looked at him strangely but nodded, agreeing. If something like that is there to sell, I'd say yes, it can help the economy by a leap. But again, realistically, it's impossible to make something like that. Lord Arzen, the truth is, it's nearly impossible to initiate any significant change. The focus here has always been on traditional means of wealth, finding mines, selling basic products, and providing weapons in wars and conflicts. There's a lack of innovation and mostly, it's handled by mages. You very well know how they are. Arzen stayed silent throughout his explanation, but as soon as he was done, he kept something on the table. Kai's eyes were on the man whose appearance resembled a rat. He had high cheekbones and a narrow face with a short height. It wasn't a striking face, but it would attract attention just because of how unique he looked. He saw how Malden's eyes bore into the glistening heat stone. He looked confused, checking them. This is a siphoned stone, my lord. What are you showing it to me? Moreover, how can we even earn through this, unless you are going to sell them as mana batteries to mages? A merchant I know tried that once, but it never worked out. They are too volatile. He lost an arm due to his idea, he said, shaking his head. This is a heat stone, he said, but Malden's eyes remained the same. He had no idea what it was. Put your hand over it for a while. I don't understand. Just do it. Malden glanced at Francis before putting his hand on the heat stone. Kai had a suspicion he was scared of the stone blasting off his hand. Seconds ticked by and soon he blinked his eyes, looking down at the stone. His eyes flickered with realization. It's giving off heat. Yes, that's why a heat stone. It takes your mana and gives off warmth. Though if you just put it into a room, it would take the ambient mana and won't drain you until you get too close to it. Malden removed his hand from the heat stone and picked it up, looking at the seals. He seemed to be lost for words before looking at Kai. Lord Arzen, this would solve a major problem. I have never seen something like this before. How many have you got? He asked, looking at Kai with a glint in his eyes, completely different than before. Kai leaned forward and looking at Malden, he said, I have a surplus. The manufacturing side is complicated, but we can manage more than a dozen a day. What we need is someone to sell them to different places in the kingdom. Understanding what he was saying, Malden's eyes lifted from the product. It seemed like he was contemplating something and barely holding himself back from jumping to the opportunity. Though Kai could almost feel his greed reeking from across him by the way Malden looked at him. The whole kingdom was covered in a blanket of snow, and something that gave more comfort than even fur was easily going to be a rage. Can I ask a few questions about these? He finally asked, go on, how long do these last? And these are made from siphoned stones. Are you sure there won't be any complications? Malden questioned immediately. They will last a year before they need to be changed. As for complications, no, we have not noticed anything yet. We have distributed a few of these to the public and heard no complaints, he said confidently. So you do have a price in mind? Malden stared at him. Yes, we do, but it depends on where the product is going to be sold, Francis replied this time, entering the conversation. For common people, we are going to offer reasonable prices that a family could afford, and for nobles, it will be more. We will make bigger ones for them. Think of 2 gold coins for a heat stone. For nobles, we will do 5 gold coins. I see. Malden rubbed his chin while thinking to himself. It was clear that wheels turned inside his head as his gaze fixated on the heat stone. Lord Arzen, I would love to work with you and distribute the product to the whole kingdom, if you wish, he said in the sweetest voice Kai had heard till now. I was thinking in between the lines of 60-40. The 60% will go to you, of course. Kai huffed. The man was clearly trying to get a better deal than he deserved. You're not responsible for making the heat stones, Malden, nor for the materials to make it. You're just going to distribute them. Do ask for a fair share in this. Malden shook his head. Distributing is the biggest factor, I believe. Like you said, this product needs to reach every corner in the kingdom, and I have good connections inside the big cities to sell these easily, and for a price much higher than what you have in mind, he said and looked at Francis. How about 70-30? I can only reduce my share by that. This time, Francis scoffed. That's way higher than we expected. We cannot go for that. It is not reasonable. Kai nodded while agreeing with Francis. You have been doing well in the city, Malden. I've heard about your spices and how well you do the distribution. But in a cutthroat business like yours, you need something big to become a top merchant. You simply are nowhere to be that. But with this product, your fate might change. Malden nodded slightly and looked down at the heat stone. Kai took the opportunity and gave his final opinion. I appreciate your role, but again I'm implying you won't be manufacturing these and you won't be responsible for the raw materials. Your task is distribution. I'll give you 20% and that's final. But my lord, Malden hesitantly started by saying but was soon cut off. No more negotiations. Take it or leave it. Kai's stern look fell on him. The merchant fell silent. Kai knew he was closer to agreeing to a 20% share. He wouldn't have gone for someone like Malden otherwise. My lord, the risks involved in distribution are significant. I should be adequately compensated for. He didn't seem to give up on his idea of gaining more. At this time, Kai frowned and Malden flinched. He shook his head, disagreeing clearly. I won't go beyond 20%. My lord, this is an opportunity for both of us. I should have a more significant share. At least, I think. Kai saw how his nose scrunched up in frustration. I understand your concerns, but my terms are non-negotiable. Take a moment to think it over, he said and leaned back. This is a very fair deal, Malden. I hope you're smart enough to realize the terms on your end and how fair they're to you. Kai calmly said. Malden visibly looked like he was contemplating the biggest decision of his life. His hands clenched and he sipped on the tea. It had already gone cold, but he didn't seem to notice. Very well, my lord. We have a deal of 80-20. Finally, he spoke, looking up at Kai. All right, you made a wise decision. I will send you a batch of them very soon. You can talk further details with Francis, Kai said with a smile and nodded at Francis. Now that they've gotten a distributor, things could move fast. Malden passed the guards who stayed outside the room with their spears in their hands. He couldn't help the smile that crept to his face. They in return looked at him weirdly, but it didn't matter to Malden. 80-20. I have a jackpot on my hand, and to think I almost lost it due to greed. The man played all the tricks right from the start. His valuation of Arzen drastically changed in his mind. He was no worthless, discarded noble. Opposite to that, he seemed to be someone who knew what he wanted and wasn't one to budge. He had no idea how he had gotten the heat stone, but if the partnership continued, he would know of it sooner or later. From the start, Malden had only been called because he fit into a position where he wasn't a big merchant but had all the networks of one. So he was naturally inclined to not negotiate further in case he lost the product. He didn't know what to think of it, but if the heat stone worked as expected, the Tradeheart Merchant Company would certainly regret burning the bridges with Arzen. Kai woke up as the numbness in his hand grew beneath him. His posture had been rather odd throughout the night. He sat straight on his bed and looked outside the window. From the gap he could see brightness creeping in. It was time to wake up. He stretched his hands and circled his wrists to ease out the nerves. The pain continued to move through his muscles. Kai sighed and inhaled deeply. Within a second he cast a spell. In no time he felt his arm heal and get back to normal. Getting out of the bed, he headed towards the bathroom. It's been a while since he had woken up in the body of Arzen, and he had gotten used to how things were. The whole estate would be up and running early in the morning and after breakfast. He would read some book in the library with Clare looking around whatever she found. She knew how to read a few words, but reading a whole book was not easy for her, so she would mostly look at drawings in certain books. It seems like basic education hasn't progressed yet beyond church school, and there it was more about gods and basic history than learning how to read. Obviously, it was different with nobles, but Kai wanted to change this as soon as possible for the commoners too. He had learnt a lot due to Clare, and she was more than happy to tell him about the city and how people lived. An excuse of growing up in noble seclusion was enough for her to not question things. Arzen was anyway a loner, so it wasn't a lie. After he was done with that, he would immediately focus on making heat stones throughout the afternoon. The process of making a heat stone included a lot of mental exhaustion, but at this point, it was almost like a workout to Kai since he was able to train his enchanting skill. It wasn't a magical art he had leaned towards, but now that he was using it in daily life, he felt like his understanding of seals was just getting better. He also worked on his circle throughout the day, and although it was progressing at a slower rate since he was trying to build a solid base, he was happy with what he had gotten till now. It was only possible because his retainers were doing their roles well. He felt at ease knowing Francis took care of all the administration work related to the city, and even though he wanted to help the people, he had to wait. Until he got over the debt, there was hardly anything that he could do to help the people. One more thing holding his focus was the mystery of Arzen's death. What was he trying to do with the ritual? What was the original purpose of it? Was his death a conspiracy, or he had simply done things wrong? Those questions would often pop up in his mind throughout the day. He had tried finding more about the ritual in the library and his room, but there was nothing. The patterns and symbols used in it were unknown to him, and he was going nowhere with them. If Arzen had actually killed himself for the ritual, then he must be confident that it would work, but there was nothing to validate that. The only person who might have a clue was Actra. He had been in his quarters for weeks. From what he had heard from Francis, it was due to some research that kept him busy. He used to be close to Arzen and even knew why he had taken on the debt, so if there was a soul-sacrificing ritual, he would surely know of it and might even be a part of it. Kai had tried meeting him but had no luck. A part of him wanted to interrogate him, but again, if he was a conspirator in Arzen's death, then he needed to be careful. If his strength was anywhere around the third circle or even the peak of the second circle, he wouldn't be able to counter him. For now, he focused on his other problems. Aside from the debt, there was the situation with the Mana Weaver. He needed to make regular visits to remove the corruption, therefore he used his evening to do so. Fortunately, the weaver seemed to be making decent progress. The corruption seemed to haven't taken place in his body deeply, so it was a tad bit easy to exterminate it. There were also no signs of corruption that showed up in its family members, so at least that was a positive. The last thing he needed was more mana weavers in his territory. Kai walked through the corridors, being used to them now. He gave a brief nod to Fair, the same guard who accompanied him for the past few days. Their usual conversation started with Mana Weaver's condition. "How is he after yesterday?" he asked as they walked. Fair had been tasked to keep track on the Weaver's progress. He had been a big help to Kai, and his fear towards the Weaver had also gone down considerably after noticing the effects of the healing. The guard's eyes flickered as he replied, "He's in a much better condition now, Lord Arzen. He's even eating food without making any noises. I noticed that his hands are much less shaky now, and even without the siphoned stone, he has been behaving." Kai nodded with a smile. It seemed like it wouldn't take long for its human side to surface again. If Kai wasn't at the first circle, he would have already used a spell to recover the mind of the Weaver, but in his current state, a spell like that was risky. He had to let the Weaver come out of the corruption on its own. The only external help he could do was to destroy the corruption with his own mana. "Open this," Kai said, and Fair quickly opened the gate to the dungeon prison. They walked inside to meet the Mana Weaver as usual. As he saw the Weaver, Kai noticed the changes in his body. It sat on the ground with chains binding its arms and legs. Compared to the first time he had seen him, the corruption had gone down by a lot and he looked a lot less pale. The black lines in his arms and neck had thinned considerably, leaving scars behind. It looked up at Kai and he saw its pupils. Previously, its eyes were blackened, but now it looked much more human. Even the mutation on his face was lessening with the flesh coming back up and the claws turning back to fingers again. Kai sat on the floor and looked at the mutant guard. Taking a deep breath in, he extended his hand and grabbed its hand. Unlike before, the Weaver didn't try to be aggressive and simply stared at Kai. It had got tamer with each session, and with the corruption lessening, the human part of the Weaver seemed to have recognized Kai as a helper rather than an enemy. It had only made his job easier. He exhaled and sent a wave of mana through him to the Mana Weaver. Kai could feel the mana going inside the veins with less struggle than before. The battleground beneath the skin of the Mana Weaver was much calmer. It allowed him to push a considerable amount of mana through its veins. The corruption tried to eat away at the mana, but it was weak and Kai was able to destroy whatever was left in his arms. If he was right, its hands would return to normal in 2 days. He inhaled deeply once again, and his hand went up to touch its neck. It was the final rush of mana Kai would be using for the day. Within seconds, he sent a surge of mana inside. Normally, it was harder to destroy the corruption in this area, but he had gotten used to the Weaver's body and was able to exterminate a chunk of the corruption. The Weaver shook a bit as he continued, but it was just an effect of his mana entering its body. Once that was done, his hands fell to his sides as he stood up, giving one last look to the Weaver who kept looking up at him before turning around. Water, water." A gravelly voice came from behind. Kai's eyes widened as he realized where it had come from. He quickly turned around. "Get some water. Quick." He heard Fairay's footsteps running to get water. Kai sat down where he was and took another look at the Mana Weaver. Its eyes looked at Kai pleadingly. A shine that was missing before seemed to have returned as he got back his speech. Faray was quick to return with a pot of water as Kai removed the metallic chains. The Weaver chugged down the water with a fervor. It dripped from the sides of its mouth, but it didn't care. It drank like someone who was kept parched for days. Kai scooted forward and kept his hand on the left side of its chest. He didn't say anything, but continued to heal more of the corruption within its body. Kai sent waves and waves of mana inside its body. He physically felt how its body reacted to the mana. It absorbed as much as pure mana possible, and the corruption continued to fade away. He grabbed its wrist and noticed that its heartbeat was returning to normal. Mana Weaver's heartbeat was much faster than humans, and its getting back to normal was a good sign. He sent another wave of mana, aiming at his heart, but realized that his mana pool was almost empty. He frowned, but there was not much he could do. He looked up at the Weaver who had almost finished the water. "How are you feeling now?" "I feel better." As the mostly healed guard managed to voice out, Kai noticed its broken tongue. It would take a few hours to get better as the man gets used to speaking again. "That's good. You should be healed within a few days. It won't take long," Kai said. "Thank you so much. I am sorry for the tea troubles I see caused." The half-healed guard looked at Kai and then looked at Fair. Kai simply nodded. "It's okay. You're healing now, that's what matters. My family, are they alive?" It suddenly asked, looking agitated. It almost seemed like it would get up and start looking for its family. Once someone turned into a Weaver, their family would be killed alongside them. It was how things worked in this era, so the horror in its eyes was understandable. "They're alive, don't worry. We kept them inside the cell for some time to check if the corruption spread, but they haven't been affected. They're now back to their home, Kai said, assuring in a confident tone. The guard visibly relaxed at that, and Kai took a deep breath. His healing had finally worked, and from the way the guard behaved, it seemed like his memory was intact. He didn't want to deal with someone who had gotten amnesia due to turning into a mono weaver. Kai had seen a few cases like that in his previous life. "What is your name?" Kai asked. He couldn't remember anyone mentioning what its name was. They all continued to call it mono weaver and monster, but now that the man was returning to normal, he wanted to ask a few questions. "Paman, I'm P. Paman. Paman, what do you remember last before turning into a mono weaver?" He asked. His eyes bore into the guard. The latter's eyes squinted as it struggled to answer straight away. After a few seconds, it replied, "I didn't realize what was happening. I remember for a week I was angry. I kept getting angrier and angrier, lashed out at family, then I lost consciousness. I felt trapped in my own body," he mumbled the last part. With time, his stutters seemed to be reducing. It took over me. I remember seeing blood, but it was too hazy." Paman briefly looked at Fairy and lowered its head in shame. His expression matched with what Kai was expecting, and he nodded. "Did you come in contact with any corruption?" He asked the question that he really wanted to know. The guard fell into a deep thought. His frown remained on the ground as the silence took over. Soon he replied, "I don't know. I don't remember if I did." "Okay, do you remember if you felt sick after visiting any place in the past few months?" A wave of realization passed through its eyes as it looked at Kai and nodded. "Tell me everything about it," he said, and the guard began to recount. "I was in the Vasper forest. I had gone to my village and went to get some wood since I was there for a few days. The winter was harsh. But I was distracted by a thornbuck." It looked at Fairy and Kai. "It looked small enough to subdue and seemed perfect to hunt, so I went deeper into the forest chasing it." Kai remembered the Vasper forest connected to the eastern side of the territory. It was a wide forest filled with monsters and small animals. A lot of people would venture there to get wood to burn. "It ran deeper and I missed my shot, so I gave up. It was getting darker and I didn't want to stay in the forest for long. And then once I returned, my body was feverish. For 3 days I was in bed. After that I was okay. I came back to the city and went to practice as usual and did my duties, but always felt strange, like I was still sick." Vasper forest. From his words, Kai deduced that the root of the corruption must be somewhere in the forest. Nothing else would explain Paman getting corrupted out of nowhere. After the questioning, he stood up and turned to look at Fairy. "Get him a room in the estate," he ordered. "But he's not fully healed yet," Fairy said, his eyes going to Paman's face. Parts of it still resembled an undead. "The man is not a weaver anymore. He'll fully heal in the next few days, as I said. Get him a room. Don't keep him in the cell anymore." Kai was much clearer this time. The guard simply nodded. Kai focused on his breath and absorbed the ambient mana from the air. Moving it around in circles, he felt a sense of serenity. Since he had gotten the taste of building up his circles in his previous life, he had gotten obsessed with it. He knew not every mage liked it, as it was tedious and time-consuming. Tons of mages preferred playing around with the spells and learning new things, but for Kai, building up the circles simply meant a larger pool of mana to draw from. He liked the feeling of getting stronger and knock, knock, knock. He looked at the door and frowned, not happy with the distraction. "Come in," Kai said aloud, exhaling after taking a deep breath. The door opened up, revealing Killian. He seemed to be coming back after training, as sweat was on his forehead. He walked in and gave a bow. "Lord Arzen, am I disturbing you?" Killian asked, his curiosity-filled eyes staring at him. Kai shook his head. "Not really. You're here to ask about the Mono Weaver, right?" He asked back. He would have already been informed about the Weaver healing from the corruption by now. Kai had been expecting either him or Francis to find him to talk about it, since the matter had been hanging above their heads for weeks. "Yes, I heard that the Weaver started speaking again. Fairy informed me about it and said that you healed it," he said. Kai nodded. "Yes, it took time, but I was able to destroy the corruption from the Weaver's body. He's now a human again," he said, and changed it to he in his mind. The man wasn't a monster anymore. The process is a bit complicated to explain, but simply as it was a newly transformed mutant, I was able to help him revert to a human. Killian's eyes widened and he sat down on a chair next to his bed. "I never knew something like that was possible. Where did you learn that?" he asked, his eyes shining. "I always wanted to be a mage, and I've learnt a lot of theory," Kai continued to say, feeling guilty about lying, but he couldn't simply say that it was the normal thing to do in his previous life. "But recently I found a way to awaken my core, so everything I learnt before I was able to utilize it." Killian nodded. "I knew that you had a few complications with it." It felt like he was going to ask more about it, so Kai decided to change the subject. "Well, there's one more thing I wanted to talk to you about," he said. "We have to head to the forest." Killian looked back in confusion. "Vasper Forest?" "Yes. Why?" he asked. "I talked to the Mono Weaver today. His name is Paman. I wanted to know where he got corrupted, and he said that he went to the forest, and once he returned, he got sick for 3 days. I know for a fact that that's how he got the corruption. Have you been to the Vasper Forest?" Killian nodded at the question. I went to the Vasper Forest for a few hunts. It's big and dangerous, but right now, most of the dangerous monsters won't be there. They'd all be in the dungeon due to the cold. Kai frowned. Dungeon? He briefly recalled the forest having a dungeon, but it slipped his mind in between everything. He stood up and walked towards his bookshelf. Grabbing the book he brought from the library that had all the maps belonging to the kingdom, he placed it on the table. He pushed it to the side so Killian could see. His eyes squinted as he pointed at the location where Vasper Forest was. Is there a village surrounding the forest? I think Pommon belongs to one too. Yes, it's there. Killian pointed out a location in the corner of the forest. We should head around there, Kai said and looked at the location. Why? What do you mean by Pommon getting corrupted in the forest? Killian questioned, noticing Kai's stern gaze on the map. It seems like mana fiends are in the territory. There's no other explanation as to why he got corrupted. If we don't stop them, the whole territory might be in ruins. Kai's serious voice filled the room. They can corrupt everything. How so? Killian asked, his face scrunched up in a frown. Kai had told him about the mana fiends and how he suspected that they were the root cause of corruption spreading in the forest. After all, it won't come out of nowhere. Everything has a reason, and the mana fiends were often responsible for corruption. The corruption can only happen when there's an area of dead mana around, and mana fiends are basically corrupted beasts that use dead mana. He paused, seeing that Killian seemed a bit confused. Think of it like this. Mages use mana from their surroundings. Common people also use mana even if they can't do any spells. These fiends simply use mana that has lost its properties and has toxic energy in it. That's why we call it dead mana. Killian nodded this time. He seemed to be dealing with some thoughts as he looked down at the map. I have not come across these fiends before, but they seem similar to the weavers. They are, Kai said. They both are similar creatures. Although weavers are naturally agile and dangerous, they can also process dead mana. Common people know of them because they often appear in cities. Fiends are much more dangerous, mostly monsters who have been transformed and live in deeper parts of a forest. Wherever they would appear, the area would start to corrupt, becoming a dead mana zone. He looked down at the map again, his fingers hovering over the Vasper Forest. Pommon probably came in contact with the dead mana there and got affected. Kai said he did his best to explain how the corruption worked since Killian seemed to have no idea of the terms. Going by how he wanted to kill the weaver at first glance, Kai had expected it. But can't it be that this was simply a demon's curse? I've heard and even witnessed some of those. We had to call bishops from the church to help. Killian's gaze stumbled upon Kai. Kai shook his head immediately. I talked to the family before they were released. Pommon used to go to the church, and a god's domain is naturally protected, so a curse would have been noticed by the clerics there. And demonic powers have a certain mana signature. This is certainly not that. He's not a demon's servant. Not to mention, if Pommon was cursed, my healing wouldn't have helped him at all. Only a bishop would be able to help. Though in most cases, a demonic curse means trading your soul, so most bishops would probably execute, he said as a matter of fact. Killian continued to nod, taking the information in. The knowledge of corruption and dead mana was not widespread among common people here. It obviously was there in certain areas where mana fiends were more likely to be seen, but here, it seems like they had largely lived in peace, barring a few monster attacks and bandits. Dead mana and the effect it had on people only started to spread and harm the world during the golden era of magic. During that time, wars had created several dead mana zones, leading to the rise of mana fiends. Those beasts have grazed countless towns and cities to their graves since their power had increased by bounds. It was a whole other part of history that was yet to come. Killian, are there any more cases of corruption, or people disappearing after going to the Vasper Forest recently? Kai asked. If Pommon's corruption came from the forest, it was highly likely that there could be more people who were affected. Some people might even not know that they are being corrupted before they turn into weavers and other inhumans. Mana fiends also had habits of capturing people to slowly affect them and make them a part of their community. Killian looked away for a second to think if he had heard any. I don't think there were any cases related to corruption or disappearances, but I will check up on that immediately, my lord. I would have to take a look at the records and ask my subordinates. Kai nodded. Let me know if there are. Keep an eye on the people who go to the forest frequently. And gathered details from the villages around the forest, he said. If mana fiends were in the forest, it was his duty to kill them. Killian or the others might have not seen their might, but Kai had fought countless battles against them and lost his close friends to them. He had an oath to make sure the world didn't fall in their grasp again. Yes, I will. Killian gave a brief nod. I will make arrangements for us to go to the forest. It wouldn't take long, but I need to make sure that we have everything with us before we go down to explore. We can't come back halfway, he said, his eyes stern. For a second, Kai felt like he was actually excited to go on a quest. Yes, okay, when can we leave? Kai questioned. Before they would leave, Kai knew he had to strengthen his mana heart. He doubted he would be able to advance to the second circle, but he could try to grow more and learn a few things about his new body. Give me a week. I will let you know soon, Lord Arzen. Killian's determined voice came out rather promisingly. Kai nodded in return. The courtyard was busy with activity as Kai stood outside with Francis and a few other guards. In front of them, there was a carriage laden with crates of heat stones inside. From the outside, Kai could still feel the warmth permeated by them. They were all the heat stones Kai had managed to make in the past week or so. The carriage stood tall and robust, its wooden frame intricately carved with swirling patterns reminiscent of ancient runes, similar to the symbols that were on Arzen's bedroom hearth. It seemed like a tradition of the wealthy and noble to carve such symbols, one that hadn't carried on in the future. In front of the carriage, Malden's focus was on his men. He gave them a few orders to be careful with the heat stones before moving to stand near Francis and Kai, wanting to make conversation. His greedy eyes looked back and forth between the crates. "My lord, this batch is good enough to sell for a considerable amount in different places. I would be traveling to every big city and it wouldn't take me long to sell these," Malden said, looking at Kai with a smile on his face. His smile was so big that even a court jester's grin would pale in comparison. Kai simply nodded, thinking that no matter what eras, merchants had stayed the same. He had dealt with similar kinds in his previous life. "I believe you will do the work just fine," Malden, Francis said, and continued to look at more crates being loaded onto the carriage. Malden nodded, that I will. He turned around and walked towards the guards. "We've got a good batch here, lads. These heat stones will fetch us a tidy sum in the city. Make sure you don't break them while carrying them." "They are crystals in the end," Malden said, eyeing the crates with satisfaction. For his excitement, he continued to say the same thing over and over to the guards, gaining more attention. The guards nodded in agreement, looking a bit lost for words at his overenthusiasm. They were accompanying him for security, both for himself and the heat stones. Kai knew he couldn't be too trusting with a merchant, so he had told Killian to prepare a few guards for the journey. It was additional assurance for him. Malden didn't object to it, since the more guards, the better for him. With bandits roaming around and even monster attacks, one could never have enough security. As Malden was trying to make conversation with the guards, Kai felt good thinking of all the work he had done. It hadn't been easy since he hardly was an enchanter, but it had worked out well in the end. With the amount of heat stones they had, they could easily provide warmth for 2 villages in total. The loading continued further. The guards moved with ease with the crates, keeping one on top of the other, not wanting to do any harm to the heat stones. Malden walked back towards Kai and Francis. "Are you going to Rivenshore first?" Francis asked, looking over to him. "Yes, I've already had discussions with traders in the city of Rivenshore, and you know, it has a sizable population hit hard by the cold," he replied. "It's a city under the influence of the noble house Viridian, and I know them quite well. With their backing, I'm certain we'll sell all the heat stones in no time." He continued, a sly gleam in his eye, "And that's not all. I've reserved a few special batches for the other lower nobles in Rivenshore. They always appreciate the finer things, and these heat stones will make quite an impression." The twinkle in his eye was clearly not unnoticeable. Kai nodded his head in approval. "Keep us updated. Send letters every week, Malden. We need to know how things progress. Oh, and don't try to do anything crafty. I have put a mark on you. I will know where you will be at all moments. A mark, my lord, one to track you. You do know I'm a mage, Malden," he lied, patting Malden's shoulders as he paled. It was an act to ensure the proper safety of his stones, since he couldn't trust him wholly. He had already revealed himself to Malden as a mage, so the merchant was more respectful than usual. "I will make sure there are no complaints," he said, and moved to stand a few steps away. As soon as the conversation ended, he couldn't help but notice that the only way of communication was to send and receive letters. He recalled there had been a technology to get messages fast that was famous for a small period of time, but with wars it had gotten lost. It resulted in the world moving back to letters by merchants. Sometimes, trained beasts also flew across cities to deliver things, but these methods seemed too inefficient to Kai. With a quick thought, he promised himself that he would develop a better method, this time once he became a magus again. Malden gave a confident nod as the loading ended. The guards got on a carriage behind the ones with the crates, and Malden bid goodbye to Kai and Francis before making his exit. As the carriage rumbled away, Kai heard Francis sigh. "What is it?" he questioned as he saw Francis had his eyebrows knitted. For some reason, he looked nervous. His hands were in front of him and he was fidgeting. Francis voiced his concern. "Well, Lord Arzen, if I may," Kai nodded. He couldn't help the feeling that Francis was still walking on eggshells around him. He had barely said anything throughout the time they had been standing together. "What is it, Francis?" he asked again. "Heat stones are too valuable to be guarded by just a few guards. If someone knows the worth of those crates, they can easily take the guards down and keep it to their own benefit. We wouldn't be able to do anything after they are muggled. Why isn't Knight Killian going with them? Isn't it always better to be safe than sorry?" His concerns came in a rush as he looked at him. "It's all right, Francis. Nothing like that would happen. The guards are well trained, and Malden knows what he is doing. Killian needs to go somewhere with me, therefore. He can't guard the heat stones." Francis raised an eyebrow. "Where does Killian need to go?" Right when Kai was about to answer his question, quick steps rang out from behind. Both Kai and Francis turned around to see Killian with his brows furrowed in a tight knit, his gaze intense. He looked at Kai. "You were right, Lord Arzen. There had been a few disappearances in some villages, and from what I gathered, all of them seemed to be around the forest. Why hasn't anyone done anything about it? Won't the villages have their own guards protecting them?" He partially had an idea why they hadn't tried doing anything, but he wanted to know clearly what was the reason behind it. Killian shook his head. "It's the cold season. Many try to hunt monsters for their pelts and fur, and some end up getting killed. Plus, even guards don't want to venture deep into the forest in this cold. It's a mess." Kai thought about the situation, taking a few seconds. He looked between Killian and Francis. The latter interjected, "What is going on, Lord Arzen?" Kai responded thoughtfully, "Well, Francis, Killian is going on an expedition with me. There seem to be dangerous monsters known as mana fiends in the Vasper forest, and if we don't do anything, they will try to corrupt everyone in the territory." An expedition. Francis's nose scrunched up in disapproval. Kai could feel how he felt by his immediate reaction. Francis looked between both Kai and Killian, questioning what was going on. "Yes, Francis, we will head over to the Vasper forest as soon as we're ready. Lord Arzen suspects mana fiends are there, and I want to take a look at it too," Killian said and looked at him. Francis shook his head. "Lord Arzen, I don't think you should head on an expedition. You have never been on one and I don't know what mana fiends are, but if they are really dangerous, why not send an envoy of guards to take a look? It's not wise to risk your life when things are finally looking up for the territory. If we don't go, the whole territory might be in danger. Mana fiends grow at a rapid pace, so whatever time we save, it would benefit us," he said, and noticed Francis opening his mouth to argue again. "I don't want any more questions or arguments about it. I will be heading on the expedition with Killian." His unyielding voice filled the air as he ended the conversation with Francis and looked up at Killian. "Killian, get the best men we have and leave just enough to protect the city. Explain about mana fiends to everyone and tell them that it will be dangerous, so they mentally prepare themselves. Take 3 days to get everything prepared. I will be in my room if needed," he said and looked between the two men. "Yes, Lord Arzen," both said in unison, and there were no arguments this time. One good thing about being a noble was the authority it gave. Kai could understand why so many nobles were so arrogant. There would be no one to go against their command, so they would obviously get an air of superiority. He was not like them and was only in a hurry because of the nature of the mana fiends. Kai turned around and excused himself. From the corner of his eyes, he saw how Killian was explaining everything to Francis. For a moment he felt bad for him since from his understanding of him, the old man didn't wish bad on him even after the original Arzen had wasted so much time and not cared about the territory. He probably didn't want something in the way when things were looking up for them with the heat stones. If he knew the mana fiends and corruption, he would himself give priority to it. Kai sighed on his way. He wondered if he should work on giving education on corruption, mana fiends, and other basic things to everyone once he came back from the expedition as he started walking towards his room, though that was for later. For now, he had to focus on the expedition. If more people had disappeared, then it was very likely that they were dealing with at least a dozen fiends. Kai didn't know how strong they would be, but he needed to prepare as much as he could. He reached his room, and closing the door, he walked towards the front of the bed. He sat on the floor and brought his legs closer, crossing them and straightening his back. Kai first focused on his breath, inhaling and exhaling the pure mana in the air. The rest of the room fell into a peaceful silence as he consciously started pushing the mana to run in circles around his mana heart. Strengthening his mana circle included making the mana heart absorb as much ambient mana as possible until it was ready to advance. Normally, that required a lot of practice for a first circle mage. It was hard for them to absorb mana, and most of them would slip out with only parts of it being absorbed. It was different for Kai, who could absorb the ambient mana as easily as breathing, though he preferred to go in a meditative state to do it. For the next few hours, he kept doing the same thing, taking all the ambient mana from the air when suddenly, he remembered the last incident before he regressed. The Minotaur's appearance played in his head as if it happened just yesterday. It was too strong and Kai was barely holding on to his strength. Being a magus and a fifth circle mage had its own perks, but he was fighting with a fraction of his strength since all the surrounding mana was corrupted. He was the last magus alive, and now he had come back to the past, hoping to change the world from the path of destruction it had headed on. Still, he had never thought he would deal with a mana fiend so early. He sighed. The memory of his last days sent shivers down his spine. The mana fiends here couldn't be that powerful. With men and his spells, he should be able to deal with them. Kai opened his eyes. He extended his hand, palm faced upwards. He thought of the spell structure in his mind and developed it, letting his fingertips light a small ball of fire. A smile danced on his lips. Arzen seemed to be compatible enough with the element of fire. Mostly every mage would have an array of spells, ranging from wards to explosive spells. They also attempted to have mastery over the elements, mostly starting from one element of their choice which they had an affinity with. Even when he was Kai, his main element to use in battle was fire. He was good at controlling it and using it in a variety of ways to control the tide of battle. This is just perfect, Kai thought. Arzen seemed to hold the same affinity. He didn't know what other affinities he might have since most mages would have anywhere from 2 to 3, but he would find out. The fire at his fingertips danced to their own rhythm. They moved left and right at Kai's command. He knew he wouldn't be able to cast stronger spells easily due to the mana cost, but he was content with the current pace. He shifted the ball of fire from one hand to his other hand, feeling the strong sense of magic that surged within his body. It felt much better than having an unawakened mana heart. Suddenly, his stomach rumbled, making a noise. He looked up outside the window and saw that it was already midnight. It seemed like a servant might have come to ask him for dinner, but since Kai hadn't responded, he hadn't bothered. He withdrew his hands to his sides, calming the fire down, and stood up to walk outside. The torches were still lit up. He took the stairs and decided to see what was left in the kitchen. A midnight snack would be enough for his stomach. From a few steps away, he could see half of the kitchen area. It was an enclosed space, but was enough for 20 workers to work without stumbling upon each other. The flickering light of torches scattered throughout the hall. In the middle of the room, there was a large rough-hewn wooden table for food preparation. On one side of the room, which Kai could easily see, a large hearth dominated. Kai took a few steps closer to the doorframe, but halted in his footsteps as he heard voices. They were shushed enough to not be heard when he walked through the staircase, but they were loud enough to hear through the wall that separated them. He silently took another step forward and perked up his ears. And the heat stones were just glistening from afar. Did you notice the crate? A woman's excited voice came through. Oh yes, I believe I took a peek while they were passing through. Is it true that Lord Arzen makes all of them by himself? Another woman said. Yes, he does, a third voice said, and this time Kai recognized it. It was the voice of Clare. A part of him wanted to listen more to what seemed like maid gossip, but it also seemed rude, so he stepped forward, revealing himself. A maid who had her hands on Clare's shoulder as she talked paled, noticing him, and nearly fell. All of them stood up. Their eyes were wide and filled with shock. I got hungry, so I came down to eat something, Kai said, and looked in between the ladies. Some of their mouths were still wide open. Lord Arzen, please have a seat at the diner. I will get you something immediately, a red-haired maid said, and walked to get him something. Kai shook his head immediately. No, it's all right. His eyes roamed around to find anything that could be a quick meal to fill his stomach. He searched around, and they landed on herbs that were lying on the corner of the vegetable crate. He recognized what they were. I'm just going to make a soup from these verdura herbs, Kai said, and grabbed a bunch from the crate. You are going to cook, Lord Arzen? One maid asked, not believing his words. Yes, he said, and looked towards Clare. Clare, can you help me with the vegetables? He asked, and she immediately nodded, still a bit shocked seeing him in the kitchen. The rest of the maids stayed where they were, unable to process what was happening in front of their eyes. From how they looked at Kai, he knew that they were not comfortable with him being in the kitchen or preparing something on his own. Clare stepped forward and grabbed a few vegetables. The collection of knives beneath the wooden table was quite the sight. She grabbed one and immediately started cutting the fresh vegetables. Kai grabbed a pot full of water from the corner of the table and started washing the herbs carefully. What are you making, Lord Arzen? Clare's voice came out loud as her curiosity-filled gaze fell upon him. A verdura soup, he simply said, and continued to boil some water. From the look on Clare's face, he realized that she had no idea about a soup that could be made from these herbs. Verdura herbs were common, but they were used more for seasoning rather than making soup. They needed to be used profusely but carefully, as the aroma and the taste were much stronger than using normal herbs. In a way, it was similar to using rosemary, but verdura had its own benefits. The recipe he was making right now was one his master had taught him. Here are the vegetables. Clare placed them within his reach and walked back to the other maids. Within 10 minutes, the water was boiling, and Kai added a pinch of salt. After that, he continued to add a few more ingredients so the vegetables could soak the taste of them. He continued adding the vegetables to the boiling pot, and last, he added the herbs. The robust aroma immediately filled the air when he did. He could sense all the pairs of eyes on him as he continued to ladle the soup. As he continued to do that, he heard shuffles and bowls from behind. The maids were preparing his bowl to eat. Get a bowl each for yourself, too. I made a lot. Kai smiled. Lord Arzen, that's not required. Clare and the others waved their hands in denial. Just do it. Can't let the soup go to waste. They didn't say anything else and put out bowls. As soon as the soup was ready, he turned around. The maids looked at each other. Their eyes were talking to each other even though their mouths were sealed shut. The red-haired maid shook her head immediately. The soup is for you, my lord. Please let us serve it to you. We are not even hungry tea to share the soup. The rest of the maids only nodded, agreeing with her. I insist. Clare, take your bowl and come here, Kai said and looked at Clare. He knew she wouldn't say no or reject his goodwill. She grabbed a bowl that was on the side and walked forward to where he was. "Bring bowls for others, too," Kai said while grabbing the bowl from her hand and serving the soup with the ladle in his hand. Clare soon kept a bunch of bowls in front of him. Kai grabbed one after another and started serving them. The maids, who were profusely confused at what was happening, simply walked forward and took the soups in their hands. They glanced at each other, and it didn't seem like they were going to taste it. "Just drink it," he said, and they nodded. As soon as Clare took a sip from the soup, her eyes widened. She licked her lips and continued to take more tastes from the bowl. The rest of the maids had a similar reaction. This is well made." One of the maids said as she wiped her mouth from the back of her hand. "Lord Arzen, would you be able to give us the recipe? We can always make this for dinner." Kai nodded, sure. He finally grabbed his bowl of soup and took a sip himself. The soup was really quite good. The guards were standing in front of the estate's gate with their spears in their hands. Clad in their armors, some seemed to be excited, but others looked nervous as they stood. Kai watched them from the back. His eyes looked at them, but they didn't seem to notice him. He raked through the guards to see Paman. Among the 20 people that were lined up, Paman was talking to another guard. The guard's expression was of a scowl as Paman lowered his head before walking away. He seemed to be apologizing, and Kai didn't have to guess to know why. If he could, he wouldn't have included him in the expedition. His face looked normal, and although he was a bit paler than most, he would be okay in a week or two. The only reason Kai had included him was because he needed directions to know where exactly he had ventured to find the location of the corruption. Ferry, too, was standing in his uniform. He had volunteered himself to go on the expedition, and Killian had approved, telling Kai that he was good at handling a spear. As he stood in the courtyard, a voice called out to him. Turning back, he saw Killian. "Lord Arzen, the men are ready to move. All of them are armed, and we have additional supplies in the carriage." "I believe we will be able to come back in a week," he said, looking over to the horses and carriage. "That's all well." Killian Kai was about to say something when he heard something and stopped. A masculine voice came from behind. "Knight Killian." Both Kai and Killian turned back, only to see a man in robes coming out of the entrance. "Mage Actra," Killian said, and Kai widened his eyes. Actra walked forward, revealing himself to both Kai and Killian. This was the first time Kai had seen the man, and he looked much older than what he had expected. His eyes were framed with a network of fine lines, wrinkled with ages of experience. He was dressed in a long robe, which had different symbols stitched to it. They seemed to resemble either a noble house or an organization. His guess was on the latter, since it wasn't the emblem of the Duke household he had seen in his room. He had white hair and a long, white beard that went past his chin. The most striking thing about him was his green eyes. His fingers, filled with rings, came in contact with his beard as he scratched it with one hand. Kai could bet that all of those rings were enchanted or at least valuable in monetary value. It was hard to say. One thing he knew was that Actra was strong. He secretly checked the amount of mana in his mana heart and guessed that he was at least at the peak of the third circle or the beginning of the fourth. He needed to tread carefully here, as Actra was his biggest threat, simply because, unlike the rest of his retainers, the man screamed shady. "Good morning, Mage Actra," Kai greeted and looked at him. Actra looked up. His eyes raked down Kai's figure, taking a good look at him. Kai calmly stayed still. "Good evening. I have been in my room for too long. You look much healthier now, Arzen," he said, and looked at Killian. "I heard that there's an expedition to the forest. I believe it's true?" He asked, turning to take a glance at the guards and horses. Then his eyes fixated on Kai. Besides him, Killian seemed to be lost for words, seeing how intensely both Kai and Actra were looking at each other. "Yes, there is something that needs to be taken care of," Kai replied. Actra's green eyes seemed to reveal everything and nothing at the same time as he stared. "Are you going too, Arzen?" "Yes. If I'm not wrong, it seems to be the truth that you have awakened as a mage," Actra said, his eyes shining. "Oh yes. I have. Did you hear about it? I heard that you're busy with some research of your own." Kai retaliated with another question. Actra withdrew his eyes from Kai. "I'm in the middle of it, and things reach my ears quite often. I couldn't believe it until I saw you. Your organs seem to be working fine now." Kai smiled. Of course, things reached his ears. It's either that a maid or guard had told him, or Actra kept a close eye on Arzen. A higher possibility was the latter among the two, but Kai shrugged it off. Thinking that it was a chance, he stepped forward and whispered, "Yes, it is all thanks to the ritual." His eyes bore into Actra to see at least a flicker of emotions, and for a second he felt like there was something in his eyes, but it was quickly shielded away. "I'm glad to be of help," he said, and looked at him with a smile. That at least confirmed that he had something to do with the ritual, but what? Was it something that worked, or was it a hoax to kill Arzen? There was no answer to that for now. He couldn't just ask, as it might give away his identity. Arzen's suddenly awakening as a mage would be enough for him to suspect something, especially if he was involved in his death. He needed to tread carefully here. Actra didn't seem like he was going to tell him more about the ritual. "I will surely get to the bottom of it, Actra." Kai thought and decided to play another move. "Well, Mage Actra, if you don't mind, why don't you come with us to the expedition?" It will be a big help if a mage of your caliber would be around, he asked. The closer he kept him, the better he would be able to gauge his strength and motives. Actra immediately shook his head, and his long hair waved left and right when he did that. I still have to work on my research, and that needs my complete attention. This just doesn't seem like a big expedition that needs my powers, especially with Killian here to assist you. He nodded at Kai and continued. I'd rather let you take all the glory. Kai nodded. It's all right. He had expected it. The old man really didn't like to leave his room. He wondered what kind of research he was doing, but he could pry into it later. I only came out because I heard Arzen was going out, he said. I also wanted to know for sure if the rumors about your awakening are true. Your father would be happy to hear that. Kai nodded once again, wincing slightly at the mention of his father. If he could, he wanted to avoid Arzen's family as long as he could. Lord Arzen, we need to get going. Killian's voice came, distracting Kai and Actra from their stares. Mage Actra, I will see you around. Killian gave a respectful nod to the mage and walked away. I need to go now, Kai said with a smile. Actra nodded and walked back towards the estate, not bothering to look behind. Two guards brought a horse and halted it right in front of Kai. With ease, he got onto the horse. Horse riding had been basic training by his master, and even Arzen had been taught the skill because it had been a part of a noble basic education. Though with a different body, he could feel the difference when he got onto the horse. His weight was not helping, but he managed to sit on top of the horse. Everyone ready. Killian's voice came loud. A few guards were on top of their horses, and some were in the carriage with the weapons. The carriage was in the back, and Killian and Kai were leading all of them. Yes, the guards said in unison. Killian looked at Kai and waited. He was asking for permission to begin the voyage. Kai nodded back. The gates of the courtyard opened with a loud screech. The horses in the front began to gallop. They started to move slowly in the formation. Soon they crossed the bridge and found themselves on the main road. Kai's attention was taken by the people who walked out of their homes to look at what was happening. The loud noises of the horses must have made them walk out. Some had their mouths wide open as they looked around. Kai saw a woman showing the guards to her kid. The kids were amazed. Probably this was the first time the guards had gone on a voyage like this in quite some time. Kai looked around as they continued to gallop even faster after reaching the middle of the city. The aim was to get to the forest as soon as possible, and from there they had to tread carefully. Kai and the rest of the guards went through the frosty, mud-covered roads. They had come far from the city and were now making their way to the Hagman's Keep. It was the village that Paman belonged to and was half a day away from the city of Veralt. The cold air hit his nostrils. He looked around. He could see the fields of harvests, which were now covered in snow. From here, they needed to take a pathway through a small hill which would trail down to the villages. Kai's grip on the horse tightened as they moved up a hill. He signaled the horse from his leg to move forward. The horse obliged and galloped forward, passing a few guards who had started walking ahead. How far is it? Kai came next to Paman and asked. A few more miles, Lord Arzen, Paman said. He coughed as the coldness hit his face. As he did so, the lines on his face stretched, showing signs of recovery from the mutation. We need to take a trail down from a crossroad, and then, if we are lucky, we will be there in 2 hours. More often than not, a tree would fall on the road, and the road can be tricky since it's a dirt one, but we will only know once we get there. Kai nodded. Okay, go on ahead and help Killian with the directions. A few guards who were just ahead of them turned to look at Kai. Their expressions were weird, and some even frowned at him. One of them hesitated a bit before opening his mouth. Lord Arzen, let me lead the way. I'm from Hagman's Keep too. That man is a cursed creature that would surely try to do something hideous. We shouldn't trust him. His face turned into a scowl as he looked at Paman, who lowered his head, not defending himself. Kai frowned, feeling like an internal conflict was going to occur sooner or later. Paman will be leading the way. If you want to go against my order, you are free to do so, he said, glaring at the guard who went pale. I apologize for my words, Lord Arzen. He lowered his head. Is there anyone else who wants to object? Kai asked, and no one among them nodded. No one was crazy enough to go against his orders, especially when the word about him being a mage had spread. They moved on ahead, and Kai stood in the back as Killian and Paman led the way. They passed several areas, and he kept a close eye on everything, taking in the trees and plants that grew in his territory. He recognized a few that might help out in his research and a few others that were toxic. In his past life, one of the magical arts he had taken was alchemy, and thanks to that, he had good knowledge of plants, at least the ones he would often use in his potions. After a few hours, they reached the crossroad that led to a trail down to the village. They decided to take a short break, and Kai stretched his body, getting off the horse. Looking around, he saw guards sitting around in groups and talking. Killian seemed to be talking to Fairy about something, and to his left, Paman sat alone. Deciding to talk to him, he walked towards him. How are you keeping up? He asked, and Paman looked up, surprised to see him. I'm well, my lord. After you healed me, I have been getting back to my former self. I can't be more about the other guards. He cut him off. How are you keeping up with them? They aren't treating you well. Paman looked to be deliberating whether to talk about it or not before opening his mouth. Honestly, it's been tough. I have lost trust with them and am still looked upon as a weaver. I don't think it's going to get better anytime soon, he said, sighing. I don't blame them. I don't know what happened when I turned into that mono weaver, but I know I lashed out at them. I tried to apologize to everyone, but they have not accepted it. You can win their trust back. I know you are not a weaver anymore, but these people would take time to warm up to you again. At that, Paman raised his heap. How can I win their trust back? By doing your job well. Be competent in it and show them that you aren't a weaver. They would have to trust their back with you in the expedition, whether they like it or not. A battle is a place where even two people who hate each other turn into friends. You can do it too. Paman nodded and thanked him. Kai had no idea if he understood what he meant to say. In the first place, he had very basic experience leading people. He had always been more of a loner in his previous life, at least until he had started going into old ruins, so this wasn't as natural to him as being a mage was. The small break soon ended and they started moving forward. The trail down was smoother than what he had expected. As they reached the end of it, it turned into a path, which was way narrower than the trail and led to the main road going towards the village. It only allowed one horse at a time, and Paman went first, followed by the others. As they entered the road, they were met with big trees. Some were dead in the coldness and the rest were barely hanging. The road seemed to have been cleared out by people who used it. They moved fast one at a time, and finally the narrow road came to an end. Kai could already see the village from afar, but suddenly he squinted as he noticed something. Thickly laced smoke rose in the air, and it seemed to be coming straight from the village. It was burning. Everyone moved quickly. Killian yelled loudly. Loud yellings and cries became more and more apparent as they got closer to Hagman's keep. Kai used a spell for better vision as he got closer. Hawk eyes, he muttered under his breath and formed a spell structure around his eyes. It wasn't a complicated one. In the next second, his eyes shone. He wanted to preserve mana, but he needed to have a better look at the situation. Through his improved eyes, he saw diminutive creatures running towards the burning gates of the village. Barely 2 to 4 feet tall, the hunched creatures were making animalistic sounds as they rushed on to attack the wooden walls. Their shrill and guttural sounds pierced the air, louder than the cries of the villages. Kai immediately frowned. Goblins are attacking the village. Prepare for battle. Actra entered his room, which was filled with all sorts of things. Covering a side of the room was a bookshelf. It was filled with several books related to magic, powers, the history of mages, spells, and different forbidden ritual practices. In one corner of the room, a crystal ball radiated energy, and he walked up to it and touched it before sitting on an adjacent desk. Finally, alone, he frowned and closed his eyes, thinking about the conversation he just had with Arzen, and felt a headache brewing. Finally, he stood up and walked towards the closed windows. They were fogged with mist. He wiped the window and stared down. Arzen was making his way on top of a horse, looking determined. It was a completely different aura than what he was used to. Had he gotten confidence after awakening as a mage? Maybe. His thoughts ran awry as he focused on them. Various possibilities ran through his mind, but none of them seemed to explain what had happened. He finally shook his head and went back to the desk. Grabbing the quill and the paper, he started to write a letter. To the esteemed council, I trust this letter finds you in good health and unwavering resolve. Regrettably, I find myself compelled to bring to your attention a matter of utmost urgency and consequence. Kai's eyes were immediately drawn to how gruesome the goblins were. Their ears were pointed upwards in attention, and their green skin was dirty. They wore rags and had small weapons in their hands, from short swords to clubs. He could also see a few with bows in the back. One goblin yelled, revealing its sharp, pointy teeth, and shot a flaming arrow towards the gate. The rest of them followed its motion as more flaming arrows hit the village gate and wooden palisade, burning through them. As they moved closer, Killian and other guards were also able to see the goblins. There were over 24 of them attacking the main gateway of Hagman's keep. In response, arrows and rocks were aimed at the goblins by the villagers on the walls, but their aim was shaky, barely hitting 2 goblins. Kai doubted they had experience in battles. The wooden palisade would have kept out the occasional wolves and other monsters, but even the village guards were never prepared for a full-on battle. The less said about ordinary villagers, the better. This was strange and different. Another goblin aimed the fired-up arrow in the air. It hit a villager straight in the neck as he fell from the walls. People gasped around him as the goblins stabbed his body before shifting their focus to the other guards. A few of the villagers jumped out, trying to take the goblins head-on with swords and spears, but they were nothing in front of the hunched monsters. They were too swift for the villagers, and soon, a few of them were dead or mutilated. Looking at that, the others ran left and right, trying to get away from the goblins. All in all, the battle seemed fairly one-sided. Despite having the terrain advantage, the villagers looked scared, while the goblins attacked with fervor as they yelled in whatever language they spoke. The coldness didn't help anyone either. It only made the guards and the people weak. On the other hand, goblins seemed unaffected by the weather. "Lord Arzen, we should go help them," a guard said from the sides. They were currently standing at a far distance with a perfect view of the ongoing battle. Kai shook his head. "No, wait." He moved forward, squinting his eyes. The smoke from the flames hit his face due to the winds and he coughed before steadying himself. Looking at the village, his eyes searched for something. He saw corpses of humans, a few who looked like simple villagers, but he didn't let it get to him as he walked to the side, trying to peek into the other side of the village. Finally, he saw what he was looking for. He turned around and waved his hand. The guards led by Killian immediately walked towards him. "What is it, Lord Arzen?" Killian quickly asked. "You should all go from the front. Hurry and assist the villagers. The gate won't stay for long. Killian and we will go from the back." "The Goblin Lord is attacking from the other side." "Goblin Lord?" "Yes, goblins won't attack villages like these without someone leading them. I saw the silhouette of the Lord on the other side. It was too big for me to miss. We can take it head on. It's a grade 3 monster on the lower spectrum of it." Killian immediately nodded and looked back at the guards. "Archers, assist from here and the rest, go help the village guards. Let's kill some goblins," Killian ordered. The archers immediately picked up their bows and took out arrows from the back of the carriage. The others also grabbed their weapons and started moving towards the main gate. A few villagers up on the walls cheered seeing the guards coming up. "Let's go," he said to Killian, who followed him. They walked around the wooden fence. Getting closer and closer, Kai saw a few villagers escaping from the back entrance. They were running towards the forest area to hide and seemed to be injured with their arms bleeding. Both of them moved towards the back door and muffled cries caught Kai's attention. They saw a gate torn away and splintered with the walls burnt. The goblins had gotten in and were now terrorizing the villagers. Earlier, he had seen a dozen trying to break through the main gate, and now there were dozens here too. It was a small army in total. His eyes immediately went to a large goblin standing in the middle, speaking gibberish in an unrecognizable language. Kai had once thought of learning monster language, but it seemed like most monsters spoke differently, so he had given up. Still, he could make out the gibberish as something like "kill everyone." The Lord Goblin's voice made the goblins halt in their actions. They all looked at their lord in unison and replied using the same language. In a matter of seconds, they pulled the sharp knives from their backs and started tearing everything apart. Some goblins attacked the houses, and the rest of them started attacking the people. A few armed villagers rushed towards the goblins and started fighting back. They held their shields in front as the goblins jumped at them. Kai took his attention away from them and looked at the towering figure. The snarling goblin lord was easily over 6 feet tall, being even taller than Kai. It was wearing a skull hat and a necklace crafted from bones. Some other accessories completed its look, and its skin was lightish compared to the other goblins. Kai immediately saw the axe that was on its back. No blood dripped from it. It seemed like it didn't do the work, but it was the one who was commanding the rest of the goblins. "Lord Arzen, you help the villagers." "I will take care of the Lord," Killian said, his voice thick with determination. Kai simply nodded and walked from the sides to help the villagers who were attacking the goblins. He knew Killian could hold his own against the Goblin Lord. He was no enforcer, but at least the knight didn't seem like he missed training and was fairly competent. Even if the Goblin Lord overpowered him, Kai could simply rush back to his aid. Getting off the horse, he entered the village through the torn gate and immediately lifted his hand as he saw a bunch of goblins fighting villagers. A spell structure formed as he visualized it in his mind. For any spell, visualization was a key step, and although spell structures formed the basis of a spell, visualization and chanting helped to push forth the intent of the caster, helping control the spell. Fire bolt. As he pushed his mana, a bolt of fire immediately headed towards the goblins. It pierced one of them in the chest, instantly smoldering it as the goblin cried. The rest of the goblins turned around from the villagers and looked at him. A few of them rushed at him, and with flicks of his wrists, he cast small bolts of fire. It was a first circle spell, but was incredibly handy with the mana intake being fairly low, letting him cast a few of them at the same time. To stronger enemies, the bolts would hardly do any damage, but goblins were grade 1 monsters that newbie mages killed for practice. The bolts of fire hit the goblins. One of them dodged, but the others were incinerated on the spot. The one goblin that survived snarled at Kai before rushing at him with a knife. He waited until it was close enough before casting the spell again. He slid back as the knife barely missed his legs before the bolt of fire pierced through the goblin's head. Blood spurted out and he frowned, looking at his robes which were now soiled. Still, it was no time to worry about these things as he turned his attention towards the villagers who stood, watching him with awe. "Don't just stand there. Kill the remaining goblins." He yelled at them and they nodded. Immediately, he started going after the rest of the goblins. All of them focused on him, knowing that he was their biggest threat. They snarled and rushed towards him, fighting like the mobs they were. His bolts of fire pierced through their chest with precision, and those who survived were met with the spears and swords of the villagers, who ran right after the spell and slit each goblin in their throats. The monsters weren't able to fight back as the villagers were aided by Kai. Their numbers dwindled with each passing second, and finally, there was none of them left. "Go help the guards and other villagers at the main gate," he said once the last goblin had died. The villagers looked at him with awe and fear. One of them with a stubble hesitated before speaking. Shouldn't we move to safety? There's no safety in the village until the goblins are all dead, he said and looked at Killian with the corner of his eye. Go unless you want to help deal with the goblin lord. They were quick to run towards the main gate once he said that. With that done, he turned back. Killian was busy fighting the goblin lord right in front of the splintered gate. His attacks weren't landing well, but traces of determination were on his face as he tried to stab the goblin lord with his sword. It didn't work out as the goblin lord waved his axe in a diagonal line. Killian swiftly avoided the attack and rolled down on the ground. With his shield, he blocked the axe away from himself, but the goblin lord twisted up the shield with his axe through the shield across the air and attacked Killian again. Its axe slashed downwards and Killian slid back, barely dodging the attack, but the goblin lord came down again. With no shield to protect him, he could only scamper away from the axe of the goblin lord. Knowing that he needed to interfere, Kai pushed mana into another spell structure. The goblin lord's yellow teeth gritted together, while it swung its weapon at Killian, who jumped to the side. It clanked its axe against the metallic bar that held a part of the gate. It hit it once again loudly, showing its anger as the gate fell. It was then that Killian noticed Kai, who gestured to him to walk to the left, away from the range of his spell. As soon as he was at a safe distance, Kai put his mana into the already prepared spell structure, Cinder's Circle. He muttered, and the next second, a flaming vortex rose from the ground, circling the goblin lord, who cried as it felt the heat heading towards it. It tried to push them away with its axe, but they burned its hand. Although the goblins had tough skins to survive the cold, they weren't much better against the heat. It could even be taken as a major weakness. Cinder Circle was not easy to cast, being a spell of the second circle, and it was a hard hit on his reserves, but it would help contain the goblin lord to one place, and if it tried to get out, its whole body would be scorched. Now it's time to kill you, he muttered, conjuring up a few fire bolts around himself, and aiming them at the goblin lord, who screamed as the flames burned its rough skin. The bolts hit it right in its large body. 2 of them were stopped by the large axe, but the other 2 hit him right in the chest, scorching it as the goblin screamed in agony. It fell on one knee and glared at Kai, who prepared more bolts, using the last bit of his reserves to put an end to the goblin lord. But then suddenly the eyes of the monster flashed as it let out a visceral roar before its body shone with a green sheen. The muscles bulged and it suddenly looked even taller. Then it rushed towards Kai, ignoring the flames burning his arms and legs, and swung his axe. Kai let out a yelp of surprise and jumped back, barely dodging the attack as it made a crack on the surface. He immediately attacked with one of the bolts, but the goblin lord blocked it with its axe. Kai dodged, but barely. He cursed at his body, which wasn't made for combat, and tried to hit it with his bolts. If he was right, it was a temporary state of power, and the goblin lord would soon exhaust itself. Until then, he needed to survive. One of the bolts hit the goblin lord in the neck, and it screeched in pain. Taking the opportunity, Kai kicked it, but his kick had no power and he felt pain in his legs. Why didn't you try to learn a thing or two about keeping your body in shape, Arzen? Why were you so stupid? He said in frustration, and the goblin lord swung its axe. Too close to dodge, Kai tried to conjure up a spell, but a shield blocked the attack. He saw Killian right in front of him as he pushed back the goblin lord. Let me deal with this creature, Lord Arzen, he said, and stabbed his sword at the goblin lord. Kai nodded, putting distance to get away from the goblin lord and sit down as Killian clashed against it. As he had thought before, the goblin lord got slower and slower as Killian fought it, injuries straining its body. Soon, Killian managed to stab its heart. The monster fell to the ground with a loud Kai panted, feeling the energy draining from his body as he looked at the dead monster on the ground. He had almost exhausted his mana reserves with the dozens of fire bolts and other spells. He would need some time to regenerate his mana. If it wasn't for Killian, he would have died. I am not in my old body. I need to be better at mana preservation in my current state. He sighed, and Killian's footsteps came from up ahead as he looked down at Kai. He was bleeding from his upper arm. Kai's eyes lingered around the cut for a moment. The axe was sharp, eh? He asked and huffed. Killian nodded before his eyes shifted around him. Finally, he spoke. Lord Arzen, your powers are even better than the mages at the towers back in the capital, he said while looking at Kai. I haven't seen anyone cast spells so fast and efficiently. Kai simply nodded. The praise seemed genuine, but he wasn't good with them. Your father will be proud when he sees you. Kai ignored that comment and stood back up. I don't hear any noises. I think they managed to deal with the goblins at the main gate. Let's go check. They moved towards the main gate and saw a large crowd gathered around a dozen bodies of dead goblins. The corpses were being carried away by the guards. Kai looked all around the village, taking in the sight. It seemed to be a small settlement with a population of over 100. He could see injured men and women all around. A few of them had burnt marks. Others were simply stabbed by the goblins. All of his men seemed to have survived the ordeal despite a few of them having injuries. As he walked towards the villagers, he could hear whispers about him. It seemed like the guards had told everyone about him. Kai ordered them to help the villagers extinguish the flames and help out the injured villagers before he called upon the village chief. As it turned out, it was a fairly young man who seemed to be in his mid-20s with blonde hair and a dirty beard. Kai recalled seeing him trying to hit the goblins with arrows. An arrow had hit his arm, and after it was bandaged, he walked up to Kai to talk to him. "Thank you so much for saving us," the chief said. "I didn't expect Lord Arzen to come to our aid. Without your help, Hagman's keep would have fallen to the goblins." The young man bowed towards him. "What is your name? You are young," Kai asked. "I'm Alden, my lord. I took over the village after my father, the previous chief, passed away," he said through a whimper. Kai nodded, looking around the village. His gaze lingered on the house, the people, then back to the palisade before he noticed Alden's leg. It was bandaged, the same as his arm, but it looked old. "Alden, there's been more than just goblins that have been the problem, right?" he asked. "Some people have marks on their arms that don't seem to have come from the goblins. You seem to be injured in your leg. And the gate on the other side, the goblin lord wouldn't have been able to break through it if it wasn't already damaged." Alden's eyebrows knitted together as he looked at him with sorrow in his eyes. He sighed. "Yes, my lord. There had been countless attacks like this for a week, from wolves to other monsters like ash bears." His eyes lowered to look at his leg. "We've lost quite a few people. Me and a few others barely survived. We don't know why it is happening," he said and frowned. "It started a week ago." He tilted his head. "Yes, I was about to send an envoy to the city to get help when all of this happened and you got here," Alden said through muffled pain. He clutched the side of his ribs where he seemed to have got injured but stood straight, staring at Kai. "That's weird," he remarked. "It was strange for monsters to attack civilizations. They would never venture so far away from their homes and forests unless there was a reason for it. Maybe some monster would attack a village from time to time, looking for human meat. But this was unnatural. Is there something unusual you noticed around the village? Maybe in the forest?" Kai asked. The question made his eyes pop up and Arden nodded vigorously. Actually, there had been reports from the hunters that they had noticed strange activities in the western part of the forest. "We also have had people disappearing around that area." "Western part of the forest," Kai muttered, connecting the dots to the notions that Paman mentioned before, mana fiends. Kai looked back and saw Paman helping a woman get to her feet. Her one hand was bleeding, and she had wrapped her unharmed hand around Paman's neck. As soon as she was on her feet, a few women walked forward, taking her from Paman's support. "Paman," Kai called him. Paman immediately came running. "Have you been to the west as well when you saw the thornbuck?" Paman thought for a second before nodding. "Yes, my lord." Kai frowned. It seemed like they were on the right track to find the mana fiends. Kai looked at the village chief. "Alden, how many people have disappeared?" Alden's lips formed thin lines as he fell into deep thought. Kai could tell that he was counting as his fingers started bending one by one on his side. "4," he said. "Though we generally have disappearances, most of the time we find bodies as some people get killed trying to hunt monsters. This time we didn't find bodies." "What about the strange activities?" "Some hunters reported seeing unusual shadows in the forest. Also, we hear noises at random times like someone crying or screaming. They also reported a weird smell coming from the forest when they were there. We sent a few people to investigate, but they didn't find anything, and with the attacks, we are already short-handed." Alden explained, and Kai guessed that the noises were coming from the humans captured by the fiends. Getting corrupted could be a painful process, as some types of mana fiends tended to torture people while doing it. As for the smell, it might very well be from the mana fiends. "Lord Arzen, may I speak?" A quavery voice of a woman came from behind and interrupted them. Kai leaned to his left to see who was talking as Alden was obstructing his vision. As he did, he saw an old woman who used a stick to stand. "Yes, go on," Kai said, walking past Alden and standing before her. "My son is a hunter, Lord Arzen," she said, a bitter smile plastered on her face and her voice wavering. "He just disappeared one day and no one was able to find him. It's been over a month and there's not even a trace of him." She started sobbing as she spoke. The chief of the village stepped forward as he heard what she was saying. Her son was one of the 4 who disappeared. "Some hunters tend to venture deep into the woods and often get killed. I fear that he met the same fate." Zanma was someone who liked to show off the bigger monsters he had managed to hunt. He went after them often, Alden said, looking at the woman and Kai. The woman scoffed. She rolled her eyes at Alden. "He's a skilled hunter, Lord Arzen, but not a fool who would lose his life. If you don't believe me, please ask around. The chief is young and doesn't know my son well enough, but my son wouldn't die like that." Her pain was clear from her reddened eyes as she spoke. Alden sighed loudly. "I understand your grief, but sometimes the forest can be unforgiving. He might have met with an unfortunate fate. We don't know anything for sure." The old lady shook her head, not believing a single word that came out of Alden. Her eyes pleaded to Kai. "No, he's experienced. He wouldn't needlessly die out there. Something else is at play." Kai raised his hand at Alden, making him pause without saying anything more. The woman clearly grieved for her son, Zanma, and was in denial about his death. There might be a chance he was actually a good hunter and had just been unlucky enough to get captured by the mana fiends, though if he was then, he might actually be better off dead. Do you know where he used to hunt? Kai questioned. Was it in the west? He used to go all over the forest and would have certainly hunted in those parts, Alden said. I can help you, Lord Arzen. A man walked forward suddenly. He was one of the few who was listening to their conversation. He was a fairly tall man with long hair and a shaved face. Unlike the others, he seemed to have survived without hits from the goblins and looked in good shape. I'm one of the hunters and used to go hunting with Zanma. He was a good friend of mine, the man said. I mean, he's a good friend of mine. He corrected before the old woman could hiss at him. Kai nodded. All right. What is your name? It's Phillips, my lord. You will follow us to the western parts of the forest. Originally, I came to this village to investigate Vasper Forest as I suspect there's some foul creatures are hiding that might become a threat to the region, Kai declared, looking at the confusion on the faces of Alden and Phillips. Foul creatures? Phillips asked. Yes, I will explain on the road, he said before turning to the old woman. If your son is alive, we will find him. She nodded and muttered a small thank you to Kai and the rest of the guards. We can head out after helping out to organize things here, Killian said from behind. Kai agreed and watched the guards gather to help out the villagers. He, however, needed to rest to recover his mana. Although he made mana pretty fast for being in the first circle, he still wanted to be refreshed before they made their way towards the forest. The acrid scent of burnt wood hung in the air as Kai sat back down in the corner and started breathing in and out. As he focused on his breathing, he heard footsteps all around him as guards and villagers scampered around to fix the mess created by the goblins. If he was at the second circle, he might just be able to deal with the goblins far more quickly and even help around the repair with a few spells, but right now, he needed to conserve his mana. After an hour or two, he opened his eyes and they scanned towards the rest of the village. The boundaries of the village were marked by a palisade, and beyond that there were the dried leaves and twisted branches that marked the entrance of the forest. Lord Arzen, Killian walked up to him, breaking his thoughts. Yes, all set, Kai asked back. The knight nodded. They both looked back to see the villagers who seemed to be resting and were discussing what had happened a while ago. They were all in little groups in front of the few destroyed houses. Fortunately, most of the houses in the village were saved, and the ones who had burnt could easily be repaired. Beyond that, the palisade would need more time to repair, especially the gate at the back that had only a few parts remaining with most of the wood either being burnt or smashed in. Yes, I think we should leave a few guards behind, just in case they need help, Killian said and looked at the villagers once again. He nodded. Leave 3 men here and tell the villagers to prioritize fixing the gates. We will come through here anyway. Killian nodded and walked back to let the guards know about their plans. Kai stood up, stretching his body and feeling his mana heart being half full. That would do for now, and he could charge it more on the way. The sound of footsteps echoed through the silent, dense forest. It was filled with trees all around. The tall, half-dead trees covered the view of the sky. Apart from the tallest trunks, throughout the road they walked, they were met with other plants that were facing symptoms of wilting because of the harsh winter. The dried leaves made rustling noises due to the cold wind that passed them. Kai inhaled deeply. The earthly scent of the forest filled his lungs. He was walking in front of the group. They left the horses back in the village as the western area where Zanma used to hunt was only an hour away. With him, Phillips walked along with Killian right behind them. The rest of the guards walked in a formation with Ferry and Pommon leading the rearguard. How many times have you hunted in this area? Kai asked, looking at Phillips. He wanted to know more details about Zanma and the area around them. Twice a month with him, Lord Arzen. I had a hunting group with locations mapped out for easy prey, but Zanma was more unruly, trying to cover every part of the forest. I would join him to look for some larger monsters whose coats might fetch a good price. What type of monsters live around here? The guy paused for a moment before responding. The area is dense with monsters, to be honest. Not every monster is willing to go to the dungeon to hibernate in the winter. Some of these are very territorial, Lord Arzen. From grey wolves to trolls, I have seen a lot of them. Goblins too, but I think the ones who attacked the village were the small clan of them that lived around here. They never stepped out of the forest before, right? Kai asked. Not that I recall. We've been trying to trace the monsters, because we thought it would be a big one pushing them back to the village, but found little to nothing. Kai fell into thought. It certainly seemed like something was pushing them out, but if they had found nothing, then that just raised more questions. He had a few hypotheses, but nothing concrete that fit the situation. If mana fiends are involved, then it's strange that monsters are running towards villages. They normally won't act like this. He thought, his facial muscles straining. Could it be mana fiends? Killian's curiosity-filled voice came from behind. He had been listening to the conversation and seemed to have attached the problem with mana fiends. Kai wanted to say yes to the question, but after listening to everything, he sensed that something was wrong. Mana fiends were known to capture territories owned by others, but they would hardly let monsters leave. Usually, they would corrupt and integrate them, especially if the monster was a goblin lord who would easily be a strong fiend. At worst, they would kill them, but a whole clan of goblins and other monsters running away from them didn't make sense. Kai shrugged. It can be. Let's keep moving for now. His answer was curt, and Killian didn't seem to have any follow-up questions. As they walked, Phillips deemed it to be the right moment to ask more questions. Who or what are mana fiends? He asked. Mana fiends are creatures that possess corrupted or dead mana. They are pretty powerful and often corrupt areas or people. When they corrupt a monster, they turn into mana fiends just like the rest of them. You know human fiends as mana weavers. There are other variations, but I won't go there. Just understand they're more dangerous than normal monsters you would come across, Kai explained. Phillips nodded. They sound like shit creatures to come across, he whispered to himself. Kai huffed hearing that. Keep an eye out. We are in the deeper parts of the forest now, Killian said aloud for the guards in the back to hear. They continued to move forward on the game trail. Time passed like that as they moved, and Kai kept an eye out for signs of corruption. Normally, mana fiends would affect the surroundings a lot, but he didn't see any obvious signs of corruption. The ground and trees looked devoid of any, and the ambient mana in the air was clean. We are in the area where I used to hunt with Zanma, the hunter said while gesturing to the road. Just beyond these thickets, there's a clearing. It leads straight to the streams and a network of caves straight from it. Used to be my second favorite hunting spot. Kai nodded. Caves, you say? Any particular reason that your hunts led you both there? The caves were a haven for elusive prey, and the streams teemed with life, perfect for a skilled hunter to wade around. We track game through the clearing and follow the natural pathways to those caves before hunting them down. Kai looked around the place. Compared to the opening of the forest, which had more grass, this area was dense. He stopped in his tracks to inspect it. The rest of the group stopped after him and continued to stay silent without asking questions. Kai walked around the place. His fingertips touched the trunks of the cold trees. Nothing. He bent down and checked for any subtle hint of corruption. Nothing. Can you guys check for signs of corruption? Mostly they appear as blackened spots on trees, grass, and even earth. Also, keep a lookout for any strange sounds or smells. The group nodded and started searching for any sign of corruption. Kai followed them along and reached a bit farther from where they were. The stream is ahead, right? Kai asked loudly. The hunter bobbed his head up and down in agreement. Did you all find anything? He asked. Nothing, Lord Arzen. We found nothing. One of the guards said, his voice thick with disappointment. Killian also shook his head. Let me check something then, Kai said and started moving forward. As he did, the guards followed him. He soon halted as he heard the sound of water before moving again. As he moved ahead, the sound got closer and closer. Kai jogged down the path to finally reach the stream. It was a wide stream that seemed to be used as a water source by the village. Bending down, he looked at it carefully. The water was pristine and seemed to be running as usual. There were no signs of any corruption around the stream too. He stepped forward carefully, avoiding slipping on mud by the stream, and took a sip from it. As soon as he was hit with the taste of the water, his face scrunched up. It can't be. What is it, Lord Arzen? Killian's worried voice distracted Kai. He turned around to see Killian frowning deeply. The rest of the guards were standing behind him. The water is normal, Kai said, calming the guards down. Why are you acting like that then? We thought something was off. Kai scoffed. Something is off. Mana fiends would often pollute water. It's not very natural to see there's pure water. It should have been filled with pollutants, but as you see, that's not the case. He couldn't understand what was going on. If mana fiends were around here, then things didn't fit with their natural habits. It was already odd that they had let monsters get away from them and only pushed them away from their homes. With the stream being clean, it posed additional questions. Does that mean there could be something more? Kai's eyes flickered in between his thoughts as he saw something shining. It was a quick twinkle of something, but he couldn't exactly pinpoint what it was. His eyes squinted as he tried to take a better look at it. It was on the other side of the stream, in between the bushes. Guards, Killian. There is some. Before Kai could finish his sentence properly, something from the bush popped up. Arg, it was a skeleton. A white fleshless skeleton with fire casting from its eye sockets. The skeleton lunged forward, in a swift motion across the stream at once. Kai quickly looked at the weapon in its hand and frowned. As it lunged forward, Kai instinctively took a few steps behind. He could hear the guards gasping behind him. The skeleton landed on its bony feet and looked in between the guards and Kai. Its eye sockets glowed as fire erupted out of them. Kai's eyes raked down to its body. It was nothing but bones, seemingly a low-grade undead. With its jagged teeth, it grinned. A twisted smirk contorted its features. Stay back, Kai ordered. The skeleton seemed to analyze the people for a few seconds. What is it? Before Killian could question, it lunged forward, its bony hand whipping forward. Kai dodged it and rolled on the ground. He got to his feet immediately and stood next to the skeleton. That's a skeleton. Lord Arzen, are you okay? The guards shouted out, their voices filled with shock, but he ignored them for the time being. It looked at Kai and let out a harsh, low, guttural sound out of its teeth. Whatever it yelled sounded as if a bone was scraping against a stone. It raised its hand and formed a fist. Kai noticed a few patterns pulsating with crimson light across its limbs and ribs. Those were seals given by a human to it. It wasn't a skeleton born from a dungeon or something natural. Kai prepared himself while looking at Killian, signaling him to be on guard. The skeleton lunged forward once again. Its hands were in the air as it tried to get a hold of Kai. Kai bent his upper body and turned to his sides, making the skeletal figure pass him, but he slammed his hands into its shoulder and it stumbled off balance. It was strong and swift, immediately bolting upright. Whoever had made it had been careful to make sure it could hold its ground in a fight. Without wasting another second, with a flick of his wrist, he summoned the winds, whispering a quick incantation under his breath, "Rise gales." But the skeleton, fueled by unearthly speed, deftly dodged the onslaught of wind, moving with an uncanny swiftness that belied its skeletal form. The skeleton once again made the same scratchy noise through its gritted teeth. The glare of fire in its eyes grew. Before Kai could think, the skeletal monster tried to grab him by his hand. Its bony fingers tightly wrapped around Kai as he tried to break free and prepare another spell. His eyes, focused on the monster in front of him, shifted to the guards. They were preparing themselves to attack the monster from behind. "Don't let the bastard touch the Lord. Attack him," Killian yelled, approaching it from behind. He swung the sword in an arc, trying to hit the skeleton and break its neck into two. As soon as the sword hit its neck, the bones broke and a gap appeared in between its neck, but the next second it started to heal. Killian's eyes widened. Kai was not surprised, as he already sensed the types of enchantments on it. Despite being a grade 1 undead, the enchantments were helping it stand its ground. Whoever brought life to the skeleton must have been a skilled mage with mastery over undead enchantments and the way they worked. The skeleton's scratchy voice once again echoed through the silent forest like nails scratching on a chalkboard. The only other noises were of Kai, who took heaving breaths, cursing his body for the nth time. It turned around immediately and looked at Killian to attack it. Kai took that moment to cast a spell. He drew the spell structure in his mind and started pushing mana from his mana heart. It was a second circle called Heat Wave and took more concentration to use, but if he was right, it would be enough to deal with the skeleton. As he prepared the spell, Killian actively dodged each strike the skeleton threw at him. The other guards surrounded him, not moving in case they got in his way. A strum veil. Kai said the incantation aloud of the spell. The mana rushed from his body and sent a wave of heated air towards the monster. It hit him and immediately burst the insides of the bones. In the next second, they broke into hundreds of pieces and flew in the air. It almost looked like a firecracker from afar. "Ah!" Its hollow voice filled the air as the bones fell to the ground. Killian and other guards gaped at the charred bones on the ground, some crackling and dropping into the stream, mixing with the water and burying deep inside. The guard stepped on them to make sure it was dead. "Are you okay?" Killian asked. "I'm okay," he stated. He took a few steps back to take deep breaths. The spell had taken more energy than he initially assumed. Just to make sure the skeleton died, he had used more mana than normally be required. His eyes returned to the damp soil near the stream. He walked closer and picked one of the bones that were everywhere. As he took it to his hand, he saw the glimmer of crimson energy dying slowly. It turned back to a pure white piece of bone. Kai squinted his eyes at it. When the mana died immediately, he noticed the distinct pattern the skeleton carried and the enchantments it had received. The seals seemed to be used to enchant the skeleton's speed and defense, a basic work done well. He sighed and crushed the bone, seeing it crumble into pieces in his hand and being swept away, joining the wind that came from the upstream. It blew away, nothing but dust in the stream. He looked back at the guards, who had their eyebrows furrowed. A few seemed to be craning their necks to look for any other skeleton that might be in the vicinity, and Killian seemed like he wanted to ask something, but was waiting for him to talk first. "I was wrong," Kai said, biting his lips. His assessment of the mana fiends throughout the venture had been as wrong as it could get. He had jumped onto the dead mana and the Weaver situation, thinking it could only be mana fiends, but those were not the only beings using dead mana. The guards frowned as he continued. "We are dealing with a worse target than mana fiends. Going by the skeleton's power, we are not going to have it easy. A band of skeletons, my lord." Killian asked, looking down at a piece of bone by his foot. "Not just that, what is it then?" He asked. "It's a necromancer. That skeletal assailant was covered in enchantments to empower it. A normal skeleton soldier wouldn't be able to move like that." Kai frowned. Necromancy. He'd read up a lot on it. It wasn't just another art of magic. It was a forbidden one, which was as bad as selling one's soul to the devil, if not worse. He'd always steered away from it. Each skeleton, each animated husk raised by a necromancer, carried within it not just death, but dead mana. It was a forbidden art, not just because raising undead was seen as a major taboo, but also because it used dead mana and could slowly corrupt the necromancer's body, making them inhuman. Though most necromancers he had read about knew the side effects, and readily accepted it in exchange for a chance to get power and a chance of immortality. If he was right, there would be a few Lick Lords that would be born around this era. This also explained why monsters had simply gone towards the village instead of turning into mana fiends. They were running away from the skeletons and the necromancer. If he was right, The necromancer they were dealing with used human skeletons that were mostly easier to raise as undead. It wasn't to say monsters couldn't be used, but raising them as undead was a hard task. Only the most skilled necromancers would be able to achieve that, and there were only a few like those in the history of the world. Normally, necromancers are much worse to handle. I'm not sure how big of an army the one we are dealing with has. It can be 10 or 100, Kai said as he looked at the guards with a serious expression on his face. His eyes were stern, thinking of strategies moving forward. Should we retreat? This is getting too dangerous. If it's 100, we won't be able to fight, Killian asked, his eyes roaming around the forest and looking back at the guards. Kai shook his head. No, we can't afford to retreat now. If we leave the necromancer unchecked, his power will only grow. Eventually, it will become a threat too great for the kingdom to handle alone. There was more than one instance of a necromancer taking on a kingdom. Strangely, a lot of them only choose the part because of revenge either against another mage or nobility. So should we keep up on it? Killian asked, looking back at the guards who seemed a bit nervous now. Let's move ahead, but if it's more than what we can handle, we will retreat. Kai ordered, thinking that it was the best strategy they could opt for now. They started moving ahead. This time, the sensitivity to the surroundings heightened as they walked. Kai was careful with every step, and he saw the rest of them following his actions. Their eyes raked through every visible corner of the forest. Now, where were the damn skeletons hiding? Killian watched Lord Arzen attentively. He couldn't help but observe his steps as he took the lead. He hadn't seen Lord Arzen move out of his room much, not back at the Duke's house, and not when he had gotten the title of a baron. But now, things had changed quickly. He internally frowned as he remembered how this all happened within a matter of a few days. Even right before when he was fighting the skeletal necromancer, the way he moved seemed to be with practice and was tactical. He noticed several times that Lord Arzen always took a step back to analyze the opposing enemy, and then would lunge forward with calculated moves forward. By experience, Killian knew that someone with no prior battlefield experience couldn't do that with so much ease. But how? How could Lord Arzen learn all of it in no time? He did mention once that he read and learned a few tactics from the books, but it just couldn't be all. Books wouldn't teach this much. They just wouldn't. I feel something incoming. Be prepared, Lord Arzen said, his shushed voice filling the air. The guards looked at each other, but Killian's eyes shifted from Arzen to focus on the surroundings. His eyes looked from one tree body to another. He scrunched his nose up as he tried to smell a similar scent that came from the skeletal body before dead Mana. It smelled like a rotten egg mixed with a corpse, but he didn't get anything. As the only sound he could hear was of the moving footsteps of his guards and Arzen's, he was certain that there was no one. He said, "But there's nothing." A skeleton jumped from the trees to their left. Its scratchy voice filled the air. This time it bore a dagger. The dagger wasn't a usual one, but one filled with some sort of energy erupting from it. The dark aura-filled dagger swung in the air, aiming for a guard. Killian lunged forward and deflected it with his sword. A loud resounded, and he heard Lord Arzen yell a spell. A gust of wind hit the skeletal monster, making it stumble on its feet. "There's more, Killian." Arzen's voice came in a hurry. They looked to be grade 2 undead skeleton warriors. Killian looked back instinctively. 3 more skeletal figures surrounded them the next second. They had similar daggers on them and looked as threatening as one another. The guards moved to take their formations to intercept them, already on guard against them, while Lord Arzen faced one himself. The skeleton in front of Arzen thrust forward. Killian swiftly moved from his position to protect Arzen. He barely deflected the blow, the of steel on bone sending shivers down his spine. The skeleton didn't even flinch at Killian's move. It tried to attack further with its dagger, taking steps forward, one after another. The dagger drew along Killian's sword. With that, the rest of the skeletal figures started to attack. Steel swords started clashing against the bones. The skeletons were quick to hurt a few guards. Killian took a few steps forward and swished with his blade, making it lean back, and started aiming for its neck. The skeleton fought back with its dagger. He gritted his teeth. Each parry, each riposte was fueled with fear gnawing at the edges of his mind. From the corner of his eyes, he saw Arzen casting spells to protect the guards. For that brief moment, the skeleton drew the dagger across Killian's forearm. He hissed in pain. Arg! Killian ignored the pain and charged forward. His sword made contact with its head first, landing a fast and hard blow, then with its gut, and finally its knees. It fell to the floor, one leg bent. Killian took the moment to lash at it with rage as he started attacking with his sword left and right. A few bones cracked, but it was still standing, the bones healing at a swift pace. Lord Arzen. Killian asked for help, knowing only he could destroy the skeleton in one blow. He heard Arzen casting the same spell he did for the previous skeleton. Soon, the wave of fire hit the skeleton, making it fall to the floor and cracking its bones loudly. Killian physically felt the wave of heat that Arzen sent through. His eyes lingered at the broken bones for a second, before seeing how the rest of the guards were struggling. Although Lord Arzen was quick with his spells, he was not able to manage all 3 skeletons alone. Killian quickened his feet and started bolting forward, hitting skeletons one after another and protecting the guards. He heard bones cracking under his sword, and his movements encouraged the rest of the guards. Duck. Killian yelled at a guard who was struggling against a skeleton. The guard ducked immediately, and the skeleton looked up ahead, distracted. Killian jumped forward, lunging at it and bringing the weight of his sword down. As soon as his blow hit its shoulder, it stumbled a few steps behind. Killian took this moment to grab the dagger from its hand and threw it away. He attacked its shoulder area and swiftly bent to attack its knees. As expected, without the dagger, the skeleton was useless, vulnerable to his attacks. With nothing holding back, he thought no more. He started to attack the same monster over and over, finding any bony structure and tearing them to pieces of dust that blended with the air. Soon, the skull fell on the floor. Killian panted for a second as a satisfied feeling filled his heart, but his attention was soon distracted by a loud cry that came from a guard. He turned around to see a guard lying on the floor, bleeding heavily from his rib cage area. On top of the guard, the skeletal figure was dragging his fingers on top of him, scratching the sides of his face first and then going lower. Killian moved to intercept, but a wave of shimmering energy hit the skeleton, wrapping the attacking skeleton in its crimson sheen. The skeletal figure froze. Next second, another gust of wind hit its neck, removing its head from the body. The undead fell on the floor as Killian rushed to the guard, seeing blood all around him. Turning him, he saw that the other guards had taken care of the rest of the skeletons. A few people looked injured, but they were still standing, except one. Lord Arzen, he said, looking at Arzen, who for the first time in a month looked lost for words as he stared down at the heavily bleeding guard who seemed to be taking his last few breaths. "Do you have any health potions?" Kai asked. "No, we don't." Kai crouched on his knees. In front of him, the deeply wounded guard remained unconscious with his head dangling from the side as he kept it on his lap. He tried to concentrate on the mana that swirled inside his body. Healing a deeply wounded person was one of the hardest things for any mages, especially a first circle one. Kai wasn't even proficient in many healing spells, but he knew he had to try. He inhaled. Keeping his hands on the wounded area where a lot of blood was coming out, he started pushing his mana out. It was a second circle spell which would hopefully close the wound, but as soon as he started to build the spell's structure, he felt the guard's limbs go cold underneath his touch. He immediately stopped the spell and started to see if the guard was breathing. Earlier, he had been twitching from time to time, fighting for his life. Now he laid still. No movement. Kai frowned. A hint of guilt clouded his mind immediately. From the corner of his eyes, he saw Killian crouching down to sit. "He is dead," he said aloud for Kai to hear. Kai simply nodded his head. His eyes were glued to the lifeless body of the man as something heavy washed over him. He knew what it was and he couldn't run away from it. He wanted to shrug it off immediately, but he felt bad for what happened. It was more of a sense of responsibility that the man died under his watch. His death was on him. Earlier, he had seen death but hadn't been responsible for any men. He had always treated it as the consequence of people's actions. It seems like being a lord has made it different. "Lord Arzen, do you need a minute or should we head back? I initially assumed they were grade 1 monsters, but they are stronger." "At grade 2 at least," Killian said cautiously. Kai looked at him. Although Killian felt bad about the situation, there was no sense of remorse in his eyes. He must have seen countless guards dying back in the duchy. Kai shook his head for what he said. "No, we can't go back now," Kai said. There was no point in going back. Deaths would come, but they had to deal with the necromancer first. "Are you sure, Lord Arzen?" Killian's eyes bore into Kai's back. "Yes, we will scout out the extent of the army we are dealing with. If it's more than what we can handle, we are going to go back and seal the forest area." "Ask help from neighboring territories," he said, looking back at him. He stood up from his crouched position and looked at the other guards. A few of them had minor injuries, but it was nothing big. They took a break for half an hour, and the guards dragged the body of the dead guard into the grass and marked the location. On the way back, they could pick the body up and give it a proper burial. With that done, they decided to walk again. "Let's move ahead." Killian commanded the rest of the guards, who were quick to get into formations. Kai started walking ahead, but his thoughts were still clouded by what happened just a while back. He didn't know why he felt so responsible for the guard's death. In his past life, he had seen a lot of deaths, but he hardly felt responsible for any of it, aside from his masters and only a few, less than a handful. But now, the guilt he felt for a random guard almost ate him up inside. He didn't even know his name properly, but a part of him ached, thinking about how his family and friends were going to react to the news of his death. "Lord Arzen, you tried your best to save him." Killian walked from the side and got closer to Kai. He must have noticed that Kai was in deep thought. Kai's frown eased as he heard Killian's voice. "I know, we did what we could. The rest of the guards should take care of themselves. The fight ahead won't be easy. Let's focus ahead," Kai sternly said and continued walking. Killian simply gave a nod. Although Kai was still not over the guilt, he shook his head. Being the Lord, he needed to act calm and look out for any more skeletons that might be hiding in the trees. The trees covered with a slight mist of snow started to increase in number as they walked further inside. It was a sign that they were going deeper into the forest. The trees that were only on the sides were now in the middle of their path. It was obvious that rarely people came to this side of the forest. Normally, the fear of monsters would not let them approach. It also seemed like the necromancer had used a place deeper into the forest for that reason. As they walked, Kai suddenly noticed something strange. His vision was getting cloudy and there seemed to be fog all around the troop. He hadn't noticed it before, but it appeared out of nowhere and surrounded them. Looking back, he couldn't see the location where they had come from and he could only see a small range. Even that was diminishing. Kai stopped and made Killian halt in his steps. "Stop, everyone," Killian shouted out. Kai looked around. "What is this fog, Lord Arzen?" "It seems to be a spell." Kai inhaled the mana surrounding them. It was not the usual kind of fog that could cover a forest. It was afternoon, and fog wouldn't be present at this point anyway. "What? Yes, someone is trying to disrupt our vision to separate us. It seems the necromancer knows that we're coming," Kai whispered in the last part. With the thickness of the fog expanding, Kai no longer could see anyone else, not even Killian, who was right next to him. He quickly started creating a thread of mana. He formed a simple spell structure in his hand and cast it. Immediately, the cantrip spell bound them to each other with small gaps in between, almost like a rope that they had to hold. It kept them in a formation as Kai started moving forward. "Don't lose the rope. If you get lost, I'm pretty sure skeletons will be waiting for you all. The necromancer knows we are coming," he said out loud. A few guards gulped, but they held onto the rope. As he took a few steps forward, he noticed some dark spots around them. He halted them in their footsteps and bent down to take a good look at the plants. The trees that had wrinkled leaves due to the weather were slowly turning black. He extended his palm and grabbed a handful of soil. From how it felt against his hand and the sensation it gave, he knew it was corrupted. To confirm his assumption, he brought it up to his nose and inhaled deeply. He wrinkled his nose. The use of dead mana was affecting the surroundings. "The necromancer is close," Kai said and started walking in the front. The fog continued to grow thicker. The surroundings were too silent for Kai's liking, but it only made him sure that they were getting closer. Soon enough, the fog started to fade away. A clearing opened up in front of them and all of them stepped into it. It was a completely different area from the dense forest with tall grass all around them. "There it is," Philip said while staring at the system of caves. The mouth of the openings of the cave yawned open like a gaping maw. The walls were rocky but were rough from all the weather differences it bore for ages. The hunter's voice was barely audible as they all stared at what was beyond the cave. Through the cave system, it led to a hill where there were hundreds of skeletons standing. From the way they had come from, they wouldn't be noticed right away. A guard gasped at the sight, and the others took a step back. Kai shook his head and kept his finger on his lips, letting the guards know that they shouldn't make noises. He pointed his finger at the skeletons. The guards briefly nodded. The skeletons weren't aware of them yet. He observed the skeletal figures. There were a lot of them, more than 50. The hill was a slanted mountainous area where the skeletons were just standing in line. He saw that they were bearing no weapons. A few of them bore seals and were enchanted, but most of them didn't. The majority of the skeletons looked to be grade 1, with a few grade 2. They could take a chance against them. If he was right, the necromancer was strong, but it wasn't one that he wouldn't be able to handle. Although he could be wrong, the enchantments and fog from before meant that it was someone who was versed in support spells and arts rather than pure offensive ones. Kai was going to give a brief to his guards before moving tactfully, but suddenly, a noise occurred. He turned to look at a guard who had stepped on a dried stem, making the skeletons turn towards them. It happened instantly as all the eyes bore on them. "Fuck, prepare yourself." Kai yelled and looked at the guards who took a few steps behind. Kai's attention went back to the skeletons. The hill was quite far away, but he heard how their skeletal teeth moved. The skeleton that was at the front end of the hill roared and started running down. It was followed by a few other skeletons who slid down the hill without a care of getting hurt. Kai saw how a few of them went back for something, and during the interval of the first few skeletons sliding down, the rest of them started following them with weapons in their hands. His heart sank like a stone as he saw the skeletons running towards them and sliding the rocky hill down with ease. He wasn't worried about the normal skeletons in the front, but the ones in the back were skeleton warriors, grade 2 undead equipped with weapons. It was going to be a pain to deal with all of them. Within seconds, a few skeletons lunged forward. They were weaponless and therefore held their hands high in the air, jumping to attack. "Defend yourself." Killian yelled loudly and started rushing forward. "Get into formations." His sword was met with the bony hands of the skeleton as he put all his strength into the spear, pushing the skeleton away from him. He succeeded as the skeleton stumbled a few steps back and then hit it with the slanted side. Kai scanned the rest of the field. Their manpower was far less compared to the army of skeletons who continued to charge at them. Kai looked back and forth between the skeletons, trying to make patterns of their attacks. If they were similar to the previous skeletons, then he knew what he could do. As a skeletal figure sprung forward, Kai drew a structure in his hand and cast a fire bolt spell towards it. It was an easy spell, but strong enough to strike through the skeleton's bones, just like the goblins before. The crimson energy pierced through as its bones splattered. A few skulls turned to look at what happened. One skeleton made a scratchy noise and extended its bony hand towards Kai. Kai didn't understand the noises they made, but he simply assumed it was something like "don't let him move." He quickly cast a blinding spell, as the spell structure lit up with mana, making the skeletons who ran towards him take a step back in agony. With limited mana and the number of skeletons, there were only a few ways he could take on the battle. So he simply decided to stay back and help out the guards from the back. It was the best strategy since he didn't have enough mana to take on all the skeletons. He started throwing fire bolt at every skeleton that got close to him or any guards that seemed to be in trouble. The tall grass around the battlefield gave him an idea as he chanted an incantation, the Strum Langatra. It was a 2-word incantation for a second circle spell called Circle of Flames. A roaring fire crackled out of his palms as the spell structure sprung to life. A searing tail of flames surrounded the skeletons that were trying to gang up on the guards, and the tall grass around the clearing simply helped spread it. "Get back from the flames," Killian yelled as the guards backed up. The sounds of skeletons crying out occurred as the flames engulfed them. The guards smiled in delight, but the next second, Kai felt the grass rustle in front of him. One of the skeletons sprung forward with a massive axe dangling in the air. Kai rolled on the ground and looked up at him to the flaming eyes staring at him with rage. It charged up ahead, but Kai rolled before hitting it with a fire bolt. It stumbled back, and it gave the opportunity to Fairy to charge at it with a spear, taking it head-on. Kai nodded at him before pushing bolts of fire one after another at every skeleton that came across him. A lot of times he made sure the guards had ample time to attack since, unlike Killian, they were rather weak and susceptible to the skeleton warrior's attack. The battle continued like that. The area was wide enough for Kai to move a lot, and he kept jumping around, hitting the skeletons with bolts as Killian and Fairy handled the front lines. Even Pommon defended with Phillips and a few others, taking on a bunch of skeleton warriors. Soon their numbers dwindled as the skeleton warriors fell and the normal ones never stood a chance. They took a few hits too as a few guards got injured, but they kept on fighting. Kai had no time to worry about the injured on the battlefield, and he kept on firing his spells, controlling his flames to dictate the battlefield. When the last few skeletons were left, Kai looked around and frowned. The battle was going on nicely, but there were no signs of the necromancer. Just as he was thinking where it could be, a loud shout echoed from the caves. Is that Kai paused his words as a skeleton dashed forward from inside of it, heading straight towards Killian, who was busy in a skirmish with a sword in its hands. Killian moved forward and swung his sword to the left, hitting the skull of a skeleton and slamming it down on the ground. His eyes shifted over to where the noise came from momentarily. "Watch out," Kai shouted from behind Killian. Another skeleton emerged from the caves and sprung forward, attacking Killian. "Arg," Killian cried out as the skeleton brutally attacked. He barely managed to block its sword with his own. The skeleton's hollow voice came out as it tried to overpower Killian, but he held his ground. Unlike the rest of the skeletons, its eyes shone brightly and it had seals around its back and arms. It slid back before attacking Killian in a wide arc. Killian immediately dodged by rolling on the ground, hitting its leg. Both kept at it as Killian used his strength to defend against the powered-up skeleton. "Lord Arzen, I will handle it. You go and help the others," Killian shouted out as he hit the skeleton's skull with the back of his sword, making it stumble back. "Okay." Knowing that Killian could handle the skeleton, Kai shifted his attention to find the necromancer's location. His eyes wandered around the cave openings. Which one could it be? He knew it must be hiding in one, but where? Before he could pinpoint it, a guard cried out from behind him. He turned around to see the figures of the skeletons hovering over a single guard. The skeletons wielded flails in their hands. Quickly, he drew a structure to do a gust spell. A rush of wind blew from both of his hands and hit the skeletons in a wide arc. A few of them flew into the air, hitting wilted tree trunks. He finished the rest off with fiery bolts as the flames engulfed them. The skeletons let a hollow moan in pain before falling on the ground. He felt a wave of exhaustion hit him since he didn't have that large pool of mana to keep draining, but he ignored it, knowing the battle was far from over. "Lord Arzen, thank you." His attention was pulled back due to a guard who looked like he had already given up on surviving as he bowed. Kai nodded back and focused on his surroundings. Another loud shout came from one of the caves. This time, it sounded clearer and louder. Kai prepared for yet another skeleton to pop out. His eyes squinted as he tried to look inside the dark caves, but he could only see thick blackness. The next second, something emerged. It wasn't a skeleton like Kai had initially assumed. "Lord Arzen, that's," Killian said after sundering down the skull of an empowered skeleton that he had been fighting. His eyes were glued to the figure that emerged out of the caves. Kai couldn't reply as his eyes were fixed on the same figure. Tendrils of smoke curled around a man's silhouette. His face was obscured by the hood of the cloak, therefore it was hard to make out his features. Yet Kai could see hints of pale skin and sunken eyes gleaming faintly at him. The air thickened with a smell, a peculiar blend of ancient soil, decay, and corpses, like the musty odor of long-forgotten tombs mixed with freshly turned soil. In his hand he held a staff made of wood. Dark, wild energy was radiating from it as he started walking forward. With each step, the staff tapped against the ground. He stopped halfway and stood to look at the remaining skeletal soldiers who were fighting with the guards. The dark energy started swirling around the staff as he continued to say inaudible things. The energy in their hands continued to grow as their aura started emanating visibly. The mana around him moved towards the skeletons as the glistening flames in their eyes grew. Kai realized what was happening. The necromancer was casting a spell to power up the remaining skeletons. The skeletons who had been struggling with the guards suddenly gained strength and moved with fervor. They're moving faster. Paman yelled with a rising tone of panic in his voice while fighting against a skeletal warrior. He was gripping the sword with both of his hands, trying to hit the skeleton who swiftly dodged every strike. It swung its axe in the air and hit his sword with a loud metallic noise. Paman stumbled back as his sword fell on the ground. Effortlessly, the skeleton started taking steps towards him, hoping to finish him off. Paman rolled on the ground and dodged a hit before moving towards his sword, but he wasn't fast enough. Another attack came his way, making him stumble back as the axe dug into the ground. Kai's eyebrows raised in alert, watching all that. The quick rush of adrenaline that coursed through his veins quickened his pace, propelling him forward on his feet. He ran towards Paman, picked up the sword that was on the floor and went behind the skeleton, attacking it on its lower back. In a split second, he hit the same spot once more. The skeleton turned back. The fire in its eyes crackled this time. Kai could swear he felt the heat that came from them. Paman, move back, he said as the skeleton moved its axe to strike his neck. Sliding back to dodge the attack, he cast a fire bolt. A bolt of fire emerged out of his palms, attempting to pierce through the skeletal figure. It hit its upper shoulder and left a darkened mark there, but the skeleton kept standing, grinning at Kai. He frowned. A simple bolt of fire couldn't kill the skeleton like he was able to before. The seals on its back shone with a glint as it moved to swing the axe. He took a few steps back and started drawing the structure of a second circle spell called Inferno. He knew the power-up the skeleton had received was temporary, but he needed to finish it soon. The spell would take twice the mana he needed to cast a bolt of fire, but he had to try. As soon as the last lines of the structure were completed, he pushed mana and cast the spell. Strum Inferno. With the incantation, he extended his palm towards the skeleton who looked up in surprise as a medium-sized ball of Inferno pierced through the air and hit its skull with a loud noise. The skeleton used its axe to block it, but it charred the bones as the skeleton cried out. It worked. Kai saw the skeleton bursting into flames as soon as the Inferno hit it. The flames spread to the grass around it as the whole area began to burn. Without a pause, he lifted his hand again and cast the same spell, hitting two other skeletons who were squaring off with a few guards. They both got hit by the flames and ended up dead, or whatever was possible for an undead. There are only a few skeletons left. Stall for time and wait for them to make a mistake. Follow Killian's lead, he shouted out as a skeletal figure fell on his feet. The skull was disconnected from its body as it struggled to stand up. Its bony hands continued to hit on the hardened floor. He looked back and saw Killian fighting the skeletal figures. It was he who had sent a skeleton flying through the air without its skull in contact. Good strategy, Kai thought and looked at him. Killian could manage without him for a while, Kai decided. He threw a bolt of fire at the skeleton struggling in front of his feet, ending it. Foolish child, the necromancer's cackle echoed from an unseen corner. It was not standing in front of the caves anymore. You shouldn't have walked here to disturb me. Kai looked everywhere for the location of the voice before he turned towards his right and saw the necromancer standing with his staff. He could properly see the necromancer now. Seems like I finally got his attention. The necromancer's eyes flickered at Kai and he grinned mockingly. Then he took a step towards Kai. His lips broadened, smiling for an unknown reason. You are going to die here. The necromancer yelled as Kai launched a fire bolt up at him. A transparent shield blocked the spell, and two skeletons moved to intercept Kai. He dodged an axe cleaving through the air and kicked the skeleton's leg before using another bolt at it. It hit it right in the face, taking its skull. The second one moved with a sword, but Kai was already used to their movements. A few more bolts were enough for it too. Once they were done, he looked up at the necromancer who clicked his tongue. Kai charged towards it, preparing another spell, but the necromancer tapped his staff against the ground and Kai was brought to a dead stop. A grim mist immediately swirled in the surrounding area. It was the same spell the necromancer had used to disrupt them when they had been moving to the caves. The mist clawed at Kai's vision, swallowing the battlefield as a whole. A subtle panic filled his chest, but he quelled it. He couldn't see or hear anything, so he stayed still on his feet. It seemed like a second circle spell going by the effectiveness by which the necromancer had cast it, and the strength he had displayed till now. blindness, deafness. Kai was in the middle of them. He could sense movements around him, and his instincts said that the necromancer could attack from anywhere. From his right, a fist of nothingness came intact with his face as he stumbled back. The hell, another punch came from the opposite side, but he bent down, avoiding the attack. When I'm done with you, you will be a good slave. I do not doubt that your strength will be put to good use. With each word, the necromancer somehow managed to throw a blow in his way. Kai ducked all those blows, but a few still managed to hit as he tried his best to find out where the necromancer was. The necromancer using his fists was strange, but it confirmed a few things for him. Either he didn't have a lot of mana left, or he didn't know enough offensive spells. Either way, it was a bad situation for Kai. Where is he going to come from again? I need to think and do something. With the mist around, the amount of spells that might work was low, and he had maybe enough mana for one spell. 2, if he pushed out every little bit of it. Still, he had to figure out a spell that might work in this situation. Thinking through the vast arrays of spells he had collected over decades, he decided on one that might truly help him out, a measly first circle spell. He immediately pushed the last bits of mana from his heart to form a spell structure. Each line was developed hastily as he looked around for the necromancer to attack again. The eerie fog continued to swirl around him, as he felt the movements of necromancers behind him and barely dodged a punch. One more line. Kai formed another line on his spell structure as he rolled on the ground, slowly powering it up in his hands. What was left for him to do was to cast the spell before another punch hit him. Vithra Luminas, he muttered the incantation as his hands shone, powering up the spell with words of power as something moved behind him. He turned back just in time and felt a punch right in his face, but managed to touch the necromancer's hand before he faded away in the mist. Kai scrunched his back as his legs shook from the mana drain he was feeling, but he managed to stand as a smile formed on his lips. He took a breath and looked at the mist around it. Before he sensed nothing, but now he felt something moving in the back of his mind. His mark was working as expected, and the necromancer seemed to be moving towards him to strike at him again. Kai blinked his eyes and prepared for him to appear right in front of him, and looked towards his left just as the necromancer prepared to punch him. He dodged the punch swiftly this time, and kicked at the necromancer, who stumbled on the ground. The next second, Kai grunted as he punched him again, pushing him down to the ground. The necromancer's magic faltered as the spell structure holding the mist together broke. A shriek, raw and primal, ripped through the silence as a dark aura surrounded the necromancer suddenly, making Kai take a step back. In front of his eyes, he saw the necromancer shift his flesh as his skin blackened and his eyes bulged. Part of his face seemed to resemble an undead suddenly, closely resembling the Weaver. Kai realized it was transforming into one of the first stages of being a lick, and his mind turned to think of a way to stop it. Deciding that there was only one way, he inhaled and cast a strike of wind, taking mana out from his life force to power up the spell structure. Wind Spear. Kai's hand flew in the air, aiming at the morphing creature. The wind shaped like a spear flew in the air. Sharp and straight, it headed for the necromancer, cutting his head off the body from the neck. The visceral cries stopped immediately. Kai took a moment to see that the creature the necromancer had morphed into actually died. It didn't move an inch, therefore he took a sigh of relief before looking around. The skeletons were all dead, and the guards and Killian were looking at him. They had taken care of them, but he could see a lot of dead bodies on the ground. Kai sighed before he sprawled on the floor, exhausted and out of mana. The guards' bodies lay on the ground lifelessly. Kai's frown deepened as he continued to look at the dried blood on the grass. It had been 3 hours since the fight ended, and he had barely kept himself going. He felt a weight on his shoulders, and his mana was just enough for him to not pass out. If he could, he wanted nothing more than to rest, but there were more important matters to deal with. What are we going to do with them? Killian asked, looking at the corpses. We will take them to the city and give them a proper funeral. We can't just leave them here, he said and looked at Killian. Killian nodded, gritting his teeth and looking back to the caves. We haven't found anyone who disappeared around these parts. We have checked the surroundings and only the caves are left, he said, his eyes shifting back to Kai. They are probably there since the necromancer was using it as a dwelling. Let's head inside then. Red chapters ahead, Patreon/extra 26. The caves yawned open before the group. There were only half of them left after all the battles they fought since coming from the city. A few of them were left outside to rest and tend to their wounds while 3 guards, including Ferry and the hunter Phillips, followed Kai and Killian. Standing before the cave, Kai looked at the darkness that escaped from it. It seemed to swallow all the light from outside. Giving a nod to the others, he took the lead and walked cautiously. Right when they stepped inside the cave, their footsteps echoed softly against the cold stone floor. The dim light that came from the opening of the cave cast shadows on the cave walls. They walked inside, slowly but steadily. It's so dark, we can't see anything beyond this point, one of the guards said. Take out the torches, Killian ordered, and one of the guards held a torch in his hand and passed it to him. As soon as the area lit up, they were met with skeleton remains of what looked like rabbits. Kai guessed the necromancer might have killed them to eat. The empty sockets of the rabbits caught his eye, seeming to stare accusingly at the intruders. Killian grimaced seeing the skeletons. His grip tightened on the hilt of his sword. "Looks like our necromancer friend had a taste for rabbit stew," he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Kai nodded in agreement and ignored the remains. He started moving forward. The torchlight showed the narrow passages before them. The cave seemed like it had been used frequently. The smell, it was extremely similar to what the necromancer smelled like, clotted blood and a mix of wet mud. As they ventured forward, the cave seemed empty. Apart from a few animal bones here and there, the rest was vacant. The further ahead they moved, the air seemed to get chilly. Kai continued to move the torch and check if there were any signs of the lost people or other belongings. He found nothing. Finally, they reached the end of the cavern, only to find a dead end. It was a small room with a mat laid out on the side that the necromancer must have used to sleep. There were a few boxes around and a table. He could also see cauldrons and pots that he might have used to make food and potions. Opening up the boxes, the guards found nothing other than a few books, and there were no signs of any prisoners. Kai furrowed his brow in frustration. His mind raced as his eyes raked around, taking note of every corner of the cave. "There must be something we're missing," he murmured, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "Do you think he killed off the prisoners and made them undead?" Killian asked, looking through the books the guards had taken out. "Maybe, but we can't be sure. We should still find their clothes or any belongings if he killed and made them undead," he said, feeling like he was missing something. "Phillips, how big are the caves?" "I have never stepped foot inside, so it's hard to say, but they are long and interconnected with each other. The hunters that have entered here said there are several rooms inside where bears and other monsters used to live. The necromancer probably killed them off or they left for the dungeon during winter." He nodded, taking another look at the walls and deciding to check more. Turning to the guards, Kai issued a command. "Search the area," he instructed, his tone firm and authoritative. "Look for any signs of a hidden passage or a concealed doorway. There has to be a way forward." The guards immediately went searching the walls and the floor, their hands placed on the solid rock, each pressing the cave harder trying to find something. Both Kai and Killian started searching the surroundings themselves, looking over the boxes and under the mat. Finding nothing, his fingers started tracing the wall, attempting to scour every inch for any indication of a secret entrance. Minutes stretched like that, and suddenly, Fair groaned. "I think I feel something," he said, taking everyone's attention. "There's a crack on the wall here." Turning to look at him, Kai saw his hands pressed on the wall on the side. He had his eyes squinted, trying to look at the other side. Looking closely, Fair discovered a small indentation, similar to the rest of the wall, and the shimmer was visible. He pressed his hand on it. With a low rumble, the wall slid aside, revealing a passage that had remained hidden from the view. "Wow," Fair gulped, looking back to the rest. Kai patted his shoulders. "Good job." He looked back at others and gestured to them to follow him before taking the lead, using the torch to make sure there weren't any traps around. The rest of them silently followed Kai. The whole passage seemed to lead to another small room, and it didn't take them a long time to get to the end of it. Unlike the last room, this one was spacious and had torches put on the walls. As they entered, they saw people inside the room. Their footsteps seemed to make them aware, and noticing that it wasn't the necromancer, a few of them groaned. "Please save you us." One of them said aloud. It was an old woman whose voice was weary and shaky. The sight sent a shiver down Kai's spine. There were at least 6 people in the room who were tied with metallic, rusted chains around their bodies. "Don't get closer to them yet," Kai ordered, looking at the guards. Phillips walked forward from behind and looked at the small group of people. "Do you recognize your friend here?" he asked, still eyeing the people who had bruises on their faces and were squirming for someone to save them. Phillips eyed the prisoners before his eyes widened. "Zanma, there he is, Lord Arzen. These 4 are from our village too," he said, pointing to 4 more people. "They were the ones who were reported as missing, and for the others, I don't know, I have no idea." Philip pointed at a few people in the back before his eyes stared back at Zanma, who was lying on the floor. Kai nodded. He took a good look at the son of the old woman from the village. He crouched, eyeing him carefully. Kai noticed how the skin on his face was peeling. Apart from it, parts of his face were blackening, and so was his neck. It resembled a fading injury, but he was corrupted. The people who sat behind Zanma started to break into sobs as they saw the guards, probably thinking that help was finally here. He gave a quick over and saw similar injuries on their faces. "Thank you," one of them said, tears welling up in his eyes. Kai just nodded and inspected them. This time the corruption was different. It wasn't similar to Paman, who had come in contact with dead mana and turned into a weaver. The signs were completely different, and he had seen it before. Their skin was peeling and cracking from the corruption that the necromancer had inserted in them. He had been giving them small dosages and probably trying to see how they react to it without letting it turn them into weavers. They have been experimented on and tortured. He looked in between the individuals. They were all the same. The smell of dead mana in the air proved his point. He could still heal them if he regained his mana, but they were going to suffer from aftereffects for a long time. "Tea there," Zanma said, and twisted his head to look behind. Kai looked where he pointed and saw people sprawled on the floor. A guard walked to take a look and turned to face him with a frown. "They are dead," he said. "Take a look around and help free the ones that are still alive," he ordered. The smell was getting stronger with every breath he took, and he didn't want to stay in the room for long. "Will they be able to heal?" Killian asked, looking at Zanma. "I will be able to help them once I recover my mana," Kai said and stood up. "Just hold on for a little longer." Stared at the old woman. The guards worked to break the chains. They were just metallic chains and were easy to break with a sword. Once they were free, all of them thanked Kai and the guards. "Take them outside." The guards obeyed his commands and started carrying the people one after another outside. Kai took one last look around the room and halted as he saw a woman who was on the floor, lying. He first thought she was dead too, but her hands were twitching and she was reacting to the noises the guards were making. He bent on one knee and looked at her. There were bruises on her arms and she seemed to have been badly beaten. Her skin was pale, but it was not peeling like the others. There were no traces of dead mana on her face and neck. There were darkened areas on the faces of other people which showed corruption, though in this woman the only signs were bruises. She just seemed to be not cared for and malnourished. Kai took a good look at her appearance. Her hair was white, but she didn't seem older than 20. She was extremely thin and was wearing a cloth that barely covered her, and through her fluttering eyes, he saw a golden iris that he had never seen before. Around her eyes, eye bags were prominent. She was partially conscious, shaking. Her lips were crusty due to the lack of water given to her. This is just strange. If she was in the same room as the rest of them for weeks or even more, how come she showed not even a single strand of corruption? Kai's eyebrows knitted and lips pursed. Even if she avoided the corruption somehow, why hadn't the necromancer experimented on her? "Philip, come here," Kai said loudly. His voice echoed through the walls. Soon the man came running. He was helping the guards to carry the people outside. Few could walk even with their limp form, while others needed to be carried on a stretcher. "Do you know her?" Kai asked. Philip shook his head immediately. "I've never seen her around the village." Kai's frown deepened. "Are you sure?" "Yes, Lord Arzen. I grew up in the village and the community is tight, so she is not from our village or the neighboring ones. If she was, I would know since white hair isn't common around these parts." He said, "Okay, hand me the water." Kai motioned to the small bag of belongings Philip's had. Kai retrieved the flask of water, its contents sloshing softly within. Gently, he lifted the woman's head, carefully tilting the flask to allow a trickle of water to flow into her parched lips. She stirred slightly, the cool liquid pouring from the sides of her lips. Her eyes fluttered more. She finally looked at Kai clearly and opened her mouth to say something. Nothing came out. "It's okay, drink this," Kai said and poured some more. The woman slowly sipped from the flask. Once satisfied that she had enough to drink, Kai looked at Phillips. "Help me," he instructed. Together, they lifted the woman's limp form, cradling her gently in their arms. As she was unconscious, they had to carry her outside. As soon as they stepped outside into the forest, they were hit with the chilly wind. Kai had ordered them to move out after making sure that there was no one left behind in the cave. It wouldn't have been safe for them to stay inside the cave, even though the necromancer wasn't alive anymore. They'd also made sure to take all the belongings from the necromancer and carry them with them. It was already night and he didn't want to stay around the caves. Although they might be able to camp, he wanted the prisoners to get good rest. So after a brief talk, they decided to head back. Since it wasn't possible to carry all the dead bodies back with them, he laid them on the ground and ordered Killian to bring them back with the carriage tomorrow. Now, with the prisoners, they started to walk back. Kai's eyes roamed around the forest, taking in the evening beauty of the forest. He and Killian walked in the front alongside Phillips, who led them all. The guards were in the back with the prisoners, who were barely keeping up with them, but unlike before, they had hope in their eyes that they would be fine. A few of the guards limped due to injuries in their legs, and due to that, the hike went on at a slower pace. "Also, Lord Arzen," Killian whispered as they left the premises of the clearing. "When we reach back, I'll see if the necromancer had any bounties on him. Since he had such a strong army, he must have a presence elsewhere too." Kai nodded once again. "Yeah, you might be right. Let me know whatever it is that you find." The silence approached them as they continued to walk through the trees. The moon was already up in the night sky, and everyone kept an eye around for any monsters that might be roaming. Kai continued to look around for the same before his eyes landed on something. "Wait, are those?" "Stop, everyone." Kai's loud voice halted Killian on his feet. The guards followed his action and looked at Kai. "Do you see those herbs, the ones with the 4 leaves and yellow stem? Pick as much as you can to take back," he said and pointed to the floor. The big trees were already withered due to the coldness, but on the floor, along with the herbs he showed, there were a few other plants that seemed to absorb all the nutrients on the ground and grow themselves despite the weather. Without wasting another second, the 2 guards immediately got to work. Those seem pretty useless to me. They're everywhere. Is it necessary?" Killian asked, looking at Kai curiously. "Yes, it's necessary. Just do as I say," Kai said and looked at the guards. Killian didn't object to that, fully knowing that he always had his reasons to do something. After the battle with the necromancer and the goblins, he seemed to look at Kai with a different glint in his eyes. Soon the guards cleared the herbs in the area and stuffed them up in their carriers. We should reach the village in an hour, Philip said, keeping up the pace. All of them kept walking, taking short breaks from time to check up on the prisoners. They were exhausted from the battle, but with Hagman's keep so close by, they managed to keep up. Finally, after hours, Killian saw light coming from a distance. I see the village. The guards who were carrying the injured and corrupted villagers started to unload the weight off their arms and place the people on the floor as they arrived at the village. The guards were tired from the battle, and although they could walk, they still needed rest to recover. The same was true for the prisoners who had limped their way back. Kai saw Phillips untangling his arm off Zanma's shoulders and looking at his face. He looked too thin, and he doubted the necromancer was feeding them beyond the minimum amount to keep them alive. They needed to feed them first, and Kai himself felt hungry. He turned back towards Killian. Killian, we need to talk to Alden for lodging ton. Before Kai could finish talking, he heard footsteps and saw Zanma's mother running towards them. She was closely followed by the rest of the village, including Alden and the guards he had left behind. They looked better now with bandages around their arms and legs. It seemed like someone had seen them coming from the palisade and informed them. Lord Arzen, are you okay? Alden asked, looking at the wounded guards before his eyes fell on the villagers who had disappeared. Their eyes widened in what Kai assumed to be shock. The old woman looked in between the injured people, searching, and finally met with a familiar pair of eyes. Zanma. Her weary voice was loud enough to make Zanma look up. He was touching his leg where the chain was tightened before. Seeing her mother, he stood up and walked towards her. Ma, I thought I would never see you again, he said, breaking into a sob and pushing his hands on her shoulders. I knew you were alive. She hugged Zanma for over a minute, and everyone gave them space. As soon as her hands broke free, she looked at him closely. Her eyes examined him from head to toe, trying to take every detail in. What did the monsters do to you? Your face. She looked at the blackened spots and the marks that chains had left behind. Kai sighed, seeing his mother trying to touch the peeled skin. Turning back towards Kai, she asked, Lord Arzen, what happened to him? Her voice layered thick with concern for her son. It was a necromancer we were going against. He mostly dealt with corrupted mana. I assumed that he was trying to do experiments, and Zanma and the others were his victims. The loud cries you were all hearing were probably from them getting tortured. The woman frowned deeply. She closed her mouth, unable to express how bad she felt. Alden and the others were the same, looking horrified to find out that something like that was going on in the Vasper forest. While they were talking, a few others picked up the prisoners, being friends and family. No one came for the white-haired girl, and she simply sat on the ground, exhausted. Lord Arzen, will he be okay? She asked, looking at him, her voice quivering. Kai nodded. Don't worry. I will be able to help him and the others soon. I just need some time to recover my mana. The woman looked at Kai with reverence and held her son's hands. He will be okay, she whispered. Please do whatever you can. I'll do anything to save him. I will be okay, mother. Don't worry, you should get some rest. I need some rest too, Zanma finally said. He looked at Kai and mouthed a thank you. Kai left the prisoners to talk to their families and turned towards Alden, who seemed to be waiting for him to talk. Alden, for now, I need a favor. The captives need to be kept away from the villagers. The corruption could easily spread. Although it's okay for a while, common people shouldn't come in close contact with corruption for prolonged hours. The guards, including me, need to stay here for the night to recover too. We lost more than a few people, and the battle wasn't easy. Will it be arrangeable? Asked, looking at the village chief who was staring straight at him. Alden immediately nodded his head. Yes, I will make the arrangements. I can start to heal them tomorrow. Just make sure the guards and the prisoners get enough rest. Alden walked away to arrange the lodgings after that, and Kai turned towards Killian. We can move the dead bodies tomorrow morning. For now, let's rest. Yeah, the guards need it. He looked back at the guards who were talking among themselves. They seemed to be discussing the day's events. After 10 minutes, Alden returned. Lord Arzen, the place is ready. Please come this way, he said, and started leading the way. Everyone will be staying here tonight. They've arranged a place for us. Let's get going, Killian shouted, gaining the attention of all the guards. The guards whom Kai had left in the village before started helping the captives and the injured guards to walk. A few villagers also helped them. Kai shifted his attention back to the village as they walked. He could see the village in a broken state, but the villagers had tried to put things back in place. The ruined roofs were put back together or replaced by makeshift ones. The corpses of the goblins were removed and the streets looked cleaned up. The lingering scent of burnt wood and flesh was still in the air, but it didn't bother him anymore. The villagers worked hard to get things into place after you were gone, Alden said, noticing how Kai was observing the surroundings. Yeah, I hope the guards were of help. Also, we need food for the night, Alden. The captives didn't look like they had a proper meal in weeks. The guards are hungry too, including me. I'll arrange that and send it to your room. Let me show you the place first, Alden said and walked down a small narrow street before they saw houses lined up. It used to be an inn, but it's not been functional for a year. I talked to the owner and you can use it for as long as you like. They stopped in front of a stone house which was lit up with a fireplace from inside. It seemed big enough for all the guards and himself. Thank you, this would be enough. All of them made their way inside, and a few guards sat down on the chairs laid out while the others walked towards the hearth. There are enough rooms for all of you. I have prepared one specifically for you and Knight Killian, Alden said before leading him towards the first floor. The rooms weren't big, but the bed was good enough for him to rest without any back pain. Kai wasn't one to complain about it since, unlike the guards, he didn't have to share his room with anyone. After thanking Alden and distributing the rooms among the guards, Kai decided to finally rest. He sighed and walked inside. The exhaustion from the day had finally caught up to him as he sprawled on the bed, wanting to sleep, but he knew he needed to work on restoring his mana and eat something before sleeping. Therefore, he sat in the corner area that had a window open to let the ambient mana come into the room. Taking a breath, he crossed his legs and started focusing on restoring his body and replenishing his mana. He inhaled the mana and moved it inside his mana heart in a circle before moving to every corner of his body. He felt a warm feeling as he continued to do so. With each breath, he felt the familiar surge of energy coursing through him, his muscles tightening as strength returned to his weary limbs. While circling his mana, the memories of the necromancer and the recent events flooded his mind. He closed his eyes to concentrate. The images of the necromancer's sinister presence still danced behind his eyelids. Maybe it was because of how tired he was, or maybe the events had gone to his subconscious mind. He could still hear the necromancer's voice. Kai let the feeling hang over him for quite some time. The only way to get over it was to go through it. He knew it by heart. His jaw tightened as he remembered how the guards had died. His hands formed into fists as the images of the battle passed through. In all honesty, the necromancer was weak and only knew how to raise the undead and hide behind his fog. He was clearly not experienced with battles and had even tried to go through a lick transformation, which had been his last futile attempt. With better planning, fewer guards would have died and their deaths wouldn't be on his conscience. He should have been more vigilant and more prepared. He should have taken better measures. With the raging thoughts, he let the mana flow through him. Within minutes, he worked to heal the bruises on his face and regained enough mana to feel a bit better. I could still do more, he thought to himself and started meditating more. He couldn't feel the time pass as his focus intensified inside his body. Suddenly, a knock on the door disturbed him. He opened his eyes. Come in. The door opened and Killian walked in. After closing the door, he stared at him like he wanted to say something. Kai waited for him to talk and Killian finally asked, Lord Arzen, do you mind taking a walk? It was late at night and the guards seemed to be all in their room. A few were resting while others were mourning for their comrade's death. It hadn't been easy on them. Both Kai and Killian walked with a heavy silence in between them. The streets were empty and all the villagers were in their homes, probably discussing the things that had happened today. Killian's voice broke the quietude, looking at him. Lord Arzen, I saw your expressions earlier when the battle ended. I believe you have things on your mind. I know it was your first battle, so if you have things to talk about, I would like to hear them. It was not his first battle, but Killian didn't know that. Still, he had hit the mark with some of his words. I can't help but feel responsible for the deaths that happened on my watch, Kai confessed, his gaze fixed on the ground beneath his feet. I should have been more vigilant, more prepared. He spoke his mind. Killian cast a sidelong glance at him. Lord Arzen, you did everything you could, he reassured, his tone gentle but firm. Your strength is commendable. It saved lives today, including mine. But people still died, he murmured, a note of anguish creeping into his voice. Kai sighed, the burden of guilt still weighing heavily on his shoulders. He wasn't someone in his previous life who lingered over a few guards' deaths. He had fought countless battles where a lot of lives were lost. This was different. He wondered if it was simply a part of Arzen who had stayed behind in the subconscious of his mind, or he actually was becoming more of a lord. Killian spoke before another silence could linger as I said, Lord Arzen, you saved lives. For the people who died, we can't bring them back. Every battle has casualties. He paused. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. You know, knights have a saying, he continued. Every fallen comrade remains alive as long as their companions who survived carry on the fight in their name. Right now, you can only honor the dead, Lord Arzen, and be a respectful lord to us. Kai's brows furrowed. He thought about his words and being a lord, honoring the dead, being a respectful lord to them. He had taken it as a position of privilege, which it was, but the responsibilities associated with it were heavy. Still, he knew he couldn't run away from them. Killian, that's a nice saying. Yeah, I've had countless times when I had to remind myself that I should honor the dead instead of looming over their death. It saved me a lot of time, Killian said while looking at the dual moons that shone over. Both of them kept walking for a while longer, simply talking about the battle. Killian shared a few of his experiences with being a knight, and although Kai took on the role of a listener, it helped distract him from the deaths of the guards. They only returned once Alden called them out for dinner. It was a few hours past morning breakfast. After getting his fill and a night's rest, he felt much better and got to work. His mana was filled back, and he could finally help the captives with the corruption. Unlike the Weaver, their bodies hadn't mutated, and it was going to be a simple process. One by one, he tended to the captives, his touch easing their pain and restoring their strength. He continued to send surges of mana through their veins, trying to destroy any sort of corruption inside. It was similar to the process he did with Paman. He worked slowly, healing the less corrupted first and making his way to the people who needed far more attention. He looked at the healing wounds of the old woman. Finally, when the skin started showing its natural color, Kai asked, "How are you feeling now?" The latter looked at her hands and then back at Kai. She moved her fingers, clenching and unclenching the fist. "I feel much better now, thank you," she said and bowed. Kai smiled at the old woman whose lips quivered as she talked. It was going to take a while to get better, but she was already on her way to recovery. "It's all right," Kai muttered and shifted his attention to everyone else. He slowly moved to heal others. Zanma took less time since other than the peeled skin and black spots, his body seemed more or less fine. That wasn't the case with the others. They had spots all over their bodies, and one of them had his whole arm corrupted. Kai did his best to give them some respite, but it was going to take time for them to recover. After ensuring that the captives were stable, Kai sought out the village chief who was talking with a few guards about the necromancer. "Alden, I'm taking the ones who need more extensive healing with me. We'll continue their treatment in the city," Kai said, pointing to the house the captives were in. "Are you taking all of them?" he asked. "No, 2 of them including Zanma are okay now. Just needs to rest for a month to return to his old self. He still might have trauma, but magic can't do anything about it. The rest I'm taking with me. Thank you for your help, Lord Arzen." "Without you, the necromancer would have just grown in strength and devoured this village," Alden said and bowed in gratitude. "When I first heard of the new lord of the territory, I didn't know how it was going to be, but now I believe prosperous days will be back." They talked a bit more and Kai asked more about the village and decided to let them take care of the goblin corpses. Although the common goblins were more or less useless, the goblin lord was a valuable monster whose parts could easily be sold. Hagman's Keep anyway needed money. Once everything was done, he walked up to the guards and Killian. They had worked all morning to retrieve the dead bodies, and they would be carrying them back to the city to give them a proper funeral. "What happened to the woman we found, the one who showed no corruption?" Kai asked Killian as he got on his horse. "Oh, her. She keeps falling into unconsciousness." Alden said they kept giving her water from time and time, but she couldn't even open her eyes. "I told the guards to get her in the carriage since she doesn't seem to know anyone in the village." "Good. I will talk to her once we reach home," he said, looking towards the hills and hoping the journey back home would be far less daunting. Kai and the rest of the troop entered through the familiar gates of the city. Behind them, the bodies of the guards who were dead and the captives who needed more healing were in different carriages. One of them they had taken with them, and the other they had found in Hagman's Keep. The streets were busy with the people who had come down from their houses to witness Kai's return. They were in small groups as they started talking amongst themselves and looking at their carriages, trying to glimpse what they brought back. As they made their way through the streets, Kai leaned in closer to Killian, his voice just barely above a whisper. "Send a guard and fetch clerics from the church." Killian knit his brows in confusion. "Why do we need the cleric?" he asked quietly. Kai's gaze darkened and he sighed. "I want to get the funeral started. It's already been over a day since their death and it's disrespectful to keep them waiting for longer. Inform their families and call the clerics." Gareth's eyes loomed over his wife. She was hugging the rugs tightly to herself. She has been in much better shape since they received the heat stone. Not a single day passed by when the couple didn't thank Lord Arzen for giving them the heat stone. Although finding food has been difficult, having heat in the blizzarding weather made it easier for them to survive. Now they stood in the middle of a line that led to an almsgiving. Similarly to Gareth and Cecilia, half of the town stood waiting patiently for their turn. The estate of Lord Arzen was giving out free bowls of food, made with different herbs. When the news had spread yesterday, not a lot of people had believed it. Gareth had heard the conversation that it was a rumor, and despite the heat stones selling well, the estate was still in debt. Moreover, giving food to the whole town, even if it was just a simple bowl of soup, would cost a ton and no lord would empty their coffers like this. Despite the chatter, everyone had made their way to the town square early in the morning, where guards and maids had arrived with bowls of what looked like hot, sizzling soup filled with herbs. "I have never seen such a soup before." "What do you think it is made of?" he asked his wife, whose eyes loomed over a person's bowl who was gulping it down on the side. It was an amber liquid, filled with leaves and giving off a sizzling aroma. "I don't know, but it smells so good." Cecilia frowned, but an instant smile appeared. "We're getting closer," she said as only a few people were remaining in front of them. Gareth nodded. He looked over to see the guard handing the bowl to the person in the front. The person grabbed it with both hands and quickly started standing beside it to eat it while it was hot. Where next, Cecilia mumbled in excitement. Smoke came out of her lips for how long she had been standing there in the queue. Waiting for 2 more minutes, Gareth and Cecilia stepped forward and looked at the guard. "Here you go," the guard said and handed them the bowl of soup. "Enjoy your soup. It's called a necra soup. It helps to warm your body and is essential to survive the weather. We are working to get it ready for you all for a day." He said the last line aloud so the rest of the line could hear it. Cecilia muttered a quick thank you and stepped aside. "Let's soon drink it before it gets cold." She started sipping on the soup. The flavors danced on their tongue as the steaming soup poured down. Cecilia glanced at Gareth. A puzzled expression creased her brow. "I wonder where they got the ingredients to make the soup from. It's very unique but leaves a nice aftertaste," she said questioningly as she realized she had forgotten to ask the guard. "We shouldn't bother with the questions, Cecilia. Drink it." Gareth shrugged as he looked at Cecilia. His voice came out hushed yet firm. Even though Cecilia let it be, curiosity gnawed at her. She continued to sip from the bowl, but her mind wandered trying to piece it together. Her eyes went back and forth between the carriage and the helpers who had come to serve. There were a few guards, but several women with maid uniforms. One of them was someone she had seen with Lord Arzen once in one of his weekly visits to the streets to distribute heat stones. "I wonder if Lord Arzen is going to continue the soup distribution like the heat stones too. If he does, most of our problems will be solved," Cecilia said and looked at her husband. Gareth nodded. "He's really doing so much for us suddenly. If only the bandits run away from the mines, I will get my work back." He emptied the bowl and burped while looking around. It was still morning, and it didn't look like the line was going to end anytime soon. If they hadn't been warned, one person getting only one bowl of soup would have made his way to the back again. His focus was distracted by the distant sound of solemn bells tolling in the distance. "The funeral is starting," they heard a distant voice call out. The realization dawned upon them simultaneously. Without exchanging a word, Cecilia finished her bowl and handed it over to Gareth, who walked back behind the carriage where they were collecting bowls. "Let's go," Gareth walked back and told Cecilia. She nodded, and both of them followed where droves of people were going. They were all headed towards a big ground in the city, where a large number of people who had finished their bowls had already gathered. Among the crowd, guards were standing in the front, keeping the public in check and making sure that all of them maintained peace. Everyone looked at the center of the ground. Bodies lay beside rough-hewn graves. Their forms were hidden beneath simple clothes. Guards stood in front of them, all their faces etched with weariness. Beside the guards stood Lord Arzen. The guards were dripping sweat. They must have dug the holes and laid the corpses. But even after the hefty work, they stood there seamlessly. Lord Arzen was talking to a few clerics from the Church of Lumaris, the goddess of light and life. Their golden robes and symbolic accessories made them look distinct from the others, and it seemed like they had already prepared for the funeral. They also saw Knight Killian and Administrator Francis standing in the back. While the knight was ordering the guards, Francis stood, watching over the processions. "This is sad," Cecilia said in a muffle. Her hand covered her mouth as she stared at the crying families. They were all on the opposite side of the crowd. Their arms tangled with one another as they sobbed. They were the sons, daughters, and wives of the fallen guards. Once they had returned from the expedition, the tales had spread everywhere because skeletons and a necromancer were involved. All the still functioning pubs and bars in the city were full of chatter about it, especially about the funeral Lord Arzen was hosting for the fallen. "I heard they fought bravely against the necromancer," a voice whispered close to them in the crowd. "Yes, they are heroes. Their family didn't deserve it, but they saved the city fighting with the Lord." Gareth and Cecilia heard the voices of 2 people whispering behind them. The tone was tinged with both sorrow and reverence. Gareth looked at Cecilia. They passed unspoken words while shifting their attention back to the burial ground. Kai turned towards the somber crowd, his gaze sweeping over the faces gathered before him. The guards, the people who had come to watch, and even the families who were crying uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, he spoke. "People of our city," he began, his tone grave yet steady, "I stand before you today with a heavy heart, for we gather here to honor the memory of those who made the ultimate sacrifice in service to us all." A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd, acknowledging the weight of his words. Kai made eye contact with a few people. "In our recent expedition," Kai continued, his voice unwavering, "we confronted a great evil, a necromancer who threatened our very existence. Through courage and determination, we were able to vanquish this threat. But in doing so, we lost brave souls who fought by our side, who gave their lives so that others may live." A solemn silence fell over the gathering as Kai's words sank in. Originally, he had thought to do a small funeral with the families involved, but he felt like the guards needed honor to their names and the legacy their families could be proud of. So he decided to make the funeral a public event. Turning towards the families of the fallen, Kai's expression softened with empathy. "To the families of the fallen," he said, his voice gentler now, "know that your loved ones will not be forgotten by me or my retainers." In recognition of their bravery and sacrifice, I announce that each family shall receive 25 gold coins as a token of our gratitude and respect. A soft murmur of appreciation rose from the crowd, mingling with the whispers. Some looked grateful, and some were still hovering from the shock of the amount. And to any member of the fallen's family, Kai continued his voice carrying with conviction, know that the gates of the guard are open to you. Any who wish to serve our city in honor of your fallen kin shall be welcomed with open arms. With those words, Kai fell silent, allowing the weight of his announcement to settle over the gathering. Around him, the people nodded in agreement. The whispers of gratitude slowly turned to a chorus of cheers and applause. The sound echoed through the square. Kai wasn't big on speeches ever since he was a mage. This time, something stung him personally. He knew the families deserved respect for those who died. Therefore, he tried his best to give something when he spoke. In hindsight, it was also a good event to show his face more to the common people, even through an occasion like this. In the middle of the cheering, a cleric stepped forward. He bowed his head. In a low voice, he murmured the last rites, praying for the dead and hoping for Lumaris to show them a path to the afterlife. The crowd's cheer died down immediately, and the silence hung over them once more. Kai's eyes wandered around to meet with the people of the city and onto the ground. The guards made sure that the burial was as respectful as it could be. As he observed the ritual, he realized the change in traditions here compared to his time. He had never heard of anyone burying the dead before because of incidents of necromancers raising the dead from graveyards. The tradition had become one of burning and letting the ashes fly into the air or collecting them to keep in a memorial. Part of him wanted to change it because he had just dealt with the necromancer, but he couldn't be hasty. He had to make sure to not change things around, especially things that had personal values attached to them. As the cleric was done with the rites, the guards walked to the burial ground and let the families have their moment. Kai took a few steps behind, absorbing the situation. People passed by him in crowds to respect the fallen and meet the family members. Lord Arzen did a great job with the burials, he heard a woman say from the crowd. The soup we received today, I heard it's his doing too. Finally, we received a ruler who cares about the people. The other voice came in a whisper. Similar whispers passed his ears as people bowed to him as he passed. Once they had given their respect to the fallen and talked to the families, the line dispersed. Killian ordered the guards to cover the burial grounds with soil. The guards nodded and started to work. Kai stood in the middle of the aftermath of the funeral, his gaze fixated on the graves that were being closed. From the corner of his eye, he saw Francis walking towards him. His eyebrows were furrowed as he stood next to Kai. Lord Arzen, he offered a small nod of acknowledgement. This is all a great job that you did. Thank you, he said. Kai managed a faint smile. Yeah, it isn't about me. I believe the guards deserved it. It's not easy for their family to lose them, so it had to be done. That's true, my lord. Francis shifted slightly. His tone grew serious. About what we talked about before, I did some digging, like you said, about that necromancer. Turns out he was a criminal. Wanted in a duchy on the other side of the kingdom. Kai's eyebrows raised in surprise. Is that so? Francis leaned in, his voice lowered. What do you think we should do, Lord Arzen? Kai looked at Francis. I say we send them a letter informing them that we took care of their problem. Maybe even ask for some compensation. We could use it to help the families of the fallen guards and the people affected by all of this. Francis nodded in agreement. That sounds like quite the plan. Yes. Draft that letter immediately. Before they could delve further into their discussion, Francis hesitated for a moment before continuing. His eyes showed a sense of urgency. Oh, and one more thing, Francis said, his voice still in a whisper. The girl, the one who was injured during the expedition. She woke up. As soon as he heard the news from Francis, he waited until the people in the crowd started to clatter. In the end, when most of them had headed home, and the only ones who were left were families, their friends and the guards, Kai decided to head back. He was curious about the girl. She was a strange one, unlike the rest they had rescued. When Kai first saw her, there had been no signs of dead mana on her body. Her skin wasn't peeled or damaged like the rest of them. She looked malnourished and not fed well. She probably was kept parched by how she painfully gulped the water when he poured it down her mouth. But still, she didn't look as bad as the others. If she was kept in the same room as the others for weeks, then it didn't make sense for her not even to get a little affected. I believe our work here is done. Why don't we go and meet the girl now? Kai told Francis, who seemed to be lost in thought. He snapped out of his thoughts and nodded at Kai. They took the carriage and went to the castle. As Francis strolled down the hallway, he looked at Kai. She woke up an hour back and we gave her some food. She still looks shaky and uncomfortable, but hasn't tried to escape. What's her name? He asked as they stopped in front of the room she was kept in. I don't know. She refused to say anything. With a swift motion, Kai swung open the door. However, the sight that greeted him was far from what he expected. There she was, the girl they had been seeking, caught red-handed, or rather, bread-handed. Amid her feast, crumbs scattered like confetti around her, her cheeks puffed out with a mouthful of bread. Caught in the act, the girl froze, her eyes widening in embarrassment as she realized she had been caught devouring the bread. With a sudden cough, she choked on her mouthful, pieces of bread flying out, landing with a soft on the table before her. Kai couldn't help but chuckle at the scene before him. "Well, I see you've made yourself at home," he remarked, unable to contain his grin as the girl blushed furiously, her embarrassment palpable in the air. Kai walked further in, his gaze upon the girl as he observed her appearance once again. Her hair was a striking shade of white, and her pale face only added to it, making her look fragile. She was draped in a cloth that barely concealed her slender form. Her golden eyes glinted with a mixture of fear and confusion as Kai's presence loomed over her. Underneath the stare she threw at him, the evidence of her exhaustion and distress was there. There were dark circles under her eyes and scars ran down her entire arm. Francis darted his eyes in between Kai and the woman and seemed like he wanted to say something. Kai swiftly lifted his hand and halted him. "Francis, do you mind going outside? I want to talk to her alone." "Yes, my lord," he said before leaving the room. Once alone, Kai turned back towards the girl and decided to take it slow. "Hello," he began softly, his voice a reassuring murmur in the room's silence. "My name is Arzen Kellius. I'm a baron and lord of the city." Her eyes nervously darted around Kai. She refused to meet his gaze and only offered a curt nod for Kai's introduction. He didn't think too much about it and continued. "It's all right," Kai said and stepped forward. "Do you know where you are right now?" He started with a simple question. The girl shook her head. From what he had gathered, it was likely that the necromancer captured the girl for far longer than the villagers. Her features were too foreign for the standard blonde hair and brown eyes around these parts. "This is the city of Veralt. I rule and govern the city. It's located in Lancefil Kingdom," he said, and by the way the girl looked at him, she didn't seem to have any idea where it was. "I want to ask a few questions from you if you don't mind, but before that, can you tell me your name?" She looked at him like she was contemplating it. A silence stretched over them before she slowly opened her mouth. "I'm Amira," she said, her accent a bit different than usual, but he was glad to know that she hadn't lost her speech. She also seemed to understand and speak the common tongue. Kai decided to approach the topic cautiously, his voice steady but laced with concern. "Amira, I wanted to know more about the necromancer. Can you tell me?" The girl flinched at the mention of the necromancer, her eyes downcast as she whispered, He hurt me." Her hands seemed to be shaking, and he could clearly sense that whatever she had gone through with the necromancer, it had lasting impacts. "If you don't want to talk about it, it's okay. We'll talk about it when you're ready," Kai assured her. His eyes went to the scars that ran deep on her hands. She followed his gaze and hid the scars by hand. "I will be able to help you with that," he said in a hushed tone. Really?" she asked, her golden eyes blinking at him. "Yes, the scars on your hands. I might be able to heal them." "I'm a mage," Kai said. He wanted to increase the familiarity between them, but not too much, just enough for her to trust him. "Do you want me to show you how? It won't hurt." The woman looked up and stared at Kai for a moment. She was questioning his words and looked at him warily as she came to a decision. "Oh, okay," she said and removed her hand from the scars. Kai placed his hand in the air on top of hers. He didn't want to touch her knowing it might simply scare her. In his mind, he drew the spell structure on his palm and started pushing mana. Within a few minutes, the spell worked. The gentle glow that came from his hand covered Amira's and enveloped the wounds. Slowly, the reddened area turned to her normal skin color. He let the wound heal a little bit more and withdrew his hand. "I can go over each one of your scars like this. It might take a bit more time on other scars, but I would heal you completely," he said and stared at the healed area. "I will just need to make frequent visits." "Will that be fine with you?" Kai asked. Although a cleric might be able to deal with it too, he wanted to know more about her and the necromancer. And getting to know her during healing seemed like the best way. "Why, yes," she mouthed, nodding her head after looking over at her healed sound. "Amira, you can finish your meal peacefully. I will head outside," he said and stood up. As she had just woken up, he didn't want to ask any more questions and give her enough time to eat. Kai gave a slight nod and turned around to walk out of the room. Before he could completely walk, he heard a small whisper, "Thank you." He left the room with a smile and met Francis outside, who seemed to be waiting for him to come out. "Is she all right, Lord Arzen?" he asked. "She's scared and needs time to adjust. Send her food regularly and allow her to explore the estate. Think of her as a guest until I heal her." "Understood." He nodded, mentally logging it as a task to tackle. His serious eyes said it all. They walked through the corridor as they discussed more things. Francis told him about the success of giving out soup, and Kai was happy to know that it was working as expected. He hadn't expected that recipes he had eaten during his days at the Sorcerer's Tower would help them here. As farmlands were all filled with dead mana and grains were expensive, humans discovered ways to make food out of weeds and common herbs. It was nothing tasty, but would fill you up before you knew it. Now it was coming to the city's rescue. "Francis, I need you to gather more herbs. I will give you a list of stuff that would be easier to find and recipes," Kai instructed. "We need to work on refining the recipes to feed the population." Francis nodded. "I'll get right on it." Kai's gaze softened as he continued, and also I will focus on making more heat stones. Distribute them to those who are struggling, especially those without jobs. Tell people to share them if necessary. We need to ensure everyone stays warm during these trying times. Francis nodded. Consider it done, Lord Arzen. In Arzen's room, Kai had gotten used to calling his own. He sat in the middle, right where the bloody ritual once was. His legs were crossed as he circled his mana in a circle, but today he felt like he was unable to concentrate. It wasn't anything bothering him, but his grasp on his meditation wasn't as good. With a slow inhale, Kai opened his eyes, the remnants of his meditative state lingering in the quiet of the room. A restless energy stirred within him, urging him to action. Looking around, he realized it was late at night and didn't feel like spending the rest few hours meditating before pushing himself to his bed. Without a second thought, Kai rose from his seated position. With a long stride, he crossed the room to the open window, the fresh breeze beckoning him outside. Kai looked down and summoned his magic, weaving it into one of the spells he had used quite a lot in his first test of being a mage. He felt the familiar rush of power rushing through him as he leaned forward, ready to leap. It was an introductory spell known as Feather Fall, commonly included in early mage training. This was because many mages attempted flight using wind elemental spells, often risking their lives. Therefore, Feather Fall was taught as a vital means of temporary survival. Without any hesitation, he controlled his leap and slid through the air effortlessly. The wind whipped past him, tousling his hair as he soared through the window. For a moment, Kai let himself relish the sensation of flight. The adrenaline felt good for the moment. Especially since he was sitting in the same position for quite a few hours, this seemed just about right. His flight got slower and slower as he got close to the ground. As he landed gracefully on the cobblestone streets below, Kai felt a surge of ecstasy. The spell had worked flawlessly, leaving him feeling alive. I should try out a flight spell once I get to my former strength, Kai thought to himself with a smile plastered on his face. Looking around to make sure he didn't come across a patrolling guard, he strolled across the long garden, careful of any suspecting eyes before jumping out of the walls by using another one of his spells. He turned to the streets and continued to walk through the road he had noticed before. His destination was already decided, being an area around the grasslands. Killian had told him about it, saying that a few monster tribes live there. It was a small talk when they stopped midway going to the funeral. His eyes were on the street as he walked through the crowd. He covered his head with the hood that was stitched to his cloak and lowered his gaze. His steps became a bit slower as he continued to walk. The pavement beneath his feet was worn and cracked. The snow was cleared to the sides of the roads, but he could see how someone could easily trip and fall if they didn't pay attention to the indents. As he moved, snippets of conversation spread around him, mingling with the sounds of the surroundings. People spoke in hushed tones. He stood to the side and kept an open ear to what they were talking about. Did you know that it was Lord Arzen who distributed free food? I couldn't believe it at first, but then. It is true, the heat stone was also a big help. I had to pay 3 gold coins, but it was so worth it. They are distributed to the more helpless for free, but if you want it fast, you can pay for it. Talking about Lord Arzen, it seems a bit odd that he is suddenly doing all of this. An older woman chuckled. Who cares about what's odd or what's even? We're getting services the city has always needed. It's about time, and we should be grateful. I understand. The other woman said with a warm tone layered in her voice. Another smile plastered on Kai's face as he turned back to walk in the opposite direction. He continued to walk straight. The air grew cooler, carrying a faint scent of pine and earth. After leaving the walls by climbing over them, he made his way to the grasslands until he sensed movement up ahead. Scaling over a tree, he saw silhouettes hiding around in a clearing. I didn't expect to see trolls. Killian was right. He looked down at the 3 monsters. Their thick, fur-covered bodies stood out against the backdrop of trees and tall grass. These trolls rarely ventured near the dungeon. Their tough skin was perfect for the cold winters of the woods. Peering from his hiding spot, Kai watched as the trolls devoured a wolf they had caught. The scene was primal and chaotic, with grunts and snarls filling the air. Deciding it was time to test his skills, Kai jumped down from his perch. He landed on the ground with a big thump. The sound echoed through the dense forest, gaining the attention of the 7-foot monsters. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured up a fireball spell and urged them to come at him. The dead wolf was thrown to the side instantly as the trolls focused on him, their red eyes glinting. Their roar reverberated through the forest as Kai took 2 steps forward and shifted the ball of fire from one hand to his other. His cloak billowed behind him as one of them lunged forward. It slashed its claws at him, and Kai bent down to dodge it. Sliding back to escape another attack, he aimed the fireball at the troll's head. It hit the monster on the head and groaned in pain as the attack left a mark. Being a first circle spell, it wasn't enough to cause significant damage, but by how the troll looked at him, Kai knew it stung. As the monster stumbled back from his spell, the other 2 sent guttural growls. He barely had time to think before one troll lunged forward. Kai twisted at the last second and cast Fire Bolt with a flicker of his wrist. His fingertips threw a small, concentrated bolt that exploded when it hit the monster. The troll touched its left shoulder as the fire crackled, inflicting a burning sensation. Slight gray smoke came out from where it hit it. Kai didn't have time to think too much as two trolls attacked at the same time. His feet were quick as he tried to dive back to avoid the lunges and slashes they threw his way. He weaved between their clumsy swings, finding pockets of spaces where their bulks couldn't reach. Although he wasn't in shape, the trolls were known to be slow, and there was enough space to train his reflexes as they came at him. Agility is a mage's shield, Kai. Use it wisely. His master's voice rang in his head as he rolled through the gap between the troll's legs before slinging another bolt at it. In his previous life, he had mostly ignored that advice. He was swift and trained for running, but he had never utilized it. Most of the time he spent covering the back and slinging spells. In this life, he wanted to change that and sharpen his skills with short-range combat, especially after what had gone on with the necromancer. With him being fairly weak, he needed to grow in all ways. Learning how to fight at close range might just save his life if he ever ran out of mana. Kai pictured the spell structure of Searing Pyre, a second circle spell. It formed in just a few seconds as a troll charged at him. Before it could reach him, a small bead of flame launched forward, hitting its shoulders in the next second. An explosion shook the area as the monster stumbled back, flesh and blood flying around Kai. Its whole shoulder was removed from its body, and it lay dead just on top of the body of the wolf it had been eating before. The other two trolls looked at Kai with some hesitation, seeing the display of strength, but with a guttural shout, one of them slashed at him. He jumped back, but the troll moved with vengeance, closing the distance in a matter of seconds. Kai used gust to push it back before stomping at its feet. The attack didn't seem to do anything as the second troll struck from behind. He used a barrier to protect himself while hurling down fire bolt at it. They hit the troll's neck and shoulders, but only left behind small marks as it cried out in stinging pain. It didn't look like first circle spells were going to do much, and as Kai wondered if he should increase the firepower, an idea came to his mind. As the monster roared again, he swiftly prepared a fireball and hurled it towards its mouth. It entered it as the monster coughed, the flames burning its jaw from inside. Taking the opportunity, he used a wind spell to cut the area around the neck, which was already charred with his attacks. With the second monster dead, the third let out a visceral scream. It shrieked as Kai's flames leapt towards it, roars turning into gurgling moans before they fell silent. The monster didn't give up as it still tried to fight back, but Kai didn't let it get close and unleashed more of his powerful spells on it. Finally, after a few minutes, its fur singed and reeking of burnt flesh, the troll whimpered before falling to the ground. Dead. That took a few more spells than what I was expecting. Kai stood, panting heavily, the adrenaline slowly draining from his body. The air was thick with the stench of burnt flesh and decaying swamp matter. His robes were stained with dust, blood, and sweat, but he was alive, just a little out of breath and mana. Once he took a look around the grasslands and saw no one, he sat next to the dead bodies and inhaled. He felt a blanket of mana around him and pulled it inside of him, circling it into his mana heart. Kai took another deep breath in. Feeling the wave of mana rushing inside his body, he smiled. Although this current world was abundant with mana all around, the current ambient mana in the air was still on the higher side, letting him take more and more mana inside his body. It was all thanks to the dead bodies around him. Apart from killing the trolls to improve his skills, this had been his aim ever since he stepped outside the castle. Usually, after a death, mana from the bodies of the deceased tends to escape into the surroundings. As mana worked as energy in living beings, everyone would have a lot of mana residue inside of them, and after death, it would mix into the air. So mages would sometimes kill a lot of monsters and let the mana from their body rise to absorb. It was a method to grow faster that he had no idea was popular or not in this era, though it wasn't that simple. The mana from dead creatures wasn't always pure, and one needed to carefully filter it before absorbing it, making the method only used by a few with a great sense of mana control like Kai. Unfortunately, he had seldom used the method because of the rise of mana fiends. Since in his world mana fiends ruled a lot of parts, monsters were rare, and there was no way to absorb dead mana without being willing to give up on your humanity. A little more, I can feel it. Kai's focus intensified on his mana heart as absorbed most of the mana from his surroundings and felt a burning sensation in his chest. It was stinging, but he smiled, understanding what it was. He was making a breakthrough. It was almost as if a sudden rush of pleasure. He felt the energy coursing through his very being. Focusing, Kai tried to put all the mana into building the second circle in his heart, slowly moving his mana to accomplish it. It was a fairly easy process since he had more than enough mana to build it, and after an hour of absorbing mana, he opened his eyes, feeling newfound strength coursing through his veins. Finally, he was a second circle mage. It was nowhere near his previous life's strength, and advancing from here on would simply be harder as he built more circles, but it was a good and necessary accomplishment out of his way. With a higher rate of regeneration of mana and a bigger mana reserve, he would be able to cast much stronger spells. It would help him immensely with his plans as he moved forward. The countless things that he had to deal with were undeniable. Mage Actra, the Tradeheart Merchant Company, all of these were problems he let be for the time being, as he didn't have the resources nor the ability to afford any big negative consequences if he acted on them. Most of all, there was one question that rang in his mind every time he remembered he was living inside Arzen Kellius's body. Who killed him? Who wanted a duke's son gone so bad that they poisoned him to never be able to rise as a mage? Kai knew that the answer to the question could be complex. As he was a son of the duke, there could be many people who wouldn't have liked his presence. It could even be Mage Actra for all I know. Kai sighed and stood up. There was no use in worrying about things right now when he had no answers in sight. He glanced at the dead monsters one more time and decided to head back. The night was getting colder and he wanted to rest his eyes. Malden's usual business facade crumpled into a reluctant smile as he stood amidst the throng in the bustling marketplace. A cacophony of barters, hagglers, and vendors hawking wares filled the air, but Malden wasn't hawking anything ordinary. He was standing in a fairly medium-sized city, and in his hand he held a single, smooth, fist-sized stone. Its surface shimmered faintly, the intricate enchantments adding an undeniable value. His staff stood beside him, ready to distribute the heat stones to the crowd. Heat stones, Malden boomed, his voice barely cutting through the din. Guaranteed warmth through the day, even in the harshest winter's bite. A ripple of disbelief and murmurs went through the crowd. All of them had heard of the heat stones, and how Malden was selling it all over in every big city, but they were seeing it for the first time. According to rumors, even nobles coveted them, and during the harsh months of Fresania, they were the hottest commodity in the market. Malden held out his palm. 2 gold coins each, he declared, his voice calm and steady. The marketplace fell silent. People looked at him like they were waiting for him to say that he had been lying about the price. Although there had been rumors of the heat stones, people knew that nobles were paying hundreds of gold coins to get them before anyone else could, so selling them for 2 gold coins was like selling gold for the price of copper. The disbelief on people's faces mirrored Malden's thoughts, but he was already getting a good profit out of the nobles, and charging more from the commoners would mean most people wouldn't be able to afford it. Is the price really true? A guy asked. In his hand he held a fish he had just bought and was waving it to get attention. Yes, but only 100 left. So, get in a line or you won't be able to get your hands on one. As soon as Malden said that, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. People surged forward, coins clenched tightly, their voices a jumbled chorus of pleas and barters. A few people ran back home to get the money, while people like the guy with the fish returned it to put money together for the heat stone. Malden's staff and security quickly got a line made in the middle of the market, already used to the commotion heat stones typically made. A weathered old woman, her face etched with the harsh lines of life, stepped forward, 2 gold coins clutched in her hand. Malden's smile widened as one of his staff handed her the stone. The faint warmth emanating from it seemed to intensify in her calloused palm. His staff scrambled to keep up as people pushed each other to get to the heat stones faster. Ignoring it, his staff distributed the stones and kept the gold coins in a box. "Tend to that side, Isabel," Malden called out to a staff member after making sure that everything was going smoothly. He glanced around, catching the disbelieving gazes of other merchants. They scoffed, not believing what was going on. Most of their customers didn't even look at their stalls anymore, staring at the people who got the heat stones with envious eyes. Malden could see the jealousy simmering on their faces as they watched the stones disappear. He chuckled softly. Sometimes the greatest value wasn't the price, but the power to disrupt the game. A quick glance behind confirmed more people rushing towards them. His eyes caught someone familiar. "Handle the stall for a while," he instructed the young man beside him. The staff quickly filled the space and continued selling while Malden approached the old man. "Elias, long time no see," he said with a broad smile. "Interesting display you have here, lad," Elias replied, his voice gruff yet curious. "Heat stones at 2 gold coins each. They can go even higher if you try." Malden offered a lopsided grin, just a little something to ward off the cold. "If I go higher, I doubt most would be able to afford it." Elias' brow furrowed. "Indeed, but such generosity, where'd you acquire such a treasure trove?" The old merchant's eye looked at him with a glimmer. Malden's smile widened, his eyes twinkling. "Ah, that's part of the secret, isn't it? Let's just say it wouldn't be possible without the glorious intervention of Lord Arzen." Elias blinked, confused for a few seconds before he seemed to recall the name. "Lord Arzen, you mean the Duke's third son, the very one," Malden confirmed. Elias scratched his beard thoughtfully. "But aren't there rumors of Tradeheart, well, eyeing the Arzen estates, planning a takeover perhaps?" A hearty laugh escaped Malden's lips. "Rumors, Elias, nothing more. Lord Arzen is a man of unorthodox methods, but his plans are always grand. And I can assure you, Tradeheart will soon be singing a different tune, perhaps even finding themselves on the streets." The pre-dawn air hung crisp and cool. The season was still at its peak as Kai stepped onto the worn training grounds, the chilly air hitting him on his face. His eyes looked everywhere until they stopped at Killian. He ran in front of the guards, being a few steps ahead of the rest of them. The guards were running in lines, their faces drawn in a mixture of exhaustion as they struggled to match Killian's pace. The latter was a whirlwind of energy. Kai was still quite far from the group, but he could hear Killian's powerful and clear voice, cutting through the silence of the morning around the estate. "Come on, you lot, move like arthritic snails. A goblin horde won't wait for your yawns and stretches." He spun around. His fiery eyes swept over the guards. His gaze lingered on a burly man, his chest heaving and shoulders slumped. "You there, Thorin, are you planning to sleepwalk through the entire run? Put more effort into your legs and get in shape. We need to be fit and strong to protect the common people." His voice was commanding. The guard, whose name Kai realized Thorin, mumbled something inaudible, his broad frame slumping further. Killian, however, wasn't deterred. "Come on, you lazy lot. I want to see those knees up higher. Move it, move it." His voice echoed across the grounds, mingling with the rhythmic sounds of boots pounding against the earth. Kai continued to stare at them. Killian wasn't just running and training the morning drill, he was embodying them. On top of it all, his frustration with the guards' lack of enthusiasm was evident. He barked commands at the guards. He had heard from Francis that before Killian, the guards had been lazy, and since he had taken command, they had been pushed to work harder. A few had even lost their jobs because they were too out of shape to be trained well in a few months. In the expedition, he had only taken the best guards they had, but if he thought about the whole unit, they certainly needed them to be stronger and fitter. A bead of sweat trickled down Kai's temple as he continued to observe. He couldn't help but compare his morning routine to the training drill. It wasn't like he was lazy, but unlike the guards, most of his work wasn't a burden on his body. "I need to be more physical." Before he could think further, a loud voice yelled, "Halt, guards." Killian spun around. His gaze, previously focused on the guards, narrowed as he saw Kai in the distance. The training ground fell silent. Killian straightened and dipped his head in a curt bow. The guards mirrored his action and bowed in unison. Killian said something inaudible to the guards and jogged towards Kai. The guards followed him and came closer to Kai. Their motions were in unison as they stood in some distance, looking nervous at his presence. "Lord Arzen," Killian's voice held a hint of formality yet remained laced with his usual gruffness. "Here to watch our morning deficiencies." Kai shook his head, a slight smile playing at the corner of his lips. Killian's eyes tempered with a flicker of curiosity. "Actually," Kai said, his voice steady, "I believe I'm here to participate." If he could, Kai would have captured the look on Killian's face as his brows shot up in disbelief, looking like he was wondering if he should laugh at the joke or if it was serious. Once he realized it was, he scowled. His lips pursed, about to voice what was likely a sharp retort, but before a single word could escape, Kai was already in motion. He launched into a sprint. His black hair whipped behind him, the morning dew sparkling on his emerald cloak. Just a few rounds then, he called back over his shoulder, his voice laced with authority. "Consider it an order." The word hung heavy in the air. Killian was momentarily speechless. The guards looked the same, looking baffled. Looking back, Kai saw Killian speaking something to the guards, and then, with a resigned sigh, he mimicked his movements. His long strides quickly ate into the distance between them. The guards scrambled to their feet as they fell into line behind Killian. Kai, who gave a small glance behind, ran forward. The training ground was big enough for him to pant after just the first round. But his movements were sharp as they made it to the second round. It has been quite some time since he ran this much in such a short period, but his legs carried him. And like that, he was in the third round. He could hear Killian's feet right behind him. He seemed to be keeping a close distance with him, and although Kai was full of sweat and taking deep breaths, the night looked like he was casually strolling through a garden. Soon, sweat trickled down Kai's forehead, blurring his vision as even his eyes were covered in them. His breaths came in ragged gasps and his muscles screamed in protest. "2 more rounds, I've got this." Kai felt his leg movement slowing down. He didn't want to stop, but despite his best efforts, his legs began to wobble. Killian, who was right beside him, noticed the shift. "Halt, everyone." His voice echoed across the training ground. The guards, panting but exhilarated, slowed down to a swift huff. Kai stumbled to a stop, his chest heaving and his legs threatening to give away as he lowered to the ground. Killian was at his side in an instant. He barked an order to a nearby guard, which Kai couldn't hear properly. Kai felt deaf for a brief second. The only thing he heard clearly was his heartbeat thumping loudly. "Easy there, Lord Arzen," Killian rasped. "You pushed yourself further than expected." He helped Kai regain his balance. "Just keep going," Kai gasped. His voice was rough with exertion. He gestured weakly to the guards. "Are you sure?" Killian asked once more. Kai looked up to see how concerned Killian was. His eyebrows creased and his lips formed into a thin line. Even through sweat and heavy breaths, his concern looked evident. "I'll be all right. I'll rest by the tree." "I already sent someone to ask for water," Killian said. Kai nodded and pointed at the guards. "Head back and continue." Killian simply nodded. Kai turned his back and started making his way to the nearby tree. His limbs were shaky as he slowly walked out of the ground. Under the tree, the bench was perfectly positioned. When he walked towards the bench, he heard Killian's orders as the guards continued the drill. He sat on the bench and placed his hands on his knees. The sting that came from his bones was something he hadn't expected. It was mainly due to how long it had been since he physically exhausted himself with any sort of workout. He had felt the same during the skirmish with the necromancer, but back then, adrenaline had let him continue. A few seconds passed by with him just trying to catch his breath. From the corner of his eye, he saw Clare walking toward him with a canteen of water in her hand. Kai sat straight and took the water from her. "Are you all right, Lord Arzen?" She asked gently, her voice laced with worry. Kai took a long swig of the water. Before he could reply, he needed to quench his parched throat. He paused before bringing it to his lips and taking another long sip. When he felt enough, he put it down and looked at her concerned eyes. "Too weak," he rasped, the words a stark contrast to his usual confident demeanor. "I can't afford to be weak. Not anymore. I can't even run for long." "You will get there, Lord Arzen. You are not used to it. It's been a long time since you took part in training, right?" Clare asked as a matter of fact. Kai simply nodded. "Yes, been a while, but I have to work on my body now. Anyway, thanks for bringing the water." He paused, his eyes fell on the guards who were training restlessly. A part of him, the magus who had gone through dangerous situations, wanted to start running again, but he knew he would pass out and had to be dragged away if he tried. He didn't want to show the guards such a scene, especially when his reputation had improved recently. A part of being a good mage was also to know when to stop and take a rest. Clare smiled seeing him finish the canteen. A sigh escaped his lips as he realized he had much to improve physically. From afar, he could see how hard the guards were training. Their run and touchdown drill made a few guards take pauses in between. He finally saw Killian saying something to the guards and looking at Kai's side. The guards saluted Killian in unison as he turned around and made his way towards Kai. "Feeling better now, Lord Arzen?" Killian asked as he approached. Kai smiled at him and gestured for him to sit next to him. Taking the moment, Clare walked away as she knew better than to listen to their conversation. Kai got to the topic without wasting any time. "I plan on joining your training every day from now on." Killian's eyes widened at the statement. "Every day?" He asked, surprised. "You're a mage, Lord Arzen. You don't have to train like the guards for battles." He spoke his mind. Kai shook his head. "There's more to being a mage than just spells, Killian. What if my mana runs out in the heat of battle? What if I need to dodge an attack, outrun an enemy, or even fight with something more than magic?" He looked at the guards moving in perfect unison, their bodies honed for combat, then glanced down at his own body, which was less than ideal. It was normal for an average mage, but Kai didn't like being average. "I need to be more than just a walking fireball, Killian. I need to be quick on my feet, strong and capable of surviving even when my magic fails me." Killian studied him for a moment. Kai wasn't joking in any sense. The practicing wasn't for a hobby or to pass his time. He needed to get in better shape because he didn't know what more challenges lay ahead. "A wise decision, Lord Arzen." He finally conceded. "But be warned, these drills are meant to push us to our limits. They aren't for the faint of heart." A grin stretched across Kai's face. "I got a bit of a taste of it." Killian slowly nodded. "I'd be honored to tailor a training regimen that strengthens both your body and reflexes. We can start from tomorrow if you still manage to walk fine after all the running you did. It would be inappropriate if all of your training is with the guards." "Yes, that'd be great." Kai glanced briefly at the guards, and he continued, his gaze returning to Killian. "In the coming days, I plan to recruit additional members for the guards." "Oh," Killian's forehead furrowed. "I will be happy to welcome them, but is it necessary right now?" Kai smiled with a concealed motive and replied, "I'm not going to recruit any ordinary guards." "What do you mean, Lord Arzen?" Kai cut him off short. "I will show you something once I confirm it. I just need some time." The guards finally halted in their actions and stood straight. "Yes, for sure. I'll be waiting to find out who they are. And that's my cue to attend to them." Killian pointed towards the guards who were waiting and stood up. Kai didn't say anything but nodded, watching him leave. Kai looked at the diverse visuals of the items that were on display before them. They were the stuff they had retrieved from the necromancer's lair. Francis stood beside him. His weathered face was covered with a mixture of satisfaction and wariness. "Quite the haul, wouldn't you say, Lord Arzen?" Francis rumbled, gesturing towards the spoils of their venture. Kai crouched down, his black eyes scanning the assortment. There was a staff, its vibrant wood dulled and emanating a faint, unsettling chill. It lay propped against a carved chest filled with gold coins. Next to it, dust-covered tomes with leather bindings sat. "Did you get more information about him?" he asked, glancing back at him. Francis nodded and knelt beside him, his voice low and grave. The necromancer, it seems, hailed from a small academy deep within the Duchy of Blackwood. His name was Vincent Laxob, a mage working as a professor in the Blackwood Academy there. He coveted the post of the headmaster, and once he failed to get it after the current headmaster retired, he seemed to have turned on them. Just because of that, He seemed to have thought becoming the headmaster would let him have more resources to rank up since he was stuck as a third circle novice mage for a long time. Even in his past life, Kai had seen a lot of mages who had lost their mind or turned to dark paths if they were stuck in the same circle for a long time. A few he had trained with had the same fate. His face scrunched up and swallowing the bitterness, he forced his attention back to Francis. He seemed to have gotten a book on necromancy and practiced dark arts in secret for a while. Francis continued, his voice laced with disgust. There were a few reports I got, and the man was heinous. He once grazed a small village with his undead, and whoever was killed became a soldier in his army. He even raised undead from a graveyard. Kai stood, his gaze lingering on the macabre tomes. The Blackwood Duchy, Francis said, his voice regaining its gruffness, is more than grateful for our assistance. They've requested a detailed report, of course. And he added with a grin, they've agreed to honor the bounty on his head, along with some additional compensation, considering the extra effort involved. Kai nodded curtly, his eyes lingered on the collection. Each item gave off a strange, unsettling feel to him, especially the staff. It was the same one he had been using in their fight. We'll have to dispose of all this, he said finally, his voice low and firm. Burn it, every last piece. The staff might have good enchantments on it, but a necromancer's staff wasn't something he wanted to store in his house. As for the books, he wouldn't want any other person to take a look through them and fall to the path of necromancy. His eyes fell to the tomes, eyeing each of them carefully. He would have to make sure to burn what's that. His eyes fixated on a book, tucked almost discreetly among the leather-bound tomes. The book was different. Even the cover of the book showed intricate diagrams of metallic and clay figures instead of skeletal ones. His curiosity piqued, and Kai reached out and grabbed it. The worn leather was cold against his fingertips. He flipped it open immediately. Reading through the columns of it, his eyes widened as he saw all the patterns and texts that weren't related to any dark arts but were incredibly interesting. Materials, enchantments, animating constructs, golems. A book on golemancy. Kai's eyes narrowed in concentration as he looked at the book in his hand. He cautiously flipped open the cover, and a faint scent of aged paper tickled his nose. The yellow papers had his sole attention. He turned pages one after the other. He couldn't help but be absorbed in the letters, lines, and curves that were inside it. It was written in manhwaedit, a language often used for magical art. Kai had read books in it all his life, and although the ones here had words and sentences that he was unfamiliar with, he had adapted. "What is it, Lord Arzen?" Francis questioned curiously, breaking his focus. Well, Kai started, but his eyes were glued on the books. A moment of silence passed as Kai kept reading as much as he could. He saw Francis leaving the question behind and bending down to look at the other belongings of the necromancer. The first few pages were detailed sketches of various golem designs. Their forms ranged from hulking and imposing to sleek and agile. There were ones made from clay, wood, and metal, and one small drawing of what looked like a golem that seemed to have been scribbled as a pastime. As he turned the pages, his heart skipped a beat. Among the diagrams were handwritten notes, the ink a faded brown, hinting at years of study. Most of the notes were in manhwaedit, but from time to time there were languages like Elfam, an ancient language of the elves that human scholars would sometimes learn the basics of. There were also different handwritings, meaning that it had been passed down a lot. This must be quite old. With just one look, he could say that the notes spoke of different materials, enchanted metals, infused clays, and even rare alchemically treated wood, each possessing unique properties that imbued the finished golem with specific strengths and weaknesses. The written material made his eyebrows knit together. There was considerable detail and dedication that was put into explaining everything. His fingertip halted in between pages. Besides the words that were written in manhwaedit, there were some scribbled notes in the common tongue that he assumed came from the necromancer. Kai squinted his eyes, trying to look at them closely, but the dim light made it harder for him to focus on the insides. He closed the book gently. It didn't seem like a mere reference book on golems. It was a personal journal passed down to a lot of people, including the necromancer. The notes and the creases that were in the book were evidence of how long the journey of the journal had been. On the other hand, golemancy itself was a rare and misunderstood school of magic. Unlike necromancy, which manipulated the deceased, golemancy focused on the creation of sentient constructs. It was an art steeped in history, practiced by ancient civilizations who used golems for construction, defense, and even companionship. Kai vaguely remembered the rumors passed in whispers of a kingdom far to the east ruled by a powerful mage who employed an army of golems. He didn't know if it was true or if it even existed in the current era, but it was a famous story to tell whenever golemancy would come up. However, the art had faded into obscurity by the time he had begun his magic training. But how did this book end up in the possession of a necromancer? He finally glanced at Francis, his voice layered with surprise. "Francis," he inquired, gaining his attention from where he was staring at the staff, "was there any indication that the necromancer practiced golemancy?" The latter stood up from the crouched position and stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Yes, Lord Arzen," his eyes widened. I remember several notations like that in the report sent by the Blackwood Duchy. He had it as one of his magical arts. He paused for a moment. Before Kai could say anything, he continued. From what I gathered, his knowledge of Golmancy was what allowed him to grasp the fundamentals of necromancy quicker than most. It is quite sad if you ask me. He was a mage, someone countless people would do anything to be in his shoes, but he threw it away, Francis said, heaving a sigh in the end. Although Kai agreed with his sentiments, his attention was on something else. Looking down, he dusted off the book. The necromancer learnt the basic necromancy through Golmancy. That's interesting. A wave of realization washed over Kai. He guessed that the necromancer tried to master Golmancy, and since both magical arts overlapped on controlling other beings, no matter how different they were, he was able to master necromancy easily. With golems, he must have been working on his enchantment skills since those two gelled well together. It explained certain things about his fighting style, and as Kai made more conjunctions about the necromancer, Francis took his attention. You want more details, I can request from the duchy, my lord. They would be happy to provide us with more information, he said while looking at Kai and searching for an answer in his facial expressions. Kai shook his head. I will let you know if I need them. He lifted the book that was in his hand. I'll take a good look at this book, Francis. He pointed at the rest, but these they need to be purged immediately. Burn them, every last one of them. Francis scrunched up his nose. I agree, Lord Arzen. They reek of something disgusting. I will burn them right now, he said and nodded. Kai understood that he was referring to the scent of the necromancer's cave that was still in the air that was on his belongings. It was indeed disgusting. The flickering flame of a single candle emitted dancing shadows on Kai's face as he sat hunched over his desk. His face was close to the book as he tried to take a look at the patterns and designs that were etched on the cover of the book. The scent of the aged pages mixed with dust hit his nostrils. Although he took a glance at the book when he was with Francis, he wanted to go deeper into it. The subject interested him for several reasons. Without thinking further, he opened it. He traced his finger across the diagrams he first saw that depicted figures of clay, stone, cloth, and metal. Besides the diagram, the descriptions of them were explained in manhwaedit language. Kai paused for a moment and started reading them. In the initial pages, there were a few details on Golmancy. The details included the materials that could be used and in which ways. It was a basic introduction telling the reader about how to go on with selecting the right materials for the golem. Something caught his eye as he continued reading. It was mentioned that depending on the materials and enchantments, different powers could be manipulated, but the heart of every golem, the text mentioned, lay within the core. This wasn't a singular object, but it was rather crafted by fusing alchemical concoctions and materials harvested from vanquished monsters. I have only seen one golem core before, and it barely functioned. Kai thought back to the time he had been in an artificial dungeon where he had found a room with golems in it. They weren't operative, and most of them were in bad shape. There, he had seen the core of it, but it wasn't in a shape to be studied. He turned the page and saw a pulsating, red orb-labeled dungeon core. The text explained that these rare cores could act as an alternative to the standard golem core, granting the construct life force and even a rudimentary form of sentience. A shiver ran down his spine as he read it. Looking back, he saw the window open and closed with an easy-to-do wind spell. His eyes fell on a scrawled note in the margin of the page. The ink was a darker shade than the rest of the text. The handwriting seemed like someone had been in a hurry. Too expensive. The note read. It was written after circling one of the few materials that was needed to craft one of the golem designs. Nevertheless, the two words had been underlined several times for emphasis. On the next page, there were other freshly inked words. Materials alone cost a fortune, even with bartering with those damned dwarves. Enchantments getting better, but the coin purse is running dry faster than my patience. Kai frowned, and a jolt of understanding shot through him. It seemed like the necromancer liked to write down his thoughts and struggles while going through the book. It was not just a book on Golmancy, but also a personal journal for him, though he had to say that his handwriting was bad. They were cursive and the letters barely connected their lines and curves properly. It looked like he had been writing in frustration and didn't even bother properly scribbling a few words. Kai placed his finger under the notes, reading them once again. Quickly, he started turning pages to find if there were more notes. Like he thought, there were a few other notes in different places as he read through. The man had known the art of golem, maybe even had the ambition to master Golmancy. But the cost of materials and limitations of the resources he had led him to another path. He must have wanted to take revenge, but golems were too expensive. Unlike them, the undead could be raised easily from a cemetery. He didn't need coins, nor rare metals, or build up a space to do Golmancy experiments. Kai flipped back a few pages, his eyes landing on the section detailing dungeon cores. Another note filled the margin. The letters were written in a bolder hand. Dungeon core. Answer to everything. Power, life force, minimal cost. Just need to experiment. Kai sighed. The necromancer was desperate and needy. The details in the necromancer's scribbles implanted in his mind, the high cost of the materials, the limitations of traditional magic. He let out a humorless chuckle. Even if the necromancer was desperate, he had taken up getting corrupted and turned into a lick rather than being an honorable mage. In the end, it had cost him his life. In a way, the necromancer wouldn't have been the first, nor the last to be lured by dark magic just out of sheer desperation. But the pages felt extremely interesting. The way the details were described to the way even little details mattered, it was all fascinating. Apart from the details on the Golmancy, taking a peek into the necromancer's mind was also intriguing. Maybe trying Golem wouldn't be impossible, Kai suddenly thought. The book, the notes, they were all too tempting. In his past life, he had taken alchemy as a primary magical art, and only took a basic interest in the other types of arts that his master and other mages taught around the sorcerer's tower. Alchemy had its perks that Kai was drawn to: the resourcefulness, the experimentation, including many other aspects, made him master alchemy with need, but he had always been interested in building things. His eyes fell back on the book. He traced the diagrams of the simpler golems. The hulking stone brute, the nimble wooden scout, the possibilities swirled in his mind. A major reason the necromancer wasn't able to build golems was the cost, and wanted to get dungeon cores to facilitate it, but going into a dungeon was dangerous. He was desperate, but Kai wasn't a desperate man. He, however, understood alchemy, a discipline built on meticulous control and precise calculations. He also had access to a noble's resources, a luxury the necromancer hadn't. The sheer allure of Golmancy and its potential tugged at him with an irresistible force. A mischievous grin spread across his face. If he were to take this path, it wouldn't be easy. It would need meticulous planning, a fusion of his alchemical expertise, and a lot of help from the book he found. The rewards, though, he could make groundbreaking discoveries. The smile on his face faded as he remembered he still had other stuff on his agenda. The girl they rescued, recruiting more people, and even the castle affairs. They all required his attendance, but mastering a useful art wouldn't do any harm. I can try making some basic models that are in here and see where it goes. He closed the book with a thoughtful thump. He stood up and walked to his bed, all the while thinking about golems. The girl they brought back from the cave was kept in the building where a few castle workers stayed. They all were in different rooms far from Amira, and were asked not to disturb her unless she needed something. Kai knew the maids were curious about her due to her rare features and the reason he had kept her safe, but they followed his direct orders. The room, it wasn't anything luxurious, but was spacious and had enough walls to protect her privacy. A small bed, a lamp, a few books and clothes were brought to her on the first day. Kai sat next to her in the small space over the bed where she had her arms extended towards him. Her back was hunched in an uncomfortable position, but she obeyed how Kai wanted her to stay. She stayed motionless, her brows furrowed in pain. Kai was using a heal spell on her skin, making the marks disappear. It wasn't just the surface. Kai was healing the fractured bones the woman had on her. "Can you turn around?" Kai questioned. Amira simply withdrew her hand and turned around. Kai could see the marks that spread from her neck that seemed to go below. He placed his hand, hovering over her neck, and started casting heal spell again and again. The mana started flowing out of him, powering up the spell's structure instantly. He opened his eyes and continued to look at the injury that immediately started to disappear. Since the injuries weren't from corruption, it was just an easy display of magic. Clare had taken a look at them before and told Kai to get a cleric to use herbal medicines, but he had plans to know more about her. The problem with it is that she wouldn't speak, not about herself or where she's from. Kai glanced at her skin. His eyes went down from her neck before stopping as the glimpse of a blackened wrist caught his attention. "Okay, it's done. Can I see your wrist?" he asked. The woman jumped back as Kai spoke, startled, and hid her wrist. She soon gathered herself and turned around, giving her hand to him. Kai's fingers wrapped around her wrist to see if there was any serious injury there. These were welts, angry red gashes that spoke of a harsh beating. When he tried to turn her wrist over, she flinched slightly. "I'm sorry." "I will be more careful," he said. She looked at Kai with fear reflecting in her golden eyes. Kai looked at the wrist and started to push mana to heal her hand. As his hands hovered over hers, he kept his eyes on her behavior. He felt at ease seeing how she wasn't struggling, unlike the first time when he tried to heal her. Her eyes were just filled with a deep-seated fear of the magic he pulsated. "Don't worry," he murmured, his voice a low rumble meant to soothe. It felt strange as he wasn't used to it, but he was getting better. "This will help with the pain." His eyes went back to the wrists. A small glow emanated from his hands as he pushed in his mana. Amira sucked in a sharp breath. Kai looked up to see her gaze flickering away from their hands and towards the wall where their shadows were plastered. As the magic continued to work, Kai couldn't help but try to make a small conversation with her. "Where are you from, Amira?" he asked gently. "Is there someone who can help take you back home?" Her golden eyes darted towards him, then back to the shadows. Her lips remained sealed, and he knew that she had no intention of answering him. Kai tried again. This time he tried with a softer approach. "Do you have a home, family?" he asked, looking at her with worried eyes. Nothing, just the faintest tremor in her shoulders. She seemed uncomfortable with the questions. Kai sighed as he worked on the last tendril of the healing spell. He He finished it and withdrew his hand once he was satisfied. That be it for today. Your wrists should feel better now, Kai said and stood up. He saw how she tried to twist and turn her wrists. He turned around and started walking towards the door. As he took a few steps, a faint murmur broke the silence. Thank you, Amira voiced out in a whisper. Kai looked back for a brief moment and nodded at her, knowing that was all he'd get out of her for the time being. The noon arrived sooner as Kai spent the morning healing Amira. His usual routine was messed up as the priorities for the day changed. He had already finished making the heat stones batch for the week and was free from that work. Other work was handled by Francis, and the man wanted Kai to rest since he had just come back from the expedition. That's why he headed to the library as soon as he walked out of Amira's room. Sitting there, his eyes were plastered on the book in his hand. His frown deepened as the musky scent of old pages filled his nostrils. How come? Kai's hold tightened around the book. It was a book of records related to the kingdom in the last few decades. It contained every major detail and events that had happened and who had been significant during the time period. For the past hour, he has been reading and trying to grasp the situation in his hand. Lord Arzen, this is what you asked. Clare walked towards him with 4 books in her hand. Yet again, they were all records he had requested, containing history from all over the world. They were all just to confirm his thoughts and what he had found so far. Thanks, he took them from her and started shuffling through the pages, trying to find something. His finger traced through the lines, reading everything that was written on the aged papers. What are you looking for, Lord Arzen? Anything else that I can help with? Clare's voice came in a whisper. No, this much should be enough, he said, waving his hand. Kai ran a hand over the worn spine of a leather-bound tome, its title obscured by swirling gold lettering. Across the table, Clare meticulously traced a diagram with the tip of her finger, her brow furrowed in concentration. As Kai didn't need her assistance, she seemed to be doing her own thing in the library as usual. Silence stretched between them, punctuated only by the rhythmic creak of floorboards and the howling wind outside the window. Kai's eyes traced after his fingers, which went over names written on a list. All these their mages. Finally, Kai slammed the book shut with a sigh. He combed his hair in frustration as he looked at Clare. She immediately stood straight. What is it, Lord Arzen? Clare asked again, her gaze flickering up and looking towards the book he had been reading. Kai tossed the book onto the table with a clatter. This, he said, gesturing vaguely. The name of the book was Men Who Changed History. Everything is wrong with it. Kai clenched his fingers, a frown creasing his brow. He picked up a slimmer book, its cover adorned with a faded symbol that vaguely resembled a stylized eye. I was looking into the most influential people of the past 50 years, he explained, flipping through the pages. I noticed something strange in them. Strange how? Clare leaned forward, her curiosity piqued. Most of them, Kai said, his voice low, most of them who shaped the world in the last half-century. They were all mages, Clare blinked. Lord Arzen isn't that common, she asked as if she didn't know anything better. Kai shook his head, his frustration mounting. Not necessarily. Mages are rare and powerful, and they often dictate the world, but they are not the only ones. There's much more than just mages in the world who could wield power. In the book, there were nobles, kings, and researchers, but if they were mages, they were referred to as one. Also, the list disregarded a lot of other people who could wield power. It was human-centric, and Kai had expected it, but it seemed like either mages were too influential or the books he was reading were the wrong ones. Kai thought for a moment. Do you know any knights or warriors who could stand up to mages? Clare's brow furrowed in thought. Her fingers, which had been tracing the diagram, stilled completely. A long moment of silence stretched between them, only broken by the sound of a rat running through the floorboards in the back of the library. Finally, she let out a frustrated puff of air. No, she said, shaking her head decisively. Not that I'm aware of. From what I've always known, mages are on a whole other level. Even the weakest ones could wipe out entire villages. Knights are well respected, and they are known as protectors, but I have never heard of a knight defeating a mage. It's like comparing a flickering candle to the midday sun. Mages are considered gifts from the gods, after all. Common humans just aren't built to withstand that kind of raw power. Kai listened intently, his expression a mask of barely contained frustration. When she finished, he didn't speak for a beat, then let out a slow, deliberate exhale. Right, he finally conceded, nodding curtly. But then something unexpected came out of his mouth. And wrong, he added, the single word laced with a quiet determination. Clare's eyes widened in surprise. Right and wrong. She echoed, a note of disbelief coloring her voice. How can that be? A slow smile crept across Kai's face. He leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers in front of him. Let's just say, he began, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Every dominant force eventually faces competition. It might not be something anyone's aware of yet, but he trailed off, his gaze flickering towards the towering stacks of books lining the library walls. Clare leaned forward, her curiosity piqued. But what? She pressed, unable to contain her eagerness. Kai tapped his temple as a thoughtful expression masked it. He didn't answer her question directly. He didn't want to let Clare know everything because she wouldn't be able to understand what he meant. He knew something she didn't, but he would need more evidence before he could work on it. Without another word, he rose abruptly from his chair. With newfound purpose, he began gathering a handful of books from the overflowing pile on the table. "I'll figure it out first," he declared, his voice firm with conviction. "After that, I will show you what I mean." With that, Kai turned and strode out of the library, leaving Claire staring after him in confusion. He was about to go to his room and start searching for what he wanted all over again. As he closed the door after him, he tightened his grip on the books. "I hope I find what I want." Killian knocked on the door and walked in when he heard a shout. Stopped as the scent of pipe tobacco hit his nostrils. "Killian, good to see you," Francis's raspy voice boomed. He gestured towards a seat across from him, the worn wood groaning under Killian's weight as he settled in. "Heard there's news from Malden?" Killian asked, his voice direct, cutting straight to the chase. Francis straightened, a hint of pride flickering in his cloudy blue eyes. He reached into the desk's drawer and retrieved a sealed scroll, the red wax insignia bearing a sigil, often used by merchants. "Just received this in the morning," he announced, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Seems Malden took quite the shine to our little heat stones." He broke the seal with a practiced flick of his wrist, carefully unfolding the parchment. His eyes scanned the contents, a low chuckle rumbling in his chest. "I was waiting for you or Lord Arzen to walk in before opening it. Here, have this tea." Francis pushed the mug in front of him forward so Killian could reach it. "Anyway, this says that he sold over half of them already." His voice was thick with satisfaction, and at a price even higher than we anticipated. "Nobles are opening their chest for it, and even commoners are trying to get it in their hands as soon as possible, so they don't mind paying more." Killian's posture relaxed slightly. He expected good news, but it was even better than what he had assumed. Heat stones seemed to be an even bigger hit outside Veralt. "That's good news, Francis," he said, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "Enough to settle our accounts." Francis chuckled again. He tapped the letter against the desk. "Enough and then some, Killian. By the time he returns, we'll be out from under the debt and with a tidy sum left over." Relief washed over Killian. He felt his shoulders relax in the moment. Killian could easily say that it was the same for Francis. Francis continued to read the parchment, a satisfied sigh escaping his lips. A hearty laugh boomed through Francis' office as Killian slammed his mug of tea on the desk. "Here, read the end of this letter. Noblemen requesting special heat stones, carved all fancy-like for their posh homes. Now that's something I wouldn't have believed a month back." Francis, his face flushed with a mixture of amusement and pride, said aloud. Killian thought back to weeks back when Tradeheart Merchant Company had knocked on their doors, behaving badly and demanding they hand over their farmlands. He had seen no option but for Lord Arzen to beg his brother for the sum. Now, things have changed dramatically. That's something I barely expected. Indeed it has. Just a while back, the city felt like a ghost town, everyone holed up, fear gnawing at their insides. He swirled the amber liquid in his mug. "But now," he continued, his voice dropping to a thoughtful murmur, "there's something different. The people are talking with so much hope. Even the guards, they were discussing how Lord Arzen defeated the necromancer. His reputation seemed to be increasing with them, especially because of the rewards he bestowed upon the fallen." He fixed Francis with a steady gaze. Francis started to talk. "Things are changing fast and for the good. A part of me believes it's just the start." After months, Lord Arzen had taken his duties as the Lord, and he seems to know what he's doing. He's indeed very decisive about his decisions. That's a good sign of a lord. It was normal for Killian and Francis to discuss castle matters, and this time, they found a new subject that they couldn't talk about in private for quite some time, since Killian had been away for the expedition and Francis had been busy overlooking the distribution of the heat stones in the city and the collecting herbs for soup. Francis puffed out his chest. Lord Arzen hasn't always been a man of the people, but now he sees the potential in things and takes a chance. He tapped the letter from Malden significantly, and look where it's gotten us. We might just take Veralt to another level, Killian. We might be able to make it a place we can be proud of, but there's one thing I can't put my finger on. Killian raised an eyebrow. "What's that?" "He's almost like a different man entirely," he rumbled, his voice low. The simple statement hung in the air. Killian's brow furrowed, his eyes reflecting the same contemplative glint, and he barely managed to stop himself from nodding. Lord Arzen, the man they both knew, hadn't always been like this, true, but lately there was a spark in his eyes. His nature had changed for the better, and he seemed to have a plan for everything. A year back, Killian couldn't even rely on him to pull himself together. When they were coming to Veralt, he had been whining all the way and looked done with life. "Francis has a point. There's certainly something different about him," Killian finally admitted, his voice barely a whisper. "He unlocked his potential as a mage suddenly, and maybe that's the reason. But the knowledge he has displayed is something I have never seen before." Francis nodded slowly, his gaze fixed on Killian. "Yeah," he rumbled, his voice laced with a hint of unease. "A change like this. It can be a good thing, a leader stepping up in a time of crisis, but sometimes." He trailed off, his voice fading into a thoughtful murmur. Sometimes Killian finished for him, his voice grave. Change can be unpredictable. A good fire can bring warmth, but an untamed inferno can consume everything in its path. But when it comes to Lord Arzen, I can't pinpoint what has happened. Was he hiding his knowledge all this time? Francis shifted forward in his seat. Do you think he could be? Killian searched in his eyes for what he could be asking. But as soon as he realized what Francis meant, he scoffed. A snort escaped his lips. Shapeshifter? Weaver, don't be ridiculous, Francis. You know he wouldn't go sniffing around clerics if that were the case. Francis grunted. Yeah, but the change, Killian. It's undeniable. He paused as his eyes went to his fidgeting fingers. Lord Arzen never cared for the common folk before. Now he's all about hope, about rebuilding the city and the guards. True enough, though becoming a mage can do that to a person. Gives you a new perspective, seeing the world from a different vantage point. His words hung in the air, laced with a hollow echo of uncertainty. They both knew it was a flimsy explanation, a mere attempt to rationalize the unexplainable shift in Lord Arzen's behavior. Maybe it's just coming-of-age sort of thing, Killian continued, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. Lord Arzen was young, yes, but having such a drastic personality shift to maturity felt like grasping at straws. Francis looked at Killian curiously. How was he before when you were retainer at the Duke's? Well, the man practically was like a blood drinker, hating the sun. He stayed in the room quietly. And to add on top of that, his brothers had quite a complicated relationship with him. The peak was during the succession. Things were bad then. Lord Arzen's current personality, this is very different. Now that you asked about it, I doubt the coming-of-age thing matters. Killian fell into a quiet thinking. There was a coldness to him then, he repeated once again, his voice low. A distance like he built walls around himself to keep everyone out. Francis nodded slowly. The image of the young Arzen, aloof and unapproachable, Killian remembered him clearly. He used to accompany Lord Arzen in a few of his outings, and he was a quiet child who looked like he didn't want anything to do with nobles. I don't understand. Before Francis could finish what he started to say, a sharp rap on the door startled them both. Killian rose and crossed the room, his hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of his dagger hidden beneath his doublet. The door creaked open, revealing Lord Arzen on the threshold. A stack of leather-bound papers rested in his arms. What are you two talking about? He asked. Francis cleared his throat. Lord Arzen, he greeted with a bow, just discussing matters related to Malden and the Heat Stones. They seemed to be a hit with the nobles. Killian, his brow furrowed, remained silent. Lord Arzen offered a curt nod, his expression unreadable. Good to hear, he replied, his voice devoid of its usual vibrancy. He strode into the room, his steps echoing in the sudden hush. Setting the stack of papers with a decisive, his gaze locked onto the both of them as his eyes glinted. I'm glad I could find you both here. I have something that requires your immediate attention. Killian and Francis exchanged a glance, a silent question hanging between them. The way Lord Arzen's eyes glinted made Killian more curious. What is it, Lord Arzen? Francis finally asked, his voice laced with a hint of trepidation. Lord Arzen met their gaze, his expression turning serious. It concerns Killian, he declared, his voice firm. Killian's heart lurched. What could Lord Arzen possibly have to say about me? Before Killian could voice his unease, Lord Arzen continued, specifically his role as an enforcer. Killian exchanged a glance with Francis, wondering if he heard him. The administrator looked as confused as him. Enforcer. He echoed, tilting his head in confusion. What's that? Killian, Lord Arzen began, his voice low and measured. Do you know why only a select few individuals possess the ability to harness ambient mana and wield spells? The three organs, my lord, he explained, his voice steady despite the confusion that ran through him. Heart, veins, and brain. Without all three functioning in perfect harmony, the ability to manipulate mana and cast spells is rendered impossible. Francis gave a nod next to him. Without the three organs, a human could never even think of manipulating mana. Although all of them could store mana, only the ones having the three organs could wield it as a weapon. Killian had learned it very early on since he had been tested as a mage as a child. The results were unsatisfactory, and thinking back to it, his brows furrowed. Indeed, Lord Arzen said, breaking him out of his thoughts, but what if the traditional understanding is incomplete? A beat of silence followed. What does that mean? Killian immediately questioned. Lord Arzen's lips curved into a faint, enigmatic smile. Perhaps, he replied, his voice laced with a hint of something strange that he couldn't pinpoint. What if I told you that with two organs, specifically the heart and the mind, one can achieve a different kind of power? Killian and Francis once again locked eyes with each other. That's useless, Lord Arzen. All three matters, and that has been the norm for ages, Killian said, and Francis nodded again in agreement. He straightened, his gaze locking onto Killian with a decisive glint. I know that's what you have been taught, but it's not the case. A mage needs three organs, but an enforcer doesn't. How does that even work? Francis asked, looking like he was deliberating whether it was a prank. I will show it to you too, Lord Arzen said. Just understand with the heart and mind, just with those two, one can leap beyond the constraints of mortals. An enforcer can go beyond the natural strength a mortal can achieve and enforce his body with mana. Hence the name. Killian's frown deepened. He immediately felt his throat go dry. That can't be true, can it? Kai's eyes halted over Killian. The latter's curiosity was written all over his face. His eyes widened slightly, thinking about what just Kai said. His finger was tapping on his chin, thoughts written all over his face. Kai gave a subtle smile. You must be wondering how it all happens. He looked in between Killian and Francis. Mana, everyone has it, and everyone can absorb mana. I shouldn't emphasize that even normal people can absorb mana, but only a few can use it for something greater. Do you really think only mages can manipulate mana? Yes, Killian said. If it were possible for others to do it, then mages wouldn't have such privileges around the world. He shook his head. Think of mana like a seed, Kai explained. The mana heart is like the soil. It stores and provides the raw energy, the potential. The brain is like the gardener. It senses the mana, directs its flow, and shapes it into something useful. Grow the right crop. The mana veins are like irrigation channels. They carry the mana from the heart throughout the body, distributing it where needed, like to your palms where spells manifest. His fingers traced something in the air as lines appeared. It was an easy display of mana, one that made a diagram of a human in front of them. Francis and Killian gasped at it. Now, if you have 3 of these, you're good to go. Unless there's something like a vein blockage or a defective heart, you would be able to become an able mage. Kai paused, then drew a shape in the head, like a crude image of the brain. He connected it to the mana heart and left out the veins. Now, there are cases where one has 2 organs out of the 3. Out of 100 people, one will have all 3 organs, but around 10 will have at least 2. If it's brain and heart, then they could be enforcers. Obviously, there are uses if they have veins and a heart too, but it's not generally effective since sensing mana is important to do anything with it. If there are no irrigation channels, how will it even work? Killian asked, and Francis nodded in agreement. Not every crop or plant grows with irrigation. Few grow under the soil, few don't even need water. The irrigation channels don't need to be present until the soil is apt and the gardener knows what to do with it, Kai said, smiling. In easy words, there's not one way to manipulate mana. Humans aren't meant to be rigid. Lord Arzen, your words make sense, but if there's a way like that, then I don't know why no one knows about it, Francis muttered. Your words sound good as a theory, but I don't think it's practical enough. Kai clapped his hands together, knowing they understood what he was trying to explain. It is practical. It's not about how much mana you have or whether you can use it like a mage. It's about how the power inside you chooses to manifest. I'm sorry, but that sounds as plausible as finding a dragon's lair in the mountains, Killian grumbled, his voice rough and skeptical. He roughly raked a hand through his hair, looking at Kai with a confused expression plastered on his face. He blinked as he bit his lips and frowned. I'm sorry for my words, Lord Arzen. What exactly are you talking about? Your words sound like something out of a dream and they aren't real. Kai looked at Francis. He seemed to grasp some of what Kai explained, but Killian's confusion was growing vividly. It made sense since he had heard that Killian was a candidate to be a mage, but had failed in the testing. Not being able to wield mana must have been a stinging wound for him. Now, Kai was talking about how he could manipulate mana. If he was in his steps, he might have even lashed out. Fortunately, he had a way to prove his words. Kai grinned. Have you ever heard of the Ashari Desert? A place where they say there's barely enough mana in the air for a mage to come up. A literal wasteland. Killian nodded slowly. Yes, I have heard of the place. It's a place beyond Lancefil Kingdom. I have heard tales of it being a cursed land, ruled by the Sand Clans. They don't have mages. How do you think they protect themselves against the sand beasts? A glint flashed in Killian's eyes, and he visibly struggled to put words out. Finally, he spoke. They call themselves Sand Knights, right? I heard the story from one of my instructors. They use mana to strengthen their bones, some form of spells it is, and gain supernatural strength. Exactly, Kai said, but you are wrong. It's not spells. They don't call themselves mages. Although a few of them might be mages, they don't have enough mana in the air to do spells higher than first circle, so they focus on their bodies and become enforcers. In history, it wasn't known when the first enforcer had emerged, but from what Kai had read, their techniques had always been there. Different clans in different parts of the world would hide them and won't reveal them to outsiders. It was only by the end of the golden era of magic that enforcers became popular. Originally, Kai had thought that enforcers were always a part of society, but just became popular in the golden era of magic. One reason was also that the records before it were hard to find. Even the ones dating back to the golden era were rare. Even if I agree with what you're saying, that sort of secret could change the whole world. I don't think clans from the Ashari Desert would agree to hand over their techniques. Killian frowned, glancing at Francis, who seemed to be thinking of whatever he knew of the desert clans. We don't need them to hand over their techniques. I just used it as an example, he said, and looked at the arm of the knight. Without a warning, Kai grasped Killian's battle-scarred hand with a surprisingly firm grip. Relax, Killian, he murmured, his voice low. Let me show you something. Yeah, Killian relaxed under his orders. A warmth flowed from Kai's palm into Killian's, a faint pulse of energy snaking up his arm. It was subtle, yet undeniable, like a heartbeat thrumming underneath the skin. Killian stiffened, his gruff expression morphing into one of startled curiosity. Kai released his hand, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. I was checking your organs and you have got both. Heart and brain. I saw you sensing mana back when the merchant came to bother us and I wasn't wrong. Yes, Killian said slowly, rubbing his arm as if the warmth still lingered. His frown deepened. My family paid for the testing when I was a child. A mage looked for my organs and announced that I had two, but lacked veins to do magic properly. My family was disappointed, and off to knighthood training I went after that under the Duke. His eyes clouded like he was back to a bad time in his life. Kai guessed that his childhood had been rough. It might just be his expectations of being a mage or his family pushing him to be one due to the prestige. Probably the latter. Kai nodded in understanding. What if you have the power to defeat even a mage inside of you? Killian snorted, the skepticism returning to his face. He shook his head immediately. He doesn't believe me yet. Well, time to prove it. Kai turned his head around and saw the papers he brought with him. In a swift motion, he picked it up and handed one of them to Killian. Don't dismiss me so quickly, Kai said. His eyes were firm on Killian. Read, learn, and then we'll talk. Killian took the papers in his hand. Kai looked between the duo and sat in a seat that was opposite Francis's chair. He saw Killian reading up what was on the paper with Francis craning his neck to take a peek at it. Time passed like that. Each rustle of papers was punctuated by grunts of surprise, a deep frown etching itself between his eyebrows. Well, I'll be, Killian muttered, tracing a finger over a crude diagram that seemed to chart invisible lines within a human form. This. You're saying this is inside me, all this time? Yes, Kai nodded. It just can't. His voice rose, tinged with a mix of awe and denial. The room fell silent as he kept reading. Kai didn't argue. He simply slid another page forward, a set of meticulously detailed exercises unlike anything seen in a book in the library. Killian stared, the words blurring before his eyes. This wasn't about casting fireballs or weaving illusions. Because the pages were of different diagrams, with careful instructions laid out to awaken as an enforcer. Kai slowly observed their expressions. I still don't. Killian began, his voice thick with confusion. How can this make me? Kai cut him off. Awaken, that's the word. And if you do awaken as an enforcer, you could take down that blasted necromancer on your own. Don't you want that kind of power? His voice lowered. To protect this city, to protect everyone. You are getting older and you know it. Your strength should serve you for 10 more years before aging will make you weaker. That's the natural process of a human, but with this, you would rise above it. A long silence fell over the table. Killian stared at the diagrams. Kai was trying to make him see the future with the diagrams and the promise of an enforcer. He was already too old to start as an enforcer, but they had to take the risk. Finally, Killian gave a slow, deliberate nod, his eyes still clouded as he held the papers, but that was enough for Kai, who smiled. They walked back to Kai's room to begin the process. Killian sat cross-legged on the floor. Opposite him, Kai knelt, his eyes bearing on Killian. He had dismissed Francis since he didn't want to be disturbed, and the old man had promptly left. Now only the quiet rasp of Killian's breath and the soft glow of the candle filled the room. The papers that Kai previously brought lay on his small study table, and the rest of the room was neatly cleaned. All right, Killian, Kai began, his voice low and measured. This is the first step. We need to awaken your mana heart, and then he paused, searching for the right words, force it to push the mana beyond its natural limits. Killian grunted. Sounds simple enough. The gruffness in his voice seemed forced, laced with a hint of nervousness. It won't be, Kai countered gently. Think of your mana heart like a well. It collects energy from the air, but it's stagnant. Now, imagine. He reached out, placing a hand on Killian's broad chest, directly over his heart. Imagine me pouring water into that well. He closed his eyes, focusing on the feeling. This is mana, Kai continued, his voice a steady guide. I'm giving it to you, but you need to take control. Feel it flow, feel it fill the well. Now picture it as swirling the water in the well. Don't worry about perfect circles, just... Kai gestured with his other hand, tracing a loose, swirling pattern in the air. Keep it moving, circulating the core. Killian gritted his teeth, concentrating on the warmth spreading within him. Kai knew that he could almost feel a resistance, a pressure building as his heart neared capacity. But there was more to it. He needed to let Killian know everything related to the awakening. He briefly stopped pushing mana and kept his palm over Killian's chest. You felt that? He asked Killian, who simply nodded. The process will take longer than that, but it was just a small depiction of how it'd be. Now, you need to know that there are 7 points, Kai explained, his fingers tapping specific locations on Killian's torso and limbs. Vaults. They were always there, but considered useless. Now, we believe if you can push the mana towards them, and his voice trailed off, filled with cautious optimism. Open them, Killian rasped. That's what you're saying, right? If I can force the mana to these vaults, that's the awakening. Yes, Kai said, the single word heavy with anticipation. It won't be easy. Without the natural channels mages have, it's like forcing water through cracked rock. But if you can do it, Killian, if you can awaken those vaults, you'll be something entirely new, something stronger. Silence descended again, broken only by the ragged rhythm of Killian's breathing. His eyes remained closed, his entire being focused on what Kai had told him. Kai leaned closer, his eyes locked on Killian's. "This is important," he said, gravity heavy in his voice. "An enforcer, it's different from a mage. They feel the world through their mana and amplify themselves with it. This awakening, if it works, will hurt. It will push you harder than any battle you've ever fought." Kai pointed one by one at those key points on Killian's body: shoulder blades, both sides of the chest, wrists, a spot just above the navel. It's a method of awakening that should be sufficient. For the past few days, he had been busy looking through the records, trying to find one mention of enforcers. When he found nothing, he had become sure that they weren't mainstream, and even if there were enforcers present, they were in clans that were closed off to the rest of the world. So he had thought back to his talks with enforcers. He had a few of them in the sorcerer's tower, and he had asked about their method of awakening. After writing down everything he knew, he had made a whole process to awaken. There were a few gaps that he had filled with his knowledge of the human body, and it wasn't foolproof, but it should be enough for Killian to awaken. "Okay, I'm ready," Killian said, and Kai started the process. The mana transfer wasn't a gentle trickle, but a forceful process. After Killian's agreement, he immediately started pushing mana through his palms. Killian's body tensed, his muscles straining against the sudden influx. Kai hadn't gone through the pain personally, but he knew that it felt like a dam was about to burst within Killian, the pressure building behind his ribs, threatening to shatter bone. Sweat beaded on his forehead. The pain would increase as more mana got transferred and would reach its peak when he would try to move it around his body. Then Kai's touch lessened, the intense pressure easing slightly. "Don't fight it," Kai said aloud, loud enough for Killian to nod briefly. "This is the first step. Your body isn't used to drawing in ambient mana, so I'm making it used to my mana." He paused, a hint of a chuckle in his voice. "Now, the real work begins." He moved to push needles on different points of his body. They were there to make it easier for Killian to know where to push his mana. He groaned as the needles made their way inside his flesh, but it wasn't anything more than mild discomfort. "Focus," Kai instructed, his tone suddenly sharp. "The needles, feel them. Each one represents a vault, a dormant point of power waiting to be awakened. There are 7 of them. Find them. Move the mana into them." If Kai was right, Killian would be sensing a glowing network of pathways, crisscrossing and branching to lead back to the vaults. Everything was linked together with each other. They were closed, but he would still be able to move his mana with enough force. Killian gritted his teeth visibly. The crease in his forehead started pouring sweat buckets down his face. "I feel them," he said. Kai nodded. "Good." He closed his eyes, knowing the real work was just about to begin. Push the mana towards them. Kai started sending mana in waves. One after another, the intensity of the speed increased. His voice crackled with urgency. "Don't try to rush it. If you do, your body might break. In some cases, it might even explode. So take breaths, feel my mana, and slowly push it. Just remember, the pain you will go through will be fleeting, but the power will be permanent." He opened his eyes to look at Killian, who was visibly struggling. At this point, Killian was the one who had to be strong and resilient. Kai could send as much as mana that it would suck him dry, but if Killian isn't willing to go through the pain to break what's left for him to become an enforcer, Kai's attempts would be futile. Killian frowned, squeezing his eyes shut. A strangled cry escaped his lips as Kai felt the latter's muscles spasmed under his touch. The way he shook his head aimlessly felt like he was about to give up. Kai's palms continued his efforts as Killian clenched his fists. "Don't stop," Kai barked, his voice tight with a mixture of concern and determination. "If you do, all the efforts are for naught." Fueled by a primal instinct for survival and a flicker of defiance, Killian pushed again. The pain intensified, a monstrous vice squeezing his chest, threatening to shatter his bones. Like this, he might simply give up before awakening any vaults, he thought, staring at the knight's expression. Kai quickly closed his eyes and focused on the mana that was rushing through his veins. He knew if he closely focused on the mana he released, he could feel where it was headed. He then inhaled deeply, grabbed Killian's hands, and pushed another wave. It went right inside Killian and started swirling inside his heart. With the point of contact, he observed his insides. Kai was aware of what Killian could see. He should be able to see the vaults now that his focus was heightened. "Are the vaults becoming clearer, those small chambers in your body?" Kai asked, getting a nod from Killian in return. "Okay, I believe you're trying to rush mana in all of them. It won't work like that, so do it one by one." Killian's grunts continued to fill the air. With a final, desperate roar, Killian focused on the mana, pushing it down towards one vault. A searing crack echoed in the room, and then relief. The vice loosened, the white-hot agony receding like a tide. In its wake, a warmth bloomed within Killian, a power thrumming beneath his skin. Kai felt all of it. Killian opened his eyes, blinking away the lingering afterimages of pain. A relieved smile broke through the worry etched on Kai's face. He kept his palm on Killian's body while trying to push mana to calm his racing heart. "One down," he said, his voice gruff but lighter. "6 more to go. You feel it?" he asked in the heat of the moment. "The unlocking, it took a lot of pain away, Lord Arzen. It was almost like a wave of pleasure. Should we continue?" He asked breathlessly. His eyes brightened as he spoke. Killian blinked as the sweat poured down his lashes before swiping it away. "Yes, I can feel and sense what's happening inside your body. It's a part of the process. So don't worry, we shouldn't rest until you have all of them unlocked." Kai paused. "Let's continue now," he said and closed his eyes. The next hour stretched into an eternity. Each time Killian focused on a new vault, the process repeated. Agony, a blinding flash, then a surge of warmth as the vault yielded. The second and third vaults were harder than the first ones. By the end of the third one, Killian was panting. He was drained, his body a trembling mess. The room's air was getting heavier as they both continued with the process. The fourth and fifth vaults took more effort from them. Mostly Kai. He had to drain himself while pushing enough mana for Killian to work on. Killian remained unfazed by Kai's doings. "One more to go," Kai said while stretching his neck. His bones cracked under pressure, but seeing more vaults opening gave him the go to continue with the awakening. "I'm ready, Lord Arzen," Killian said quickly. In a heartbeat, Kai closed his eyes and focused on the mana swirling inside his mana heart. He started sending pulsating mana through his palms towards Killian. Killian gasped as he realized how strong the last vault was. It was right above his navel, but the area surrounding it was tough to get through. It was almost like attempting to breach a sealed vault with no keyhole in sight. "I have heard the last vault is the toughest one." Well, he should be able to push through it. Without a word, Kai's mana flowed through Killian's body, trying to push through the final vault. The sensations hit him left and right, almost as if he could open his body apart for how strong it was. A scream tore out of him as he pushed the mana, but the vault refused to budge. Kai pushed in more of the mana, emptying his reserves, and Killian kept at it, not giving up. Every second was daunting on his body, and his shoulders were hunched from the weight of it. But as the final wave of pleasure washed over Killian, a sense of exhilaration coursed through him. Kai opened his eyes. He looked at Killian and saw the shift in his aura. He immediately felt different, stronger. He suddenly looked a bit taller, and the aura he was giving was different than before. It was sturdy, more powerful. He looked up at Kai, a confidence in his gaze that wasn't there before. I did it," he rasped, his voice hoarse. Before Kai could say anything, his face turned pale and he fell on his knees as his stomach grumbled. Something came up to his throat and he let it all out. Kai quickly got out of the way. Black liquid like the poison Kai had removed from his body gushed from his mouth, a stinking smell filling the entire room. He kept throwing up for a while before it stopped and dragged his body away from the pool of black liquid. "What was that?" He looked at the liquid with a strained face. "Impurities from your body," he said. "That's normal with every awakening since enforcers tend to cultivate their bodies, so the body repulses any sort of impurities that have been dormant." Kai offered a weary yet proud smile as he explained. "Either way, congratulations, you opened the pathways." Killian nodded, opening and closing his fist before sighing. Just by the theories he knew of, Kai guessed that there would be a lingering pain, a dull ache reminding him of the whole ordeal, but it should pass. A laugh tinged with disbelief attracted his attention. "I haven't seen this clearly since I was a child," Killian said and took long breaths, the words coming out sharp. Kai chuckled. "You will see better as you make progress. You don't know half the things an enforcer can do." Killian frowned, sharpening his confusion. "What do you mean?" "You will learn with time. The power you have awakened, you are at the first step of it. Though power without control is a recipe for disaster, we need to learn to harness this ability, to channel it into something useful." Killian flexed his hand, awareness tingling in his fingertips. "How will I do that?" "More training, something similar." "You can call it training, but the official name is cultivation." Killian, still buzzing from the aftereffects of the awakening process, straightened his back. His eyebrows perked up in confusion. "Cultivation, what does that mean?" "Each vault acts like a wellspring of power," Kai explained, his voice filled with quiet intensity. "By absorbing ambient mana from the environment and nurturing these vaults, you'll strengthen them, allowing you to access greater levels of power. Right now, you're a first-stage enforcer. A novice rank, you need to grow to truly show the full might of an enforcer." Killian frowned, a question gnawing at him. "Does that mean I can do certain things mentioned in the papers that I read before? Like, it feels unbelievable." Kai hesitated for a beat, a flicker of unease crossing his features. "That," he said, his voice carefully neutral, "is a matter for another time. Trust me, Killian, there's much you don't know. But for now, focus on cultivating your vaults." He clapped Killian on the shoulder, the gesture oddly forced. Killian nodded, looking at him before something came up to his eyes. "Wait, Lord Arzen, how did you even manage to know things in such detail? Where did you get such knowledge from?" he asked, his eyes glinting with curiosity. Kai barely managed to stop himself from frowning. When he had talked about things before, he had simply said he had read about it. Even with the heat stones, people believed he invented them. Maybe they just thought of him as a talented mage. After all, he was a duke's son, but right now, What he had shown Killian and Francis was something that would change the world if it got out. He couldn't just say he invented it because Killian was never going to fully believe it. There was just so much he could pretend to invent when the previous Arzen was extremely different and hadn't been a mage for long. If he did, he was sure that Killian and Francis would simply think of him as an imposter, which he was, but it might go the wrong way if they thought of him as a demon or a shapeshifter. His identity wasn't a conversation he wanted to have right now. With all that in mind, Kai replied, "I'm sorry, but I don't think I would be able to answer that. The knowledge didn't come from me. I did research about it, but the true origin of it is something I can't disclose right now. I could only assure you that it hadn't come from a sinful place and is meant to help you. Why not? It's not the right time. When it comes, I will tell you everything myself." The sincerity in Kai's voice, however faint, seemed to appease Killian for now as he nodded, his eyes clouded with an understanding. "I believe you will. Anyway, this feels very different." Killian looked at his own body once again. A smile tugged on his lips as he forgot the matters they were discussing previously. "I think I need to clear my head for a bit. Everything feels overwhelming." He looked at Kai with doubtful eyes. "I should go for a run, see how these new legs feel." Kai smiled and pulled him up from the ground. "Be careful. Don't go using up all your newfound energy in one go. Yes, I hope I don't get an injury. I don't think I will even if I into a wall. I will talk to you soon, Lord Arzen," Killian said, reaching for the door. Kai looked at him from behind, a sigh leaving his lips. He felt his energy low. The awakening went better than he had expected, and it was all for good. Although his first reservations about leading an awakening, especially with an enforcer, considering his lack of experience, were evident, Kai had backup plans. Had the awakening failed, he had options ready that would have just made Killian uncomfortable for a day or two at most. To his relief, though, the process went off without a hitch. But now thinking of negative scenarios wouldn't do anything. Kai sighed in relief once again. This time, the stress he bottled up left his body. "It went well, and that's all I could ask." Gareth stood outside an inn and scraped the dust off his calloused hand, the grit clinging stubbornly beneath his fingernails. He had helped transport a merchant's sandbags onto his carriage, which had stuck to him. The job didn't pay anything, but it was a chance to make a connection. He hoped that the merchant would get him a job if he kept helping out, though there was no guarantee. That's why he was here. He took a deep breath, calming his nerves and looking over the board, the rusty pickaxe in. The once-proud image of a miner swinging a pickaxe that was the label of the inn was now faded and indistinct. According to what he knew, it was started by a former miner after he had accumulated enough money, hence the name. It also gave him hope that he might just be able to find a job here, maybe by pity or by being in the same profession the owner of the inn used to be in. He pushed open the creaking door as the scent of stale air washed him. He saw men sitting in the back, their faces filled with lines hunched over their mugs, their laughter filling the establishment. More than half the seats were still empty. He guessed it was because it was still afternoon and because people didn't have coins to spare, probably a mix of both. A husky man with a greasy apron grunted in greeting, wiping down a glass with a dirty rag. He recognized him as Arzen, the owner of the inn. As he moved towards him, Arzen asked, "Are you looking for lunch?" "We have some nice stew and boar meat today." "No," Gareth rasped, his voice rough and nervous. He wiped his ragged shirt, trying to ease any wrinkles that showed. "I was hoping to find some work here if you have any." "I don't mind anything," he said, looking up at him. Arzen frowned, a flicker passing through his eyes. Gareth's heart fell as he realized he might be rejected, so he quickly continued, "I used to be a miner. I can work hard for any job you may have." He cleared his throat and stared at him. Arzen swept his gaze across the room, landing on the men huddled in corners. Their postures were slumped, talking about some girl who worked in a bakery. It was a useful conversation, and Gareth himself had been a part of a few of those when he was young. "Work, eh?" Arzen snorted. His voice almost sounded like rocks grinding together. "Half these lads here can't cough up a copper for a drink. How do you think I would be able to pay to hire someone?" Jerked a thumb towards two men who were arguing over a chipped mug. "Those two fools haven't paid for half a year. Farms ain't yielding much this year, and the mines, they are captured, and everyone involved with it is either dead, jobless, or left the town." He trailed off. A bitter silence filled the space. Gareth knew everything. He had suffered through it and was there when the bandits had captured the mine. He had barely escaped. He looked back and forth between the rest of the men who hung out at the inn and the owner. He swallowed hard, forcing himself to stand tall. He wanted to give up and return, but this could be his last chance to earn something for his family. He had responsibilities. "I'm a strong worker." His hands came and clutched together as they were shaking. His voice was steady. "I was one of the best with a pickaxe. I'll do whatever it takes. I don't mind not getting any food until I'm paid. Even just the minimum is okay. I'm just very desperate for something." Arzen dropped the dirty cloth that was in his hand and studied Gareth for a long moment, his eyes raking down the dust-caked torn clothes and worn boots. He could sense the owner's shift, maybe pity, maybe something else. But the good thing was that it was there, though only for a moment before it disappeared, and Arzen shook his head. "You know, my son left for other places," he said, shrugging his shoulders. "He was like you, a miner who lost his job." He helped out in the inn, but I barely had coins to run this place. So he left, hoping for better opportunities. You can do that, or the miner inwardly sighed but listened. Wait around in the city, go to everyone who might need help. The Lord is already giving out food, and I know the city would be swimming in dead bodies if not for that. So at least you won't die of hunger. Maybe try out the guards. There's rumors the Lord wants to recruit more people to protect the place after the necromancer incident. Yeah, Gareth asked, his eyes widening at the mention of the guards. Yes, go and check with them. You might die out of cold either way. Why not die while fighting a monster? Makes for a good story, Arzen said and turned around, moving towards the back where Gareth saw glimpses of the kitchen. Good luck, lad. Miners are tough. You will figure something out. The ghost of a smile touched his lips as he mumbled his thanks. As he turned around and walked, the words of the owner still echoed through his mind. His jaw clenched tight for a moment. Arzen was right. Free food was the only thing that kept some semblance of life in this town. Being a guard, it wasn't an ideal path, but at least it offered a chance for him to survive and get a better life. Gareth stepped out onto the dusty street, blinking against the coldness that swept through it. Suddenly, a loud clatter shattered the tense quiet. People who were walking on the street turned towards the carriage that careened down. A man seemed to sit on the back of it, dressed in a guard's uniform, and bellowed something unintelligible, his voice echoing through the buildings. Gareth only got a look before he faded. What's going on here? He looked at the people who seemed to be talking in hushed tones before following the carriage. He didn't know what was going on, but it seemed to be important. After all, he had never seen any guards coming on a carriage like this in the streets. He quickened his pace, following the fading sound of the shouting man, drawn towards it like a moth to a flame. As he ran, he realized the carriage was heading towards the public square and took to the alleys. The long, narrow tunnels were perfect for him to cover long distances in a short time. He kept his pace up, and after a few turns, he found himself in a wide street. The carriage was standing in the distance, right in front of the square, and a large crowd seemed to have gathered up. It was a crowd mixed with all sorts of people, and even those who were inside their houses surged forward. A collective gasp escaped their lips as they all looked at the men on the carriage and what they were saying. Gareth moved to stand at the end of the crowd, using his height to have a good view of the guard. Hear me, hear me. The guard roared, his voice tinged with theatrical flourish. By decree of Lord Arzen himself, a recruitment drive for the esteemed position of special guards commences this very week. You must have heard rumors, and folks, they're right. A ripple of whispers ran through the people. They didn't shout or show any emotions, but all of them seemed to be in doubt. Gareth remained rooted to the spot, his brow furrowed in skepticism like the others. Special guard, what kind of position was this? What was so special about guards? The guard, oblivious to the confusion, continued his spiel, his voice going a notch higher. Work and train under the illustrious knight Killian himself. Hone your skills, serve your lord, and earn a handsome wage, 5 gold coins a month. Register now, 5 gold coins. The words echoed in Gareth's mind. Another ripple went through the crowd as they whispered. A few people even rubbed their ears in case they heard wrong. 5 gold coins could buy a meal 3 times a day, a new pair of boots, clothes, and after all that, they were enough to save a bit for the future. Gareth couldn't help but imagine getting that much money every month, but reason quickly doused the embers of his optimism. He was a miner, his hands rough and calloused from years of wielding a pickaxe. Combat, he knew the sting of a misplaced swing, the ache of exhaustion after a long shift, but the thrill of battle and fighting against someone. A wry smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He wouldn't be winning any swordsmanship awards anytime soon. He glanced around him, taking in the scene. Men, some younger, some older, all bore the same hopeful glint in their eyes. They surged forward, pushing and shoving, eager to be the first to register. Come forward. You and you, the guard yelled once again. You do not need prior combat knowledge to register. One can start without it if they fulfill the requirements. What sort of requirements are we on about? An overweight man asked from the crowd. The guard clicked his tongue. You won't know yet. Lord Arzen will decide it personally. If you believe you have guts and potential, you will qualify. Remember, registration is free. There's no fee. If you believe you can do it, come forward and sign up. Gareth couldn't believe his ears for a second. If there was no combat experience required, maybe he could try. He looked around himself and his heart fell once more. The words from the guards had made even more people move to register, pushing and pulling each other to get to the front. Looking back, he saw even more men coming in. The carriage had announced the opening of job recruitment in the whole city, and it had attracted a lot of attention. Seeing so many people, Gareth hesitated. Would he be able to compete with them? Doubt gnawed at him, a persistent voice whispering of failure. Then a memory surfaced, a warm hand calloused like his own resting on his shoulder. His father's voice echoed in his ears. Whatever chances you don't take, son, some other guy takes it and hits it rich. It was something his father used to say a lot, over and over again. It was because he had lost out on an opportunity to apprentice under a merchant. After all, he had been too scared to go meet him. Some other guy had, and 10 years later, his father was working in a mine owned by him. His jaw clenched tight. He may not be a knight, but he wasn't a coward either. He had gone down to iron mines and worked for hours every day. He didn't want that sort of life. 5 gold coins. 5 gold coins were worth a shot at a better life. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself down. He had his wife at home. He needed to return with good news. If not that, then at least some hope of good news. Gareth took a step forward, mingling with the men who wanted to take a chance, just like him. "Come this way, come in line," the guard yelled. A few others moved to straighten the crowd in a line and to control anyone who was trying to break it. He stood behind the line waiting for his turn patiently. The tall man in front of him turned around. He recognized who he was, Old Man Clement, a man who lived on the same street as him. He was kind and gentle and someone who always looked out for the people in the neighborhood. But ever since the season for Sania started, things have been tough. Along with everyone else in the city, Clement, too, could barely look after himself and his family. He had lost his job because his employer had left the city, and things had been rough from what he heard of his family. When their eyes met, they exchanged a hesitant nod, a silent acknowledgement of their shared desperation and a glimmer of hope. "Are you trying to get in with the guards too?" Clement questioned. Gareth nodded, "Just like you." "But I thought you applied to work at the bar down the street." He paused for a moment. "Unlike me, you know a variety of skills, so I thought you would be able to get a job quite easily." Clement sighed. He smacked his lips. "That place is dead, been dead for months. The owner didn't have money to pay, and as for my skills, no one thinks they are worthy enough to pay for it. Hence, I'm here." Gareth nodded as the line moved. He gave a slight pat on his back. "I hope the gods are looking upon you. Good luck." The latter smiled briefly. "You too. Good things are bound to happen, especially with Lord Arzen distributing food to the needy. I believe something is about to change." Gareth could only nod to his words. The line slowly snaked its way towards the training grounds, a large, dusty expanse where figures clad in gleaming armor sparred and practiced formations. Along with the people who were in the line, everyone seemed to be tense and nervous. Even the guards who were practicing with their weapons seemed to hold a sense of tension in their shoulders. "I think that's where the testing must be happening," he thought to himself as he looked at where they were headed. Inside, a single room served as the testing ground. Men entered, one by one, disappearing behind a thick curtain. A few emerged moments later, their faces etched with disappointment. Gareth's heart hammered a frantic rhythm against his ribs with each dejected figure. Then something strange happened. A man entered the room, but unlike the others, he didn't come back out. Minutes stretched, a cold knot settling in his stomach. Everyone waited and a few talked in hushed whispers. The guards called in other people meanwhile as the testing dragged on even if the man didn't come back. After a brief 20 minutes, Clement walked out of the curtain with his lips pursed tightly. The old man didn't even share a glance, but continued to walk away. He seemed disappointed, and Gareth didn't have to think twice about the results. But now it was his turn. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for whatever awaited him on the other side of the curtain. Stepping inside, he found himself facing a richly furnished room. 2 figures stood before him, a stern-faced man in a crimson cloak which he identified as Lord Arzen, and a knight clad in gleaming silver armor whom he knew as Knight Killian. Lord Arzen's gaze was stern as he moved his eyes onto him, while Knight Killian simply stood in the back, but the pressure coming off him daunted his shoulders. Gareth's heart lurched. He bowed clumsily, his calloused hand brushing his thigh in a nervous gesture. "Gareth of Veralt City," he stammered, his voice rough with disuse. Lord Arzen gave him a curt nod. "At ease, Gareth." He gestured towards a wooden chair. "Please, sit." He hesitated at the polite language, but with a murmured thanks, he lowered himself onto the edge, muscles bunched in anticipation. Lord Arzen surprised him further by walking forward and placing a hand on each of his shoulders. His touch was surprisingly warm. A strange sensation washed over him then, a tingling warmth that spread through his body like a wave. It wasn't pain exactly, but a prickling, buzzing sensation that made him want to twitch his limbs in protest. Yet a strange calmness settled over him just as soon. The feeling intensified for a moment, then receded as quickly as it came. Gareth blinked, his gaze darting between Lord Arzen and Knight Killian. What was that?" He managed to ask, his voice barely a whisper. Lord Arzen's smile was both kind and knowing. He looked at the knight and then at Gareth. "The test, and you should be happy to know that you passed," he said. "Welcome to the Special Guards, Gareth." The recruitment continued for the next few days as Kai and Killian looked for more enforcers. In the beginning, a steady stream of recruits lined up and walked through the makeshift processing area. Killian ushered men forward, men who lived in the city and a few smaller areas outside the city. The result was unsurprising. Some approached him with bravado, chests puffed out and muscles tensed. Others shuffled in nervously, their eyes avoiding eye contact with Killian. He wanted to get as many men tested as possible, but it wasn't possible with those who didn't volunteer. He also recruited ordinary men who didn't really have the necessary organs to become an enforcer, but were in good shape to replace the soldiers they had lost in the battle with the necromancer. As the evening was approaching, Killian straightened his back. Kai looked around and saw how the line had dwindled to a trickle. The search for the enforcers had been successful with them finding a few, but they hadn't found any mages. It was quite disappointing after going through all the people and testing if they had the necessary organs, but it was understandable. Mages were usually rare by the numbers, and in a city like this, there might be one or two. Additionally, the mass migration that has been happening recently could be why they couldn't find any mages. Either way, in the end, he got what he wanted. He walked towards a man, one of the volunteers, who was seated with his hands on his legs. He was covered with dust and seemed as if he hadn't had a proper meal in ages. His nervousness was clear as daylight as he fidgeted with his fingers. Kai kept his palms over his shoulders and started pushing a very small amount of mana through, just enough to see if he had the necessary organs. In a blink, he realized that the man was another regular volunteer. He didn't have the necessary organs to become an enforcer. He shook his head and took a step back. Killian walked up from behind and relayed the bad news to the man. His eyes immediately fell to the floor as he stood up. Thank you, he mumbled disheartedly and walked back from the curtains. Before the man could leave, Kai called out, if you are from the nearby settlements around the city, wait till tomorrow and you should get the food when we distribute it. The man looked at Kai and nodded. Thank you, Lord Arzen. Then he disappeared beyond the curtains. As the curtains opened, Kai saw how there was no one left. That's all of the volunteers who came forward, Lord Arzen, Killian said as if he was reporting it to him. Kai nodded. He looked in between the people they had recruited. They stood outside the room, away from the gaze of the volunteers, but he could see them from where he was seated. There were 4 enforcers that they had gotten, and all of them seemed like the perfect replacement for the fallen guards, at least in strength. I expected another enforcer or 2, but there are 4. Killian asked them all to come in and see if Francis is free enough to join us too, Kai said, and waited for Killian to take action. With a curt nod to Kai, he walked towards the 4 people who got selected. They were aimlessly standing by the side, sipping on the tea Kai had ordered to give them. Kai sat back while one leg rested over the other. The men slowly walked inside the room, followed by Killian and Francis. As soon as they walked in, they bowed in respect. They didn't utter a word until Kai spoke, but he observed them before the latter could speak. 4 men. An eager-looking young man who was barely a teen, 2 minors who looked to be in their mid-20s, and 1 hunter who seemed to be in his late 30s. All of them looked ordinary with blonde hair and patches of beard on their faces. Out of all of them, only the young man looked frail. The rest of them had muscles and kept in shape compared to the ordinary man, possibly due to the nature of their jobs. Kai nodded curtly. All right, you lot. 4 of you, he pointed at the men. From tomorrow, you will be directly training under Knight Killian. The men nodded excitedly. Their confused and nervous faces were no longer there, replaced with hopeful smiles. Let's get acquainted. One by one, tell us who you are and why you decided to join. Be honest or there will be repercussions, Kai said, giving a warning in the end. He didn't want anyone lying about their reasons to join when it was pretty clear. A burly miner cleared his throat. He was easily the tallest among them, rivaling Killian. Bored Lord Arzen, as the mines shut down, figured this was better than nothing. No other job is willing to pay enough to survive. His voice rumbled deep and gravelly. The younger miner, wiping his hand on his trousers, piped up next. Gareth, your lordship, same as Bored, just want to feed my family. He offered a shy smile but quickly stepped back. The hunter, his gaze still flickering around the room, spoke next. My name is Bran. I lost my hunting partner a few months back, and it had been tough since then, and the promise of earning good coin brought me here. Also, I was grateful to you. Grateful? Yes, my child nearly died out of hunger a month back, but the soup you distributed saved her life. I wanted to repay you in some way, and this seemed like a good opportunity. Kai smiled, finding no deceit in his words. How's your child now? She's healthy by the grace of gods. Good. He turned towards the last man, prompting him to speak. He was the teen who had been fidgeting nervously all this time. His thick eyebrows knitted together. I am Nelson. I was an apprentice cook but didn't like it too much. The pay was bad and I didn't have enough money to start my own restaurant, so when I heard about the announcement, I decided to try my luck. Kai nodded at each introduction, making a mental note of their names and demeanors. Good. You'll all find this life different, but I assure you, it has its rewards. Your families will be moved to the guard quarters with proper food and heat stones. It'll be a far cry from living in your current home and struggling for food. Francis here will settle you all in. He looked towards him and he gave a confident nod. A flicker of relief crossed Bored and Gareth's faces. Nelson seemed more contemplative, while Bran remained stoic. Now Kai leaned forward, his voice dropping low. There's more. We have plans for you all. Plans to give you abilities beyond the ken of ordinary men. The same power as mages, he said, watching their eyes widen in surprise and wonder. A murmur of questions rippled through the group. Mages? Bored rumbled, his brow furrowed. But those are rare. Bran finished for him, his voice laced with a hint of awe. Kai held up a hand, silencing their questions. I understand your confusion. Killian will brief you on the details later, but before we get to that, there's a crucial step. Enforcers, as you'll be called, typically undergo months of grueling physical training before even attempting to awaken their vaults. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. It's a delicate process. The human body can only withstand so much pressure. Many don't survive the awakening. A collective gasp escaped the recruits. The color drained from Gareth's face, while Bran's hand tightened around his other hand, knuckles whitening in the process. Even Nelson's eyes flickered with nervous energy. But don't be scared, Kai continued, his voice firm yet reassuring. That's where I come in. My methods are different. With my help, you'll be ready to attempt the awakening in a month, a fraction of the usual time. Kai saw how they were trying to grasp the situation. It was a given that they mostly didn't understand what he was trying to explain, especially knowing how Killian took time until the awakening to truly figure out what an enforcer is. He shot a pointed look at Killian, who simply shrugged. Knight Killian here is already a walking testament to peak physical conditioning. You lot, however, his gaze swept across their faces, have some work to do. Borde and Gareth visibly gulped while Nelson straightened his shoulder. Bran remained impassive, but a glint of something akin to hope flickered in his eyes. Enforcers, I have never heard the term before, Bran asked. Kai could tell they were still thinking about all the information that he lay in front of them, but well, it wasn't time to go into depth. Yes, enforcers. Once again, Knight Killian will be the one to explain who you truly are and what your true potential is, so be patient. Bran nodded, taking a small step back. Borde cleared his throat. So when does this training begin, Lord Arzen? Killian stepped forward. Sunrise tomorrow, he announced. The Lord himself will be joining us for the first session. All the four faces flashed one look surprised. Nelson faintly nodded while Gareth's frown deepened. Kai smiled at them and gave a curt nod. Hope to see you all tomorrow. Get settled for the evening, he said, and walked out of the small room. Killian bellowed, get ready. This was the first round they were about to run. Killian, who had already finished his morning workouts, urged the newly recruited guards. Kai also stood next to them. In 3, 2, run, hurry. His commanding voice boomed throughout the ground. Kai surged forward alongside Borde, Gareth, Nelson, and Bran. They were right behind the guards who were normally training at this hour. The morning cold wind hit Kai's face. His feet fastened in an attempt to match the pace of the guards who were right in front of them, but the initial burst of enthusiasm quickly gave way to burning lungs and pounding in his heart. His muscles started screaming in protest, and all the while the legs threatened to give up. But Kai didn't want to be the first to falter. He gritted his teeth and pushed himself harder with each stride. The run around the perimeter of the grounds was just the appetizer. Kai's muscle memory almost made him cast a spell to ease the pain and accelerate the process, but he barely stopped himself from doing it. His mind served him with more spells like Soothe and Invigorate, but spells could be a double-edged sword in the long term, often leaving the user too reliant on them. Training his body naturally, however grueling, was the safer, more sustainable option. Arzen's body needs to be more in shape, and that's what he should do. And that's what I will be doing. As he successfully finished the third round, he looked at the trainees. The four men mirrored his expression. For his enthusiasm, even they were going on for their reasons. Halt. The fourth round came to a halt when they all jogged down and eased up their speed. Killian's voice gathered all their attention. Now let's get on to drills. Lord Arzen, you can begin the training regime we discussed yesterday. Kai nodded and started jogging to the side of the ground. He was panting, his heartbeat ready to thrum out of his body. 4 of you, I will give you a drill to practice for 7 sundowns. Get over here. Guards, you know what to do. Kai heard Killian's voice from behind. He was hasting the process so that the exhaustion would take time to catch up after all the running. Kai got to a place where he wouldn't be disturbed by the guards training, but also wasn't too far from Killian. He started with the push-ups, pull-ups, lunges, and a series of core exercises Killian had given him. In a way, every workout was a struggle for him. His body wasn't accustomed to such exertion. It started rebelling against his own will. He continued his workout with heavy breaths but was conscious of his every move. As he got to the core workouts, sweat started dripping from his eyes as if he was crying, stinging his vision. His muscles trembled and his lungs burned with every breath. But he had some more to go. 2, 3, 4 touchdowns. The core workouts got harder every day as he increased the amount of each workout. 9, 10 done. Kai sprawled on the ground as he finished his last exercise. He gasped for air, the sweat dripping from his face like a leaky faucet. He got to his knees while his hands were on his thighs, trying to catch his breath. His eyes went across the field. The enticing aroma filled the air. The maids handed over bowls of soup to all the guards. It was the soup that Kai had written the recipe for, a soup made of herbs that would provide energy and warmth after exercise, a fairly common thing in his past life. He saw Killian, his face etched with a rare seriousness, strode up to him. Not bad, Lord Arzen, he rumbled, a hint of grudging respect in his voice. I have to admit, I was surprised you kept up. Kai managed a chuckle, though it came out more like a wheeze, just. Building character, Killian, nothing to it. Character, eh? Killian snorted. Well, you'll need plenty more of it in the coming weeks. But better than the first day, he conceded. You did well. Kai nodded, knowing he was telling the truth. Now about weapons training, Kai began, his voice surprisingly firm. I'd like to start as soon as possible. Killian studied him for a moment. Then a slow smile spread across his face. All right, Lord Arzen, he said, his voice tinged with a hint of satisfaction. Looks like I'll have the pleasure of personally training you with weapons. It was visible that Killian was in a good mood after all the training. His energy was radiating after the awakening. Kai was in his room. Seated in his usual position on the ground, his eyes were closed. He inhaled a good amount of mana and let it flow inside his body. Intentionally, he let it circle his mana heart to a rhythm. He counted the circles and started all over again, thinking of increasing the count gradually. His thoughts started shifting from his mana heart to the problems that were in front of him. It would take a few months before he could reach the next circle. With his physical training, he would be stronger, but it felt like an eternity, especially when there was Mage Actra. For a few reasons, he wanted to deal with Actra faster. He didn't like the feeling of someone who could be dangerous to him living in the same place. But it isn't possible. Kai mused and let out a frustrated sigh. He needed more information to confirm his thoughts about Mage Actra. He needed proof of his wrongdoings. Most importantly, he needed to understand the extent of his power and the potential backing he might have. Mages, as Kai knew, had a considerable amount of authority. They were treated as chickens who lay golden eggs, and he was sure that Actra had backings that went far beyond the Duke. Even if he assumed he had tried to kill him due to his brother, an investigation would happen and he won't be able to get away. So it made perfect sense for him to have more than one card to help him. But who? Kai squeezed his eyes shut. These questions would be unanswered for quite some time. The exhaustion of the day finally started catching up, a dull ache in his muscles, but his mind had restless energy. He couldn't do anything physically now, but he saw the worn leather-bound book, the book on golems. Pulling it up again, he skimmed through the pages. He had already finished reading the book the night before. He had been reading it before bed every day while making his notes. It hasn't been difficult as his interest in golems started increasing with every read. His eyes fell on the notes that were inside the book. 3 parts, that's what he understood. The golem creation was divided into 3 parts. First came the vessel, sculpting a form from clay, stone, iron, any material capable of channeling mana. Next, shaping, meticulously crafting the wanted size and form, imbuing the vessel with the basic functions of movement. Finally, the most crucial step, the core. The core was the golem's lifeblood, a receptacle for channeled mana mixed with monster parts, a miniature replica of a mana heart in some ways. Just like potion brewing, it was an intricate art form, a dance between raw materials and the caster's intent. Higher-level golems, the book alluded to, could even be imbued with sentience, a feat far beyond Kai's current capabilities. But well, I don't want to give up. Maybe I could hunt monsters to find a few cores later. He reached for a small pouch that was tucked beneath his cot. It was the clay that he asked Clare to collect before. He pulled it out from the pouch and kept it on the table. The text's descriptions were in his mind as if written in clear stone. He molded the clay, imbuing it with basic principles of movement. That's what was mentioned. His hands twisted and his palms grabbed the clay at different angles. The next hour blurred. At first, the clay was pliable, but with each try, the clay turned into something completely else. He used mana to hold it together, but his shaping skills were bad, and the knight he was trying to make would instead look like a hybrid between a dog and a frog. His magic wasn't flowing the way he wanted, and even the notes he gathered started getting jumbled in the process of creating the mold. Kai sighed. Maybe if I just, the clay started melting into a pulp of nothingness. He was using the force of magic a bit stronger than he intended. Why is it so hard? It had been a month since the necromancer was killed. Kai, Killian, and Francis were busy doing their own things. Kai had conducted more trials, not more for the general population, but for the guards they already had. Each of them had undergone a test, and the results had given them 2 more candidates to become enforcers. One of them was named Henry, a guard Kai had never interacted with before, and the second was someone familiar, Farah. He had already seen his capabilities in the battle against the necromancer, so it was a pleasant surprise. Killian constantly had to make sure the guards were practicing and continuing the training regime he had created for them. Even a day's setback would make it harder for him to train the newly recruited enforcers. Even if 2 of them were trained to a certain degree, the others left a lot to be desired. Francis was given a few jobs to take care of. He tried to take Kai's suggestions and got himself busy with the food distribution. Kai knew that the small bowl of soup every person in the city received was not so small for them. The men who walked in as volunteers for the recruitment constantly thanked Lord Arzen for giving them the food they received. Kai's heart warmed as they thanked him and explained how it helped their families survive. In the end, even though the food distribution was for the commoners to survive the winter and get his reputation to turn for the better, the feeling of doing good exceeded his expectations. Apart from checking up and handling matters related to the food distribution, Francis had to keep an eye on Malden and the distribution of heat stones. The heat stones were being distributed for different prices. The commoners received the heat stones for a cheaper price, and it varied greatly for wealthy merchants and nobles. The two latter consumers created profits for them to pay off the debts. The recent news Malden brought was something that even Kai hadn't expected. When Francis read what Malden had sent, his eyes widened with his mouth. He clutched the paper tightly and reread the same words he did before aloud. A grateful noble family not only endorsed heat stones, but even coughed up 1,000 gold for personalized ones for the entire household. 2 weeks later, Malden sent another letter. It wasn't a proclamation of another noble or merchant family endorsing the heat stones, but news everyone was keenly waiting for. We have gotten enough money to pay off the debt. Most of the heat stones had been sold. It was something that took something heavy off the back of Kai. A debt he had never taken but had to pay off, but with the money collected from it, he could finally look forward to his plans. The frosty morning wasn't anything peaceful or silent for Kai. The of steel echoed through the yard and rang in his ears. Kai gripped a practiced spear that felt oddly comfortable in his hand and parried a blow from Killian's blunted sword. Right now, they were in a practice spar. Out of all the weapons he had to choose, Kai had decided on the spear. A sword or a rapier was okay, but a spear gave him the ability to put distance between his enemy and strike at the right time. A major reason was also because it just felt right in his hands. Kai felt sweat trickling down his forehead, but he shifted his focus to the attacks Killian launched. The spear became a blur as he jabbed and thrust, mimicking the fighting style he learnt after spending hours examining how Killian showed it. The latter mirrored Kai's movements with practiced ease. His sword deflected each of Kai's attempts. When Kai moved on his right side, Killian would quickly mirror it and avoid attack. And when he tried to change the direction of his strike, Killian would easily slide back and parry it, showing his mastery. He would quickly adapt to Kai's rookie movements and even try to attack Kai back using different small tricks. The fight thus continued. By the latter end of it, frustration started rising in Kai's mind. His progress was showing, but Killian was on another level. If he had used his spells, the fight would be over in an instant, but for their spars, he had refrained from it. Internally, he cursed himself for never learning a few tricks for close combat. Arg, taking a moment to think, Kai moved around his spear and aimed for his right shoulder, but twisted the spear to go for the left. It hit, momentarily distracting him. He kept the momentum up and aimed at Killian's abs, but he feinted, taking control of the pace. As Kai missed his next two strikes, Killian took that moment and capitalized on the opening, his sword flashing out in a deceptive arc that caught Kai's spear shaft near the base. Kai's arm jolted back in pain, the spear clattering to the ground. Kai grabbed the hilt of Killian's sword. It was a desperate lunge to disarm him, but it seemed Killian anticipated the move. He smoothly twisted the sword and sent Kai sprawling backwards. Kai landed hard, the wind momentarily knocking out of him. Killian walked towards Kai and extended his hand. "Not bad, Lord Arzen." The amusement was evident in his voice, but tinged with a hint of respect. "Your spear work is definitely improving, but remember, a weapon is only an extension of the warrior. You also did well with lunging after losing your weapon. In a battle, that might be a desperate final attempt, but most warriors would die either way if they don't have their weapons." Kai grasped Killian's hand and hauled himself to his feet. "Thanks," he said in a shaky voice. This was the third fight they'd been training and he was almost out of his breath. He had been learning well, but it wasn't at a level where he could use it in real combat. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his ragged breathing before changing the subject. "How are the others?" Killian grunted, remembering their state. "Recovering. Awakening's a harsh mistress. They all went through it yesterday, but the pressure," he shook his head, "even with your assistance, it took a toll on them." Kai winced. The awakening process was brutal. They had been training for over a month for it, but still, it had been too much for their bodies. He couldn't help but feel a pang of worry for the new recruits. He helped them to awaken yesterday, but since the pressure was high, a lot of them passed out even though it was a success. Killian chuckled. "Don't worry, Lord Arzen. They fainted, not crumbled to dust. They'll wake up with magical hangovers, but their dormant abilities are now awakened." Kai nodded. "Yeah, I know. Train them well today because there might be a test." He got to his feet and started shrugging off his clothes. "What test?" Killian started by asking, but a maid who came running abruptly halted their talk. "Lord Arzen, Knight Killian," the maid called them out. "Administrator Francis asked me to relay the message that Malden is in the castle, awaiting your presence." Killian's eyes immediately came to Kai. He nodded. "Let's head down then." Kai stood up. A wave of tiredness washed over Kai as he entered the room where Malden had settled. It was Francis's office room and had enough space for everyone to sit and discuss. Both Kai and Killian walked in as Francis, and Malden bowed to him. He stretched his arms over his head and started feeling his body move under pain. The training session with Killian had pushed him to his limits, and every muscle in his body ached. Malden, however, looked like the picture of prosperity. Gone were the cheap, threadbare merchant clothes and furrowed brow. In their place, a well-tailored tunic and a gold chain gleamed around his neck. Kai looked at his new appearance for a second as Malden sensed his presence. Lord Arzen, Malden boomed, a jovial smile spreading across his face. Come in, come in. You look like you could use a rest. He gestured towards a wooden chair. Kai chuckled, collapsing into the chair with a sigh. You could say that, Malden. Killian certainly put me through my paces. Ah, a training session with Knight Killian, Malden chuckled, his eyes twinkling as he glanced at Killian. Kai was sure that he had already gotten information about his training from Francis, but he still acted like he was hearing it for the first time. Well, knowing how powerful you are as a mage, I'm pretty sure some exercise would take your fighting prowess to the next level. Enough about it, Kai said, waving his hand. Tell me everything about the sales. I can see you have greatly benefited from it. Malden tapped the golden chain around his neck with a sly grin. It's all your grace, my lord. As for sales, I have prepared a note of every single transaction for you to check. I think you would be happy with what my small merchant company has achieved. Let's see then. Malden slapped a thick ledger onto the table, the sound echoing in the room. Over 70% of these transactions are for the improved heat stones we sold to nobles. Kai opened the ledger, his eyes widening in surprise. The nobles, it seemed, were easily fooled by size. They'd purchased the regular heat stones, believing them to be a superior model simply because they were larger and more ornate. Maybe they warmed the room a bit faster, but there was not a lot of difference between them and the regular model. A pang of guilt flickered within him as he wondered how his master would have reacted to it, but it was quickly overshadowed by the sheer volume of gold amassed. 13,000 gold coins sat neatly documented in the ledger, way more than what he had predicted. You did well, Malden, Kai finally admitted, a hint of admiration in his voice. This is a significant amount of coin. Malden puffed out his chest, a prideful glint in his eyes. Just doing my part, Lord Arzen, just doing my part, and don't worry about a thing. I've kept meticulous records of every transaction down to the last copper piece. Transparency is key, wouldn't you agree? Kai nodded, a genuine smile gracing his lips. Glint of understanding passed between Kai and Francis as they made eye contact. Without a word, Kai's lips curved into a sly smile. Francis, he began, his voice low but firm, have you prepared what I requested a month ago? Francis, ever the stoic presence, inclined his head in a single, curt nod. A flicker of curiosity flickered in Killian's eyes, while Malden's brow furrowed in confusion. Excellent, Kai said, a hint of excitement lacing his tone. Then Killian, gather a good number of guards. If any of the 6 are awake and coherent, bring them along too. We're going on an exercise. Killian's confusion deepened, his gaze darting between Kai and Francis. An exercise? What kind of exercise? Kai smiled. Consider it a test of both their abilities and ours. Details will have to wait until we arrive. Trust me, this little excursion will be highly entertaining. Within the opulent confines of the Tradeheart Merchant Company headquarters, Galvin, the silver-tongued merchant, paced before a richly adorned desk, his voice laced with frustration. Across the desk sat Erasmus Thorne, the head of Tradeheart. A man in his late 50s, Erasmus sat confidently. His sharp features were framed by a mane of iron-gray hair, and his cold blue eyes radiated a calculating glint. He was obese, and with his hands placed on the table, he gave off an aura of authority. Lord Arzen's return has thrown a wrench in our plans, wouldn't you say, sir? Galvin pressed, his voice tight. Public opinion has shifted dramatically. He's not just a scapegoat anymore. He's a hero who vanquished a necromancer and the messiah for the poor. Even his awakening as a mage has deterred our plans greatly. Erasmus scoffed, a dismissive sound that echoed in the opulent office. A single victory does not erase his past failures, Galvin. The public is fickle. They'll forget his heroics soon enough, especially when the debts come due. But with the heat stones, Galvin began, his voice laced with concern. They're generating a substantial income for the city. It's only a matter of time before they're able to pay us back. Erasmus leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. A cruel smile played on his lips. There will always be ways, Galvin. We just have to be creative. Besides, the farmlands remain the key. Once we secure those, the city's financial future will be firmly in our grasp. Galvin bit his lip, a flicker of unease crossing his features. While he had initially embraced the company's plan to exploit the city's desperation, Lord Arzen's return and the recent events had sown seeds of doubt. I don't think you are knock. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a knock on the ornately carved oak door. A young clerk, his face pale with apprehension, peeked into the room. Boss, he stammered, there are guards outside, a large contingent led by Lord Arzen himself. Erasmus's smile faltered for a brief moment, but he quickly regained his composure. Galvin looked as apprehended as him. What does he want? Erasmus asked. I don't know. Okay, show them in. I will meet them personally. He frowned, giving a look to Galvin and closing his eyes. Before leaning forward and adjusting the golden bracelet that was on his wrist, Kai was at the forefront of the guards. The Tradeheart Merchant Company's heavy oak doors opened with a groan. Kai stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the interior of the building. A gaggle of guards, wearing their uniform and armed with short swords, came forward from behind a nearby pillar. Their faces showed fear and defiance. The guards were composed of Board and Farai, since the rest of the enforcers were taking a rest due to the awakening. The 4 others were back in the castle recovering from fainting, but Killian made sure to tag along with the duo who were awake and still processing what their body underwent. Well, isn't this a sight? Kai looked at the muscular man with a thick beard who stepped forward, brandishing his sword. Halt. He yelled, his voice cracking slightly. This is private property. State your business or leave. Kai stopped, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. He scanned the guards, their ill-fitting uniforms and mismatched weaponry, a stark contrast to his well-trained guards. He knew most of them were just hired low-level mercenaries, since the Tradeheart Merchant Company branch in Veralt City wasn't big enough for proper guards. But if there were a way they could walk inside without creating a scene, that would make things much easier for him. Tell your men to stand down, Kai said, his voice calm but firm. This is an official visit. We're here to see Erasmus Thorn. The bearded guard puffed out his chest, trying to appear intimidating. Orders are orders. You can't just waltz in here with an army. Kai's smile evaporated. His gaze turned cold. These are city guards, keeping the citizens safe. If you persist in obstructing us, I will consider it a threat and be forced to act accordingly. Don't you know me? I'm the lord of the city. Put your voice down or you will be taken into custody. A ripple of unease passed through the Tradeheart guards. They looked at each other in confusion and nervousness, and a few of them whispered among themselves. If they were in the city for long, they knew who Kai was. Sadly, they didn't seem to budge. No, we still can't allow you to head inside. Until we're given a different order, we won't allow you to go inside, the security guard that was to the front said. Kai exchanged glances with Killian. It was time to put all their training into practice. Kai nodded. Make space for us. Guards, Killian yelled and lunged forward. The security guard pushed Killian back, or at least he tried to. Killian grabbed both of his wrists and twisted it around, making the sword slip out of his grasp. It happened in a brief moment. The rest of the security guards threw themselves forward, swords hanging in the air. Kai stayed back with Francis and another guard who held a chest in his hands. All of them took in the sight of the rough fight. Bran had his arm around a security guard's neck, while the latter tried his best to break free. With Bran's free hand, he grabbed the sword that was hanging from the security's hand and wrapped his hand around it. With a swift move, he twisted his body and threw him stumbling through the wall before looking at his hands, like he was admiring his newfound strength. Kai's eyes then shifted to Board, who was struggling with getting the upper hand with another security guard. The man Board fought was bigger than him but showed no particular skills. He just attacked with a series of chaotic swings. Although it looked like Board was struggling after observing for a while, Kai knew that he was simply waiting for an opening. The security man had Board in an arm lock while their weapons clashed against each other. Should be any time now. But over time, Board's energy remained the same. The opponent, however, started getting tired. His hands started shaking, along with his feet due to the position they were in rather odd and uncomfortable with their feet wide apart. Kai's eyes squinted as he stared at the arm lock loosening for a brief moment. Board pressed on his forearm and pushed him away in a swift motion. Turning around, the security guard bent and clung to his arm where Board took the chance to kick him in the face with his knees. The man stumbled back and fell to the floor. Board took that moment to cut through his ankle, earning a piercing shout from him. In the middle of the scene, Killian swooped a man on his shoulders and slumped on the ground with a big, earning a few head turns. Kai watched how he skillfully pressed his leg on the man's chest, keeping him on the ground while the latter's arm was locked as Killian stretched it upwards. Ah, the guy screamed in pain, tears streaming down his face. Killian drew blood all over his wrists from his sword and pushed him to the ground, letting him clutch his hand and cry. He immediately went and started handling another security guard. The castle guards were already handling the rest of the security guards, and Killian's eyes were focused on the guards he trained. He was barking orders left and right. The number of guards who stayed and fought became lower. Their main intention wasn't to kill anyone, but to make them wounded enough so that they wouldn't be a problem when they were inside. 20 minutes passed by. The guards of the Tradeheart Merchant Company were lying on the floor, clutching their arms and legs. Most were bleeding, while others certainly had bone and muscle fractures from the fight. Kai stepped up from behind, passing all those who were on the ground. The city guards slowly fell behind. His gaze swept across the scene. He was in the reception area, and other than the guards, there were quite a few huddled around. Clerks, low-level merchants, and other servants were in the corner, looking in between the security guards they had beaten in Kai. They didn't seem to be important enough and froze when they saw the small army moving in. Kai's eyes met one of the merchants for a fleeting moment. Then, his voice cut through the stunned silence. "Excuse me," he said, his tone firm but polite. "Could someone point me towards the office of Erasmus Thorn?" The question hung in the air. A young clerk, no older than 16, his face pale with a mixture of fear and curiosity, hesitantly stepped forward. "You upstairs, Lord Arzen," he stammered, pointing towards a grand staircase at the back of the room. Kai inclined his head in acknowledgement, a flare of appreciation crossing his features. He gestured for Killian and his guards to follow. their footsteps echoing on the polished marble floor as they ascended the stairs. The atmosphere changed drastically as they reached the upper floor. Rich tapestries adorned the walls, and the muted thrum of conversation filtered through a set of double doors at the end of the hallway. They took the steps and started marching upstairs. When they reached, a large oak door stood, leading to what he guessed was the boss's office. Kai stopped in front of the doors, a knowing glint in his eyes. Without hesitation, he pushed the doors open. There sat Erasmus Thorn, the very picture of composure, behind a massive, ornately carved desk. Galvin stood beside him, his face a mask of conflicting emotions. Kai's eyes locked with Erasmus, who leaned forward in his chair, a scowl etched on his face. "Lord Arzen," he drawled, his voice laced with barely concealed disdain. "This is an unorthodox way to visit. Barging into a private office without an invitation is considered disrespectful in most circles." Kai met Erasmus's scowl with a ruthless gaze of his own. "Disrespectful?" He countered, "Perhaps, but again, Mr. Thorn, this is my city, and these unexpected visits seem to be a recurring theme when it comes to Tradeheart." Erasmus's nostrils flared with barely contained anger. He opened his mouth to retort, but Kai cut him off with a raised hand. "Enough of this charade," Kai continued, his voice firm. "I'm not here for pleasantries. I'm here for business." Erasmus leaned back in his chair, a glint of curiosity battling with his annoyance. "Business?" He echoed. "What kind of business?" "The kind that settles outstanding debts," Kai declared, his gaze moving to the chest held by one of his guards. With a flick of his wrist, the chest lid snapped open, revealing a dazzling display of gold coins, 10,000 of them. A collective gasp filled the room. Galvin's eyes widened in surprise, while Erasmus's facade faltered for a moment, a twinkle of greed momentarily replacing his anger. "This," Kai continued, his voice ringing with authority, "is the repayment for the city's loan, in full and with immediate effect." He gestured towards the chest. "Have your agreement ready. I expect it to be signed and sealed before I leave these premises." Erasmus stared at the gold, his mind racing. It was visible on his face that the abruptness of the situation, the sheer volume of the coin, was all too much to process for him. He opened and closed his mouth. He glanced at Galvin, who met his gaze with a mixture of resignation. "Tea, perhaps," Erasmus finally offered, his voice strained. "We can discuss this matter over a cup of no time for pleasantries," Kai interrupted, his voice leaving no room for argument. "The agreement. Now." Erasmus, sensing the shift in power dynamics, slumped back in his chair, a defeated sigh escaping his lips. He reached into a drawer, pulling out a rolled-up scroll tied with a crimson ribbon. He unfurled the scroll and quickly wrote a few things. After 2 minutes, Erasmus visibly sighed. "Wait," Kai's voice came. "Francis." They shared an unvoiced conversation. Francis walked from behind and towards Erasmus's desk. His eyes peeked over all the details of the paper. He tapped on the other set of papers that he had brought with him. As he matched the contents of it, he repeatedly nodded. Kai knew what it was. "In time, everyone here will see and know how this would go down." He waited patiently. All eyes were on Erasmus, who waited for Francis to finish reading what he wrote. "Yes, you can sign that." Francis's approval lingered in the air. He then walked behind to stand behind the crowd. This debt had been a powerful tool, a leash holding the city in a stranglehold. Now, with a single act, Kai was breaking it. Erasmus dipped a quill in ink, his hand shaking slightly. He glanced at the gold again, a storm of emotions pouring across his face. Then his eyes lingered over to the guards standing beside him. Galvin stood in the corner, looking helpless, and Erasmus knew he wasn't going to get any help from him. He gulped and the quill moved. After signing the papers that stated that the debt was paid in full, he passed it on to Kai, who read over it before giving it to Francis to safeguard. With this, Tradeheart could never even hope to take the farmlands. "Take it inside," Erasmus ordered to the clerk who stood by his side the entire time. The latter walked forward and took it behind the door. "Well, Lord Arzen," he began, his voice dripping with a false cheer, a most unexpected turn of events, but a delightful one nonetheless. "The city settling its debt in full is a great achievement, and those heat stones a truly ingenious invention. Quite the boon for the city, I would say." Kai raised an eyebrow, unfazed by Erasmus's attempt to butter him up. "Yes, indeed," he replied, his voice devoid of warmth. "The heat stones have proven quite successful." Erasmus leaned forward, a sly glint in his eyes. "Speaking of success, Lord Arzen, perhaps there's an opportunity for collaboration. Tradeheart, as you know, has a vast network of connections. We could help expand the reach of these heat stones, ensuring their distribution throughout the country. A mutually beneficial partnership, wouldn't you agree?" Kai shook his head, a resolute glint in his eyes. "I appreciate the offer, but I'm afraid a partnership with Tradeheart isn't in the cards." Erasmus's smile faltered for a brief moment, a twitch of annoyance crossing his features. "Is this about the debt settlement?" "I assure you, Lord Arzen, it was a simple business transaction, and I sincerely apologize if any offense was caused." Kai held his gaze, his voice steady. "The debt is a matter of the past, Erasmus. However, there are other concerns that make me avoid any such collaboration." The latter steepled his fingers, his eyes narrowing. Concerns? Do elaborate, Lord Arzen. A tense silence took over the room. Kai met Erasmus's narrowed gaze head-on, a hint of a challenge dancing in his eyes. He gestured towards Francis, who stood stoically by the door now. Francis, Kai said, his voice low but firm, bring in the files. Francis walked forward with a thick stack of bound parchments. He placed them on the desk with a soft, the sound echoing in the strained silence. These files, Erasmus Thorn, Kai began, his voice carrying a quiet weight. They detail a long and troubling history. Tradeheart Merchant Company has operated in our city for decades. While some of your contributions have been beneficial, you cannot deny that you have consistently acted outside the bounds of fair trade. Erasmus's face remained a mask of confusion, though a flicker of unease across his features. Galvin, on the other hand, seemed oddly tense, his gaze flitting between Kai and the files on the desk. Kai noticed how he hadn't said a word since he got here. He had let Erasmus do all the talking. He guessed he hadn't forgotten the small sample he had shown him about laws the last time. Outside the bounds, Erasmus scoffed. What are you talking about, Lord Arzen? Francis stepped forward, his voice filled with an authority Kai would seldom hear. These documents, Mr. Thorne, detail numerous violations of city ordinances. Price gouging during times of scarcity, manipulation of contracts, and even questionable accounting practices. Erasmus's face paled slightly. He glanced at Galvin, who bit his lip, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and nervousness. These are unfounded accusations, Erasmus stammered, his voice losing its earlier bravado. Francis, unfazed, began to list specific instances, the exorbitant prices charged for basic supplies during last harsh frost. The hidden clauses in contracts burdened farmers with unfair debts, and the discrepancies in your tax reports that suggest a significant amount of revenue has gone unaccounted for. Kai watched Francis methodically dismantle Tradeheart's facade. His voice, devoid of emotion, cut through the tense silence. I believe there's more, Kai said in a low tone. Please, from the beginning, Francis. I'm sure the businessmen here would like to know everything they've done to violate the city rules. Firstly, Francis began, tapping a document, the issue of monopolies. Tradeheart, through a series of forceful negotiations and strategic acquisitions, has gained an illegal monopoly on essential goods like wood and weapons. While the surface appears legitimate, we looked into it and found proof. He flipped through the pages, his gaze shifting between them and Erasmus's increasingly pale face. There were other merchants, smaller companies, who dared to compete in these markets. However, their attempts were short-lived. Francis paused, letting the weight of his next words hang in the air. Several caravans carrying weapons from these smaller merchants were attacked by bandits. After a thorough investigation, we discovered a pattern. The bandits involved were all linked back to individuals with close ties to Tradeheart. Erasmus's face drained of all color, replaced by a chilling realization. A strangled gasp escaped his lips, but he remained silent, unable to refute the accusation. Francis continued, his voice relentless. Furthermore, Mr. Thorne, there appears to be a significant discrepancy between your company's reported income and its actual expenditures. Our investigation reveals evidence of embezzlement of funds, a systematic siphoning of profits for personal gain. He reached into the stack of documents and pulled out a ledger, its pages filled with meticulous calculations. With a flourish, he placed it on the desk in front of Erasmus. These ledgers, Francis declared, they detail a pattern of underreporting revenue and inflated expenses. In essence, Tradeheart has been systematically avoiding its fair share of taxes, depriving the city of much-needed funds. Erasmus stared at the ledger, his hands trembling slightly. How did you gather this information? He stammered, his voice barely a whisper. Kai met Erasmus's hollow eyes with a steely gaze. Our investigation was thorough, he said, his voice betraying none of the satisfaction stirring within him. This is all what he has been preparing for quite some time. We questioned several of your former employees. It seems some found a conscience after witnessing the lengths Tradeheart was willing to go to maintain its stranglehold on the city. Erasmus frowned. He opened his mouth to speak, a desperate plea for leniency forming on his lips. However, before any words could escape, Kai cut him off with a raised hand. You can try to challenge our findings, Erasmus, Kai continued, his voice devoid of warmth. You can fight us in court, waste what remains of your dwindling resources on a legal battle you're destined to lose. Erasmus's shoulders slumped further, all fight seeming to drain from him. But Kai continued, a hint of a challenge in his eyes. Let me remind you of one final infraction, a transgression so egregious that even the most skilled lawyers will struggle to defend. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a low growl. The attack on a member of the nobility. Do you deny that a member of your so-called security detail trespassed onto my estate and assaulted me? Erasmus's head snapped, glancing at Galvin with a glare. An unfortunate misunderstanding. It should be a misunderstanding, he sputtered. Those guards were simply ensuring the safety of. Misunderstandings do not explain a trained bodyguard launching an unprovoked attack, Kai interrupted, his voice laced with a dangerous edge. And the law is quite clear. An assault on a member of the nobility is a serious offense, punishable by imprisonment. Considering the evidence of Tradeheart's activities, I would say that could extend to everyone associated with your organization. The air filled with tension. One could cut it through with a knife without a doubt. A stunned silence followed Kai's pronouncement. Erasmus's head whipped towards Galvin, his eyes wide with a mixture of betrayal and fury. Galvin. He roared, his voice cracking. Is this true? Did your guard really attack him? Galvin looked down at his clasped hands, shame etched on his face. I apologized that day itself, boss. It was in the heat of the moment, he mumbled. It was wrong. Erasmus's face contorted in rage. That doesn't mean a grain if there were witnesses. What have you done? Before he could unleash another tirade, Kai cut him off with a cold glare. You all can fight in jail later on. He frowned at them. He gestured towards Killian and his guards. Arrest them all, he commanded, his voice leaving no room for argument. The guards surged forward, their movements swift and practiced. Galvin, shame glistening in his eyes, offered no resistance. The other employees of Tradeheart, their faces pale with fear, froze in place. Erasmus, however, wasn't ready to surrender so easily. He scrambled to his feet, a desperate plea clinging to his voice. Wait. He sputtered, there must be a misunderstanding. We can negotiate. We have resources. We can. Kai spoke up. Negotiations are over. The evidence speaks for itself. These charges will be sent to the capital, and Tradeheart will be branded enemies of the nobility. Until a proper trial takes place, you will all remain in custody. Erasmus's face crumpled like a discarded parchment. His eyes darted around the room, searching for an escape, a glimmer of hope, but there was none. As the guards began to escort the Tradeheart personnel away, Erasmus let out a strangled cry of protest. This is outrageous. You can't do this. I demand a trial. We have rights. His pleas fell on deaf ears. Kai watched him being led away, a jerk of satisfaction tinged in his mind. This is what happens when you do unforgivable things. He did everything to make sure that he left evidence of what happens when someone misbehaves under his rule. He made sure that everyone on the street gets to see that even the most powerful can be brought to their knees. Throughout the way back to the castle, the protests and pleas filled the street's air. Kai's expectations came true. After he dragged Erasmus out in the street, the whole town knew that Kai paid off the debt and dealt with the Tradeheart Merchant Company. And with that, the headquarters were deserted. Even the low-level clerks left the city behind, not wanting to get caught and being scared of actions against them. It wasn't something major to care about, as Kai's main intention was to state his authority to the public. Every organization in the city and neighboring states knew not to mess with him without a second thought due to that. It was just the start, but regardless, it was a start. The other necessary things that were needed to do to get the economy of the city running again were at the back of his list. One of those included the mines. Kai had been watching them for quite some time. He received the information about the bandit group who occupied the mine. Therefore, after recruiting guards, he was finally ready to take it on. Kai's shoulders were released from the taut position while he let out a deep breath. They were in an office room where Killian and the guards gathered to discuss a few matters which included the bandits. Well done, everyone, he said, his voice gruff. He smiled, showing appreciation to everyone. A swift and decisive victory. Tradeheart won't be troubling us anytime soon. The guards puffed up their chests with proud smiles on their faces. Killian nodded his head. It was all due to your commands, Lord Arzen. Kai offered Killian a small, genuine smile. Everyone played the part. Now let's turn our attention to more pressing matters. He gestured towards a large map spread out on the table, its surface dominated by the sprawling network of tunnels that snaked beneath the city, the mines. These bandits we need to deal with, Kai began, his voice turning serious. They seem to be operating from a specific location within the mines. He pointed to a heavily shaded area on the map, a cluster of crudely drawn structures marking a small settlement. According to our observations, Francis added, his voice devoid of emotion as he traced a path with his finger. There's a small worker settlement there, and the bandits are using it as a makeshift housing for themselves and people they have captured as slaves. There are watchtowers erected, giving them a clear view of any approaching threat. They were there to look out for any monsters, but now it's a huge advantage for the bandits. A frown creased Kai's brow as he studied the map. Slaves. He echoed, his voice hardening. It seems these bandits aren't just interested in harassing travelers. Yes, Lord Arzen, Killian confirmed, his gaze fixed on the map. There's been reports that they have captured people from nearby villagers, mostly women. There's also a few miners who weren't able to run away when they attacked the mines. Kai didn't have to think twice about what they were doing with the slaves. His rage rekindled as the discussion continued. They have been trying to mine there and ship it out to other places for good coin, Francis said, though it's been slow since no one wants to deal with them. Anyone doing so would automatically break the kingdom's law. Kai looked at the map with curious eyes. He couldn't help but think about the leader of this bandit group, a man known only as Grek the Pulverizer. Grek the Pulverizer, that's how he's being called, right? He asked, tilting his head, finding the title strange and amusing. Yes, he leads the Black Ravens. Killian frowned as he talked about the leader of them. Grek isn't just a mindless thug. He had a history of being an intelligent individual and a history of violence. More than that, he had worked in the army where he got good battle experience. He fought in the Second Dark Rose War. But the guy was thrown out for war crimes, Killian said and paused before continuing. He was rumored to kill a subordinate, simply because he couldn't control his anger, and abused women against their own will in villages. Both cases were reported, so he was kicked out. Part of the reason was also because he punched a superior right in the face. A moment of silence was passed between everyone. Even if he had been in the army, he sure had the guts to go after a noble's territory. Power-hungry guy who can't think far into the future. Kai broke the silence and nodded, tracing the route to the bandit settlement with his finger. He had seen individuals like him a lot. There was more than one case of protectors of a city doing more heinous crimes than even the worst prisoners, just due to their lust for power and authority. This wouldn't be a simple raid. He traced the path to the bandit settlement with his finger, a grim realization settling on his features. His lips pursed to a thin line as he sighed. Killian's briefing painted a disturbing picture in his mind. Once he got out, he started the Black Ravens with 100 bandits under him. Over half had been in the army, while others were taken from small bandit groups. Killian rumbled, continuing on the origins of the guy. Most of them past their prime, more belly than brawn, but veterans nonetheless. They wouldn't win a stand-up fight, but they have lived in the settlement for months now, and they're ruthless. He hesitated for a moment, his jaw clenching. And there's the matter of the women. Disgust colored his voice as he spoke of the kidnapped villagers forced to serve the bandits. The villagers tried to fight, but it's been tough with the command being non-existent. Kai barely controlled his mana from flaring up. The prisoners would be a big problem. He didn't want them to get caught up in their plans. We need to pull up our forces. It's not going to be easy, but we are going to make a statement out of them. Kai's voice grew colder with every word. Killian nodded curtly. Agreed, Lord Arzen, but how strong a force are we talking about? Kai's gaze swept across the room, taking in the determined faces of the guards. They were frontline guards who were trained to work closely with Killian. We bring half our forces, Kai said. 50 well-trained guards, myself and you, Killian. That should be enough to crack Grek's little fiefdom and send those bandits scattering like frightened roaches. A hint of a smile played on Killian's lips. He chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. Half our forces, Lord Arzen. With all due respect, that's overkill. You alone could probably handle half those bandits. Kai raised an eyebrow, a surprised glint in his eyes. While I appreciate the vote of confidence, Killian, underestimating our enemy is a recipe for disaster. Not in this case, Killian countered, his voice firm. These bandits are a disorganized lot. Nasty certainly, but far from the toughest opponents we've faced. Remember the necromancer incident last year? Compared to that, this will be a walk in the park. True, he admitted. But complacency is a danger too. We can't afford to get sloppy. At least not when we know that Grek is trained in an army and would pull up anything to keep us away. Kai thought to himself and looked at Killian. Killian straightened up, his gaze sweeping across the room, meeting the determined eyes of his companions. Very well, then I suggest we'll take a smaller yet stronger force, 40 of our best guards, myself, and you, Lord Arzen. That should be enough to send a message. A collective murmur of agreement rippled through the room. 40 elite guards, with Kai by their side. It seemed possible by how Killian explained their situation. Kai turned towards the guards, his voice hardening with resolve. Men, he boomed, his voice echoing in the room. For too long, these bandits have plagued our lands, harassing travelers and stealing from our people. They have grown comfortable in their arrogance, believing they can run rampant on our soil with impunity. His gaze burned with righteous anger. But today that ends. Today we show them the true meaning of pride and honor. Today we reclaim what is rightfully ours. We march into those mines not just to liberate the innocent, but to send a message. A message that says our city will not tolerate those who seek to exploit and plunder. In the end, he smirked, they'll be paying with their lives. The guards cheered loudly, excited by what Kai had in mind. Ansel, a man who sat to the side of the road, wiped his brow with a grimy sleeve, taking a long swig from his waterskin. His throat felt like sandpaper, and his lips were cracked and bleeding. It had been too cold for him to continue walking for a long time. A few more hours, he thought, squinting towards the horizon. The city of Veralt should be just around the next bend, according to the sketchy map he'd bartered for in the last village. He'd heard rumors about Veralt, once a prosperous city. It had turned desolate after the last lord had passed away, and the new one wasn't interested in the matter of governance. With bandit attacks and a migrating population, it was supposed to turn into a ghost city sooner or later. But lately, those whispers had taken a hopeful turn. Talk of a new leader, a mage who had driven out the merchants and was cleaning house. Ansel wasn't one for believing rumors, but he was a traveler, and it was his life path to visit every place. With everything surrounding Veralt, it just felt like the right place for his next destination. Maybe he could even find something interesting enough to hold his attention there. He hoisted himself up from the shade of the gnarled tree, wincing at the protest from his aching muscles. It's time to get back on the road. Just as he reached for his horse's reins, a faint sound caught his attention, a rhythmic thudding hooving in the distance. He squinted, his hand hovering in midair. The sound grew steadily louder, accompanied by a low rumble that vibrated through the ground. His heart hammered against his ribs. What in the world? Curiosity warring with caution, he decided to investigate. He tethered his horse to a low-hanging branch and crept towards a rise in the ground that offered a better vantage point. As he crested the small hill, his breath hitched. There, on the dusty road below, a sight unfolded that sent a jolt of adrenaline through him. A group of quite a large number of people, clad in gleaming armor, galloped their way through the street, their expressions grim and determined. In the middle, surrounded by the rest of the guards, two figures gained his attention for how differently they were dressed. One was a tall, imposing man with an air of authority, the other an armored man who had a mysterious aura surrounding him. Are those guards? But where are they headed? Ansel's jaw dropped as he couldn't believe his eyes. There were a lot of them, and it wasn't a usual sight for him. He felt a deep urge to turn and flee, to disappear back into the anonymity of the dusty road. But a strange sense of fascination kept him rooted to the spot. He watched, mesmerized, as the army marched on. I wish I could see where they're headed. Ansel scrambled back from the road, his heart hammering against his ribs. He was galloping on his own horse towards the guards who were moving steadily. He had to double their speed to catch up. When he finally reached the front, he went a bit forward, towards the middle of the road. The guards halted in their way, a hollow silence filled the air. He got down from his horse and looked up at the towering figure who quickly made his way towards Ansel. A hand, encased in a heavy gauntlet, pointed towards him. He seemed like a guard. Out of the way, you. Guard boomed, his voice laced with urgency. You're in our way, the guard growled. Move along. Ansel stammered, his voice barely a whisper. I apologize, I'm just a traveler, on my way to Veralt. The guard's gaze softened slightly. If that's the case, then just go there. He glanced behind, turning his head to look at the city's direction. We guard the city. Just go on and the guards on the gate will let you in. Thanks, but I have a question for you, he asked, the guard cocking his head in curiosity. A part of him told him to not bother them, but he wanted to know, what's going on? He blurted, where are you all headed? The guard hesitated, then lined. We're heading to the mines. Lord Arzen himself is leading the charge. He puffed out his chest and looked behind. You should get off of our way. We don't have much time, so just be on your way. Ansel nodded, yet continued to talk. I apologize for another question, but are you heading to deal with the bandits? The guard's eyes narrowed. Bandits. He echoed, suspicion creeping into his voice. How did you know about that? Ansel flushed. I just overheard a merchant group talking. Apparently it's a famous topic to discuss among them, he said, trying to act casual. The guard's gaze remained fixed on him for a long, tense moment. Just as Ansel was about to turn and bolt before he could run out of patience, the guard relaxed slightly. It sure is something those gossip-loving bastards would love to discuss, he muttered. Seeing an opening, Ansel pressed his luck. Yes, I was traveling with them and they talked about all sorts of stuff like bored housewives. So, are you heading there? To the bandits, I mean. He gestured vaguely towards the horses. If so, can you let me come with you? Ansel requested. A hand, adorned with a simple silver ring, suddenly descended upon the guard's shoulder. The guard straightened, surprise flickering across his face as he turned to address the newcomer. The imposing figure Ansel had seen in the middle of the guards dismounted from his horse, his armor already giving him hints about his standing. He was a man of impressive stature. The guard immediately bowed to his presence. Ansel frowned. What seems to be the problem here? The newcomer inquired, his voice surprisingly gentle despite his imposing presence. The guard, his posture still stiff with respect, explained the situation. Lord Arzen, he began, inclining his head slightly. We found this traveler on the road. He seems to be aware of our mission and expressed a desire to accompany us. I didn't say that it's possible, but it's certainly up to you, my lord. The guard took a step back, letting Lord Arzen handle it. So that is Lord Arzen. He looked better than what I heard about him previously. Ansel, suddenly aware of the man's importance, managed to speak out. I wouldn't want to be a bother, my lord. Just a simple traveler heading to Veralt. I heard about the situation with the bandits, and I wouldn't mind observing from a safe distance. Lord Arzen's gaze swept over Ansel, taking in his dusty clothes and worn satchel. Something flickered in his eyes. Observe, you say. Rumbled, this is no sightseeing expedition. These bandits are ruthless men, and this is no place for the faint of heart. Ansel's mouth moved to counter it, as he was certainly no faint of heart and could hold off against a few bandits, but Lord Arzen cut him off with a decisive shake of his head. No, he declared, his voice firm. For your own safety, you cannot accompany us. I believe you can find your way to Veralt. The city is good and warm to travelers. Go and do whatever business you have there. He turned towards the guards, his expression hardening. We need to move out. If anyone else disturbs the road, let them know the same. The guards acknowledged the order with a sharp nod, their gazes lingering on Ansel for a moment. He felt a pang of disappointment, as seeing the guards in action would have been a nice sight. It certainly interested him more than seeing the city and finding an inn to stay. As the riders turned their mounts and thundered away, a cloud of dust swirled to the sky as the horses galloped in a flash. He watched them go, a strange mix of emotions churning within him. Then he smiled, pulling out his horse and taking off. The relentless coldness beat down on Kai and his companions as they traveled the vast expanse of grasslands. Hours had bled into one another since they had left the city gates, the rhythmic pounding of hooves a constant thrumming in their ears. Sweat beaded on their brows, soaking their armor. Despite the heat and fatigue, a tense focus hung in the air. Kai, at the head of the formation, scanned the horizon with a practiced eye. Gone were the lush forests and winding roads of the outskirts. Here, the land stretched out before them in a sea of tall grasses, rippling gently in the breeze. Killian rode beside him, his face etched with grim determination. Any sign of them yet, Lord Arzen? He rumbled, his voice hoarse from the chill air. Kai knew he pointed his question at him, due to him using hawk eyes to keep an eye on where they were headed. He shook his head, his lips pursed in concentration. Not yet, he replied, his voice low. But according to the map, the settlement shouldn't be far. I should be able to see it. He gestured towards a faint smudge on the horizon, barely seeing it due to the distance. See that? That could be the dust plume from their mining operations. Get down. Killian made a noise that halted all the guards in their positions. If the settlements were close by, it wasn't the most ideal or smart to go to them on horses. In a swift moment, they were all on their feet while the guards took control of the horses. Killian looked back and whistled. The guards bent down slightly after tying them to the trees and started moving in a herd. Slowly, Killian said aloud for only the front line to hear, but the rest of the guards took alert. The anticipation crackled in the air, thick and suffocating. They were nearing their target, and the unknown dangers that lurked within the mines gnawed at their nerves. Soon, they saw the first sign of the settlement, with the towers built like a fortress to not let any monsters close. From the distance, Kai could already spot a few bandits on top of them. Killian straightened. Are we sure about this plan, Lord Arzen? He asked, his voice barely a whisper. Hitting them head-on seems risky. A flicker of a smile touched Kai's lips. Risky, yes, he admitted, but a surprise is our greatest advantage. If we can overwhelm them quickly before they have time to react, we can minimize casualties. Killian pressed close to Kai, his voice a tense whisper. How do we handle this? Those towers, they'll spot us the second we break cover. His eyes flicked to the rough-hewn settlement, a knot of concern appearing on his face. Kai knew he had a point. The bandits could easily see from the security post that they were nearing the land they occupied, but he already had a plan to deal with it. Don't worry, I know what to do. They continued to slowly move forward, attempting not to make any big noises in the process. Their training seemed to be very useful as they hid behind trees and made sure there wasn't anything suspicious moving around. A few minutes passed in silence. The only noise Kai heard was his own heart beating against his ears. Finally, they reached a clearing, a bowl of open land rimmed by skeletal trees. It was far enough that the bandits couldn't see them. I need your best archers, right now. Killian nodded and signaled, and a handful of figures melted from the shadows, archers with their bows strung tautly. They had already discussed the guards' skills they should bring along, and archers were among them. The archers barely took a second to stand in front of Kai. Perfect, he thought to himself as he saw how ready the 5 archers were. Their bows were gracefully held in their hands, and they were prepared to release to shoot at an order. See them? Kai asked, pointing at the tower. Killian squinted, finally making out the dark shapes huddled atop the towers, barely more than smudges against the fading daylight. Can you hit them? Kai asked, his voice low, the question hanging in the air. A chorus of negatives followed. Too far, Lord Arzen, one archer muttered, squinting towards the distant towers. Can't even make out the details, let alone a target that small. Another chimed in, his voice laced with frustration. The wind is picking up, my lord. Long-range shots like that are a gamble at best. Kai listened patiently, his expression unreadable. Then a slow smile spread across his face, a glint dancing in his eyes. What if I told you where to aim? He asked, not just where, but how high to hold your bow, the exact number of degrees to adjust for the wind, all of it. Silence spread. The archers exchanged uncertain glances. This was unorthodox. Targeting wasn't a precise science, it relied on experience and a keen eye. But then there was Lord Arzen's image for them. Kai knew that he wasn't known for recklessness recently, and his spells were unmatched in the minds of the guards. The guards had started to trust him even more, so this should put all of it to the test. Finally, one of the archers stepped forward. He looked to be a seasoned veteran with his hair in the process of fading to white and a few wrinkles covering his face. You sure about this, Lord Arzen? He rumbled, his voice gruff. Kai met his gaze unflinchingly. Positive, he declared with certainty. But it has to be perfect. One shot, one kill. The veteran archer studied him for a long moment, then a slow nod followed. All right, Lord Arzen, he said, a low determination settling in his voice. Tell us what you see and we'll do the rest. The archer's approval was the only thing Kai needed. Kai squinted his eyes towards the distant watchtowers. He raised a gloved hand, silencing the murmurs of his men. They were probably discussing the plan and if it was even going to work. Hold, he commanded. Then he whispered the incantation, a faint blue light coming from his fingertips. It swirled for a brief moment before changing into a miniature hawk. It flapped his wings as everyone looked in surprise before taking off. It was a second circle spell, which was a more complicated and advanced version of Hawk Eyes. It was called Vision of Hawk and was perfect for what Kai needed at the moment. The hawk's images became invisible as soon as it hit the air. Kai started focusing on his connection with the hawk, his vision sharpening as if mirroring the hawk's keen eyesight. Within a few seconds, he saw the bandits with startling clarity. One, a hulking figure with a scared face leaning against the rail. And then he saw another person who paced restlessly, a crossbow slung across his back. As he squinted, he was able to see more details. The weathered wood, a worn rope ladder leading up to the platform where the bandits were. He could see everything, even 3 more bandits at different points on the tower. The next step was doing another complicated first circle spell. It was called Ranging Strand. Complications lay in its spell structure and the purpose, and it was mostly used to accurately measure distance and the degrees of angles the archers had to aim. If even a small degree changes, it will affect their entire plan on a major scale. The spell started working, allowing Kai to take all the measurements in degrees. Kai mentally studied everything he saw while combining the spells with his efforts. Using 2 spells at the same time was almost impossible for most new mages, but it was second nature for him, even though it took a lot of concentration. "All right," he announced, his voice carrying a note of quiet confidence. "I have the lay of the land. Now listen closely." Kai's gaze narrowed as he lowered his hand, the lingering blue wisp of magic from the ranging strand dissipating into the air. A satisfied smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He gestured towards the veteran archer, the one with the weathered face. So he addressed him. "You take the first shot. Aim for the eastern lookout, just to the right of that weathered beam. Just get into position and I will help correct it." The guy didn't flinch. He stepped forward, no questions asked. With practiced movements, he knocked an arrow, his gaze fixed on the distant tower. He adjusted the angle of his bow ever so slightly. Kai helped him get his bow to the correct length, measuring the distance and the angle. "Is this enough?" The guy whispered. 3 to 5 degrees more. "Perfect," Kai said. A deep breath in, a slow exhale, and the string sang as he loosed the arrow. It flew true, a dark streak against the clear sky. A tense silence followed, broken only by the sighing wind. Then from the direction of the watchtower, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. It was a sound of raw pain and surprise. The cry was so loud that Kai saw the man immediately standing up with his hand on his chest, where the arrow hit him. Within a second, he fell on the floor. 1 shot, 1 kill. Wasting no time, Kai barked out another order. "Second archer, southern lookout, 1.5 heartbeats. Take your aim." The second archer stepped forward, his movements mirroring the previous guy. He drew, aimed, and loosened. Another cry, this one tinged with fury, echoed across the empty land. The third archer aimed his arrow and waited for Kai's command. "Tilt up to the east from the second guy. 1 heartbeat. Take your aim." The archer acted along, 4 degrees to the left and 2 down. Kai paused. And shoot. The archer stretched the bow and shot instantly, earning another scream. The last 2 archers had similar responses as they successfully cleared the watchers from every tower. Perfection. That be all for now. Kai's hurried voice came in a whisper. Although a sense of satisfaction clouded over his thoughts, he couldn't let it empower his actions. "Good job, you 5. Killian's voice came from behind, a proud tone clearly audible. Kai shook his head immediately. "It's just the beginning. Let's head back to the horses as soon as possible. We need to strike them when they least expect it." A massive wooden table groaned under the weight of a feast prepared for a burly, untidy man. Trencher boards overflowed with roasted boar, glistening slabs of ribs, and an entire side of salmon baked to a golden crisp. In the center, a steaming bowl of stew sent tendrils of savory aroma wafting through the air. At the head of the table, a man built like a bull sat hunched over, shoveling food into his mouth with a ferocity that rivaled a starving wolf. Greased fingers tore at roasted chicken, grease dripping down his worn leather jerkin and staining his thick beard. That was Grek, the self-proclaimed leader of the Black Raven bandits. Across from him, a wiry man named Fletch picked at his food with a chipped plate with nervous tics and darting eyes. He was the closest thing Grek had to an advisor, though his role leaned more towards suggestions than actual strategy. "Blast it all," Grek roared, slamming his meaty fist on the table, sending a platter of vegetables clattering to the floor. "These mines are overflowing with good ore, enough to line our pockets for years. But what good is it if we can't sell the damned stuff?" Fletch winced at the outburst. "Well, boss," he stammered, "you know most merchants won't touch anything mined by bandits. It's bad for business, brings down the law and whatnot." Grek snorted, a spray of gravy escaping his beard. "Law? We make our own law here at Black Raven. Find some unofficial channels, Fletch. Someone desperate enough to turn a blind eye for the right price." Fletch chewed his lip, his eyes darting around the room as if searching for escape routes. Tried that already, boss. Blacksmiths in the nearby towns won't touch it, and the whispers are the Lord had put out an alert for anyone seen dealing with us. Grek's scowl deepened, his gaze darkening. He wiped his greasy hands on his breeches, leaving behind a glistening brown stain. And what about that smooth talker we were supposed to meet? Said he had connections, could get our ore into the black market without a hitch. Fletch's throat constricted. About that, boss, well, he hasn't shown up since yesterday. Sent a couple of the men to check on his place, but it was empty. No sign of him, not a single coin. Grek's face contorted in a rage. He had talked to someone who had guaranteed to sell the ores and left with an advance, but he had just gotten scammed. He lunged forward in anger, sending the table crashing to the floor with a deafening plates shattered, cutlery scattered, and the stew pot rolled across the room, spewing its contents onto the rough-hewn wooden floor. Double-crossed, Grek yelled, his voice shaking the rafters. We get robbed by a smooth-talking snake and can't even sell our own loot. Someone's going to pay for this. The retort died on Fletch's lips. He wondered what to do when something took his attention. A guttural yell laced with raw terror pierced the air from outside. It was a sound they both recognized, the panicked cry of a man. What the hell is that? Grek shoved himself upright, his face a mask of fury instantly replaced by a cold, predatory gleam. He snatched an axe leaning against the wall. Fletch scrambled to his feet, a dagger clutched in his sweating hand. They didn't need words. With a shared look, they surged towards the rough-hewn wooden door leading out onto the balcony. Grek threw open the door with a wave of cool evening air washed over them, carrying with it the acrid smell of blood. Grek's breath caught in his throat. Below, sprawled across the dusty path leading to the mine entrance, lay the lifeless forms of his men. Each bandit, the lookout stationed on the other watchtowers included, sported a single, neat arrow protruding from their bodies. No struggle, no cries of alarm, just silent death. His eyes widened at the precision of the arrow that pierced their bodies, making them lose blood and die. Panic prickled at the edges of Grek's mind. He looked up, trying to find where the arrows came from. There in the distance he saw them. A company of soldiers, clad in gleaming armor, galloped on top of horses towards the mine entrance, led by a figure in silver that radiated an aura of quiet authority. Fletch, is that Arzen, the new lord of Veralt? Grek yelled, looking at his advisor. He'd heard whispers of Arzen, and even sent one of his men to spy in the city whenever the lord would come out, so he knew how he looked, and the man in the silver armor matched every one bit of the description. I think so. Fletch nodded. The realization of an attack hit both of them with the force of a hammer blow. Fletch, we need to do something. Grek bellowed, his voice hoarse with urgency. We need to close the main gate, now. He knew the gate wouldn't hold for long, but it might just buy them enough time to formulate a desperate plan, or at least a chance to fight. Grek could hear their hooves, loud and clear. For a brief moment, he couldn't think of what to do. You close the damn gates. Grek yelled at a bandit on the lowest floor. It was the only way in or out of the settlement. The bandit, eager to keep his life, started closing the door. But soon a deep guttural sound echoed through the land, followed by a deafening that shook the very foundations of the tower. The door blasted away, making the bandit fly out and smash against a wall. Grek squinted his eyes. Through the smoke and debris, Arzen stormed through. He dismounted his horse with a fluid moment. A bandit came running towards him, but he kicked him with ease. The bandit fell to the ground, knocked out. He didn't make a single sound, simply lying unconscious on the floor. The remaining men stared at the scene in stunned silence. Kill them all. Arzen's voice rang out, cutting through the din. Show no mercy to these bandits. The soldiers cheered loudly and dismounted their horses before rushing at the bandits, holding their weapons. 2 bandits charged at the noble. Before Grek could even blink, Arzen reacted instinctively. He unleashed a wind spell. Wait, what? The bandits were sent tumbling through the air like ragdolls. They landed a few feet away, stunned and coughing. Arzen moved his head, searching for something, and his gaze turned cold when he noticed Grek. In his outstretched hand, something flickered. Within the speed of light, he sent a thin, sharp layer of wind towards the 2 bandits, splitting their heads from their bodies. The blood started oozing out their necks as they fell onto the ground. Grek took 2 steps back. Mate, there's a mage among them. Lord Arzen is a mage. It's true. They weren't just rumors. Fletch yelled as the noises of silver against one another filled the settlement. Doesn't matter, Grek said, trying to maintain a facade of bravado. We have them outnumbered. We can't lose this mine. He is still a coward who didn't do anything for them for months. He said the last few words to himself and got to his feet. He tightened his hold around the axe and started moving down the ladder. Grek had to be quick. Many of his men lay dead or dying at the soldiers' feet. But still, the rest of the men were trying to fight. He had to aid them and kill the mage. He quickly came down, his feet speeding up. Once he hit the floor, his gaze swept across the guards. Kai saw the man who seemed too unhealthy to his liking set his feet on the battleground. The way he was dressed and how he darted his eyes in between the scenery, it was obvious to know his identity. The burly man immediately started attacking 2 soldiers, but he knew the guards were capable. Good luck, Grek the pulverizer. Kai scoffed and turned around, sending a wind spear cutting a bandit's air out as he tried to lunge towards him. They were easy, too easy. Killian was right about this. His men were trying their best to battle against them, and a lot of them overpowered the bandits, but there were times they needed his help. Fairy, who was a few feet away from Kai, lifted a man in the air. His face turned red as all the blood rushed upwards. The man yelled in pain as Fairy sliced through his very chest, blood dripping all over him in the process. "You darn bandit," Fairy yelled. He threw the man across the floor, adding to the pile of bandits he had killed so far. Fairy didn't waste time admiring his handiwork. The of metal on metal drew his gaze as the bandit with the short sword lunged. Fairy met the attack head-on, his own spear a blur of silver. Sparks flew as blades clashed. The bandit with the spiked club, a hulking brute with a shaved head, roared and swung his weapon in a wide arc. Fairy ducked under the blow with practiced ease. With a grunt, he slammed his shoulder into the bandit's chest, sending him staggering back. The third bandit, wielding a spear, saw it as an opening. He lunged forward. Fairy pivoted on his heel. He pushed the bandit again with great force. His strength was unmatched. The bandit with the spear stumbled back in surprise, dragging himself due to imbalance and falling on the floor with a loud. Fairy didn't hesitate. He charged forward. The bandit with the short sword, momentarily distracted, saw the attack too late. Fairy's blade found its mark, the bandit crumpling to the floor with a strangled cry. Blood dripped from the stab as he lay on the floor. The remaining two bandits stared at the dead bandit. He didn't give them a chance to react. With a roar, he stomped his foot, gaining their attention. The bandit with the spiked club started taking a few steps backwards. Before he could fully walk away, Fairy was upon him, his spear flashing down in a decisive arc. The last bandit, the one with the spear, threw down his weapon with a whimper, his face drained of color. Borde was behind him, his sword inside the man's throat. Fairy didn't even look at him. He turned and rushed to attack the next bandit. Borde simply shrugged and did the same. Kai nodded at Borde, who helped Fairy, as he was almost worried he couldn't handle 3 bandits together, but the guy proved him wrong. Hollow moans from the bandit at hand soon brought him back to the present as another bandit rushed at him, throwing up his spear at him like a lance. Kai didn't have to do much as the wind blasted off the spear before another wind spear cut off the head of the bandit. As the body fell to the ground almost instantly, he saw Bran and Nelson fighting off 5 bandits themselves. Nelson was using his height and mass, throwing bandits flying on the ground. He was a tall guy, and including the power of awakening, he easily took on bandits as if they were mere flies, not even humans. Bran took the chance to slide in between bandits and find those who were thrown by Nelson and lay on the floor. With ease, he silenced them with his sword. Soon, the duo started fighting with more bandits head-to-head. They weren't entirely used to it, but Kai noticed how in sync they were. Arg! His vision was swiftly disturbed by a tall, skinny man holding an axe twice the size of his head. Kai could say the skinny fellow was prepared to put up a fight. But before the bandit could even get closer to him, a trained soldier came from behind, slicing his sword right through his chest. Kai threw a fire bolt at the man on the floor. Immediately, the smell of burnt flesh filled the air. Soon, he saw something else. One of the guards was in a compromising situation. He was fighting off a bandit, but the second bandit had his axe in the air, almost getting to the guard. "I need to do something." Kai quickly formed a spell structure on his hands. He used Wind Spear once more and shot it towards the bandit. It flew through the air and sliced his body into 2. With the bandits being powerless against his spells, it was a pretty easy victory. As he flung out his spells, he heard footsteps behind him. Turning back, he saw a bandit rushing at him slowly with a spiked club. "I'm going to take your head, you bastard," he yelled as he saw Kai. "Are you sure about that?" Without answering, the latter lunged at Kai, but he didn't even give him enough time to get closer to him. He sent a fire bolt. The bandit's loud-pitched cry pierced through the air as he dodged one bolt, but another hit his throat, burning the area around his neck as blood spurted out, ending his life slowly as he whimpered. Fluidly, Kai turned around. Taking one after another bandit, the fight continued. The soldiers were outnumbering the bandits quickly for obvious reasons. Kai was using simple spells left and right, slicing through their body parts, distracting them, then killing them. It was an easy process, but every bandit was different. Some were weaker than others. Soon, a hulking brute with a spiked club launched at him. He didn't have time to form a spell structure, so he picked up his spear and immediately started deflecting a flurry of blows. Sweat beaded on Kai's brow as the bandit got ahead of himself. Kai caught his arm and twisted it, using the technique he had learned to fracture the bandit's hands. Even if the bandit was huge, Kai could see that he had unnecessary weight and had been fighting for a long time, so it was easier than expected. The man yelped in pain. Then Kai used Gust, sending the bandit flying in the air, followed by a wind spear killing him in the air itself. Killian, on the other hand, was fighting with a bandit who was swinging his club wildly. Kai rushed at him and saw his chance. He ducked under and delivered a swift kick to the bandit's knee. The man buckled, collapsing with a pained grunt. Killian killed the man with ease as his sword plunged his throat. Good technique, Lord Arzen. Killian gave a respectful nod and continued to attack other bandits. A painful yelp took his attention, and Kai looked at the far end, around the stairs. A burly man's expression turned into a scowl as he took out his axe from the stomach of a guard. He fell on the ground as the bandit, Grek, grinned before he turned, his eyes meeting Kai. Mage, I don't care if you're the lord of the place. This place is mine now, and no one can take it away from me, Grek shouted, his voice laced with a desperate edge. I will kill you first, and then your men will surrender to me. Kai didn't reply, because the man was simply in denial. What a self-centered, arrogant bastard. He frowned as Grek made for Kai. He moved with a decisiveness that other bandits didn't have. Though he could see that other than strength, he didn't have much going for him. Grek might have been in the military, but it had been years since then, and he looked haggard and bloodthirsty as he lunged for Kai. A wind spell knocked him back as he fell on the ground and cursed. As he tried to get up, Kai muttered the incarnation for Cinder Circle. Immediately, a vortex of flames rose from the ground, a few bandits and guards moving away from it as surrounded Grek, who yelled. Taking the moment of his surprise, Kai jumped up in the vortex and punched him right in the face. What do you think you're doing? Grek said, trying to pick up his axe, but Kai kicked it away. Shut up, or I will sever your head from your body. Kai frowned, stomping his hands and locking him on the ground with wind spells. He winced, but Kai kept kicking and punching him like he was a ragdoll. If he wanted, he could easily kill him right then and there. But no. The only reason Kai had personally come to battle the bandits was to make a mockery out of them and teach a lesson to every wandering bandit in his territory that might try something like this. The only purpose to keep Grek alive was to make him a lesson for others. For the next half an hour, painful cries echoed as the bandits lost. The metallic tang of blood hung heavy in the air. Loud heaves and groans escaped from the wounded bandits who were scattered around the clearing. Kai looked around the aftermath with a grimace. More bandits remained conscious than he had anticipated. Over half, by his count, lay groaning or slumped against trees, bound with their weapons abandoned in different places, and their eyes widened with a mixture of terror and defeat, nervously looking at Kai, who had their boss under his feet. The other half had been killed mercilessly, but his guards had gone softer than he had anticipated. It did make sense since not every one of them had experience dealing with bandits. Most of the enforcers they had brought were having their first battles either way. Help the wounded, Kai rasped. His voice was rough with exertion. He was referring to the very few injured guards. 2 soldiers scurried past him to tend to the guards. The others, less seriously injured, gritted their teeth and pulled themselves upright, muttering curses and heading to grab bandages to stop bleeding. Killian walked from behind. His armor was dented and scratched from the fight, his brow furrowed as he scanned through the area. What's the plan for these bandits? He asked. Kai met his gaze, a stern glint in his eyes. Trials, Killian, justice according to the law. But first he straightened, his gaze sweeping over the bandits. Many flinched under his gaze, some muttering amongst themselves. We make an example, he declared, his voice cutting through the clearing. The air turned to a sudden tension as the bandits turned their heads towards him, a collective gasp escaping their lips. This wasn't over, not by a long shot, especially Grek over here. Kai kicked the boss of the bandits in his knee, earning a grunt from the man. He was alive, but Kai could see from how he curled into a ball he wished he was better dead. A group huddled together took Kai's attention soon, shuffling forward hesitantly, led by guards. Women, their eyes widened, lips quivering, were covering their mouths with shaky hands. Men had unmistakable marks of mine labor, ragged clothes, darkened skin, and even noticeable signs of malnutrition alongside beatings. Slaves. They were villagers stolen from nearby settlements and miners. Free them, Kai's voice came through. Several soldiers moved forward in a hurry. They dropped their spears and started helping the slaves, looking for injuries and offering them waterskins from their packs. The slaves shuffled towards the soldiers, some collapsing in tears of gratitude. Find a few soldiers who are capable of helping them with their injuries, he added, his voice softening. He scanned the area once again. Beyond the circle of wounded and captives, the bandit encampment sprawled beneath a watchful mountain range. The mine itself loomed like a hungry abyss in the mountainside, flanked by a squat warehouse and crumbling watchtowers. Inhaling deeply, he noticed the air here, heavy with the scent of iron and damp earth, felt different. A weird but usual sensation crawled up his spine, but there was an irregularity in the mana flow that his body recognized. He stopped, head tilting back. The sky was dark and heavy, common in the Fresania period. He inhaled again, feeling something that he wasn't able to pinpoint as he looked at the crags. He narrowed his eyes. There is something strange in the mountains. Kai cleared his throat, wanting to say what he felt, but he was disturbed by the hooves that shattered the silence. His head snapped towards it, eyes narrowing as a lone rider came from the entrance. Isn't it that the traveler who we met before? Kai had assumed he was a merchant of sorts, but there was no reason for him to be here, especially when he already rejected his appeal to follow him. The traveler grinned as Kai met his eyes. Kai noticed something. There was someone, 2 figures trailing behind him. Thick rope dragged them through the crusty ground, the horse carrying all the weight. He looked at Killian, who was gaping at the scene. They both turned and looked at the traveler. Who is this man? Kai let his frown be clear to the traveler. The last time they met, he couldn't even get his name, simply because it didn't matter. But now, Kai was genuinely curious and partially annoyed. The traveler got off his mount with a grunt, the rope slackening as the unconscious figures slumped to the ground with a loud found these two skulking around the back of the mountains. The traveler said aloud, "They looked like bandits, and after a punch or two they accepted it, so I got them here. Figured you could use the extra prisoners." He grinned as if he was very proud of his achievement. Accidentally killed one of their mates there, by the way. He was a loudmouth and I didn't like it. Kai stepped forward, looking at the traveler skeptically. There was just something he didn't understand when he looked at him. His gaze narrowed as he locked eyes with the traveler. The nonchalant shrug, the casual mention of death, it all sat wrong. "What were you doing there? I thought I told you not to follow." The traveler met his stare unflinchingly. The grin was glued to his face annoyingly. "I'm sorry, I was curious, so I had been watching. I didn't want to get in your way. Good battle you had there, Lord Arzen. Though I confess I was surprised to see that the rumors of your lordship being a mage are true. What is your name?" Kai asked, ignoring his last words. "Does it matter?" "I thought there would be a reward for capturing these," the man asked, ignoring Kai's question. Kai's hand twitched instinctively towards the spear as a flicker of rage passed through his eyes. The traveler's smile faltered, replaced by a grimace. With a muttered curse, he bowed low. "My apologies, my lord. I didn't mean to come off too strong. I'm Ansel, and I'm asking for forgiveness." Kai nodded. This man wasn't something he needed to deal with at the moment. He might be a wandering, curious warrior trailing the lands, not someone to give too much heed to, though for his help he was going to help set him up on lodging and even some food. Ansel certainly looked like he needed food, going by his skeletal frame. Therefore, he gave him one last look and turned to Killian. He gestured towards the mine entrance. "We need to check the iron mines." Killian raised an eyebrow. The warehouse was clear, he rumbled. Inventory records all accounted for. "Seems no one was eager to buy bandit-mined iron. It's not the iron I'm worried about," Kai replied, a hint of urgency creeping into his voice. "There's something else down there." A feeling, he trailed off, struggling to articulate the prickling sensation in the air. Killian studied him for a moment but didn't voice out any thoughts. With a curt nod, he barked out orders. Several guards stiffened. "4 of you," Killian yelled, his voice raspy. "Escort the new prisoners. The rest with us." Kai turned towards the mine entrance, his boots crunching on scattered branches and dust. As he walked, a voice called him from behind. "Lord Arzen." The traveler from behind jogged forward. "Will it be all right if I just join to look at the mines?" With a sigh, Kai looked at him and didn't see a reason to refuse now that Ansel was already here. "Fine," he conceded. "You can come, but keep your mouth shut unless spoken to." Ansel grinned before his expression vanished back to a neutral mask. Before he could move forward from behind, a figure shuffled forward. Kai halted in his steps. He was among the few they had rescued from the bandits. His clothes were patched and worn and his face etched with exhaustion. "My lord," he said, bowing low. I overheard what you said. I'm Beryl. I've been working here for quite some time as a miner. Thank you for saving my life. I had almost given up on it." Kai nodded, signaling him to get to the point. "If you're heading into the mines, I can help. I know these tunnels better than anyone." Kai studied the man for a moment. He needed someone who knew these tunnels, and this miner seemed the logical choice. "All right," he finally said, "lead the way, and tell me about the bandits' operation here." Beryl straightened and started walking. "They captured us when we were returning from a day's duty months back, killed the guards stationed here and took over it, forced us to mine for days on end with barely enough food to survive. And they kidnapped people from nearby villages, forced them to work alongside us." His voice choked as he talked. "No pay, just threats and beatings. A few even committed suicide due to that." Kai frowned. Even if he was used to hearing such stuff, a part of him couldn't help but blame Arzen for not being proactive enough. "Don't worry, we will give you all compensation and help you recover." Beryld's eyes shone. His lips pursed as his hands came together. "Thank you." Kai nodded. Beryld turned and plunged into the darkness of the mine entrance. Kai and others simply followed. The flickering torchlight painted shadows on the damp walls. The air grew thick and stale with the scent of iron. Kai felt a claustrophobic feeling as he walked. It reminded him of the days he was trapped in the sorcerer's tower library with no way out and mana fiends roaming the upper levels. It had worked out in the end as he had gotten a new chance at life. Focusing ahead, the mine was dark and the walls were narrow. It was a bit hard with the guards with such little space. Still, they kept moving forward. Minutes felt like hours as they went further and further. The scent of stale iron grew stronger, but Kai's senses were focused on what he detected before. Suddenly he stopped, a hand raised in the air. Beryld, startled, stumbled to a stop a pace behind him. "What is it, my lord?" The miner asked, his voice echoing eerily in the confined space. Kai remained motionless for a moment, brow furrowed in concentration. His hand twitched, a faint blue glow emanating from his fingertips. He tried to feel the mana in the surroundings. "Something feels strange," he murmured, his voice low. "There's a pressure here, a resistance I can't quite explain." He swept his gaze across the rough wall, the torches glinting off a faint seam in the rock. Barold squinted at the spot Kai was indicating. There, my lord, that might be one of the old tunnel entrances, sealed shut decades ago. He ran a calloused hand along the seam, a flicker of unease crossing his face. Goes deep, but no one bothers with it. Leads down to the backside of the mountain range. It's been decades since anyone had entered. There it is, then. Kai kept staring at the wall, his senses flickering. He knew there was something inside of it, and he had to see it for himself. Get everyone back, he ordered, his voice leaving no room for argument. I need to do something. Barold and the others exchanged nervous glances, but they obeyed without question. As they retreated, Kai raised his hand, the blue glow intensifying. He muttered a short incantation. Exanimo fervens. It was a second circle spell better known as Shatter Stone, and was simply used to shatter stone walls created by mages specializing in earth magic most of the time. Here it would be good enough to break the wall. Soon his spell structure came to life, and with a section of the sealed wall exploded outwards, showering the tunnel floor with dust and debris. Ansel started coughing from behind as the dust hit his nostrils. Kai looked back and saw the miner close his ears and the guards covering their noses and mouths. Killian gaped at the opening, a deep frown on his face. The rest of the guards had a similar expression etched on their faces. My lord, Barold stammered, his voice barely a whisper. That slope goes very deep. We might not have enough rope to. Kai cut him off with a shake of his head. The pull he felt, the strange mana fluctuations he'd sensed earlier, it all converged on this hidden passage. There's something down there, he said, and I intend to find out what it is. We'll be careful, he promised, his voice firm. Turning to Killian, he requested, get me a rope, a long one. Several guards scurried forward, securing a thick coil of hempen rope to an anchor point near the entrance. After a bit of discussion, it was decided Killian and a few guards would go with them too. With a nod, Kai tied one end around his waist, the reassurance of a lifeline settling in his stomach. Killian secured the other end around his own, a silent question hanging in his eyes. After making sure the weight of a sturdy rock on the side was keeping it intact alongside the guards, they decided to head in. Don't worry too much, Kai murmured, meeting Killian's gaze. I can feel something. A pull, a dissonance in the mana flow. There is no time for a full explanation. He started walking in. The air grew thick and humid as they headed down, the flickering torchlight barely penetrating the oppressive darkness. The passage sloped downwards at a steep angle, forcing them to walk with careful steps. The drip of water echoed through the tight space. Suddenly, Killian's voice cut through the heavy silence. What is this place? He gestured ahead, his voice tinged with awe. They had come into a vast cavern. The rough walls were no longer the defining feature for them, or what grabbed their attention. Instead, the ceiling and walls were studded with countless shimmering blue stones. They pulsed with a familiar energy mana, making him feel a tingling sensation in his spine. They also acted as a source of dim light. Everyone stared at them and were all too stunned to speak. Finally, Kai broke the silence. Atheum, he whispered, his voice reverent, or more commonly known mana stones. A low rumble echoed through the cavern, sending a shiver down Kai's body, but he ignored it. Aren't they incredibly rare? Killian asked. They are known as the hardest materials to get, and mages and nobles pay their yearly savings on it easily. I never thought I would see them here. Kai was about to nod, but a chilling realization dawned on him suddenly, a thought cold enough to make him look back at the glow of these mana stones. Fuck, these weren't just a source of power, they were a beacon. They were the source of concentrated mana, and as the ancient texts spoke of it, they were quite irresistible to magical creatures, more specifically monsters. With this cave overflowing with mana stones, it would be a siren song for any monster. The rumble he heard before intensified. The ground trembled beneath their feet. Kai whipped his head upwards, cursing himself in his head. High above, he saw something clinging to the ceiling similar to a spider, the size of a wild boar, even larger. In the blue light, segmented exoskeleton showed, mandibles the size of logs crawled down slowly, patiently for the right moment. A monstrous larva. A monster, Kai growled, the word heavy with dread. This place, it's a feeding ground. He whispered, his gaze swept across the area, a desperate plan forming in his mind. We need to get out of here. Now, a low roar came from the monster who spotted the group of individuals. A red glow radiated from its multifaceted eyes. The sight was scary, but at that moment they couldn't afford to run anywhere else. Kai started slowly moving, one step behind the other. He wanted to get out of there as soon as possible, but before he could turn around, a sickening skittering sound broke the silence. The monster launched from the ceiling, its segmented body twisting and turning as it slid towards them. Killian roared, pulling his sword up, willing to take on if any attack swung their way, but Kai was faster. His reflexes kicked in. With just a flicker of his wrist, he cast a fire bolt. A blazing bolt of fire erupted from his fingertips. It streaked through the air and slammed into the larva's underbelly, with a loud sizzle filled the air as flesh burnt. Kai felt the guards withdrawing themselves back as he decided to handle as much as he could. The larva recoiled, a shriek echoing through the walls. Burning ichor dripped from its wounded section, but the injury seemed to only enrage it further. Kai unleashed 3 more fire bolts in a row, each hitting the exact position where the first hit. Although the monster wiggled left and right, he seemed to have the perfect aim due to its large body. But soon a primal scream ripped the air. The monster slammed itself into the wall next to them. The entire place shook, bringing down a few rocks from the ceiling, and dust covered their vision momentarily. Cough, cough. The guards waved their hands to push away the dust as they coughed while Kai threw 2 more fire bolts at the monster, earning earth-shattering noises. The guards turned around, trying to get out of there. Due to his fire bolts, he was able to momentarily see far into the room. Deciding to check something, he cast a trinket spell to light up the cave. A ball of light floated from his other hand to the center of the cave, and he froze. His heart rate increased. He had the plan to distract the monster and run, but now a sinking feeling filled his heart. The place was teeming with larvae. Dozens of the monstrous creatures clung to the walls, their multifaceted eyes fixed on them with a predatory glint. The black, shiny things made Kai's skin crawl. Everyone escape. Kai screamed. As he realized his fire bolts were burning parts of the monsters, he unleashed another fireball in a desperate attempt to buy them more time. It struck another larva, igniting its body. A painful but throaty shriek came out, but instead of dying, it opened its dark mouth and spat a ball of viscous green ooze. Kai barely stopped it with a fireball, the 2 substances meeting in midair. The green goo exploded in a shower of caustic acid. It fell on the ground, melting the very surface. He looked around after seeing the acidic burn momentarily buying them time from them launching themselves forward. He wanted to quickly run from this forsaken place, but the area behind them was hard to climb even with the rope. Fortunately, guards were scrambling over him. Sweat covered their faces, but their limbs were tight and quick as they pulled everyone one after another through the opening by the rope. Killian went right before him. Kai felt a hand grasp his wrist. "Come on, Lord Arzen." Killian's voice came hurriedly. He gave a final glance at the writhing mass of larvae and flung another fireball, getting a precious few seconds. Then, with a surge of adrenaline, he launched himself upwards, his gloved hands making contact with the rough stone. Guards were already on top, and Kai quickly climbed the rope, not giving the monsters any time to come closer. As he kept up at it, he fired more bolts at the larvae. While doing so, his shoulders struck a sharp stone jutting out, and he cursed. He kept at it, and in just 2 minutes he was almost there. Killian scrambled to push himself through the opening, and guards pulled him up. The same happened with Kai as stronger arms lifted him, dragging him back into the tunnel. He sighed as he landed before the opened maw and scrambled back. "Run away from it," Killian ordered. Soon, all of them started running through the tunnel, away from the hole where they could hear the of claws scraping against the stone. Even Ansel, Barreled, and the rest of the guards who hadn't gone into the sealed part ran, having seen glimpses of the monsters living there. The larvae's tremors shook the cave, but calmed down as they ran until their lungs started to burn. "Who thought it was a death trap?" I sensed. Kai couldn't help but think as they reached the original tunnel entrance and jogged through the opening. As soon as they were out, they hunched over and started breathing heavily. Kai looked at everyone to see if there were any injuries, but no, they were all fine. Seal this opening later. They wouldn't come past where Atheum is for now as it's too much of a climb and they would want to protect their energy source. But we don't know what's in the cards for the future, Kai muttered through heavy breaths, his eyes focusing on the few guards who stood before him. They nodded, understanding the depth of the situation. The other guards were still horrified by what they saw in the depths of the cave. Killian stood beside him. His normally stoic face was turned to a frown, sweat covering his eyebrows. Even Ansel, who looked quite confident before, couldn't hide the tremor in his hand as he gripped his clothes. That wasn't a dungeon, was it?" Ansel asked, staring at the mine opening. "I've never seen something like this before." He yelled in the last part. Kai shook his head. The movement itself sent a spike of pain through his shoulder. "No," he croaked, his voice hoarse. "Those were vermal larvae or just vermala. Monstrous creatures that thrive on raw mana. These weren't simple monsters, but living conduits for destruction, drawn to the stones like moths to a flame. From what he knew, they were extremely dangerous, especially in a pack like this." Kai pressed on, his voice gaining strength with each word. "Vermala gather around large deposits of mana, forming a kind of hive." He gestured towards the entrance. "And at the heart of every hive, a queen is ruling over them. We didn't see anything like that there. Most of them were identical to each other," Killian said. "It's probably much bigger than we expected, and the queen is in her room." Kai shrugged his shoulders, hoping to explain more about them. He rubbed his hands together, feeling the sudden noticeable chill in the environment. Maybe it was because of the implications the larvae might have on his territory. "Well, as I was saying, the queen is a monstrous creature that lays eggs, replenishing the swarm. Leave them unchecked, and that larva will break through those walls, consume the entire mine, and spread outwards." The bandits, he trailed off. They were doomed either way. The guards exchanged nervous glances. "How do we deal with that?" one of them asked, speaking for them all. The other lot nodded their heads. Kai took a few seconds to himself. He thought back to what he knew about them as his eyes hardened. Recalling their strength and the size of the whole hive, there was only one option they had. "We clear the nest," he said, his voice leaving no room for argument. But not today. He swept his gaze over the assembled soldiers. They were all tired, but trying to stay tall and strong. "We're depleted, low on supplies. This requires planning." A murmur of assent rippled through the ranks. All of them knew that charging headfirst into a monster den was asking for a disaster. "We'll reinforce the entrance, make sure it holds for now." Kai grimaced. For now, he echoed, the weight of the unseen threat pressing down on him. Those Vermala wouldn't stay dormant forever. With each passing day, they'd grow stronger and hungrier. He needed a solution, and fast. "I'll need to work on some things," he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. "Alchemical concoctions, tactical formations, anything to give them an edge against that monstrous brood." This wasn't just about securing the mine anymore. This was about safeguarding the entire region from a tide of ravenous destruction. They started walking towards the area where the rest of their forces were waiting alongside the captured bandits and slaves. "Ready to move, Lord Arzen?" Killian asked, and he nodded. He had expected that with the bandits gone, things would be peaceful, but it seemed like his fate wasn't going to let him relax. At least with the Atheum present there, he might just be able to treat it as an opportunity. Still, before that, he had to eradicate the larvae. It was a long road to Veralt and a longer battle ahead. The journey back was a grim procession. The bandits, bound and gagged, were dragged along by their horses, their rough-spun clothes torn and bloodied. The sound of scraping of their knees and hands on the dusty road was a grim counterpoint to the clopping of hooves. Word of their return had spread like wildfire. As they neared Veralt, villagers lined the road, their faces a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. But when they saw the fallen bandits, a collective cheer erupted. The whole way was like a hero group coming back from defeating the Demon King. The bandits have terrorized the lands for too long, and seeing them dragged gave everyone a reason to be happy after a long time. Kai reined on his horse before the bustling town square, the cheers washing over him like a wave. Their cheerful eyes said it all, but he knew he needed to make a statement. He dismounted, his gaze sweeping over the multitude of jubilant faces. They were all gathered there now, waiting for Kai to speak, but their cheer took over the air. Voices of different ages and maturity spoke unrecognizable things. Raising his hand for silence, his voice hoarse but firm. "The bandits are gone," he said aloud. "They've terrorized this land for too long, taking your livelihood, your peace. But now justice has been served." A fresh wave of cheers rose, louder this time, punctuated by shouts of gratitude and praise. Kai raised a hand again, silencing the clamor. "This," he continued, his voice cutting through the exhilaration, "is a reminder that unlawfulness will not be tolerated. Anyone who will try to go against the rules and harm the common citizens will be dealt with." His words hung in the air like a warning. "As for the punishment, I would gladly allow the law to do its work, but I believe they deserve something special," Kai said, his eyes glinting something mischievous. The crowd waited, whispering what it might be. He had thought about different punishments to give to the bandits. Not only were they a nuisance, but Arzen's not being able to deal with them added to his low reputation in Veralt. He needed to change it now, and this was the best way. "I will allow 10 slaps by all of you on each of them daily, as they'd be tied up on the square, right where we are now for the next week." A primal roar of approval erupted from the crowd, a sound far darker than the joyous cheers that had greeted their return. Villagers, their eyes gleaming with a cold, unforgiving light, surged forward like a wave. "Let me at 'em." A burly man said aloud, his face contorted with rage. "They stole away the swords I made when I was delivering them." A wiry woman, her clothes patched and worn, shook her fist at the bound bandits. "I will never forgive you for slaving my son." Miners, their faces etched with the hardship inflicted by the bandits, shared a look, a silent, predatory grin. Soon, bets were placed amongst them, not on coin flips or the roll of dice, but on who could deliver the most punishing slap. Kai watched the men walking forward, women cheering from the sides. It was almost chaotic, and he had to tell the guards to make sure they didn't end up killing the bandits. Still, it was amusing. He felt no remorse for them. In his mind, they were lucky he hadn't tried to give them a punishment himself. Is this really happening? Ansel pinched himself in his hand to make sure he wasn't living in a dream. Standing at the back of the crowd, he watched the guards make a line and bind the bandits on the town square. The people took turns punching and kicking them. Every time someone would land a hard slap, a cheer would erupt. The hardest cheers went up when Grek was being trashed. A few people even threw rocks at him and laughed. It was truly a scene he had never seen anywhere else. His eyes soon moved to watch Lord Arzen moving towards his horse to leave for his estate. Ansel had been wrong in his initial doubts about him. He had watched the battle in the settlements and seen every bit of how he had overwhelmed the bandits like they were kids. Even in the mines, he had shown a lot of courage. "I believe I'm at the right place, finally." Ansel's eyes loomed over Lord Arzen until he turned around a corner. Originally, he had come there to depart after a week, but there might be a change in plans now. "Hi there, it's the author here. You can read ahead of updates on Patreon, Extra 26, and you can join to become a beta reader with many perks in my server, Invitenc3HVSCP20. The morning coldness bit at Kai's skin, but it couldn't cool away the fire that simmered in his gut. After he came back from the square, he was notified that the bandits were tied up and the slaves were helped. They were also in the process of getting them back to their families. But it wasn't what gave him a weird knot in his stomach. It was about what lay in the future. It was about what he saw inside the mine. He sighed. I should do something about it instead of worrying. He raised a hand, casting the spell to activate Hawkeye's and pushing mana through his veins. The familiar sensation of the enhanced vision washed over him, transforming the bustling city square below into a detailed tableau. He looked at the central figure, the makeshift pillory erected for the captured bandits. People walked by, occasionally glancing at the bandits, and a small crowd circled them. Even from this far away, he could see the raw hatred that was on their faces, noses scrunched, shouting curses at the bandits. A half-eaten cabbage arced through the air, splattering harmlessly against a bandit's arm. It was the only food that flew in next. A well-aimed rock found its mark, eliciting a yelp of pain. A single guard stood near the pillar, his face twisted in a smirk rather than concern. He looked like a bored spectator rather than a protector, content to make sure the entertainment didn't turn fatal. He was there to make sure the bandits didn't have any serious injuries. Although he was giving them punishment, he had to still apply the kingdom's law and send them to the cells. It was a strange thing. Despite it being thousands of years in the past, the kingdom had strict laws and regulations that were meant to be followed by all nobles and commoners alike. No wonder it had been able to become an empire in the future. The foundations were always there. His hawk eye flickered, zooming in on a rough calendar that was drawn into the wooden post of the pillory. 7 deep gouges marked the days, a countdown to the bandits' release, or rather, their transfer to the cold, impersonal confines of the jail. He lowered his hands, the light blue light disappearing. It looked like the people were all enjoying the punishment given to the bandits. And again, who could blame them? His brow remained furrowed. His thoughts started shifting between the day that the bandits would be imprisoned and admiring the birds, Lord Arzen. A gentle voice inquired from beside him. Clare stood nearby, a tray of untouched breakfast balanced on a silver platter. His thoughts were interrupted, but he quickly remembered that he was the one requested for breakfast on the terrace. Kai offered a wry smile. Not exactly, Clare, just keeping an eye on things. Ah, she replied, her voice laced with a hint of curiosity. The bandits then, with the distance, they must appear quite small from here. He chuckled, appreciating her subtle way of inquiring without overstepping. Something like that. It's a spell that allows me to see clearly from afar. Claire's eyes widened and twinkled in a way they would whenever he would show her a new spell. It seemed like she treated them like how children treated magic tricks. That sounds like a great spell to keep a watch over the city, she said, her eyes shifting to a more earnest level. You've done well for us. There was quite a celebration on my street last night. Many miners were there, men who lost their jobs because of those brigands. Kai nodded, a frown crossing his features. I appreciate that, Clare, but the truth is this isn't entirely over yet. He gestured towards the square, his gaze hardening slightly. The mines, they still remain closed. The monsters we encountered down there pose a serious threat. Until we deal with them, miners cannot return to work. So you see, I haven't quite solved it all yet. Claire's smile faltered for a moment, but she straightened her back. Then you'll deal with them, Lord Arzen, she declared, her voice firm. You always do. Claire's faith in him made him smile. It was good to know that he had everyone's support inside the castle. It was better than whatever Arzen had, and if things continued like this, he might just be able to do his own things without worrying. But how can you be so confident? Asked, a genuine curiosity lacing his voice. This isn't just a band of bandits. These monsters down in the mine, they're dangerous. She set the tray down on a nearby table, and the clatter of fine silver was heard. She turned to face him, her gaze steady and unwavering. Because Lord Arzen, she explained, you haven't disappointed us since you started to work on the castle. You found ways to protect Veralt, to solve whatever problem that was there. So I believe you would deal with things again. I go out in the streets and a lot of people think similar, he smiled. It was a genuine reassurance, but something tugged on his mind. That's a heavy burden to bear, Clare. Perhaps she lowered her eyes for a moment, thinking about it. But then again, you always seem to manage just fine. So Lord Arzen, she said, unsure of her own thoughts. Kai nodded. The responsibility came with stakes, even for him personally, but he was willing to accept it. I'll see what I can do. He glanced at the pristine breakfast. I would need some fuel before I think about tackling those monsters. Clare slightly bowed, knowing the conversation was over, and excused herself after putting the food on the table. A cold wind flew and hit him in his neck as he sighed. Kai's mind flooded again with all the problems. Some were unavoidable, and some needed instant solutions. Either way, breakfast comes first. He bit into the piece of bread, the cold air nipping at his cheeks as he watched the birds cautiously stepping on a snow-laden branch in unison. Francis's administration office was packed with Killian, Kai, and of course, Francis. Spread across the polished table was a series of carefully drawn sketches and detailed notes. More specifically, Francis's report on the Vermala larvae they had encountered in the mine. Kai had told him to prepare one, and fortunately, it seemed like these monsters would sometimes appear around areas with high mana density and were a pain for a lot of mages, so there was sufficient research on them. Killian's lips pursed and his hand on his chin traced a finger on one of the sketches. Over 50 of them, he rumbled, his voice heavy with concern. That's a sizable nest. It seemed like there could even be more, but I don't think there's that much space. Kai nodded grimly. His eyes, too, were on the sketches and the reports that were in front of them. And that's not including the queen, he added, tapping another sketch of a monstrous creature. It's the heart of the hive, the source of their power. The queen possesses an organ that acts like a mana reservoir. It not only fuels its own power, but also projects an aura that boosts the strength and morale of the surrounding larvae. Until it's dealt with, we won't be able to win. Francis threw the cigar that was in his mouth to the side of his desk and leaned forward. Killian slowly nodded, his eyes drawing in between Kai and Francis. So we take out the queen, the rest of them crumble. Kai cleared his throat. Not entirely crumble, Killian. They will still be formidable opponents, but considerably weaker without the queen's influence. However, taking it down will be no easy feat. He paused for a moment and studied the sketch of the queen he had drawn himself from what he recalled from his memories. In fact, it wouldn't be easy at all, he said, but it's the only way. We can't afford a prolonged battle with a swarm of those things at our backs. Killian nodded. Also, what are we going to do about her eggs? Kai frowned. It was the only reason they were hurrying with the clearing of the nest. It was common knowledge that the queen of the Vermala hatched its eggs at the end of the months of Fresania. If they didn't hurry, they might just have to deal with double the number of larvae. Larvae grew fast, so it would only take 2 to 3 weeks for the new ones to reach adulthood. If that happened, there was no guarantee they would even be able to exterminate them. Once we deal with the queen, we will burn them. That's the only way to make sure the mine is safe. Kai looked at both of them. We'll need everything. Potions, traps, whatever advantage we can muster. And we'll need to move quickly before those larvae get any stronger. The longer we delay, the worse. Killian nodded curtly. The guards are ready, Lord Arzen. They're well trained, but he hesitated, his brow furrowed. We can't take many. Maybe 10 more than the ones that were with you against the necromancer. Training takes time, and we don't have much of that. Enforcers should be of great help. Francis cleared his throat, grabbing their attention. Even with 10 more, Lord Arzen, he interjected. Most of the city guards haven't seen real battle, let alone fought underground. The necromancer fight is good learning, but this is entirely different. This is no walk in the park. We need a plan that minimizes casualties, not throws untrained men into a monster pit. Kai winced, the memory of the fallen soldiers against the necromancer flashing through his mind. He had regretted a few things from the fight with the necromancer, and losing guards was a big part of it. You're right, Francis, he admitted. He sighed while his hands stroked the growing stubble. We can't afford another bloodbath. If we don't plan this with proper measurements, the cost will be too high. A tense silence settled over the room, the weight of the situation pressing down on them. They needed a solution, and fast. Training more guards was an option, but the urgency of the situation wouldn't allow for a lengthy training session. They all thought, what better could they do? Even Kai fell into deep thought, and the only thing that moved was the wind outside the windows. A few ideas came to his mind, but he rejected them all, one after another. Too risky, too vague, can't and won't work in such a short time. Guards too untrained to do it. Reasons piled up higher than the solutions. Mercenaries. Francis finally spoke, his voice a hesitant question. Both Kai and Killian looked at him. Kai was about to speak, but Killian snorted. Finding good ones is a gamble, and even then, loyalty tends to be a luxury they charge extra for. Francis steepled his fingers, his brow furrowed in thought. True, but desperate times call for desperate measures. For the right coin, they'll take the job. They might not be loyal, but they'll be skilled. Kai mulled it over. The risks were undeniable, but they were running out of options. In his previous life, mercenaries were known by a lot of names, and there were designated ones like fiend hunters. They also followed a more structured system with an organization handling them called the Guild. From his research, he knew that wasn't the case here, so finding good ones might be a problem. As he thought more, an idea popped up. Francis, he said, a decision forming in his mind. Reach out to Malden. He should know the mercenary market better than us. See if he can find us a group with a verifiable track record. Francis' face lit up with a flicker of hope. For sure, Lord Arzen. I'll send word first thing in the morning. In the meantime, Kai continued, turning his gaze towards the window. It was getting darker, darker than it usually was due to Fresania. I can be of some use. Potions, of course, healing drafts to keep our men fighting fit. I can brew them, and I might have other ideas in mind as well. He rubbed his hands together, deep in thought. For that, though, I'll need some space, a workshop of sorts. Francis didn't hesitate. "Consider it done, Lord Arzen. I'll clear out a suitable room immediately. Whatever you need, you'll have it." Kai nodded. In a way, it was much easier to obtain materials in this period of time. In his time, resources were extremely rare, especially for alchemy, and due to that, alchemists were dime a dozen. Few countries had even gone to war just because of resources to use in alchemy and other magical arts. Compared to that, everything was in abundance here. It was truly the era before the Golden Era, and he knew he could take full benefit of it. He started to walk back after completing the meeting. A monster nest to purge. It was the next on his list. Hi there, it's the author here. You can read ahead of updates on Patreon, Extra 26, and you can join to become a beta reader with many perks in my server, Invitenc3HVSCP20. Frisania was coming to an end. Amira could feel it as she looked outside the window. From the position where she was, she could see the frost that hung tenaciously to the landscape for months was finally loosening its grip, revealing patches of green. The sinking thwack of training swords echoed from the distant courtyard. She inhaled to sigh, but the aroma of warm bread and honeyed fruits filled her nostrils. Amira picked up a piece of bread. It was toasted. The crispy crust made a noise to her touch. She started chewing on it slowly, noticing no more pain when she did. The ache in her jaw was completely healed. She quickly grabbed the cup of water and drank some of it. A glance at her arms caught her eye. No longer were they marred by the angry red gashes and bruises. She sighed. Arzen had properly healed her, visiting every other day, pouring his magic onto her skin, making it smooth and unmarked. A warm and heavy feeling settled in her chest. Gratitude. She was grateful that Arzen found her when he did. If not for him, there wouldn't be a day that she would taste bread this fresh. But beneath the surface, a slight fear remained. It was the memories of the necromancer's chilling touch. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to push the images away. Despite her efforts, more images popped up of time before the necromancer found her. Those were even more grotesque, and for a while she heard painful screams in her ears. The days of confinement, watching numerous deaths and finally running away only to get caught by another evil man. Stop, she shook her head, frowning and managing to end it. When she opened her eyes, the urge to look around took over. She didn't want to sit around only for those memories to haunt her again. Amira hasn't been in the place for too long. 4 walls, a plush bed, and a monotonous routine were her now reality. Her hands itched for the door to open it and walk around, but she paused. Should I? Maybe not, but what's the harm if no one catches me, right? Finally mustering up the courage, she opened it, reaching the corridor immediately. As she stepped outside, there was a staircase adjacent. Her one aim was not to get caught by a maid, guard, or worse, Arzen. He might not even be here. He has his routine, I believe. She took one step at a time, her bare feet cold against the floor. She walked gently, trying to not make any noise. Taking the stairs to the ground floor, she decided to venture there first. As she reached it, she saw a door on the far side and stepped towards it. The door opened to the outside. The chilly air hit her in the face. She could see the estate, buildings, the courtyard, and even the water fountain. It truly has been too long since she had been outside. Unfamiliar faces were everywhere. Guards, staff, and maids. She waited until most of them passed and then made her way through the courtyard. Finding herself in a building adjacent to the one she was staying in, she stepped towards it, finding the whole thing exciting in her heart. Fortunately, she found an open window and managed to climb through it. Another corridor was upon her, and she didn't waste any time standing idle. Tiptoeing her way quickly through different doors, she walked through large, polished oak doors. Adrenaline rushed to her body, and she could hear her heart thrumming inside her chest. She hid behind an oak door, peeking at what was beyond through the little space that was beneath the door and the wall. It seemed like the kitchen. Maids walked from left and right hurriedly. All of them were busy with their own duties. Amira remembered how Arzen once mentioned that even the maids knew who she was, and she could ask for anything from them. But I can't be seen, she watched through the space for a few minutes. Spoons clattering, vegetables chopping, voices of maids talking to each other about the gossip in the city and the estate. Amira watched until one of the maids headed towards the door. She instantly took it as an invitation to head towards the stairs that stood on the right side. Her curiosity tugged at every corner of her being. Her feet were quick but silent. She passed walls of weaponaries and different frames on her way upstairs. As she reached the top floor, she paused for a moment to catch her breath. No one seemed to be around, but there was some sort of a noise echoing across the floor like someone was turning pages in a hurry. Her eyes squinted in curiosity. The sound came behind the wooden doors. What is it? She mulled over the fact that it could be a library. Amira's shaky hands softly touched the door, trying to open it without making any squeaky noises. It was a success. She was inside. The wooden shelves garnered her attention. Tons of books were placed in them. She had been allowed to read, and although they quelled her boredom, she had already finished with whatever was given to her. So this was a surprise. She slowly walked through the shelves, wondering if she should take a book out, but just then she froze. In the heart of the room, she immediately recognized Lord Arzen, his back to her. He was hunched over what looked like a workbench. She slowly hid behind the pillar that seemed to hold and balance the roof, hoping to not get caught as she watched him. From where she stood now, she could see his hands. The same hands that healed her were now on gray clay, molding in the shape of a ball. No, what is that? He wiped his hands from the dirty cloth that was to his left and turned a few pages on the book to his front. Then he frowned before squeezing the clay in frustration, making Amira gasp slightly. The next second, his head snapped in a mere heartbeat before she could even hide herself properly. Both of them froze. As was his custom most mornings, Kai found himself hunched over a workbench in the library. His hands were busy molding a lump of gray clay. He'd been so engrossed in the art of animating clay fingers that he hadn't heard a single noise of the door opening. But as he heard the gasp right behind her, he turned around, his eyes meeting Amira, and he froze. The ball of clay dropped to the floor as he stared into her golden eyes. A startled yelp escaped her lips. She clutched the pillar for a moment, as if unsure of what to do before her eyes looked at the door like she wanted to run away. "Amira," Kai said, forcing a smile. "It's good to see you out of your room. Must be stifling to be cooped up for so long." She offered a hesitant nod, her gaze flickering around the room before settling back on him. "If you want." He asked, gesturing towards a nearby chair. Kai gestured for her to sit, a wave of relief washing over him as she did. He returned to his work on the clay, his brow furrowed in concentration. But something about the way her gaze kept trailing back to the lump of formless material piqued his curiosity. "I'm trying to build up a golem from the clay. So far it's not been great for me, but you know. Learning is a process," he said, glancing up at her. She nodded once again. Her eyes were glued to the clay, curiosity evident in them. "Golem." She muttered the word barely a whisper. Kai smiled, setting the clay figure down for a moment. "Golems," he echoed, "are essentially animated figures, created from clay or other materials. Think of them as well. Imagine a powerful hero, a knight, a mage, anything really brought to life by magic, given a physical form from this very material." He tapped the clay for emphasis. "I'm trying to hone my skills in creating them." Amira's brow furrowed in confusion. The concept seemed alien to her, yet a spark of interest flickered in her eyes. "Creating heroes." She repeated, "Yes," he nodded. Seeing her interest, Kai set aside his partially formed golem and reached for another lump of clay. "Would you like to try?" He offered, a playful glint in his eyes. He was a bit surprised by how she walked inside without any guidance, but anything was better than distancing herself. More than that, Kai just enjoyed the company. It's always entertaining to learn with company rather than alone, especially after his last few years in the Sorcerer's Tower. By his question, Amira looked surprised. She blinked. Her lips pursed, hesitation flickering slightly. But after a moment, she nodded, mirroring Kai's smile. Kai kept the soft clay on the table and walked around, placing it in front of her. Soon, he went back to his previous task as she started on it. He did the same, hoping he would be able to make a good one this time. Silence filled over. The only sound was of the squelch of their fingers molding the material. This time, Kai was trying to learn from his past mistakes as his muscle memory kicked in. He began shaping his clay into a miniature warrior, working on one side of it before moving to the next. Amira, on the other hand, looked like she was having a hard time. Her clay figure, once just a blob, had morphed into something vaguely spiky. A tail, vaguely reptilian, sprouted from one end. Lumpy appendages, more looking like claws, were on the sides. The whole thing was topped with a triangular head. Kai glanced at it for a second before focusing on his one, his fingernails helping to sculpt the fingers of the warrior. A peaceful hour passed by as they battled with the clay. Finally, after so long, he looked at the golem that stood proudly, a miniature guardian barely 2 feet tall. It looked a bit rough at the edges, and the sword he had made looked nothing like one. He had also messed up his face and armor, but compared to his first few tries, the improvement was clearly visible. He smiled before looking at Amira's piece. Unlike his work, her golem wasn't easy to categorize, and he kept looking at it for a while in confusion. It seemed like a monster of sorts with the way it was structured and the claws. Certainly not a human or a beastman, just it was rough and hard to make out. He tilted his head, squinting at whatever it was before him until he finally got it. "Not bad," he said, trying his best to keep a straight face. Amira's brow furrowed. "Not bad." She echoed a hint of hope in her voice. "Not bad at all," Kai confirmed. "For a first try at a dragon, that is." Amira's face immediately drained of color. Her lips parted. Panic flooded her features as she sputtered, but it was supposed to be a bunny. Kai froze, smiling wryly. Oh, his mouth opened to say something to make it better, but nothing came out. Amira kept looking at her creation before lowering her head and pouting at Kai. "Nightshade petals, elderwood root, water of purity," Francis muttered, tracing his finger down the list. "These are readily available, Lord Arzen. Shops here are well stocked with these things, as a lot of them are used for cooking and other stuff too." The list was kept on the table as Kai observed Francis slowly going through the items he mentioned. He continued down the list, nodding in recognition at items like bat guano, brimstone powder, and vials of mercury. However, as his gaze reached the bottom, a frown creased his forehead. Glowstone dust, blackwood beast scales, and what in the world is void pinch? These, I haven't encountered them before. Kai winced internally as he realized what he had done. He'd gotten so caught up in translating the knowledge from his past life that he hadn't considered the names might not translate directly. Items might be known as something completely different, or the monsters or plants they came from weren't that common. After all, in thousands of years, the ecology has changed a lot. He had made this mistake because, in the books he read, he recognized a lot of ingredients. A few had different names, but they had the same function. Moreover, a lot of them were extremely rare and potent in his world, so he had been excited to get his hands on them. Don't worry about the specifics, Francis, he said, a touch of sheepishness creeping into his voice. Just acquire what you can from the marketplace. Focus on the general descriptions: glowing dust from a luminous stone, tough scales from a large winged creature, a rare herb with dark, almost inky flowers. Francis nodded slowly, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Very well, Lord Arzen, I'll do my best to find whatever a void pinch might be. Kai chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. Let's just say it's not a common ingredient in here. He cleared his throat, changing the subject. While you're at the market, see if you can arrange a short patrol mission for the guards. Outside the city walls, of course. Tell them to focus on, he paused, considering his options. Trolls, he finally decided. And emblem elks if they can find any. Their byproducts will be helpful for certain potions. Francis raised an eyebrow. Emblem elks, Lord Arzen. Those are quite rare and very aggressive. Are you sure? Desperate times, Kai said his thoughts aloud. Besides, the guards need some practice, and those creatures shouldn't be too difficult for a well-coordinated squad. As you wish, Francis said, making a note on a separate parchment. One more thing, Lord Arzen. I believe the leatherworker, Rosalind, is waiting outside. Would you like me to call her in? Yes, sure, he said as Francis walked to tell a guard outside the door to call Rosalind. Every noble had their own people to make clothes and armor. The city of Veralt was the same. Specific people mastered the making of specific things and exclusively worked for nobles. Though today he wasn't looking to build leather armor. Francis frowned as he returned. I wonder, Lord Arzen, he paused, glancing at his expressions. Why do you need Rosalind? Alchemy, it can be a messy business. Fumes, explosions, strange concoctions bubbling away. We can say that a lot of alchemists meet unfortunate ends thanks to their cauldrons bursting. That too, a lot of those deaths don't even get out because it's known as shameful. Francis's eyes widened. Then surely, Lord Arzen, a protective suit is a necessity. We can't put your life into any kind of danger, he said before putting a hand on his chin. I believe something with reinforced stitching and a good hood to shield your face from those vapors would be a good fit. Kai nodded. A slow smile spread across his face. Precisely, that was my plan. He pointed at the parchments that were in front of them. I've only seen top alchemists make one of those protective suits. Apprentices and novices usually work well without them. Francis said hesitantly, the dangers of alchemy simply haven't crossed my mind, Lord Arzen. Kai sighed, a wry smile playing on his lips. This world, it seemed, hadn't quite grasped the full spectrum of risks associated with alchemical experimentation. He was right, most alchemists won't even live too long spending their lives around the fumes. It was only by the end of the golden era of magic that it had become a norm in alchemy, with new apprentices giving suits of their own. Even then, from what he knew, it was because a genius alchemist had died in an explosion at a young age, prompting the ruling of such a law. Think of it like a warrior going into battle without armor, he explained. Sure, some might survive on luck and skill, but why tempt fate? A little protection goes a long way. A knock on the door interrupted their conversation. Kai gestured for the person to enter, and as it opened, it revealed a middle-aged woman with a confident stride walking in. Kai immediately noticed the calluses on her hands. Rosalind Tannery, at your service, Lord Arzen, she announced, bowing her head respectfully. Kai nodded in return, appreciating the no-nonsense air about her. Rosalind, he began, gesturing to the parchments. I have a request that's a bit unconventional. I need a protective suit made from tough leather, preferably reinforced at the seams. Think of something that could withstand minor explosions and shield the wearer from noxious fumes. Rosalind's eyes widened as she looked at the parchment. The request was certainly out of the ordinary, but her curiosity seemed to be piqued. She unfolded the parchment and studied the rough sketch he had drawn. It was a hooded suit with gloves and boots. Interesting, she murmured, tracing the lines with a calloused finger. I haven't made anything quite like this before, but a challenge is always welcome. Tell me, Lord Arzen, what kind of movement do you expect in this suit? Will you be standing over a cauldron most of the time, or will there be a lot of bending and reaching? Kai tapped his chin thoughtfully. A good mix of both, I suppose. I'll need to be able to move freely, but also be protected if something goes awry. Rosalind nodded. Leave it to me, Lord Arzen, she said. I'll craft a suit that's both durable and allows for flexibility. Give me a few days, and I'll have something you'll be pleased with. Kai returned a smile at those words. Having the space of a large estate had its own perks. One of them, Kai realized, was the number of rooms at his disposal. Most of the guest rooms were empty, and storage rooms overflowed with forgotten trinkets, gifts received by the previous lord, and just general items that had long been replaced, leaving more unused space. He had decided to use one of those storerooms as his alchemical workshop. As he opened the wooden door with a creak, the scent of dust and disuse gave way to a more pleasant medley of wood smoke and simmering herbs. The storeroom that had been cluttered was now his personal alchemy workshop. He had seen what was in the room before, and now seeing it after Francis had ordered the maids to clean it up while he oversaw it, it looked like another room itself. Sturdy wooden tables, their surfaces gleaming with a thin coat of oil, replaced the dusty crates of the storeroom. Glass jars of various sizes, filled with different colors, blues, greens, and fiery oranges, lined the shelves against the wall. In the center of the room, a large iron cauldron rested on a strong brick stand. Its blackened belly showed that it wasn't a new one, but instead a used one, which wasn't a big deal for him. Kai ran a satisfied hand over the smooth surface of a mortar and pestle. He would have to start his craft with what Francis could obtain from the market, and the selection of ingredients was far from ideal. There was no glowstone dust, no blackwood beast scales, and the closest he'd gotten to void pinch was a pouch of something labeled shadowbloom that looked suspiciously like common nightshade. But he has to manage what he receives. Creating portions from these could at least help their chances. In his former life, he wasn't exactly a novice when it came to alchemy. A third-grade alchemist, far from a master, but close enough to be considered an expert. He had spent hours learning it because his master had pushed the fact that a good mage needs to have mastery of the magical arts. Therefore, his mind was filled with knowledge of magical items, the properties of rare herbs, and the delicate art of potion making. It wasn't the same here, of course. The ingredients were different, and the techniques he could use were slightly unfamiliar, but Kai believed that the core principles had remained the same. He might not be able to brew all the potions that he has practiced making in his previous life, but with these basic ingredients, he could create potions that would give his men a fighting chance. Healing drafts, stamina enhancers, even rudimentary firebombs. Honestly, anything to tip the scales in their favor. Moreover, in this era, he could find ingredients without worry, so if he actually tried to ask Malden to search for them, he might be able to get his hands on stuff that had long past gone extinct when he had started his training. Thinking about it, he smiled and looked towards the cauldron. Now it was time to finally get on with making the potions. 2 nights had gone by in trying to find all these ingredients, and he didn't want to waste more. Let's get it started with. First of all, he moved towards the safety equipment. Years of experience had made it natural for Kai to give priority to safety, especially after the experience of seeing one of his fellow apprentices blowing his head off right in front of him. The safety suit Rosalind created was amazing. A hood covered his face alongside a mask, and the measurements she had done were perfect. There were gloves, and everything was covered. In the case of an explosion, he was sure that he would easily survive. Even if she was known to be a master in what she did, Kai silently expected that there would be adjustments that needed to be made, but it seemed like Rosalind understood what could be expected in alchemy. Kai's hands raked over his clothes one last time. The final touch, he cast a simple protection spell, Eye Shield. It was a simple spell that would protect his eyes from flashy lights and fumes, especially when he worked around the cauldron. With that done, he walked towards the table in front of the shelves that had jars and vials. Looking at what was displayed, he noted where everything was and placed whatever he needed on the table. He went back to the cauldron and lit it up. Kai began. He reached for the first ingredient, a bundle of nightshade leaves and nightshade dust, a pale imitation of the void pinch he craved. He crushed them into a fine powder, releasing a pungent aroma that filled the air. With that, Kai pushed his mana out. That was to enhance the effects of the ingredients. He poured the nightshade powder into the bubbling cauldron, whispering an incantation under his breath. His mana, a subtle blue energy, went from his fingertips, weaving through the air. The goal was simple, a health potion. Therefore, a majority of the products were herbs. A few minutes passed by as his mana gelled with the herbs, and then he started mixing the ingredients slowly. As he stirred, he focused on manipulating his mana to get the effect out of the herbs. They turned blue before slowly turning into shades of purple. He started adding colorless water of purity and elder wood roots. It all blended in quickly as the bright purple began to sparkle. He mixed it all with a ladle, being careful about the amounts of ingredients he had used. Soon, it started giving off a certain aroma, which meant he was in the right direction. The final step was to add the byproducts of emblem elks. Kai held his breath, waiting for the potion to stabilize. He continued to manipulate the fire and the ingredients using his mana. The ingredients were no longer there to be seen. The bubbly water started to sparkle, but its aggression made Kai hesitate with the ladle. Will it explode? He held his breath, waiting for something to happen. Although he had put in efforts to make sure he had all the ingredients right, he had used a few replacements he wasn't sure would fit. It was very dangerous normally since you never know how a particular ingredient would react to another, but Kai had been fairly confident in his eye. Now, it was time to find out if he had been right. A few seconds passed by as he waited and stared at the potion. Slowly, the bubbling subsided, and a sigh of relief escaped his lips. But soon his relief shattered by a sudden hiss. Fumes, acrid and pungent, blasted from the cauldron. He reacted instantly. Fuck, he flung open the window, forcing the fumes to escape. The air was getting thicker and stronger, making him cough. He wiped the tear from his eye. Soon, the smoke disappeared through the window and the air felt better. His eyes immediately went to the potion. Thankfully, the cauldron looked like it was unaffected. The bubbles calmed down. It was not blue anymore or purple, but green. Healing potions in green. Did anything change its color? At one glance, he could proudly say that it was what it was supposed to look like other than the color. But has he created the portion properly? With some hesitation, Kai dipped the ladle into the potion. A small amount clung to the wood. He brought it to his lips, wondering what spell to use if things go wrong. He tasted it a little, but the sound of the door opening made him drop the ladle down. A flustered Francis burst into the room. "Lord Arzen," Francis exclaimed. "What is it? Malden has returned, and he's brought mercenaries with him." Kai immediately put down the ladle. He could come and taste this later or even try making this once again from the beginning. The mercenaries were a priority. Malden fidgeted under the weight of 4 pairs of eyes. He'd taken a gamble. He stood in between the 4 mercenaries he'd managed to scrape together after getting his information network in place and going through the profiles of several mercenaries. Lord Arzen had requested him to bring mercenaries for a good price of gold coin. He had promptly accepted it since it meant that he was being relied upon, and going by his calculations, it was the best situation for him since he was planning to do business in Veralt for a long time. Moreover, just being close to Lord Arzen meant getting his hands on products such as the Heat Stone, but he couldn't be sure whether the Lord would like the mercenaries he had brought with him. As he wondered about that, his thoughts once again came back to the 4 people he brought with him. They were quite a sore sight to his eyes. Gorak, the leader, stood like a granite monolith, his scarred, shaved head turning from side to side as he surveyed the room with a wary curiosity. His massive hand, dwarfed by only using his great axe, wandered across the polished wood of a nearby table, leaving a faint smudge in its wake. Malden shot him a withering look, a silent plea for restraint, yet his plea went ignored. The man kept scraping the smooth surface. His nails scratched the edges. "Please don't ruin the wood. I don't want to replace this furniture," Malden thought to himself. These people were a band of monster hunters that mostly got employed by merchants, and even if a noble called them for work, they wouldn't be allowed into their estates. This was the first time for them, and although their curiosity was understandable, Malden still frowned. His eyes went to Raven, the lone female merc. She casually leaned against the wall, her arms crossed, and a single eyebrow raised in amusement. Her gaze never left the door, almost as if she was waiting for someone to walk inside. A wickedly curved dagger hung at her waist. His eyes momentarily went to her ears, but he dropped his gaze before he got caught. At least that one's behaved, Malden thought again. Then there were the twins, Finn and Finnegan. They were a blur of identical grins and nervous foot-tapping. They were anything but still. From time to time, they would move like restless sparrows, their fingers brushing against every decorative object mounted on the wall. Malden cleared his throat. All right, he stammered, forcing a smile. "Let's just keep things calm, shall we? We're guests here, remember. Lord Arzen is a man who likes peace and will be here soon. Remember, he is calling for you all while taking the risk of relying on mercenaries." Gorak let out a snort, the sound rumbling like an earthquake. "Risk, you say? More like desperation," he muttered, his voice a gravelly rasp. Malden winced, shooting Raven a pleading look. She just shrugged, her lips curling into a smirk. The twins laughed, giving each other a grin. "Desperation or generosity, Malden," chimed Finn, his voice tinged with a mocking lilt. "We appreciate the offer. Just don't expect us to play nice. I mean, he needs us, so why can't we just look around?" Finnegan added to the fire. Malden gripped the corner of the table, frowning. When he had told his employees to find the best mercenaries around, they were the only ones meeting most of the criteria, so he had no choice but to be silent for now. Mercenaries were known to be foul mouths, and other than a few famous groups, they weren't respected in the kingdom. Deciding to deal with them after the meeting, he sank onto the bench he was seated on. Just then the door creaked open. Lord Arzen entered the room with a smile. Malden immediately stood up, his action followed by the rest of them. Looking at the mercenaries, the Lord offered a weary smile. "Malden, these are the mercenaries, I presume?" he inquired, raising an eyebrow at the motley crew. Malden cleared his throat. "Yes, Lord Arzen. Meet Gorak, the leader of the team, Raven, the archer, and the twins Finn and Finnegan." Each mercenary offered a curt nod or a gruff greeting in return. Lord Arzen nodded and sat in the chair that was to their front and gestured to everyone to sit behind the table. They all followed along. The tension in the room eased slightly as they all settled down. Once Kai gave the signal to speak, Gorak, the leader of the group, cut to the chase. "We heard you have a good job for us that pays well. Malden didn't tell us many details aside from the fact that it's exterminating monsters. We are good with that, but would like to know what we would be getting into if we accept your offer. That is right, Gorak, right? Yes, that's my name. Lord Arzen nodded. His eyes went from one merc to another, looking them up and down, observing every detail closely. A few seconds later, he spoke. There's a monster nest inside the mines where the bandits were staying. I'm pretty sure you have a clue about the bandit situation. This will be a big task for a good coin, but I can't promise anything about safety. I witnessed the monsters closely, and I can say they won't be an easy task. I'd like to give you all the information, but I want to know if you're interested. Lord Arzen finished his explanation, the silence in the room thick enough to cut with a dagger. Malden could see the deep thought process mirrored in each mercenary's face. Raven, the quiet one, finally broke the silence. A monster nest, you say? She asked, her voice a low rasp. What kind of monsters are we talking about here? Cave trolls, goblins making up a camp. Lord Arzen shook his head. No, these are different. They have nothing on cave trolls or goblins. They are called vermal larvae. The nervous eyes looked at each other as soon as the words came out. Kai took his time to observe the individuals slowly, noting their reactions to the mention of the larvae. By the way they had stiffened when he had come in, he knew they hadn't talked to nobles before. Much less one who was a mage. However, they had hidden it pretty well in a matter of seconds, aside from the twins who still looked at him nervously. Gorak seemed to be in thought for a moment. Raven, Finn, and Finnegan patiently waited for him to say something, taking glances at their leader, vermal larvae. He grumbled, a hint of skepticism was in his voice. We've dealt with our fair share of monsters, and nests are always tricky, especially one filled with larvae. I know of the creatures, and their whole nest sounds like a recipe for a quick demise. Kai didn't say anything but agreed to his assessment inwardly. His voice came out calm as he gave out more details. As you know, larvae aren't easy to deal with, and from how big the nest is, there are signs of a queen ruling them all. That would be the biggest problem for us all. He continued to explain everything, adding the things that he witnessed back in the mines. Obviously, he left out the fact about the Atheum reserves, not wanting to spread it. Even the people who had been in the mines had been instructed to keep it a secret since it was one of the rarest materials in the world. As he went over the details of the nest, talking about the number of estimated larvae and their strength, the faces of the mercenaries changed slightly. It seemed like they had been thinking of an easier job, and hearing the description, they were having second thoughts. At least that's what Kai perceived from the glances between Gorak and Raven. What is the reward for facing such a delightful company? Raven, the lone female, spoke. She was tall, thin, and had pointy ears that looked sharp alongside pale skin that wasn't usual for humans. Her ember eyes challenged Kai as she stared at him. Kai met her gaze. He hadn't expected to see an elf here, but that assured him of the strength of the group. Elves were naturally agile, and their archers were always worth the gold. The reward will be substantial, he said, looking at Francis, earning a brief nod. 100 gold coins to hire you all and an additional 5 for each larvae you kill. Gorak grunted, leaning forward to look at Francis and then back at Kai. Sounds like fat pay for a suicide mission. Not the kind of coin that justifies being turned into a vermala kibble. Kai leaned forward, imitating Gorak's motion. On top of the coin, I'll provide you with all the potions and elixirs of good quality, healing drafts, stamina enhancers, anything to give you an edge in this fight, and you can keep any that are left after the battle. Gorak's gaze flickered. What is our role in this mission? You're not expecting us to go down there just by ourselves, ha? Kai shook his head immediately. The guards will accompany you, he paused. He raised his hand in the air and flickered his fingers. A small flame of fire appeared on it as Gorak nodded, understanding Kai's intentions. I'm a mage, as you can see and heard about, so I will be there with you for additional support. My intention is not to send you all to your death. The four nodded in unison. Raven raised her hand and gathered everyone's attention. And this queen, who handles that problem? We can deal with larvae, but she's beyond us. Kai smiled. That will be me. I'll deal with the queen myself. You focus on clearing a path, helping out the guards, and staying alive. You do not have to care about the queen if you don't want to. Raven nodded. But before she could say anything, Gorak spoke up. Well, this all seems fine, but I believe we need to talk in private, discuss a few matters before making a decision. Kai gestured to them with his hands, allowing them to continue. The mercenaries stood up and gave a curt bow, for which Kai nodded. They walked to the corner of the room and huddled together. Soon they exchanged words, talking in low whispers. Kai leaned back in his chair, observing their postures. Raven, the elven archer, seemed to take the lead. Her gestures from afar looked sharp and decisive. The twins, who had been bubbling with nervous energy since Kai walked in, were uncharacteristically focused. Even Gorak, who Kai thought was quite opinionated, seemed to be listening closely. Are they about to back out? Kai couldn't help but wonder. He looked at Malden and wasn't surprised to see the latter peeking at the group's discussion. Soon, an uncomfortable air with only whispers took over their meeting. After what felt like an eternity, the group dispersed. Gorak approached Kai. All right, Lord Arzen, he said, and took his seat. We'll take on your monster nest. But he added, a finger raised at Malden, who opened his mouth to speak in warning. Kai knew he implied that more conditions were yet to be said. Don't expect us to be heroes. We fight for the coin, not glory. Kai internally smiled but kept his posture steady. The weight of what their condition could be washed away. Fair enough. Just stay alive and the coin will be yours. The mercenaries nodded in unison and stood up. The deal was on the table officially. Before they could fully walk out of the door, Kai's eyes fell on Raven's back. It wasn't always you would see an elf, and Kai hadn't seen one since his teenage years when he had taken a trip to the last tribes of elves left in the world. With a casualness he didn't quite feel, he asked, "By the way, Raven, do you have a companion with you?" She stopped and turned back, her eyes flickering in confusion as she looked at him guardedly. Companion. She asked, her voice shaking a little. "I'm sorry, I'm not betrothed, and I have no intention your spirit," Kai clarified. "Do you have a spirit with you?" She nodded slowly, then confidently. Yes, I do. Can I see it?" She looked at him skeptically. Her lips pursed tight into a thin line. Malden and Francis, who had been discreetly observing the exchange, couldn't help but look at him strangely. "Sure," she said in a little voice. A faint green light flickered near Raven's shoulder, a tiny, luminescent wisp that pulsed with a soft, noticeable glow. It looked and felt ethereal as it floated around the room as if excited. Kai reached out a hand, the wisp moving to him. His gentle touch brushed the green light as he fed it his mana, which made the glow brighter. He patted the little green glow. It pulsed once, almost in greeting, before flitting back to Raven's side. "It's good," he murmured, more to himself than anyone. "Very good." Raven stared at him, her eyes wide with surprise. "How do you know of the spirit?" Kai smiled enigmatically. "I know a bit of your people's customs, and spirits are an interesting part of it," he said. "Don't worry, I was just curious about your spirit. Now about that contract." He quickly changed the topic as the rest followed. "I will make sure the contract is ready when you're here again. Francis will let you know the details on your way out." Gorek nodded. "Thanks, Lord Arzen." He gave a small nod to Malden as they all walked out of the room together. Kai stayed back, deep in thought about the mercenaries he just hired. This could go either way, but he had hoped his decision wouldn't be something he would regret. The Rusty Pickaxe Inn was more silent than usual. Only 2 tables were full, and one of them was occupied by a group of mercenaries not native to the city. Gorek grunted as he nursed a tankard of ale. Beside him, Raven fiddled with her dagger, her brows furrowed in thought. "That Lord Arzen," she muttered, her voice barely a whisper. "There's something strange about him." Finn, the more talkative of the twins, piped up. "Strange how he knew about your little green friend, Raven. Not exactly common knowledge, elf customs and all that." Raven shot him a withering look. "It has a name called Jada, and it doesn't like to be called little." "But you're right," she admitted, her voice low. "It's unusual. Most mages wouldn't even notice, let alone be so accepting." Jada was happy with his mana. She rolled her eyes at the end of her sentence, not happy with how her spirit reacted to Arzen. Gorek rumbled in agreement. "Yes, there's something off about him. The village we passed through said he killed off a goblin lord and defended against a necromancer. Even on the way to the estate, we noticed food getting distributed. All these events are starkly opposite what we heard of him back in Kingsreach." The twins leaned in, eyes wide with curiosity. It was normal for them to enjoy gossip. Finn asked, "So what do you think he is then? Some secret persona in disguise? We also heard he's behind the production of heat stones. That puts some credibility to him. We don't know if he's actually the creator of it. All we know is it might be a ruse to gain reputation." Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a man walking towards them with plates full of food. Anson, the burly innkeeper, his apron stained with years of spilt ale, lined over the table and put the food down. He didn't leave right away, looking at the faces of the mercenaries. "Talking about Lord Arzen, are we?" He asked, a twinkle in his eye. The mercenaries exchanged startled glances. Gorek cleared his throat. "Yes, we're starting a job for him soon." Anson chuckled, a sound like thunder rolling across a distant mountain range. "I have seen more and more stuff about him pop up recently. He had gained a reputation, but like everything, rumors are mixed in with the truth. Hard to tell what's a lie and what's not. If you want, I could tell you all about him. I have been in the city since I was a little boy, and every conversation happens in my inn," he said, and before Gorek could speak, Anson wagged a finger in front of his face. "For a good price, obviously. As you see, business hasn't been great recently." The mercenaries exchanged another glance, a mixture of skepticism and curiosity warring on their faces. Finally, Raven spoke. "How much would that be? 1 gold coin." She frowned, and so did the others, but looking at the innkeeper's face and the feeling the curiosity gnawing at the back of their minds, she shared a look with Gorek. "All right, get to it," Gorek said annoyingly as he passed him a shining gold coin. Anson quickly shifted his smile to a neutral mask as he pocketed the coin. "Well," he started, covering everything that had happened since the start of Fresania. The moon hung bright in the night sky, providing light on the training grounds. Kai, his form a blur of motion, practiced his spear techniques in the empty field. Sweat beaded on his brow and his breath barely made it outside his lungs, but he pushed himself harder. He turned his spear to the side, angled it 30 degrees to the ground and pushed it forward. His actions halted as his eyes came to his form. Need to focus on my feet, Kai told himself, his knees shaking, unable to stay in the same position as this was the 30th time he practiced the same form. He stood back straight, and this time, envisioned the twisting tunnels of the monster nest. The image of a larvae charging up at him came to his mind. He lunged forward, the spear to his front, and put it on the ground, rolling around it for a kick before backing up. Successful in the form of the attack, he smiled. With a swift launch to the side, he grabbed the spear again and started thrusting it forward to his sides, and even to different angles that Killian had taught him. Imagining the larvae or any monster was a visualization technique he had often used with his spells. Now, it was the same with his spear forms. Just thinking of himself fighting a larvae with the spear was a good practice for him even without any targets. Back in his training days, there used to be mana puppets that would be used to take the form and shape of monsters for a mock battle. Apparently, they were made by an artifact left by a magus like him hundreds of years back who had been a genius at making different types of devices. As he practiced, he wondered if he could build it up, but he didn't even know where to start. At most, he could make up training golems once he got better at it, just one more time. The last form, Kai took a deep breath, moving to practice a defense form, but then he paused. Suddenly, a strange sensation prickled at the edges of his senses. He stopped mid-thrust, his spear held high, a feeling of unease settling in his gut. His eyes darted around the moonlit clearing, perking up his ears and mana to pinpoint what he was looking for. Show yourself. His voice echoed in the silence. He briefly wondered if it was a guard that had ventured to the training groups whose eyes he had felt, but that didn't seem likely. Killian was a hard taskmaster, and he doubted any of them had strength left after the evening training sessions. Even after a while minute, only silence answered him, broken by the rustle of leaves and crickets chirping. But Kai remained vigilant, a knot of tension tightening in his chest. He raised his gaze, scanning the branches of the towering oak tree at the edge of the clearing. Sending out his mana in the surroundings to check for any signatures he could pick up, he smiled before making his way towards the tree. "Who is it?" he asked once again. "If you don't come out, I'm going to burn the whole tree down to a crisp." Kai walked towards the tree, his spear straight ahead, looking out for anyone who jumped out at him. Sweat slicked his brow from his previous session, but with a cast of a refresh spell, he felt much better. He got to the trunk of the tree and stared at the branches, trying to make out a figure, and the next second, a ball of flames appeared in his left hand. "Come out right now or you will be burned," he said, giving out a final warning. Not even a second later, he felt someone slipping on the branches as a figure fell down, nearly hitting Kai, who took a step back. With a man groaned as his back hit the ground. All anger and tension left Kai as he blinked at the man who rubbed his back. If he was an assassin, he was a clumsy one who would be killed in his first mission by dropping from a rooftop because he had missed a step. As he wondered if he should cast a binding spell, he blinked his eyes, noticing the familiar features of the man. He was Ansel, the tall man with slightly curvy hair and tan skin that had accompanied them during their vermal larvae encounter. Back then, he had introduced himself as a traveler, but Kai doubted that was the case. His breath started slowly calming down and his previous guarded expression eased. But before he could say anything, Ansel dropped into a crouch position, his movement surprising Kai. Kai stepped forward, the tip of the spear finding its mark against Ansel's shoulder, just enough to startle and unbalance him. The traveler stumbled back, throwing his hands up in surrender, his eyebrows raised in surprise. "Wait, Lord Arzen, I'm no assassin. You can't assassinate me even if you try to. What are you doing here at this hour of the day?" Kai inquired, his voice heavy with authority. Ansel smiled at his first words, and Kai wondered what he was happy about, causing his expression to strain. "If you don't answer me immediately, I will call the guards and you can give a visit to the castle cell." Kai pushed the tip of the spear closer to his neck. Felt no apparent threat from Ansel, but he had seen enough in his short life to know that humans were good actors. "No need for such a pointy welcome, Lord Arzen. A friendly spar is all I'm after. A friendly spar." Kai kept the spear steady. "Trespassing in my training grounds at night hardly screams friendly to me." Ansel groaned. "Fair enough," he admitted, his grin fading slightly. "But your doorman wasn't exactly receptive to my request for a challenge." "A challenge?" Kai frowned at his statement. He couldn't understand why this man was the way he was. "You think you can just walk in here and demand a duel?" Ansel straightened, his shoulders squaring. "Not a duel," he said. "Just a chance to test myself against something of your strength. I've never faced a mage before, you see. And when I said that to the guards, they threw me out, snickering. Why don't you go to one of the towers?" "I did, but I was thrown out again, and some kid cast a spell on me that made me vomit every time I ate for a week," he said, his face turning grim at the experience. "I still kept close, witnessing their powers from time to time in a few monster-infested areas, but never crossed blades or spells with one. 'Cause none of them seemed approachable. Whatever he heard was absurd. Kai couldn't feel anything extraordinary from the man. If there was something, he hid it too well, but if that was the case, he wouldn't be asking Kai for a spar. Ansel was simply a normal person, albeit one who liked to trespass on a mage's home at night. What if I accidentally hurt you? Kai asked. Or worse, kill you? Ansel's usual grin returned, wider this time. Then he said, a confident glint in his eyes. I would be bested by someone with extraordinary skills. Kai sighed. A closed-lipped smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Ansel had quite a bold mouth. He noticed it once when they first met, twice when he wanted to go with them inside the mine, and now. The third time's the charm, I guess. Thinking about his request, finding a decent sparring partner at this hour would be difficult. A part of him wanted to reject, but there was no reason to. Even if it's a short spar, it'd be an ideal one to end Kai's practice for the day. All right, he conceded, lowering the spear slightly. But are you sure that you want to spar with a mage? Wouldn't swordplay be more your style? Ansel shook his head. No, I want to feel it, to see what it's like to face your powers head-on. Taking a deep breath, Kai sheathed his spear and took 2 steps forward, getting closer to Ansel. Just a spar, remember. I do non-lethal spells, and we can keep it simple first circle magic only. Ansel's grin widened as he bobbed his head up and down. Kai threw the spear that he was practicing at him. Ansel gripped it tightly. Ready? Kai called out, and the tan man nodded. Before Ansel could properly stand, Kai sent a wind vortex intensified with whipping a gust of air towards him. He was caught off guard for a split second and stumbled back a step, his eyes widening in surprise. But without wasting another heartbeat, he lunged forward. Ansel let out a throaty grunt. He used the wind's momentum to propel himself into a spinning attack. Kai sidestepped just in time, the wind of Ansel's spear blade moving past his ear. That was close. Kai briskly bent down, his hand extending as he flicked his wrist, launching another wind gust. Ansel's eyes narrowed in concentration. Before the gust could approach him, he stepped to the side and lunged forward with the spear aiming at Kai. Kai smoothly cast Ice Slick. The ground became slick and slippery, patches of it freezing in an instant. Ansel's plan to launch himself forward was defeated as he lost his footing, his spear skittering across the grass just out of reach. As Ansel tried to find his balance, Kai sent a tiny fire bolt towards his ankle, aiming at the grass beneath it. He immediately jumped up, clutching his toe, and stumbled back, away from the flames leaping after him. With a wave of Kai's hand, the flames died immediately as both of them came to a halt. Well played, Lord Arzen, he said, his eyes looking up in admiration. The usual grin stayed in the place, but it felt a bit different. I didn't expect a mage to be sneaky. Kai chuckled. He had only used a few spells, and the traveler was already on the floor. It wasn't to say Ansel hadn't fought well. He was clearly experienced and taught well, but was inept against spells. If he was right, the tan man had mostly spared against weapons and never encountered a spell, at least not a mage's one. All is fair in a fun spar. In a fight, if you give your opponent too much time, you might regret it later. Want to go another round? Kai asked, looking back at the center of the training grounds. I'm all good. I believe I underestimated the magic that people in this land wield. No wonder mages are so respected. He shook his head. The wind tricks were quite refreshing, actually. I wouldn't want to fight with you until I have a way to deal with them. Kai smiled. And I underestimated you. Your spear work is decent, especially your form, and the agility didn't expect that. It's quite different from the one I have learnt. Kai said and extended his hand. The traveler took it up and stood up, shrugging off the dirt in his clothes. As he did that, Kai again wondered about the origins of the man. He was clearly a foreigner, but his accent was quite usual, meaning he had lived in Lancefil Kingdom for a while. Before Kai could speak to ask these questions, Ansel suddenly bowed low. What are you doing? Kai asked, withdrawn from his sudden show of respect. Lord Arzen, he said, a hint of desperation in his voice. I overheard the guards talking about your expedition for the monster nest. Kai's eyes narrowed. What does he want now? I know I'm just a stranger, Ansel continued, his voice earnest. I can handle myself with a spear, as you've seen. And considering your fiery arsenal, he added with a grin, a companion who can dodge a fireball or two might be helpful. Yes, you've proven your point, but integrating you wouldn't be a simple matter. Ansel straightened. I understand, Lord Arzen. New faces can disrupt the established routines, creating friction with the guards. Kai nodded. His eyes went to the practice spear that was on the floor, but Ansel started talking before Kai could reply. I have experience, years of it, facing monsters far worse than any guard in your keep. Beasts that I barely survived against by dodging under their claws. Kai thought for a moment. Ansel's skill with the spear and the agility is impressive, but facing monsters was a whole different thing. Questions started arising in Kai's mind as he tried to find traces of lies in Ansel's face. What kind of beasts? Wait, Ansel spoke, more for himself than Kai, and reached into a hidden pouch at his belt. He pulled out a small leather bag. What's that? Kai questioned. Kai's curiosity faded as he untied the drawstring and put it out in front of him to gaze. Inside the bag there was a collection of trophies, not the kind given to soldiers for their bravery, but the kind hunters collect as an achievement. Talon-like claw, several blackened teeth, a smooth, skull-like fragment polished to a disturbing gleam. Staring at Ansel, Kai had one question. Why, our clan, he started explaining. We believe in taking a piece of the enemy with us, a reminder of the battles we fought, the victories won, a way to make sure that they are never truly forgotten. What clan? Clan Torum of Ashari. Hearing that name, Kai blinked and tried to sense something out of Ansel again, but it was clear the man was normal. Thinking back to the clans in the desert, practices such as these were traditions that went a long way. The clans held a certain undeniable respect for the fallen enemy, and it meant to carry a part of them with him as a reminder of the tough battle and what they had overcome. He paused to study Ansel for a long moment. Several questions passed through his mind. He wanted to attempt to take on the monster nest with the guards, but was it worth the risk with their current numbers? Would Ansel be worth it? How much can a single man contribute? But again, this man knew how to fight. Moreover, Kai was curious to know more about the clans, even if it was general information and not their techniques that might help Killian and the others. Kai nodded slowly. Breaking the silence, he said, "Report to Killian tomorrow, first light. He'll handle the logistics." Ansel grinned widely and bowed again. Without another word, he grasped the low-hanging branch from before and hoisted himself back into the tree with a swift movement. A moment later, a rustle of leaves and a soft signaled that Ansel had descended on the other side of the wall. Tightening night security wouldn't be a bad idea after all. Kai thought to himself, grabbing the spear from the floor. Actra leaned his back in the leather armchair. He sat hunched over a massive tome. The symbols drawn in it and the cursive writing had his sole attention as he read through the analysis of specialized elements of Mana Volume 3 by the savant-level mage Sanglo Rassen. It was a book he had been trying to finish these days, hoping to finally make a breakthrough with a few spells. But from time to time, his eyes would linger on a letter sitting on a desk beside him. He ignored it with full concentration and focused on his book. As he turned a page with a thin strand of mana, a knock on the heavy door shattered the silence. Actra sighed, placing a heavy bookmark on the page and shouted, "Enter." The door creaked open, revealing a young guard who gave a short bow. "Mage Actra," he started, his voice barely above a whisper. "I'm here to make a report about Lord Arzen." "Speak clearly, what is it?" Actra asked. The guard cleared his throat. Lord Arzen had cleared the bandits who were under Grek the Pulverizer recently. The city is celebrating it these days. The bandits were chained in the town square as a punishment. The guard started going into a detailed account of witnessing everything that happened with the mines. He also included the information about Erasmus and the Tradeheart Merchant Company and what had happened with them. All of them were still in the cells in the estate, waiting to be sent to the capital for a trial. Once that was over, he moved to the mines and talked about the monster nest. "In this nest," Actra interjected, his hand placed on his chin as he subtly leaned forward. "What is it exactly? What kind of monsters are there? They say that there's a vein of Athium inside, and that the monsters are called vermal larvae. They're strongly attracted to the mana stones, and the rumor that's spreading is if we don't do something about it, they will break out and start to attack the villages that are close to the mines." "I don't know the information in detail, like about the expedition that Lord Arzen is planning. I believe only Knight Killian and Administrator Francis would be privy to it." Actra's gaze narrowed at the last words. If anything, the estate's resident mage should know about this information. He wasn't even being asked about the monsters, so it meant that Arzen wasn't trusting him with anything and treating him like he didn't exist. Actra shook his head as his eyes went to the letter on the desk. The parchment had its seal broken, wide opened, a little crunched by how Actra had been reading it in the morning. Frowning, he waved his hand in dismissal. The guard nodded and left the room immediately. Once he was all alone, his hand went to the paper again, his eyes skimming over the letters. It was a long letter, consisting of more than a few things, but the main crux of it was simple. Keep a close eye on Arzen and report back. Find out his level of strength, even if it means stepping on a few boundaries, Actra muttered, his face straining as he kept looking at it for a long time. Kai struggled to open his eyes. He could feel his sweaty palms clasped together as he tried to breathe and the dust that caught his breath in his throat. Finally, after what seemed like an endless struggle, he managed to open his eyes, flinching at the sudden noise from the familiar door. His eyes adjusted to the dim light as they raked over the broken furniture strewn around him. The door, the broken shelves, the disorganized library, the thrum that came through the cold floor. It all came crashing back as he tried to understand what was happening. He squeezed his eyes shut, panic coiling in his gut. Wait, what? Opening them again, he took in the surroundings, realizing that he was back to the confines he had painstakingly survived in before finding the spell to go back in time. It was the underground library of the Sorcerer's Tower. It shook beneath his body as all sorts of possibilities ran through his mind. Did Arzen's soul return to his body, and I'm stuck here once again? Is the ritual I did reserved itself? This can't be happening. He tried to inhale deeply to calm his raging heart. He coughed as the dust hit his lungs immediately. With dust particles, he sensed something that made him widen his eyes in tremor. Another tremor hit the room and he looked towards the door, knowing that any moment monsters would spring up inside. He instinctively touched his eye and felt relieved that it was there. Last time, a mana fiend had gouged it out, but this time he couldn't let it happen. Whatever this wasn't going to end like last time. I need to prepare spells before they come in. He forced himself to remember the chant, the flow of mana he needed to unleash a spell, but the words stuck in his throat, choked by a rising tide of terror. The spell's structure was clearly in his mind, as he had practiced the same spell over and over during his time under the tutelage of his master and the battles he had been in. He tried his best to say it out loud, his willpower gripping at every attempt, but no matter how much he tried to get it out of his throat, he couldn't. Why can't I form the spell's structure and chant it out? He extended his arm and turned his focus to a simple spell. After what seemed like several excruciating minutes, a spell structure started slowly forming. He opened his mouth, a sound barely audible coming out. He tried his best to focus on the simple firebolt incantation that he might have said 1,000 times before. Firebolt. He hissed in pain. The words fell into oppressive silence. Nothing. No surge of power. No whispered magic ignited at his fingertips. And the usual ecstatic feeling of mana he felt whenever he cast a spell was nowhere to be found. Looking around the room once again, he realized what was wrong. There was no mana in the air and he felt weak. His throat was parched. He had found himself in the era where mana had become the scarcest resource, and the reality of it was finally settling in. As he hunched his shoulders, a sound took his attention. A gravelly chuckle intonated through the room. It disturbed him from the horror of his spell not working. Kai, the voice rasped out. Kai whipped his head around, spotting a lone figure amidst the chaos of the room. An old man, his beard and hair as white as the falling dust, sat slumped against a fallen pillar. He wore flowing robes, richly embroidered once, now stained with dark, spreading crimson. A smoothly curved dagger protruded from his chest, its tip glistening ruby red. Kai squinted his eyes, praying to Almighty Goddess Luminous that it shouldn't be who he thought it was. But it is, I know it's him. His palms were flat on the dusty floor and he tried to lift himself, but his legs soon gave up. Helplessness, pain. He could feel them everywhere, in his heart, mind, and even in the numbness of his body. But the image of his master lying there a few feet away made him scramble towards the old man, ignoring the eating fear in his gut. Gathering all the willpower, his knees dragged him across the floor. Master. His voice echoed. His master's face was wrinkled with all the years of experience. His lips curled to a displeasing look. His eyes were staring at Kai. Kai's hands reached out, hovering uselessly over the old man's blood-soaked form. Hold on, I'll heal you, just need a light mend. His voice trailed off, a sickening realization dawning. The magic that pulsed through his veins in the previous body gone. Here he was helpless as a newborn. It washed over him in a wave, cold and bitter, threatening to drown him. It can't be, I've to save him somehow. The old man coughed, a wet, rattling sound. Disappointing, Kai, he rasped, his voice weak. Always disappointing. Kai's stomach clenched. No, I'll heal you, I swear. Just his voice broke. Just what? He couldn't explain the impotence that held him like a vice. No healing, the old man wheezed, his gaze locking with Kai's. Even 100 lifetimes wouldn't be enough. You were my greatest failure, Kai. You got me killed once, and here you are again, fumbling like a child. Kai wanted to scream, to deny it. But the accusation struck a familiar chord, a chilling echo of his mind whispers he'd sometimes heard during training when he was still a student. Another bone-shattering blow resonated through the tower. The old man's smile turned grim. Have you fulfilled your promise then? I am working on it, Kai stammered, desperation clawing at his throat. Working on it, the old man mocked, his voice gaining a tinge of its former strength. Never enough, Kai, never enough. You'll disappoint me again, just like always. A slow, chilling smile spread across his face. The wrinkles around his eyes crinkled. It was a smile Kai recognized, a smile that sent shivers down his spine. He didn't want his master to die. No, not again. He tried to focus on his breathing, on his mana, on anything that could increase his power. Gain his power before he could even retry pop. He muffled his ears from his hands as the noise was too loud to bear. The old man was gone. His master was, the realization hit him. The pain of it was worse than a physical blow. All the memories of his time during the academy rushed one after another. The guilt was heavy on his chest. He couldn't save him. The door that was in the corner of the room started shaking violently, someone pounding it with all their might. A relentless drumbeat urged him to get himself up and confront the monsters that were outside the door. The door didn't creak open. It shattered inwards this time, a splintered explosion that sent the broken shelves flying. Blinding light flooded the room again. Kai flinched back, throwing his arm up to shield his eyes. He jolted awake, his fist clenched and a strangled gasp tore from his throat. Cold sweat slicked his skin, chilling him despite having heat stones in his room. Scrambling out of bed, he landed on his knees by the side of the cot, chest heaving with adrenaline. His heart hammered a wild tattoo against his ribs, slowly calming as he scanned the familiar surroundings of his room. A subtle daylight streamed through the window, bathing the furnishings in a soft glow. The air smelled faintly of wood smoke and parchment, the comforting scent of his room. Slowly, he realized what had happened. It was just a dream. A damned, recurring nightmare, but a dream nonetheless. Kai cursed under his breath, wiping the sweat from his brow. He hadn't thought of his master in a while. Yet for as long as he could remember, these nightmares had followed him, a relentless echo of his past. For years, it had similar nightmares. An unwelcome image flickered in his mind, his master, crumpled against the stone, blood streaking across his robes, the faint breath heaving up and down his chest in the exact moment Kai knew it would stop. Stop! Kai pushed the image away with a grimace. A sharp rapping on his door cut through the remnants of his dream. Kai flinched, surprised by the intrusion. He shook off the lingering echoes of his master's spectral words as a gentle knock at the door startled him. "Come in," he shouted, trying to appear as normal as possible. The door creaked open, revealing Clare's familiar face. Her usual warm smile was tinged with a hint of concern seeing him stand up from the position on the floor. It could also be due to how he was drenched in sweat. "Good morning, Clare," he said, not missing the look in her eyes that stayed despite his greeting. "Did something happen?" Clare nodded. "Breakfast is ready, Lord Arzen," she said softly. "And Lord Actor is there too today." As soon as Kai had walked inside, Killian and Francis silently grabbed their seats where the maids had already arranged the table with food. Actor was already seated just as Clare had told him. The scent of freshly baked bread and frizzling meat greeted him, a welcome assault on his five senses. The mismatched collection of furniture that served as their dining area seemed to be overly quiet today. There at the head of the table sat Actra. His usually pristine robes, as Kai encountered when he had first met him, were rumpled, his silver hair escaping its customary braid in a few unruly strands. His green eyes, they were on him. Even from a distance, Kai could see faint lines of exhaustion around his eyes. He had been putting his energy into something recently. Maybe that's why he was here, or it could be something else. Trying not to make assumptions, Kai sat down after everyone greeted him. Beside him sat Francis and Killian. Their folks hovered midair, stealing furtive glances at Kai. Killian quickly withdrew himself from the rigid stance and munched on the bread slowly. Francis's eyes urged Kai to say something, or do something about the man sitting at the same table as them. As an experienced administrator, he very well knew there was a reason Actra was here. Kai grabbed a chipped mug. He poured himself a steaming cup of tea, the earthy aroma calming his frayed nerves. What could this man possibly want? Kai couldn't help but think. "Rare to see you out of your dusty old tomes, Mage Actra," he said. The pointed comment hung heavy in the air. Actra smiled, his lips curling slightly upwards. "It's been a while, hasn't it? Felt the need to, shall we say, broaden my horizons." His gaze flicked towards Clare, who busied herself refilling mugs with a practiced air of obliviousness. "Besides," he added, his voice dropping to a low tone, "wanted to see your progress firsthand. Wouldn't want you to stray from the path, as from my knowledge, you don't have a master." Kai raised an eyebrow. The meat he'd grabbed halfway to his mouth forgot. His mind ran hundreds of miles on possibilities of what this all could be about. Is he trying to become my master? Just the thought of him was enough to make him shiver. Though he hadn't read a ton of books written by mages of this era since it was hard to get his hands on one, he doubted Actra could teach him anything before the fifth circle. "I don't, but I'm doing fine without one. I wouldn't want to be subjected to lectures on magic theories all day in a confined space. I'm making decent progress without anyone to teach me." He took a large bite of the meat, the snap echoing in the tense silence. Actra's smile faltered for a brief moment. His lips turned to a thin line as he sipped the tea. "Progress comes in many forms, Lord Arzen. Not everything is brute strength and flashy spells," he said calmly. "You might have access to spells from your family, but they aren't what makes a true mage. What does? An eye to look into the wide world and to pluck away at its mysteries. Even an apprentice can defeat a few primal monsters. Can they? I don't think spending hours in a room would give battle experience." For the next 10 minutes, Kai and Actra talked like that, their faces smiling, but their eyes growing colder by the second. Killian kept giving a shaky glance at both of them as they continued, and finally, Kai's patience ran low. He slammed his mug down on the table, the clatter echoing in the room. "All right, enough of this masked dance," he said sternly. "We both know you wouldn't come crawling out of your room for a simple breakfast. What brings you here?" Actra met his gaze head-on. Something unreadable in his old eyes. He set down his mug and leaned backwards in his chair. "Your way of talking has worsened and you have lost respect for me, Arzen. Either way, I'm here because I heard of your expedition and I was wondering," he paused, taking a deep breath, "if I could perhaps accompany you." Actra's pronouncement hung in the air, heavy and unexpected. Kai stared at him, a strangled laugh bubbling in his throat. Accompany him? The very idea was ludicrous. "What do you mean?" Kai asked, unsure of what he heard. Actra, his composure straight and calm at his statement, raised an eyebrow. "Are you surprised?" he inquired, a hint of amusement dancing in his green eyes. Kai nodded, maintaining his own demeanor. "Why would you want to go with us even though you've barely stepped outside your room? I remember when the Mana Weaver appeared. A few guards went to get you, but you kicked them out saying that you can't be bothered with it. Why now?" Kai looked at him with a neutral expression. Not one part of him believed that Actra had any good intentions. He wanted to refuse straight away. but he waited for the old mage's next words. You are right about that, but it's not the same thing here. I also recently realized I haven't been acting well as your retainer. Spending my time on simply researching can become monotonous, so I wanted to join this expedition, he said, eating up a piece of bread. Kai struggled not to roll his eyes. Although he could accept that the research was monotonous, he knew mages could stay holed up in their rooms for years. Ancient mages he had read about were all about that, and it was only in his time that they had avoided every kind of research and became more adventurers, trying to survive against the fiends. Shaking that memory off, Kai simply shook his head, Mage Actra. Although I understand what you're saying, it still doesn't prompt me to agree to your request. You would be better off staying behind to prepare for any threats that might befall on the city when we are gone. Actra snorted at that, a bit of his facade dropping, but he still maintained his smile. The city will have guards left behind to deal with it. It doesn't require me. Moreover, I also want to come for your safety. My safety. Yes, you might think coming out on top with a few bandits and a low-grade necromancer is a big deal, but it's really not for a mage. You have done well for yourself, but a grade 4 larvae queen is an entirely different being. You might be able to deal with its children, but the queen itself would be an entity no mage below 3rd circle can go against without losing their lives. Kai didn't argue. Actra's words did make sense since a grade 4 monster was something entirely different, being able to command a small army. Among them, a larvae queen was a force to reckon with. Even with his fighting experience and barrage of spells, he wasn't entirely confident of taking it on without leaving the guards' faith to their own hands. At most, he would come out on top with a lot of casualties. Due to it, he was even desperately trying to make a breakthrough, but he wasn't there yet. Maybe it was sensing Kai's internal struggle, but Actra pushed on. If you don't know, back in my days as a young mage, I led an expedition into one of these nests, fighting off a grade 3 heretical beetle myself. I am confident that among us I would be able to take on the queen much better. Kai raised an eyebrow, trying to find any deceit or exaggeration on his face, but there was nothing. Although he had a bit of information on Actra, he didn't know his fighting strength since he had never even seen him use a spell. Still, it wasn't a far-fetched notion. Seeing that Kai wasn't going to say anything, Actra continued, think a bit about the guards you are bringing too. Everyone knows the last time you went on an expedition, almost half of the guards returned as corpses. No matter what, there would be unease with just you around. It wasn't one necromancer this time, it's a whole nest of monstrous insects. Actra paused for a breath, trying to see any tremors behind his calm expression. Finding nothing, he raised 2 fingers. One mage might be okay, but it's not enough to give a sense of security. 2 mages, however, that's an entirely different tale. After saying that, Actra finished his breakfast with a flourish, pushing his plate away with a decisive click. Don't worry, Arzen, he said, his voice laced with a hint of amusement. Think about it. No need for a hasty decision. Consider it my duty. With that, he rose from the table, his robes swishing around him like a storm cloud. The weight of his presence lingered in the room even after he departed, leaving Kai to stare at the bread of conflicting emotions and a tactical dilemma. Actra's offer hung in the air, and he had no idea what to do with it. Kai was sure he wasn't offering to come for his security. Instead, it was probably to keep an eye on him and gauge his abilities better. Also, to confirm the presence of Athium in the mines. Still, Kai felt conflicted, frowning as he finished his breakfast. Kai stared at the book sitting in the library, the imprint of Actra's form still faintly visible in his mind. They had finished breakfast a while ago, and he had walked into his study, intending to read more into golems when he found himself pondering over Actra's words, over and over. In repetition, if this was some other time, he wouldn't have even let this man take over his worries, but now, with a huge expedition coming up, his mind was elsewhere. Actra's words were true. If anything, extra support would only bring them extra assurance. Yet, the logic of it clawed his skin. The hidden intentions behind Actra's proposition was apparent. Deciding that he needed to talk to someone about it, he pushed himself back from the table and immediately walked towards the grounds where Killian was putting the guards through their paces. Due to Killian's strict morning routine, Kai knew this was when he trained new enforcers and soldiers. His personal spear training was scheduled for the evening. Passing maids and a few guards, he entered the ground. Spotting Killian, Kai strode towards him, trying to not show the frown etched on his face. Killian, he called out, his voice heavy with thought. As soon as he heard it, he straightened, wiping sweat from his brow. Have time for a word? Killian nodded immediately, following Kai to a secluded corner of the grounds. What's the matter, Lord Arzen? He asked, looking at him. Kai hesitated, then blurted out, Actra. Killian's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Mage Actra, what about him? His offer, Kai simply said. What do you think about it? Killian took more than a second before speaking. It makes sense. 2 mages are always better than 1, especially facing something like a grade 4 monster. I haven't fought something like that before, much less the guards who hardly even fight against goblins. Having another experienced mage would certainly ease their hearts. Kai scoffed. I understand that, but doesn't it feel off? Actor didn't even help out during the Weaver situation. Killian fell silent, his gaze dropping to the ground. Well, he began slowly, seeming to choose his words carefully. Perhaps a little, but Mage Actor is skilled from what I know. It would be rude to turn him down. Rude. Kai chuckled a solemn sound. Maybe, but sometimes you have to be. Killian flinched slightly. Right, he muttered. Though Mage Actor was close with you back in the day, wasn't he, Lord Arzen? I don't understand why you are on guard against him. Kai's face remained neutral. Kai lied. Maybe they were close, but he had no idea how close. But things change. Killian kept silent, clearly not understanding what was going on. He simply questioned after a point, is there something that I should know about Lord Arzen? Yes, but it's not the time for it. Even if I want to reveal it, there's no proof, Kai admitted. A part of him wanted to get Actra locked up, but not until he had sufficient proof and strength to defend against him. For now, I simply want to know what you think of him being on the expedition. It was only after a minute that Killian spoke, looking like he was under a lot of pressure. I believe it would be a lot of help. From what I know, Mage Actra definitely had experience with monsters, and it would come in handy against the Queen. I don't think anyone like him would try anything in the middle of a nest of larvae, he said, taking a short pause to look at Kai's expression. But if you think there's something wrong, then we are good to go on our own. I will trust your judgment. I don't think Mage Actra would take it to heart since he hardly leaves his room. Kai was about to nod in agreement when a glint sparked in his eyes. He thought back to the last sentence Killian had said. Maybe he had been looking at it wrong the entire time. He knew Actra was coming to keep an eye on him, but it was also an opportunity to finally get done with him as a threat. If he didn't seize it now, he would be hard-pressed. No, Kai announced, a sly smile playing on his lips. He needs to come. Killian stared at him, a bewildered frown creasing his forehead. He needs to come. Exactly, Kai said, his voice brimming. I have a plan. A week later, horses whinnied impatiently, their leather tack gleaming with polish. A few guards fetched them from the stables. Packs bulged with supplies, carefully curated for the perils ahead, and a tense excitement crackled in the air. A few of the front row guards, looking grim and determined, oversaw the final preparations under Killian's supervision. On the side, Ansel was talking to a guard, his voice pitched up in laughter due to a conversation that passed between them. Fair stood behind Killian as a deputy to help him straighten everything out before they leave. Even the mercenaries seemed to share a weird tension around them. They stood in a loose group, their weathered weapons glinting ominously. Raven was discussing things with Gorak, her eyes carefully scanning through the guards, while Finn and Finnegan were engaged with a few horses, feeding them grains. Kai stood at the front, his spear in his hand. He was checking the sharp edges of the weapon Killian specifically chose for him. Soon, he placed the butt of the weapon on the ground as it stood beside him. His eyes moved to the guards preparing the horses. They should be ready soon enough. As he stood there, he heard footsteps, and turning his head, he saw a figure emerge from the direction of the manor house. Actra, his robes billowing slightly in the breeze, approached with a confident stride. His wrinkly green eyes flickered across the assembled group, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. Made the right choice, Lord Arzen, he said. His eyes glinted like he knew Kai would let him come. Once again, Kai pushed down the urge to roll his eyes at this man's oblivious attitude. Behind that smile on his lips, Kai knew there was something. But now was no time to think. Certainly made the right choice. He repeated the same words in a whisper, almost to himself. The continuous clop of hooves echoed through the dusty plains as Kai and the rest made their way towards the vermal larvae-occupied mines. Kai was having conversations with Actra from time to time about what they were about to encounter. His details were accurate and efficient so that Actra would know how to go with it. He already looked forward to seeing the old mage's powers firsthand. Kai's hold tightened around the horse's lead rope. I sent a scout down there so we would know what exactly we're dealing with. The scout's report mentioned a segmented nest, Kai explained. Multiple chambers like a twisted beehive. Actra, his face unreadable beneath the shade of his hood, nodded slowly. Logical for such creatures. The main entrance we saw earlier is likely just the tip of the iceberg, Kai continued, his gaze fixed on the horizon where a plume of smoke billowed into the sky. It was probably coming from the settlements where a few guards were stationed. The queen will be holed up in one of the deeper chambers, surrounded by her eggs. We'll need to clear out the lesser larvae first, but that's where things get tricky. He paused, glancing at Finn and Finnegan who rode behind them. Their faces were neutral, the nervousness was no longer there. Kai soon brought his attention to Actra. These things are fast, agile. Engaging them in a prolonged fight could be disastrous. The less harm that we bear, the better for us. Actra nodded. Leave the crowd control to me then, he said. His voice was weary due to his age but firm. I can create a barrier, effectively pinning them down for a short time window. Kai nodded. Maybe stasis, Actra said again. Whatever the situation calls for. Kai's eyebrows raised. Stasis, that's an advanced spell. You underestimate me if you think I can't do such a spell. Actra looked at Kai. The hood didn't cover his lips, which had turned to a faint smile. Besides, down there, we won't have many options. Would need to do what we can to lower their numbers. Kai nodded. He would need to reach at least another circle to be able to do such a spell. Knowing how much mana it costs, even if he could, he didn't want to spend it all before they could encounter the queen. And the queen. How do you plan to handle her? Actor inquired. The queen relies on a heightened sense of mana perception instead of sight. We'll be at a disadvantage the moment we get close to her, unlike the larvae. She'll feel it and it won't be pretty. Kai straightened in his saddle. I'll deal with her myself, he declared, his voice leaving no room for argument. My experimental spells are designed to disrupt her mana flow, leaving her vulnerable to a killing blow. He rethought everything he had planned after scouts got the information he needed. If there's anything you can do to assist, the sentence hung unfinished in the air. Actress stared at him for a long, lingering moment. He looked like he was surprised. He finally pursed his lips together. Very well, his voice was neutral. I will try and back you up whenever necessary. Kai nodded curtly. They moved forward without any words. The mine openings were miles away. It wouldn't take long for them to reach their destination at the pace that they were going. The mine opening loomed over them. They arrived earlier than planned. Kai dismounted, his face grim as he surveyed the scene. He gathered everyone around him, his voice echoing in the silence. Listen up, he said. The scout's report was seen by you all. We're dealing with a multi-chambered nest. Actor will take point, using a shield to block off their charge. If need arrives, he will use a stasis field to control the lesser larvae. It will hold them for a moment, enough for us to plan our attacks. We need to be swift and efficient, eliminate the smaller ones before they overwhelm us. Kai explained, knowing that some of the guards weren't that knowledgeable about spells. His gaze scanned the group, landing on the nervous faces of the guards. Stay close, follow orders, and keep your eyes peeled. Once the shield goes up, eliminate any larvae that comes your way. Gorak, Raven, Finn, and Finnegan, you're with me. We'll focus on breaking through any internal barriers and making our way towards the Queen's chamber right after we attack the smaller ones. A chorus of grunts and nods confirmed their understanding. The soldiers, enforcers, mercenaries, Kai, Killian, and Actra. They all had different things in mind, but one goal hovering their heads. Kai gestured to Killian and Actra, who moved to the front of the group. As they moved towards the tunnel, he felt like the tension was thick like a blade hanging heavy in the air. They entered, and a surge of mana formed an orb of light in his palm. The darkness of the tunnel vanished in an instant. Kai could finally see everyone's faces, but the most interesting thing was Actra's surprised look next to him. The structure of the spell is perfect. Remarkable mana usage. How did you? Kai cut him off with a curt shake of his head. Practice, he said gruffly, casting the orb down the tunnel to illuminate the area. It was not the time for explanations about his powers. Kai could once again feel as if the mines were closing at them, as it was an extremely narrow path for a party of their size. But he kept his feelings for himself as he walked. The others were equally nervous, masking their thoughts with a grim face. Kai saw their eyes keep looking around the small space. Soon, they reached the slope entrance. It had been sealed by a makeshift barricade to avoid any larvae coming out. Remove it, Kai ordered. 2 guards from behind walked to the front and peeled it off. He looked at Killian and noticed how the man's stern face was on the dark slope beneath. Anything can happen, but I need to end it as soon as possible, Kai thought to himself. If there was one thing he wanted, it was to finish their task at hand while trying to keep every soldier alive. If he could, he would have simply thrown poison bombs inside the nest and let the larvae die a slow death, but their bodies were immune to most types of poison. The only legitimate way to deal with them was to enter the nest. He shook his negative thoughts as soon as they came and took a deep breath. The guards already made way to tighten the rope on everyone and secure it around a few rocks they found inside the mines. They made easy knots on the rope so that if they wanted, they could remove them to move freely. The entire thing was planned beforehand, so they moved with efficiency. They started their descent, the uneven ground slick with moisture and the oppressive stench of larvae filling their nostrils. Kai sensed the mana fluctuation once again, this time even stronger. The flickering light of Kai's orb danced across glistening tunnels and writhing tendrils, revealing the grotesque nature of the nest. Finally, they reached the bottom, stepping into a vast chamber pulsating with a sickeningly bitter odor. From the shadows at the far end, a low rumble echoed, sending shivers down their spines. Actra, his eyes gleaming with a strange light as he stared at the athium around the chamber, turned to Kai. The athium here is in large quantities. No wonder such a huge nest got formed. If we can harvest it, the gains would be uncountable. Kai nodded curtly, his eyes locked on the distant shadows. Then let's hope we can eradicate this nest efficiently, he said, his voice laced with a steely determination. The athium can be harvested later. A tense silence hung heavy in the chamber, broken only by the soft scrape of boots against the damp ground. Suddenly, a cacophonous cry pierced the air, ripping through the hushed whispers. Kai's head snapped up, his gaze following the line of a guard's terrified scream. On the slick ceiling, a writhing mass of segmented flesh detached itself, raining down a shower of glistening acid. It was a vermal larvae. With a swift flick of his wrist, Actra conjured a shimmering barrier, deflecting the acidic projectile harmlessly to the side. Get on guard, Kai's voice echoed in the cavernous chamber. The guards started moving while removing the ropes with practiced movements. Soon they took positions. Beyond the shield, they saw more larvae crawling down. Their sickening acid goo was spat one after another, reaching every possible end of the shield. Their multifaceted eyes looked down on them. They launched themselves as if they were looking at the guards as their next meal. The Atheum's glow showed their full figures. Inky black, large eyes, segmented body. They are ugly. The guards all huddled behind Kai, waiting for his order. Actra's barrier kept the larvae from spitting acid straight at them and approaching closer. Anytime now they'll break the shield, Actra yelled. The acid that they spat was already melting parts of it. Kai waited, mentally noting how many of them were there, at least 15. 20 at most. He made a plan in his mind, silently casting a spell structure for a fireball. His mana started rushing in his veins, ready to take on the monsters. The time he took wasn't only for him, it was for everyone to prepare their minds before the charge begins. He looked at Killian and the knight looked back at him. A brief silent conversation and a nod followed. Now, Actra broke the spell. The larvae jumped forward. The guards from behind rushed in unison. Their swords and shields in their hand. Kai threw a bolt, perfectly aiming at the larvae in the front. Raven's arrow went in next, finding itself right in the middle of its head. The larvae let out an ear-piercing noise. Bran dragged his spear, the touch of its butt giving off sparks as it connected with the stone on the ground, and started stabbing the larvae over and over. His awakened muscles were stronger than normal guards, and the spear dug deeper into its body, splattering blackened blood all over. With a final hiss, the larvae fell on the floor. Kai's hands were quick to throw firebolt at as many larvae as he could. He saw Bord struggling to get his sword out of a larvae's body, but he didn't have to move to save him. With a rush of mana, vines tightened around its body, giving room for the enforcer to take out of the sword. Looking next to him, Kai saw Actra moving around vines that rose from the around, binding and holding the larvae in place. Bord gave a curt nod to him and went to the next larvae. Kai stepped back from the middle of the fight to observe where he was needed the most. These were small larvae which the enforcers and mercs could easily take down. If he could, he wanted to preserve his mana for the queen, and as he raked his eyes around, he saw everyone in sync, harming the larvae one after another. Their rotations were well rehearsed, and it seemed like having 2 mages with them was definitely a moral boost. Suddenly his eyes squinted at Gareth, who cut off one larva's limbs. "Gareth," Kai yelled. Behind him, a larvae was just about to spit acidic goo before he moved to the side. Kai sent a gust of wind, sweeping the larvae off the wall of the cave. Gareth brought his sword and quickly walked around the fallen larva. He stabbed it right in the face, once, twice, thrice, and again. Kai sent a final firebolt at the larvae, burning it to the ground. A painful scream came from the monster as the rancid smell spread. The mercs right next to Gareth were taking turns at 3 larvae. Actra flickered his wrist and cast vines around those larvae, holding them down. It gave them enough time for the warriors to move in while Raven fired her arrows, piercing through the larvae's skins. Like that, they kept killing more and more larvae. As Kai was thinking everything would go as planned, he felt a tremor. Looking at Actra, his stands were on the floor, sending tremors through the whole chamber. Kai recognized the spell as a second circle one. It was quite handy even if the radius wasn't big. Thankfully, in this chamber it did the job. The ceiling shook, the larvae falling off the ceiling alongside rocks. As they hit the ground, the distance between them and the guards lessened, making it easier for the guards. The larvae who fell could no longer spit acidic goo from above. Gorek hit one larvae's head with the spiked club he brought with him, but a few more came to surround him. Kai cast a cinder circle, hitting the group of larvae with a flaming vortex. Gorek looked where it came from, and continued to move on to the next larvae without any reaction as the group burned to their deaths. Actra was helping a lot of the guards who shielded the mage from any larvae that might get too close, but his spells weren't nearly enough. The amount of larvae overpowered the guards and mercs, and as more and more closed in, charging up at the guards, Killian quickly moved to the next part of their plans. Potions. Killian barked an order, garnering everyone's attention. The guards were quick on their feet, forming a formation that they'd practiced. With ease, they took out potions from their pouches and launched them towards the larvae who were crawling up to them. They exploded on contact with their bodies, consuming the larvae as a whole and giving a putrid smell. Just like Kai had expected, the larvae screamed, getting away from the guards and slamming into each other as the flames burned their bodies. The portions were the guards' biggest bet. 2 of the explosive potions were given to each guard, and healing drafts were kept in batches with a few of them, ready to help anyone that gets injured and can't continue. They had also been given instructions to use it scarcely, and in smaller ranges, since they can't let the explosions get to the Atheum or the ceiling might just fall on them. Though more of the potions remained, Killian was smart not to use them entirely. As the fight again turned in their favor, Kai swiftly walked behind a guard's shield and started making up a spell structure. Estrum Inferno, Kai whispered as the spell structure of an inferno drew in his hand. He pushed mana and cast the spell, blasting off a group of larvae who had just recovered from the explosions from the potions. As soon as the inferno pushed the larvae back, a group of guards plunged their spears into the body of those that had survived. Kai took one look at the surroundings. The larvae count had decreased dramatically. The potions had worked. Only 4 of them were left, and they could easily take them to BAMH. A wall to the left broke. The dust hit their nostrils as guards coughed and backed away. Cover, Killian commanded. Guards with massive shields walked forward the group and waited for the dust to die down. TSSF. A huge ball of acid flew out, hitting the wall behind the huddled fighters. It was twice, no, thrice the size that was spitted by the larvae who were dead on the floor. Fuck. Kai's eyes widened at the monstrous larvae who crawled from the broken wall. If the larvae they had defeated were akin to toddlers, these were like adolescents. And the worst part was that the fully grown adult was still to come. How big can they get? Ansel's voice came loud next to Kai. For a split second, everyone in the chamber thought the same thing. Ansel grunted from behind. Kai raised his palm in the air, fire erupting from his fingertips. The flames formed a swirling vortex, incinerating the first larvae who launched at them. But as the stench of burning chitin filled the air, the new nightmare revealed itself. It wasn't just that the larvae were merely overgrown versions of their brethren. Their segmented bodies, thicker than a man's torso, were adorned with jagged stone spikes that ran down their backs like a macabre crown. The ethereal blue glow from the Atheum stones cast a light that gave them a horrifying look as their inky black bodies moved forward with ease. Kai's fire hadn't harmed them much due to the spikes protecting them. Before they could fully process what was before them, the larvae used the spikes. They launched a volley of rock-like projectiles with a sickening snap. The missiles whistled through the air, leaving trails of glower embers as they reached the shield of a guard who stumbled back before Faye caught him. Ah, what was that? A guard from behind shouted, but there was no time to linger and think. Kai looked at Gorak, who was already tightening his grip around his weapon. His eyes lingered on him for a second before he said something incomprehensive, loud enough for his team. Finn and Finnegan responded with a grunt. In a snap, Gorak, the leader of the mercenaries, stepped forward. His spiked club was over his shoulder. Raven, his voice was loud. The rest of the crowd took a step back, letting the mercenaries handle the monstrous larvae without interrupting their team rotations. The elven archer in the back swiftly aimed at the larvae's head. Her aim was perfect, and her arrow glowed and shimmered through the air, cutting it into pieces as it finally hit the larva in a heartbeat. It was clear that she was using her spirit's energy. Without a pause, next came Finn's spear. His leg movements were fluid while he jumped on the larvae. He hammered the spear against the larva's frontal part, bruising its cover voluntarily. He rolled off the floor with ease and attacked the same larvae from behind. The monster let out a cry in pain as the spear drew black blood. The stone cover was harmed as it splattered around. Actra, shield now. Kai yelled before more larvae could rush in. Actra immediately flickered his wrist. A spell structure lit up on his palm, and immediately a shield separated the guards from the larvae, leaving the mercenaries to deal with one of them. Raven shot 4 arrows right at different parts of its segmented body, carefully aiming at the coverless parts, oozing blood out like a fountain from its sides. The larvae were stubborn. It kept spitting acid all over the floor, in large balls that Gorak barely avoided as his spiked club thrashed its head over and over. Without a command from their leader, Finnegan launched at the larvae, his sword in his hand. Raven from behind said something inaudible as Finnegan's sword glistened with green energy. It stuck the larvae's face. The larva screeched as the sword sliced the face from its body. The latter part of its body shook vigorously for a few seconds before it completely lay still, but it wasn't the end. Seeing one of their brethren dead, the larvae standing behind launched themselves at them, and more of the acid flew, hitting the shield. The mercenaries barely avoided getting crushed as they dodged to the side. Kai gaped as cracks started to appear on the shield, and Actra gritted his teeth, putting more mana on top of it, trying to hold them. However, everyone knew it was going to take only a moment before the shield broke for real. We need to be on the charge. Kai frowned before looking at Killian. Feeling his gaze, Killian looked back and an inaudible conversation passed by them as they both nodded. Mage Actra, let those bastards in. Killian's voice was gruff. He waved his sword in the air, twisting it around in circles while preparing for what was yet to come. Are you sure? Actra's voice was shaky. Yes, Kai said briefly. The shield took off while the larvae spat acids all over the place. Cover. Kai stood behind a guard as they moved away from the acidic gooey balls. Get behind me, Actra said while he protected them from the larvae's attacks by building small shields that were easier to keep up for him. SCRECH. While they were busy avoiding the acidic substances, Killian sprung himself on a larvae. His sword was on the larvae's head as it started to bite at it. Raven's voice came loud and incomprehensive. Kai looked back and saw her tall figure at the back commanding her spirit. Take it out, she yelled with a grunt as her ever-ready arrow found its way to larvae. Her aim was diligent and powerful. Killian ran forward and jumped, hanging onto the larvae's slick body. His fingers dug inside its body while he climbed up and withdrew his sword. Suddenly, the sword glistened with a green glow. By this point, Kai knew that her spirit had the power to give temporary enchantments to weapons. What kind? He didn't know. His eyes went to Finnegan's sword. The man was thrashing against a larva, jumping as the giant creature tried to make him paste by jumping on top of him. But the glow wasn't there. It seemed like she could only enchant one weapon at a time. Killian grunted again as he moved with purpose. His sword jabbed and thrashed on any skin he found. Scree. The larvae tried to use spikes, but it was soon on the floor, unable to deal with the speed Killian was moving. His movements were a sight to see, like a dance with a sword. His entire form was solid in every attack he launched. An enforcer's agility and strength could be compared to at least a combination of 20 normal untrained men, and it showed. He swung, deflecting the missiles that the larvae aimed at him, but as soon as he put space between him and the monster, he closed it with an even more powerful sword hit. Like that, he killed one larvae and moved to another. One disadvantage of the larvae was their speed. Unlike the smaller ones, they couldn't move fast enough, and it gave Killian the edge, just enough to come out on top. Soon, he had killed 3 and only 2 were left. Killian ran around one larvae with his sword to his side. The larvae's spiked stone fell on the ground, barely missing Killian's shoulder. He didn't pause, didn't flinch, and he dug his sword deep inside its body. He dragged it along its segmental body, slicing it into 2. Blood spewed all over his body, drenching him. He didn't stop until he was at the very back of the larvae. He threw his sword in the air and jumped to the next larvae while catching it with one hand and aiming it right at the last remaining larvae. The monster shrieked as it hit its inky black, large eyes. The larvae shook its head roughly. Killian's sword found its other eyes. He pummeled it on them, drenching his arms with its nasty blood. The monster struggled, but Killian didn't let go and kept going deeper into the larvae's skull before it was sprawled on the ground, unmoving. Killian took deep breaths as the glow dimmed, nodding at Raven as thanks. When he had been busy with the group of larvae, other guards had dealt with the ones he had missed. Kai quickly sent a small ball of light towards the chamber the spiked larvae came from, looking for any they might have missed. Nothing. With a smile, Kai looked at the guards. Forward. He commanded everyone. It took a moment for them to register it. A few guards were sitting against a wall while the others were tending to their injuries, but Kai also saw a lot of them looking at Killian in awe. Although the other enforcers had dealt with a few larvae, none of them were at the level of Killian, who had taken on a group of them himself. Kai saw a few of them, particularly Faray and Board, looking like they were wondering when they would be at that level. Even Actra, who had been shielding the guards with his vines and keeping the larvae in check, seemed a bit stunned, but he hid it quietly. Killian slowly made his way through the massive dead bodies and curtly nodded at Kai. "Let's go," Kai said, hiding the pinch of pride that surged inside his body. They moved forward, leaving behind the dead bodies of the larvae. They had to move past the athium-filled walls and ceilings. There was only one passage, and as they moved through it, the dim light from the athium lessened, and they were swallowed by an oppressive darkness that pulsed with a sickly sweet stench. Bioluminescent fungi clung to the damp walls. Kai lit up a light ball immediately, but this time, it wasn't a big one that emanated through the entire closed space, rather kept track of their feet and where they were headed. He didn't want to attract any unwanted attention from any larvae. The sounds of their footsteps blended as they walked at the same pace. The air became thicker with less oxygen to breathe, but the mana inside the cave kept increasing as they walked, and even the flow was a bit different, hinting at the monsters up ahead. Kai stole a glance at Actra, whose usual mask was replaced by a mixture of fear and confidence. "We're walking on the dents of the nest. The queen's chambers should come to be near," Kai said in a hush. Actra nodded. "The mana flow is a bit different here." "We should keep an eye out for anything that might attack us," he said. The floor and the walls got wetter as they met with the division. Kai walked through one side and saw how the partition was only for a small area. The 2 ways adjoined to one right after the division ended. He turned to let them know, but before he could say anything, his eyes went to the dark ceiling behind the group. "There's something there." The inky black bodies glistening went unnoticed by Kai, and seeing his eyes, everyone else turned to look up. "Run," he shouted. Within a moment, the group came behind the partition that kept a lot of them hidden from the crawling larvae on the ceiling. The larvae noticed their shift and spat acidic goo at the men. One went straight at a guard, burning his back completely. The guard muffled his pain and fell on the floor. Actra's shield was quick to hover over them. The larvae increased their attempt by quickening their pace. Kai threw a firebolt, hitting the larvae that were to the front. Zzzt. The larva hissed in pain while the others stopped, clearly wary of Kai. "Killian, prepare the potions," Kai whispered and looked at him with stern eyes. He nodded and started whispering about the plan in his mind to the guards that were beside him. Kai launched 2 more firebolt above the shield, hitting the larvae and burning their flesh. He could take these normal-sized larvae down single-handedly, but rather than wasting his mana, the potions would easily lessen their numbers that had almost taken the entire ceiling under their control. With a prearranged signal, Killian launched himself forward, leading the charge, Faray right on his back. His staff trailed on the damp floor. Simultaneously, 3 guards who stayed back under his instructions threw potions at the larvae, burning half of them down and the rest slumped down one after another. The heat was intense, immediately accompanied by the malodorous burnt smell that had become familiar to everyone's nostrils. The sweet smell of the nest combined with the burnt smell was not a good combination. The twins grabbed something from their back pockets and pounced. They were blades, sharp and slicing through the larvae. Their movements were similar to wraiths. The blades blurred as the larvae fell with loud screeches. "We need to end them fast." Kai frowned, hoping no other monster would attack from behind as they dealt with the ones on the ceiling. They've already encountered at least 50 of these monsters, and he had no idea how many more were left. The guards fought with a good sense of where to hit them due to their recent encounter. Kai, who stood a bit far, unleashed a torrent of fire, engulfing the larvae in a searing inferno. With that, every larvae fell on the floor, emptying the ceiling. His fire lit the rest of the pathway, giving them a good idea of what lay ahead. Actra summoned thorny vines from the very floor of the nest, binding creatures' limbs in a writhing mass who were trying to run away. Gorek stayed behind while observing and letting Finnegan, and Raven take care of what was left. Raven's arrows, Finn's spear, and Finnegan's sword worked in sync. The enforcers were right behind. Their weapons clashed with the larvae's body parts, spurting blood from everywhere. But the one who surprised Kai the most was the traveling desert warrior Ansel. He spun, jumped, and moved with extremely swift agility. Often he'd slow his attacks but would pick himself right up, timing them to match the larvae's moments and killing them quicker than the others. After all, he was no enforcer. But for a normal human, he had an appreciable amount of energy, skill, and technique. The larvae's numbers quickly depreciated as they worked their way through them, but then suddenly, a sharp sound came from the side. Kai turned his head and saw a guard crumpled on the ground, clutching a wound. A larva was upon him, ready to eat him up whole. Kai quickly threw a firebolt at the monster and it shrieked back. It gave the guard the opportunity he was looking for, and even though he was on the ground, he grabbed his spear that had fallen and pierced it right through the larvae's body. It seemed to be the last larvae alive, and once he was dead, the guard finally took a sigh of relief as a few others came to his rescue with a potion. Just as Kai was thinking the threat had passed, a primal dread washed over him. It wasn't a sound, not exactly, but a shift in the very fabric of the mana around them. The air crackled with raw, pulsating power, a power unlike anything he'd sensed before. The cavern floor trembled beneath their feet, sending a jolt of panic through the group. Their answer materialized in a flash. They all looked behind to where Kai was at the entrance of the path of the partition. Kai turned around and ran back to the small space where the floor was filled with larvae-dead bodies. From the depths of the chamber, a monstrous creature lumbered into view. "Fuck," Kai muttered slowly. The queen, it was the queen. Kai gulped a good amount of saliva as he took in its body. He felt his imagination being crumpled to the ground, seeing the queen as it was even bigger than what he had expected. Its segmented black body, easily twice the size of the largest larvae they had encountered, filled the chamber like a living battering ram. Its glistening carapace reflected the sickly green light of the fungi, casting grotesque shadows on the cavern walls. Colossal mandibles, dripping with a noxious liquid, hung open in a silent scream. Glowing eyes the size of cartwheels burned with a powerful malice. This wasn't just a monstrous insect, it was a living embodiment of rage and hunger. The queen reeked the smell of mana. With a deafening screech that sent shivers down their spines, the queen larvae launched itself towards them. "Move," Killian's voice echoed through the cave. A volley of acidic projectiles spewed from its maw, each the size of a man's head, and leaving sizzling trails in their wake as the guards rushed to get back to safety. The men obeyed Killian's command immediately. They started moving away from the partition, heading towards the same direction they came from. It was their only way. If they stay still, one of the volley-sized acid balls could melt them to the ground. Kai needed something to distract the queen and buy them time to prepare a counteroffensive. But the more they ran backwards, the more he knew the queen would ramp up its attacks. They soon returned to the room where they had fought off the larvae. ECRH. The queen was right behind them. Its head almost touched the ceiling of the cavern. Despite its size, compared to the other larvae, it was faster. Kai turned around on his feet and threw a wind spear attempting to distract it. While the men behind him fastened to put a decent distance, Kai's feet slowed down as he saw the spear cutting through a corner of its body. The monstrous queen sent another ear-piercing roar in the next second. The spot where his spell had made a dent closed as quickly as it appeared. The next second, acid flew towards them. A sickening echoed as one of the projectiles she sent slammed into a guard's shield. Its acidic spray ate through the metal with a hiss. "Ah!" The guard's scream halted everyone there momentarily as he threw the shield aside and backed up. The acid found its way to his flesh and melted through his armor. He crumpled to the ground, a smoking husk. Kai's eyebrows furrowed. He looked around for anything that could help him in the chaos. Something to help him halt the queen, but there was nothing. Much to his terror, the queen spat another acidic volley. To match it, Kai burned up his mana and formed a quick structure for a firebolt, but this time he changed it and made the bolt much larger. He aimed right at the acidic ball. The of both acid and fire exploded with a loud noise. Its remnants flew in the air and turned to thick vapor. The guards scrambled behind, and Kai's movements faltered. There was no running anymore, and the only way was to deal with the queen. He scanned it briefly before the queen's numerous eyes fell on him, sending shivers down his spine that he quickly ignored. The monster grunted as if appraising Kai before a low growl burst forth, vibrating through their very bones. With another growl, a sudden surge of power, and a wave of vibrant, dangerous, pulsating mana erupted from the queen. Kai's thoughts halted when he saw larvae crawling on the ceiling. He also saw the ones they had fought before the partition appearing from behind the queen. They didn't have time to check whether they were dead due to the queen's sudden appearance, and as he stared at them, he saw their wounds knitting themselves shut. The scars they previously received from Kai's flames and Actra's vines were no longer there. Their movement seemed visibly faster as they launched the attack, far more aggressive than the last time. Kai threw wind gust keeping away the larvae. His grim frown deepened as more and more of them appeared. Anger flared in his gut, but he forced it down. The queen's face twitched in some unknown emotion. He took a breath. Now wasn't the time for rage. He needed to keep his emotions in check. He slammed his spear against the ground, a silent command to everyone in the back. The mercenaries, enforcers, guards, and even Actra understood what it meant. They formed a protective ring and took their formations, prepared to handle what was going to come next. Kai unleashed a torrent of fire, a swirling inferno that carved a path through the horde of larvae. It was a desperate attempt to create a barrier between them and the enraged queen. Brace yourselves. He roared, his voice cutting through the din of battle. The real battle starts now. Despite the battles they had, the guards' numbers were surprisingly intact. The potions and coordinated attacks had taken their toll on the larvae. They might be battered, but they were far from being broken. Kai flickered his wrist and threw an inferno, burning more larvae down. They fell on the floor, but before the queen could heal them, a few guards moved to the front, their weapons aiming at the annoying creatures screeching on the floor. Before they could cease them, the larvae got up, yanking themselves forward in a moment of inexplicable strength. They crawled, spitting acid right at guards. The men jumped back, unwilling to burn themselves. The larvae are being powered by the queen. Keep on your guard, Kai shouted, flickering his wrist and jumping back to avoid a group of larvae that rushed at him. He cast another inferno, attempting to throw the larvae away. Killian, take care of them, Kai ordered. Enforcers, follow Killian. He said as his eyes made contact with Bran, Borde, Nelson, and Gareth. They all swung forward in a blur, going after the groups of larvae stacked together. From the corner of his eye, he saw Ansel launching at the larvae. He leapt up to the side as a larva charged, but before it could touch him, his spear hit its sides. The larvae let out a loud screech in pain, but another strike pierced its head. Even as its wounds began to knit together, Ansel kept stabbing, ending its life and moving to his next target. Kai smiled at him before looking at the queen. It was time to move back to their main plan. Looking back, he saw vines binding larvae in one place as guards stabbed their bodies. Actra stood at the back, and their eyes matched as Kai gestured. He immediately understood and frowned before moving towards him. Both of them stared at the queen. The queen's eyes were on the larvae, attacking with spitballs that the men dodged. As more and more of its children died, it seemed to flare up, letting out loud growls. Wait for my command and then attack, Kai whispered, noticing the queen's aura emanating, healing the larvae. He prepared spells on his palm, his breath quickening and his posture steadying. A few seconds passed by and he waited, then suddenly the queen's eyes fell on him. Now, Kai and Actra launched a combined assault. He unleashed a series of firebolts, aiming for the queen's black, inky, glowing eyes, hoping to blind it or disrupt its focus. Right behind him, Actra weaved a series of structures in the air. Thick emerald vines erupted from the cavern floor, coiling and twisting towards the monstrous queen. They lashed out like living serpents, aiming to bind the creature's body, doing their best to halt its movements. But the queen was simply too powerful. Its body was strong as it snapped the vines with a sickening crack, emerald ichor spraying across the damp stone like bioluminescent rain. Fury, raw and primal, contorted the queen's face. Its acidic attacks, dripping with a caustic liquid that sizzled ominously, snapped at them with terrifying speed. Kai, caught off guard by the sudden surge of aggression, barely managed to deflect one with a hastily conjured wall of fire. The heat singed his arm, sending a jolt of pain that ripped through him. He gritted his teeth, the metallic tang of blood filling his mouth. His mana came rushing in as anger boiled through every cell. I can heal myself later, he told himself. He tightened his arm around his spear and launched at the queen, a fire spell first, then an attack from the spear. He thrust, swept, and slashed it at different angles. His fire found its way to different parts of its humongous body, but the queen's skin was thick. His attacks left only shallow scratches. Even his flames, which could potentially burn most larvae to crisp, weren't potent enough against her. Kai threw an inferno at the queen's head, aiming to put a safe distance, and launched its spear forward, running behind the queen, attacking somewhere around the belly. Its oily hide acted as a barrier. His spear mark was gone before it inflicted any lasting damage. Kai's breath wavered as disbelief flooded him. He had heard of the queen's strength and read about it, but its regenerative abilities were beyond his plans. This was something he hadn't expected, a creature far more powerful. But there was no time for dwelling on the unexpected. I need to think, I need time to prepare. With a mental shrug, he barked a command at Actra, his voice hoarse from the exertion. Hold it off, I need to focus. Actra, his face grim with exertion, nodded and wrestled with the queen. His elemental magic seemed paltry against the queen's raw power. He strained, his hands glowing with a desperate intensity as he conjured more and more vines, each one a desperate attempt to slow the queen's relentless rampage. As the queen battled with the vines, Kai kept looking for a weakness. Countless spells came to his mind. He was still in the second circle, but he knew third circle spells that could damage the queen. It's just the mana cost was too much and they were underground, so it might just end up using all the oxygen in here, killing everyone. Still, there was no time to think. Every second mattered, and after going through the spells he knew, one came to his mind. He took his time to weave the spell patterns for it, careful to not make a mistake. One pattern appeared in his palms, then the second one, and by the third, Kai felt a pressure on his shoulders that almost made him stagger. It was called Dragon's Breath. Obviously, it wasn't a real one since it was impossible to replicate it, but it was one which closely resembled it, and if he was right, he would be enough to burn the queen. Anglo-Granda Zakai. He slowly muttered the incantation, mana rushing out of him as the structure lit up. For a moment, Kai felt like the spell was pulling energy straight from his soul as a massive dark flame burst forth, obliterating everything in its path. With Actra's vines barely managing to hold the queen, the dark flames hit right on its cartwheel-sized eye and caused the queen to stagger. It hit the wall, shaking the whole cave down. The impact of the flames caused the queen to scream in agony as over half of its face peeled away, but it wasn't dead yet. While trying to keep himself intact, Kai sent another inferno at it, pushing a generous amount of mana on the spell, slightly increasing its effect and hoping to end the battle. The flaming inferno hit right where the dark flames had before engulfing other parts of its bodies. Another scream burst from the queen. The men who were fighting the larvae paused for a moment, clearly wondering if it was over. But then, amidst those cries, it roared and balanced itself once again. Kai's face paled as he took a step back. Actra had managed to tie vines around the queen, but fueled with the lethal rage, it ripped free from the restraints. With a burst of speed that seemed impossible for its massive form, it rampaged around the chamber, its glowing eyes burning with a manic intensity. The damage Kai had done seemed to not affect it. Panic surged through the ranks of the battered group. Guards scrambled for cover, some falling victim to the queen's flailing limbs or the acidic spray that dripped from its mandibles. Their shields barely covered their entire bodies as the queen was all over the place. Even the larvae caught in the crossfire of the queen's mad frenzy were not spared. Their segmented bodies were ripped apart, their acidic ichor adding to the scene in front of them. Berserk state, Actra roared. It'll destroy anything in its path. We need to get out of here. Kai's jaw clenched as he shook his head. No, we can't just escape. It would simply. His words were cut short by a deafening that shook the very foundations of the cavern. The queen, in its crazed rampage, had slammed into the cavern wall with a force that sent tremors through the chamber. Chunks of rock rained down, narrowly missing some of the already injured guards. Kai cursed, his mind racing for a solution. Think, Kai, think fast. He fumbled through his repertoire of spells, searching for anything that could exploit this unexpected turn of events. But his mind was a blank slate, and his mana reserves weren't enough to do another dragon's breath. Frustration crawled at him as the monstrous queen continued its rampage. Everything slowed for him as his thoughts rose high. Then, as his gaze swept across the cavern in a desperate search, it landed on the pulsating mana stones embedded in the ceiling. A spark of inspiration ignited in his eyes. Actra. He roared, his voice hoarse from the exertion. Protect the guards. Actra, following Kai's gaze, understood his plan instantly. That's crazy. He barked, protect the men. Kai said again, completely ignoring Actra's hesitation. His focus was laser-sharp on the Atheum. With a surge of mana, he unleashed a torrent of fire bolts, not directed at the queen, but at the Atheum high above. The cavern echoed with a deafening explosion as the mana stones shattered, showering the chamber in a blinding white light. The shockwave from the blast rippled through the air, shaking the very foundations of the nest. Thank you so much. The walls of the cave shuddered violently as the Atheum erupted in a blinding explosion. As the mana pulsed out of the stones, it gave an entirely eerie feeling, sending a shiver down Kai's spine. The ceiling groaned in protest, showering the people in a rain of dust and stones. Kai looked to his right, seeing Actra's squinted eyes and straightened arm, making vines emerge from the floor, spiraling and writhing around the remaining guards and mercenaries to protect them. Killian and the other enforcer, who were far away from the blasts, scrambled for cover behind massive rock outcroppings, their shields raised high. The explosion slammed into the queen with a battering ram force. A shriek tore from the queen's mouth, unlike any he had heard before. Atheum stones hit the queen's frontage continuously as it tried to dodge. Due to its massive body, there was nowhere to run, but Kai couldn't help feeling like the queen might still survive the explosion and escape. Even now, he could see parts of its body trying to regenerate. He took one glance around. The space was clear as the guards had moved behind. He didn't spare another second before he emptied his mana reserves. More bolts tore through the air to hit the remaining mana stones. They blasted with an ear-deafening noise. The queen's previously berserk stage was halted with more and more stones pinning it down as the ceiling fell. The lower, long, segmented body was bruised with inky dark blood splattering everywhere. It kept screaming, trying to shield itself somehow, but failed. For a moment, its eyes locked with Kai, who saw vulnerability in them, but he matched it with cold focus. He grabbed his spear and, putting all his strength into it, aimed it at the queen. It streaked through the air like a shooting star and slammed into the queen's exposed chest, the very spot where the explosion had ripped away a section of its protective flesh. SCRRRHHHHH. A final ear-splitting shriek erupted from the queen's maw, and it took a few steps back. More stones fell from the ceiling on it. The queen's segmented body convulsed, buckling beneath the immense weight. Kai's entire body shook with as the larvae queen slammed to the ground, its lifeless body twitching spasmodically. Silence descended upon the chamber, broken only by the ragged gasps of Kai. He found himself sighing in relief. A moment passed, and another. Kai's hands were on his knees as he waited for the dust to settle. His mana reserves were run dry due to all the spells he used back to back. He knew he'd lifelessly fall to the floor if he used another spell. Soon, the vision became clear, revealing the queen motionless on the ground. On top of it, large glistening stones cut through its very being, aimed around its throat, eyes, chest, and lower back. Kai took an unsure step forward. The remaining larvae, their inky black glow flickering erratically, seemed to sag, their movements lethargic as if their life force had been sapped away with the queen's demise. He let out a shaky breath. They did it. They survived. Boots clicking against the cold stone made him turn his head. Actra was accompanied by two guards who were looking shocked at what had transpired. Just as a flicker of a smile touched Kai's lips, he paused. From the corner of his eye, he saw something launching forward. A single, segmented leg twitched on the ground. A lone larva, seemingly unharmed by the falling debris, surged forward with surprising speed. Its mandibles gnashed, targeting Actra and two guards who were momentarily caught off guard, their focus solely on the aftermath of the battle. A primal scream tore from Actra's throat as he saw the lone larvae surge towards them. Panic flared in his eyes, his staff trembling in his grasp. He fumbled with an incantation, a hastily constructed spell meant to blast the creature back. But the larvae, fueled by rage for the queen's death, ignored the sputtering vines and jumped straight at them. By the size of the vines, it was clear that Actra mana reserves were low. He shoved the two nearest guards forward, his voice cracking with fear. "Defend me." He stumbled backwards, his boots slipping on the dusty floor. The guards, caught off guard by the sudden movement, hesitated for a precious split second. It was all that the larvae needed. With lightning speed, it snapped acidic goo at them. One guard crumpled instantly, a sickening spray of crimson blossoming on his chest. The other guard, his face contorted in terror, raised his shield in a desperate attempt to defend himself. But the larvae's acid was more dangerous than fire, tearing through the metal with a sickening screech. Killian, his nose flared and eyes stern, rushed forward in front of the struggling guard. His longsword, a blur of silver, cleaved through the larvae in a single, brutal motion. The creature twitched once, then lay still, its ichor pooling on the damp stone floor. Once he made sure it was dead, Killian spun on Actra, his eyes blazing with barely contained rage. What in the hells was that? He roared, his voice echoing through the cavern. Actra scrambled to his feet, his face flushed crimson while he shook his head to cover his shame. "What?" He stammered, his voice barely a whisper. "Those were ordinary guards." Killian bellowed, gesturing at the fallen men. "You are a mage. How could you put them in front of the larvae instead of dealing with it yourself? They were there to protect me. That was their responsibility, and that's what they did," Actra said, sneering. "And your duty was to kill the larvae, and you clearly failed in that." Killian scrunched up his face and glared. Actra opened his mouth to retort, but Kai stepped between them, holding his hand up to stop the conversation. Kai saw Actra visibly relax. He looked down at the fallen guards, his eyes going over their lifeless forms and blood that was streaking towards his shoes. Then his gaze met Actra's. "You didn't have enough mana for another spell," Kai stated flatly, his voice devoid of accusation, but heavy with disappointment. Actra shrugged. "Yes, the battle took a lot out of me," he mumbled. Kai shook his head. He had seen the flicker of fear in Actra's eyes, the way he had prioritized his own safety over the lives of the guards. "It was more than that. You panicked." Even if I agree that you don't have a lot of mana, you have enough tricks to deal with the larvae yourself, Kai said calmly. You risked the guard's life to buy yourself more time, rather than dealing with them and protecting the men. He paused. That's an act of an incompetent mage. Actra opened his mouth, no doubt to argue, but Kai cut him off. We'll discuss this later, Kai said, his tone leaving no room for debate. He slowly walked up the slope with the help of Killian and surveyed the remaining guards, some injured, others shaken but alive. Let's get them patched up. We need to get out of here. He reached into one of the bags filled with portions and retrieved a vial filled with a shimmering, green liquid. As he uncorked it, a faint glow emanated from within. These are called life potions, he explained, his voice calmer now. There's more inside the bags. Make sure it's of this exact color before you give it. Think of them as potions for vitality. They'll help stabilize the wounded. Might not completely heal everything, but should be strong enough to get you all back to the castle. Killian nodded and ordered Farah to tend to the wounded immediately. Few guards who could still walk came forward to take the potion and distribute it among everyone. It's over, Killian's voice came, looking over the guards who were getting the potions. Kai nodded at the words. The cavern made his voice echo, and soon before they knew it, a ragged cheer erupted from the survivors. It was a cheer with exhaustion and relief. Kai nodded at everyone while taking a glance around. The enforcers, their once pristine armor was a mess of dust and gore, slumped against the cavern walls. Nelson was looking at his calf where a small chunk was burnt. He felt Kai's eyes on him and looked up with a faint smile. The others were sitting by an adjacent wall, talking among themselves. That was a good one, eh? Bord's gruff voice cut through the cheers. It was. Almost thought I wouldn't survive, Gareth said, right next to him. Never knew I would return to the mines like this. The mines making you remember old times. Want to return to being a miner? Bard asked with a grin. Now, money is not enough, and if I returned, you would brag about having the most kills after Faerie. I can't let that happen. Everyone else laughed and snickered as Bard frowned at Gareth. Opposite them, Gorek had his arms tightened in front of his chest. As always, he showed no expression at the wind, but he kept glancing at Finn, who was getting bandaged by Raven. Don't move, it will be okay. You already drank the potion, she spoke quietly, crouching to see Finn's knee. A larvae had attacked with an acidic ball and his skin had peeled away completely. I'm all right, don't worry, Finn said through a hiss. A lot of guards were in similar situations, sitting on the ground, tending to their wounds. The potions helped them immediately, but there were still others who were critical, needing support to stand up. Let's head back to the city soon. Kai straightened up in his position and looked around. We survived and won the battle against the queen larvae, and the guards need to rest. We shouldn't stay in the cave for long. Killian nodded to him and looked at the guards. Start walking the same way we came, he said while signaling the group to walk through the exit. Help those who can't walk. Let's get some fresh air. With a final lingering press of his boot onto the queen's cracked carapace, Kai gritted his teeth and pushed himself away. The rhythmic groans of the wounded being carried out echoed faintly down the tunnel. He wanted to join them and find his way to his bed to rest his body. But there were things he had to do before he could get out of the nest. Although they had killed the queen, its eggs remained. The last thing he wanted was more of these larvae to spawn just because of his carelessness. Leaving the faint glow of the chamber behind, Kai ventured deeper into the twisting tunnels. The air grew thick and stale, the acrid tang of decay clinging to his throat. The familiar sight of bioluminescent fungi painted the walls in sickly greens and blues, their pulsating glow casting grotesque shadows that danced at the edge of his vision. Every skittering sound, every rustle in the darkness sent a jolt through him. Unlike the earlier battle, there was no roar of defiance to precede an attack here, just the unsettling silence, broken only by the rasp of his own breath and the crunch of his boots on the rocky floor. He stumbled upon abandoned chambers, filled with the last remains of the larvae's food. Skeletons of unfortunate creatures, giant rats, armored beetles, even the desiccated remains of a massive cave bat, picked clean and bleached white. For a moment, he wondered where they had come from. He couldn't see any other opening in the tunnels leading outside. Were there simply more nests here other than the larvae nests? That seemed likely. He didn't linger on these thoughts, deciding to send a scouting team to find if there were more nests around later. For now, he had to find the eggs. Therefore, he walked. Minutes bled into an hour, measured only by the burn in his legs. He fiddled with a chunk of a mana stone he had grabbed from the atheum that was on the floor. Its light was dim, but enough to show where he was headed. The tunnels seemed to twist and turn endlessly, a cruel labyrinth designed to sap his will. Finally, after what felt like an eternity spent traversing the bowels of the earth, he squeezed through a particularly narrow passage and emerged into a new chamber. This one was different. Eerie emerald light pulsed from the ceiling, emanating from large mana stones embedded in the rock. They glistened with a slow, rhythmic beat like a malevolent heart, but it was the sight at the center of the room that chilled him to the bone. Nestled amongst the pulsating stones lay a clutch of eggs, each the size of a sparrow's body. Their surface shimmered with a faint ethereal glow. Kai could almost feel the writhing mass of segmented bodies and annoying acidic spitballs within, waiting to burst into existence. His hand twitched, a ball of fire forming instinctively at his fingertips, wanting to blast every one of them off. His mana has recovered enough to finish them off. His eyes stared at the eggs for a while before he took a final look around the chamber. It was then that something came into his view. On the side, on top of a pile of Atheum, a leather bag was placed. He blinked his eyes, wondering if he was even seeing it tight. What's a bag doing here? Kai cautiously approached the bag and picked it up. The leather was cracked and worn, like the hide of an ancient beast. It had clearly been here for years. He untied the fastenings, a puff of dust erupting as he peered inside. Nestled inside was a single, leather-bound book. Its cover was marred with grime and mildew. He opened it up and froze. In faded lettering, there were lots of sentences written on it, and he slowly read out the first of them. I'm hoping my research into the larvae bears fruit, and Sonya grows big with the Atheum here. Furrowing his brow, Kai flipped through the brittle pages. A wave of confusion washed over him as he deciphered the faded ink. His eyebrows raised as he took the details. The entries were written in the Elven language, but a few words didn't make sense to him. Either they were words he had never read or the ink had faded, making them completely different than intended. Still, he was able to make up most of it, slowly going through a few entries. The loneliness must be hard on her, confined to this chamber. I try to visit as often as possible, speaking to her in soothing tones, even though I doubt she truly understands. But perhaps in her own primal way, she feels the care I put into her growth. The entries, scrawled in a hurried hand, chronicled the observations of what he assumed to be a researcher, someone who referred to the monstrous queen with a disturbing tenderness. He flipped the book around again and tried to see if there was any more information. The dust had clung to it and there were no handprints imprinted on it, meaning it wasn't used in a very long time. He opened it again, skimming through different passages. Well, it seems like whoever this guy was really into Sonya. One passage gushed about the adorable little darling and how her iridescent body already gleamed so beautifully, even at this small size. Another spoke of the researcher's hope that the queen, whom he endearingly called Sonya, would grow up big and strong, the prettiest queen this nest has ever seen. Kai winced. Pretty, strong, sure, but pretty. The image of the monstrous queen he had just faced, its glistening maw dripping with caustic acid, flashed in his mind. He fought back a shudder. The researcher then detailed his experiment. The abundance of Atheum in this chamber was supposed to accelerate Sonya's growth. With all this magical energy, the entry read, she should be a real terror in no time. Can't wait to see how big you've gotten, my little queen. I know you must be lonely down there, but I'll be back soon to visit. Kai snorted. Lonely. The researcher clearly hadn't considered the other creatures dwelling in the nest, the very ones Sonya in her ravenous hunger would likely devour. The absurdity of it all, the bizarre affection for a monstrous creature, left Kai with a hollow feeling in his gut. He clutched the book tighter, his initial urge to destroy the eggs momentarily forgotten. This wasn't just about wiping out a potential threat now. It was about unraveling why the man had put the queen here, and if the book wasn't touched for years, does that mean he was dead, or had forgotten about the nest he created? Kai tucked the book into his satchel, questions buzzing in his head. He had a feeling this researcher, and whatever secrets this book held would be very interesting to go through. Going by how the man had planted the queen here, he was probably a mage. The book was more of a journal, and he had only read a few like these before. Most of them he had found in ancient ruins. He patted his bag again before moving carefully around the chamber. Countless eggs aside, it was mostly empty. He searched for any secret opening, thinking maybe there could be more to this, but no. Every corner was an unarguable ending. No dents, no hidden passages, just the larvae eggs. He even thought maybe he could find something more about this absurd researcher, but there was nothing other than the journal. Before leaving this hellhole, he had to finish his task. His eyes went to the eggs that glistened, seemingly like they were staring at Kai, waiting to burst out of the shell and suck the little life out of him. I need to burn these little bastards to the ground. He raised his hand in the air. Only a small amount of mana was left in his very being, but he knew it would be enough for the eggs. They weren't known to be sturdy after all. Kai unleashed a first circle burning hands, bathing the chamber in cleansing fire. The pulsating Atheum and the glistening eggs writhed as a large burning hand grasped them, their chitinous shells cracking and sizzling like bacon in a frying pan. The stench of burning carapace filled the air. You wouldn't like what happened to your darling Sonya's eggs. Kai scoffed at the absurd usage of names. I hope I find something more than a disturbing lack of common sense in this journal, by whoever the mage researcher is. He gave a final sigh at the burning eggs and quickly carried himself out from the same way he walked in. Exhaustion hung heavy in the air as Kai emerged from the tunnels, his steps slow and measured. An acrid tang of burnt chitin clung to his clothes, and the memories of the battle clouded his mind for a brief second. He had almost given up on defeating the queen for a while, but thankfully he had managed, way better than the last time with the necromancer at least. He looked at the settlement that bustled with activity, guards who were less wounded, their faces drawn with fatigue, tended to the wounded, the green-tinged potions working their magic as expected. Killian, Kai said, his voice hoarse. Give me a report on the deceased guards and everything else. Killian cleared his throat. Yes, Lord Arzen. We lost 8 good men, he began, his voice heavy. A mix of enforcers and mercenaries are injured. But they should be okay with proper tending once we're back. He paused, then continued. The life potions you provided were invaluable. They stabilized the worst of the injuries quickly, stopping them from getting worse even if they didn't heal them straight away. Kai nodded slightly. The weight of 8 deaths hung on his shoulders for some reason. How many are left fit for duty? 32, Killian replied promptly. All enforcers and the core of the mercenary group. Good, Kai said, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. They'll need to carry the ones who can't walk back to the city. He looked around at the weary faces, then back at Killian. Prepare a feast for them tonight in the city. Let them celebrate their victory. Announce them as heroes, but hold off on any official pronouncements until after the funeral processions. Of course, Lord Arzen. Killian nodded curtly. Kai's eyes then moved towards the men, and Raven huddled in different places. The mercenaries were talking in hushed tones. Mostly, Finn was explaining something that happened inside with his arms in the air, making gestures to tell the events. Gorek noticed Kai's eyes on them and nodded. It was a brief, respectful nod. Kai returned it without a pause. He was about to talk to Killian to start packing things to head back to the castle when his eyes landed on Actra. His shoulders slumped but feet hasty. He walked away, moving towards his horse, wanting to get out of the settlement now that the battle was over. Kai let his frown linger for a few more minutes, seeing him completely disappear out of sight. All good, Lord Arzen. Killian's voice took him out of his thoughts. Kai nodded. Let's head back. Pack everything. 2 days bled into one another as he handled the aftermath of the battle. After the funerals, a feast was prepared, and although everyone enjoyed it, Kai knew that losing people in the mines and the faces of the larvae would haunt the guards for a while, as was the case after every battle. Fortunately, it would fade, and in a week or two, things would be completely back to normal, just as before. Retrieval teams were sent the very next day, and they hauled away the bloated corpses of fallen larvae, their chitinous shells still glistening an unnatural green as they carried them back. Francis planned to sell them with Malden's distribution network. The merchant knew someone who had connections with the Alchemist Guild in the capital. After rounds of negotiations, the price of 500 gold coins per corpse was decided, depending on how good of a condition it was. As there were 45 of these corpses, they were going to make a hefty profit. Though he had sold the corpses of common larvae, Kai had decided to hold off on the queen's corpse. Malden had been desperate, offering 5,000 gold coins for it, but Kai had refused. The greedy merchant had looked like he was even ready to take on debts for the corpse since it was so rare to come by, and a few mages and alchemists would pay their entire savings on it. But Kai restrained and put up a firm rejection. He wanted to keep its outer shell and carapace as materials, and its heart was something that would be perfect to build up as a golem core. Francis, apart from handling business with Malden, set himself up to get the mines working back again now that they owned it entirely. They weren't going to open up the nest area of the mine right away as they needed to clean it and do more inspections, but they could still mine out the iron. 2 days went by like that for Kai as he handled that with Francis, but on the 3rd day, he walked towards a part of the estate he rarely visited. Dust motes danced in the pale light that filtered through a grimy window as he reached a heavy oak door. A lone guard stood before it. He seemed nervous, fidgeting his fingers and shifting from one foot to another. Kai could understand his position by his appearance, a young recruit, wide-eyed and fresh out of training. The guard flinched as Kai stood there, not expecting to see him. I need to go inside. Step aside, he said, and the guard quickly got out of the way, not even daring to mutter a word. He wondered why the guard was so scared, but he didn't care enough to ask and knocked on the door. There was no response. He knocked again, and it was the same. A tense silence hung in the air, broken only by the ragged breaths of the young guard. When a few seconds passed by, Kai sighed and pushed the door open. The room beyond was a stark contrast to the rest of the estate. Sparsely furnished, it held a desk piled high with dusty tomes and scrolls. On the side, tons of plants where flowers stood right in front of a window through which sunlight rained over them. Actra sat hunched over a desk, his face pale and drawn with a book in front. He looked up as the door creaked open, his eyes widening in surprise as they met Kai's gaze. The book clattered to the floor, its contents spilling out. He didn't bother to bend down to collect it. Kai offered a weary smile. Actra, he said, his voice gentle and calm. Can we talk? Actra closed the book after picking it up on the floor, and all this while, his eyes were on Kai. His hands moved with muscle memory as he slid the book to the side. Please do come in, he said in a flat voice. He gestured vaguely towards a worn leather chair across from his desk. Kai stepped deep into the room. Aged paper and an unusual odor filled his nostrils. It was the same scent he sensed whenever Actra was around. His eyes didn't leave the mage as he took the seat. He let them drift casually towards the scattered scrolls and books, then at the cup of tea on the desk that had just been finished. Smiling, he raised them and looked at the mage. "I'm sorry to bother you," he said, trying to keep his voice fairly neutral. "Were you in between your research?" "I was. As you know, you aren't a proper mage if you find things easily when you are researching spells." "Well, now that I think about it, you wouldn't know that saying since you haven't gone through formal training as a mage," he replied, not hiding the displeasure in his voice. "Is that the reason you are here? Wanting formal training from me?" "No." Kai shook his head. Actra cleared his throat, coughing in the end due to his abrupt refusal. He straightened in his chair then. "I imagine you're here about the unfortunate casualties we suffered during the end of the expedition," he said, staring at him, trying to find something. "No, that's not it either." Kai almost felt like he saw Actra frowning for a second before his expression turned normal. "I expected you to come to meet me and apologize for the behavior of your knight and your words afterwards, but it seemed like you had forgotten respect after somehow stumbling upon your inheritance." It was the second time Actra had talked about it, but it seemed like he had connected his awakening as a mage and spells to his family's inheritance. Didn't make sense to Kai since Arzen had clearly lost the seat of Duke to his brother. Why would he get the inheritance? Ignoring the questions, he frowned. "I haven't forgotten respect. I only learned who to give it to." Actra's face fell as he spoke. Since the man had brought it out, he might as well give it to him. "I'm very aware of the fact that you seem to not care about the lives of brave men who sacrificed everything for our safety, and that is something I can't teach you, nor do I want to. Makes my blood boil, but much to my displeasure, I don't have any jurisdiction to punish you for that." Kai paused. He waited until the mage absorbed his carefully threaded words. However, Kai continued, a hint of amusement creeping into his voice. "I had a few questions. I wanted the answers from you." "Do ask, Arzen. You've all the rights to do so. How about we start from the time you started to serve me?" A snort escaped Actra's mouth as he shook his head. "I'm not serving you. I'm not bound to. My service is loyal to your father for the time being who put you out here. Respectfully, to answer your question, I don't even serve him as it's a temporary service. I'm still a mage of the Arkan Tower." Kai nodded. His mind shifted to one thing he said, the Arkan Tower. He had read about it, but he refused to show anything, his neutral face that he always presented to Actra apart from times he angered him to the core on display. "That's the case." Kai's voice was gentle, slow and thoughtful. "Under whose orders did you try to kill me with a silly ritual? Was it my father or the Arkan Tower?" Actra's gaze sharpened. This was it. The conversation they had both been dancing around for the longest time, the elephant in the dusty, book-filled room. "My loyalty has never been in question, Lord Arzen," Actra said, something unusual shimmering in his voice. "The ritual was necessary." He stressed the word, probably hoping it would ring true. "It was necessary for you to awaken as a mage. Isn't that what we both wanted?" Kai's gaze held a steely glint. "Do you truly believe that, Actra? Or are you simply clinging to that narrative?" Actra faltered at the accusations. "Why won't I? You asked for it yourself. You wanted that ritual to escape your mortal shell, finally getting a chance to become a mage. Why won't you tell me the truth? We both know the ritual wasn't for that," Kai pressed, his voice low and intense. "Are you not curious how I actually became a mage? Or are you content to keep living this ruse? I thought you would be curious to know how I lived through your trap." Actra looked like a cornered animal, his gaze darting around the room before landing back on Kai. The question hung heavy in the air. He knew he was playing with fire when it came to confronting Actra, but he didn't want to delay it anymore. He had already gotten glimpses of his powers back in the cave, and although he might have a few tricks he didn't know of, Kai had no qualms about dealing with him. Even if the fire burned, he was going to extinguish it today. Finally, after a few seconds, Actra swallowed hard, a desperate glint flickering in his eyes. "I did it for you, Arzen," he croaked, his voice barely a whisper. "For your own good. The ritual, it unlocked your potential. You might think otherwise, but you were only able to be a mage because of me being loyal to you." Kai leaned back in his chair, a hint of a no-nonsense smile playing on his lips. "Loyalty, is it? That's a curious way to describe telling me to stab myself in the guise of a ritual for a measly 10,000 gold. Actra flinched at the mention of the sum. "It was a rare ritual," he said defensively. "Blood and soul rituals are like that. They need a little sacrifice. You see, it produced results." Kai sighed, a weary sound that echoed in the dusty room. He felt like a man navigating a minefield, each step fraught with the potential for detonation. "Indeed," he said, his voice low, "and I imagine it took considerable effort to acquire such a potent ritual." Actra straightened slightly. "Yes, it wasn't easy. Easy enough to plot with the Tradeheart merchant company to saddle me with debt, I presume. Probably me losing my territory in the end was the goal." Kai asked, his voice devoid of emotion. Actra's bravado sputtered. "That's a bold claim, Lord Arzen," he stammered, a nervous twitch developing at the corner of his eye. Kai didn't reply. Instead, he reached under his robe and placed a stack of papers in front of Actra. He frowned, not knowing what they were. Kai pushed it forward so that Actra could take a proper glance at them, and soon he saw how Actra's gaze flickered between the pages and Kai. They were the records of his communication with the Tradeheart company. He was sure most of them had been destroyed, but their main agreement was intact, where Actra had been given more than a few rare resources in exchange for making sure that Kai gets in the position of needing a lot of money. It wasn't a bad plan. Actra uses Arzen's desire to become a mage to sell him a rare ritual which would kill him. At the same time, contacting Tradeheart, who had been eyeing the farmlands, and getting resources from them in exchange for creating an opportunity for them to saddle him with debt. He had even gotten away with the gold coins Arzen had used to get the ritual from him. It was a win-win situation. Kai hadn't found any agreement in the Tradeheart office, meaning they had destroyed it. Fortunately, Actra hadn't bothered to, probably never thinking about a possibility where his plot would be revealed. A rookie mistake. Also, there were also letters exchanged with the Arkin Tower, and the notes where it was mentioned that they were keeping a close eye on him, another thing for him to be concerned about. For a moment, silence reigned supreme, broken only by Actra's ragged breaths. He stared at the documents, his face a mask of conflicting emotions, shock, anger, and a simmering fear. How did you get these? He finally croaked, his voice hoarse with disbelief. Kai's reply was a chilling smile, a simple perusal of your belongings while you were away. You do remember I'm the lord of the place, and my reputation among the maids who clean the rooms is pretty good these days. A simple order is what it took. Realization dawned on Actra, his features contorting in fury. You went through the wards I made. He roared, his voice laced with a desperate edge. They were easy enough to dispel, Kai said nonchalantly. The box containing the documents he had been given by the maid was warded, but an hour of deconstructing the spells was enough to open them. Actra lunged forward, a torrent of accusations spilling from his lips. Who are you? Arzen could never learn to dispel my wards in a million years. You are an imposter. Kai met his gaze unflinchingly. Who I am is irrelevant, he said, his voice low and dangerous. But what is relevant is that you'll answer for your crimes. A flicker sparked in Actra's eyes as he raised his head, trying to build up a spell structure. Mana surged around him, but suddenly his eyes narrowed. He lowered his raised hand. What did you do to me? Nothing. Why can't I call up my mana? He screamed, his eyes boring daggers at Kai. I really wondered how you survived being a mage for so long. You shouldn't just drink anything. Though I guess your senses aren't strong enough to sense mana bane, he said, his eyes moving towards the cup of tea. Well, it was a very small portion of it and simply meant to render you useless. Your veins would be blocked for a few hours, but it would return to normal soon enough. By then, you would be in the cells. Actra smashed his hand onto the teacup as Kai finished his explanation. For a second, it felt like he was going to overturn the desk as various emotions flashed through his eyes. But out of nowhere, he pulled out a small vial with a few drops of black liquid inside. Without wasting a single second, Actra drank it up and threw the vial on the floor. What's that? An antidote. It would take a while to Kai stopped mid-sentence as he noticed something strange. A vicious smile suddenly appeared on Actra's face as his body started to warp. A strange surge of mana erupted out of him, and he clearly felt it. It was extremely different from the usual mana Actra used and was a bit murkier. It was also familiar to Kai. Dead mana. His eyes widened as black spots appeared on Actra's arms and his eyes turned red, the vicious smile stretching more and more. I told you before, Arzen. You should have respected me more before. Gone was the unassuming mage, replaced by a horrifying monstrosity. Kai's blood ran cold as leathery wings erupted from Actra's back, a sickening blend of membranous flesh and chitinous spikes. Razor-sharp claws replaced his fingernails, and his eyes glowed a malevolent red, the crimson hue reflecting a chilling awareness. Panic threatened to consume Kai. Everything he thought he knew about Actra shattered in an instant. This wasn't a desperate mage lashing out. This looked like a predator, a terrifying fusion of weaver and bloodsucker. A rough snarl ripped from Actra's throat, sounding oddly like a mana fiend's voice. The air crackled with mana, the effects of mana bane extinguished by the raw power that seemed to course through Actra. Spiked stones materialized from the very air, propelled by a surge of magic hurtling towards Kai. He sidestepped them with inhuman agility, the projectiles shattering against the wall with a swift movement. Actra leapt at Kai, their bodies colliding in a burst of raw power. In the heat of the moment, Kai looked at Actra's rageful eyes as they beamed with something else, something he had never seen before. The impact sent them crashing through the dusty window, their fight spilling out onto the estate grounds. They were suddenly hurtling through the air. Actra twisted in midair, his monstrous form aiming to slam Kai into the unforgiving earth. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, Kai reacted on instinct. He twisted away from the impending impact, his hand snapping forward as he channeled his mana. A blazing bolt of fire erupted from his palm, aimed directly at the leathery wings. The sound felt like the air splitting as the fire met flesh. The impact threw both of them off course, their intertwined bodies crashing towards the training grounds below in a tangled mess of limbs and fury. A few people scrambled with shrieks, terrified of the monster's appearance. Kai looked up to see Francis walking towards the ground with a few people following behind. They seemed to have seen the monster flying around and looked shell-shocked. Actra, a monstrous parody of his former self, shrieked in fury, its wings caught in fire. Kai, barely registering the guards scattering in terror, scrambled to his feet. Out of nowhere, Killian appeared at his side, his eyebrows furrowed. Kai looked down at his body immediately, seeing the bruises and cuts where Actra had grabbed him with his claws. He got to his feet, though a sharp pain through his knee nearly made him fall again. "What's happening?" Killian asked, holding up his sword. His loud voice echoed through the grounds that were suddenly in complete silence. "No time to explain," Kai roared, hurling a searing bolt of fire towards the monster. Actra, wings beating furiously, twisted in midair, the flames licking harmlessly against the rapidly growing scales that now covered his forearms. He launched himself at Kai with a guttural snarl, a horrifying blend of a bloodsucker's rasp and a fiend's hungry roar. Dark vines, thick and menacing, erupted from the ground like black serpents, coiling towards Kai with unnatural speed. "What the fuck, Actra? Is that Actra?" Killian's voice cracked with disbelief as he lunged forward, his sword flashing in the sunlight. Steel met writhing vines in a shower of sparks and severed tendrils, but for every vine he cut down, two more seemed to rise. Kai, caught in a whirlwind of thrashing vines and snapping jaws, desperately launched another volley of fire. The flames momentarily singed the leathery wings, but the monstrous hybrid pressed its attack. With a powerful kick, Actra sent Kai rocketing towards the makeshift weapon stand on the ground. Kai slammed into it with a grunt, the air momentarily knocked from his lungs. He scrambled to his feet, a throbbing pain radiating from his hip where he saw a dagger plunged. Taking it out, he frowned and looked around. Spotting a discarded spear lying nearby, he snatched it up, its smooth surface slick. Actra, a monstrous whirlwind of fury, swooped down before him. Claws raked at the air, inches from Kai's face, the stench of decay and blood washing over him. Kai ducked it and jabbed the spear forward, hoping to land a lucky strike, but Actra twisted with unnatural agility, the tip of the spear whistling harmlessly past. This wasn't the Actra he knew or had seen firsthand. This monstrosity was a blur of fangs and claws, screaming a terrifying power. Kai gritted his teeth. Actra's mana surged, the telltale signs of a fourth circle mage radiating from the creature. Actra was previously just a third circle mage, but now it was hard to tell if he would be able to stand against him for long. Focusing, Kai formed a spell structure of a second circle spell wind blade and unleashed it at Actra, who hacked down at him with his claws. The blade of wind hit its sides, but the monster's smile simply grew as if he was relishing the pain. Kai quickly rolled on the ground to dodge the attack, and just then, Killian rushed from behind, his sword flashing under the sun in a desperate attempt to flank the creature. But even with their combined efforts, they were barely holding their own. A swipe of Actra's claws left a bloody gash on Kai's arm as he barely sidestepped the attack. The pain shot through his entire being, his feet turning cold for a second. Killian, attempting a daring maneuver, managed to land a glancing blow on Actra's shoulder. The creature shrieked in fury, the sound laced with a hint of surprise, but the injury was superficial, quickly eclipsed by a surge of dark energy. Chunks of earth suddenly erupted out of the ground, turning into sharp stones and rained down on Killian. He reacted with impressive reflexes, deflecting some with his blades, but one caught him squarely on the chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. A cruel smile, a grotesque mockery of Actra's former features, twisted the monstrosity's face as he turned towards Kai. "This will be a spectacle for the ages," he boomed, his voice echoing across the ground. The hero of the territory who's slowly rising up in the eyes of his people, slain right in front of their eyes. Won't that be such a spectacle? People shall see, Arzen. People shall see. Actra lunged, his leathery wings propelling him through the air with inhuman speed. Kai, with a rush of adrenaline in his body, formed various spell structures around him. He was bloodied and battered, but as Actra came close, he only saw coldness in his eyes. Out of the spell structures, razor-sharp blades of air materialized. As Actra descended upon him, Kai lashed out, aiming the wind blades not at the creature itself, but at the thick, leathery wings. The blades trailed through the air as Actra spun to dodge two of them, but the third one struck true, tearing a gaping hole in one wing. Actra shrieked, thrown off course by the sudden rip. Before his body could on the ground, Kai aimed bolts of fire at him, but suddenly Actra let out a loud scream. The dark energy around him condensed as vines came out to block the bolts. Kai pushed more mana to form another spell structure, this time of a third circle spell, but the vines made way for Actra, who emerged with rageful, bulging eyes. Immediately he broke the spell structure, knowing he had no time to complete it, and leapt to the side, but Actra grabbed him at an unprecedented speed. Then he leapt up holding Kai, rising high in the sky as the voices of Francis and others faded with each passing second. "You are truly not Arzen. He could have never survived even a minute against me in this state. I would love to dissect everything out of you after I take out a limb or two." Actra crackled with laughter, looking close to a villain from a theater play. "A dead man can't do that," Kai replied, struggling through his grip, but unable to even budge it. Wind rustled past his neck as Actra flew towards the center of the city. Let's see who will be dead. You are simply a weakling who barely could stand against my noble strength. Noble. That's a funny way of calling an ugly creature that even your own mother would loathe. You, actress shouted, his face scrunching up in a scowl, and for the briefest moment he paused, probably wondering how he was going to torture him later on. That gave Kai enough time to build up a spell structure in a matter of less than a second. A fire bolt flew out, hitting Actra right below his neck, making him take a wrong turn. Kai seized the opportunity, using the momentum to propel himself upwards and get out of his grip. He landed with a roll on the slanted roof of an inn, the bustling market sprawling below him. All of them had seen the monster flying around with Kai and looked pale as if they had seen a ghost. Kai ignored them, quickly making a run on the roof, but Actra was upon him in a heartbeat. Claws lashed out, tearing through the clay tiles of the roof. Kai barely dodged, rolling to the other side of the peak. The struggle continued as they attacked and dodged each other at the rooftop. Finally, with a deafening, the roof gave way under their combined weight, sending them both plummeting towards the cobblestone street below. Shrieks of terror filled the air as people scattered, desperately fleeing the path of the falling figures. Kai braced himself for impact, but just before they hit the ground, they landed in a heap on the bustling marketplace, sending a wave of frightened onlookers tumbling back. Actra paused for a split second, his crimson eyes boring into Kai. Why? He rasped, the question laced with disbelief. You see the power I wield, the strength coursing through me. Why do you persist? Why not make this easier for both of us? Kai's eyes met with Actra's gaze unflinchingly. A guttural snarl ripped from his throat, a sound devoid of fear. I've faced worse abominations than you, he growled, his voice raw with exertion. Creatures that would make you cower in your borrowed power. Actra recoiled, a flicker of shock momentarily extinguishing the crimson glow in his eyes. It was as if he was trying to find any deceit in his words, but it was fleeting. In its place, a renewed surge of rage flared. He rushed in again, swinging a claw at Kai who rolled to the side, mentally thanking Killian for all the training he had put him through or the claw would have ripped apart his heart. In a blink of a second, another claw came for him, but sensing it, Kai hit back with a bolt, momentarily halting it. That gave him enough time to put distance between them, but he knew it was futile. At first, he had assumed the transformation was short since Actra's body wouldn't be able to handle so much power for a prolonged period of time. But now, looking at his bloodshot eyes, he knew the old mage was ready to keep it up until he killed Kai. A part of his being was terrified as Actra opened up his mouth to snarl and rushed at Kai, but it wasn't the first time he was in a battle. If he had to die, it was never going to be in the hands of someone like Actra. You are going to die at my hands, you insolent brat. Dark energy swiveled around him as he flung, swinging his wings, but Kai kept standing, anger flaring at him as he sensed the scent of foul, dead mana coming at him. He reached deep within himself, knowing the exact spell that was going to get him out of this predicament. In an instant, 4 spell structures formed in front of him, taking in the form of glyphs. Astrum Laxmi Endro Fiend. Every word he took, more pressure dawned upon him until he felt like every part of the body was pierced by sharp rocks, but as he completed the incantation, the glyphs flared to life. Blood leaked out of his nostrils, and Kai felt like he was barely managing to stand. Despite that, a smile formed on his lips. The glyphs mixed into one, and Actra's eyes widened as he paused his charge. How? He stammered, how can you wield such power? Your mana. Kai cut him off with a snarl. I don't have to answer a dead man. With that, white-hot flames flared up to life, engulfing everything around them and heading straight towards Actra. As he felt the power coming from the mystical flames, Actra retreated, fear clear on his face. The flames pressed onwards, leaving a trail of charred ground whenever they went. Actra, for the first time in the fight, was on the defensive, his monstrous facade crumbling under the might of the flames. They struck his body, burning his whole hand as he tried to leap back, but the more he struggled, the more the flames chased him as if they had the sole goal of burning his entire soul. He only protected himself with vines emerging from the ground, forming a barrier around him, but the flames burned them at a rapid pace. He frowned, looking down at his bloodied left arm. The flames had burned away 3 of his fingers, and the pain was excruciating. If they touched him again, he knew he was dead. Driven by desperation, Actra lashed out with a volley of jagged stones, ripped from the very cobblestones beneath their feet. They didn't move towards the flames, but Kai was standing right behind them. The projectiles rained down on him, each strike leaving a fresh gash on his already bloodied form. A pained grunt escaped Kai's lips, but he pressed on. Actra, his crimson eyes gleaming with sadistic glee, threw his head back and let out a chilling laugh. You see, Arzen, even with your fancy tricks, your power wanes. You'll burn yourself out before I'm finished with you. Kai ignored the taunt, focusing on channeling the remaining mana. The fiendflare spell was a hungry beast, draining his reserves at an alarming rate. With a final surge of will, the white flames flared up, severing the thick vines in a matter of seconds that protected Actra. Knowing his tricks won't work anymore, Actra flapped his wings, aiming to fly away to protect himself, but Kai couldn't let it be. The flames chased after him, but Kai knew they would die before reaching him, so he thought of another spell. Maybe the last spell he might be able to do, and even then, he would be borrowing strength from his life force. Despite the risk, letting Actra go was the worst thing after all this trouble. So he channeled mana around his hands as all his energy seeped away into the spell, but he didn't care. In a heartbeat, he cast Infernal Chains. Out of nowhere, dark, flaming chains erupted out of the ground, heading towards Actra, who had already reached quite far away, but they bound themselves at his legs, yanking him down as he screamed. He tried to move, swinging his claws at the chains. "You think these pathetic chains can hold me?" he asked loudly. The voice blended with monstrous noises filled the air. "You can clearly not hold yourself together. Once I'm free, your secrets will be mine. I'll tear every one from your lips, even if I have to rip your very soul from your body." Kai ignored the threats and moved forward towards him, one of his hands moving towards one of the inner pockets of his robe. Actra, consumed by his rage, didn't seem to notice something far more dangerous than fear in Kai's eyes as he continued to taunt him while trying to get out of the chains. "Have you given up?" Actra's voice came after noticing how silent Kai had gone. Kai smirked. Without the flame, his spells would barely scratch Actra's body, and he didn't have enough mana to keep up with the chains for long. "You're a fool, Actra," Kai rasped, his voice hoarse. "You have no idea what you've just done. Dead mana isn't a thing to play around, even if I have no idea how it managed to transform you to such an extent." His hand came forward, powering up the chains with the last remaining mana so that the fire would burn him up. Actra opened his mouth to let out a monstrous shriek, but Kai lunged himself forward. He tipped the vial and poured the shimmering liquid down the hybrid's throat. Actra's eyes widened in horror as the potion coursed through his veins. By the look of his eyes, it was clear that the monster realized what was happening to him. Kai gave a final smile that was too cruel to his liking and ran away from the chains, as far away as he could. He had taken around 30 wide steps when a horrifying sound burst from behind. The force of the explosion made the ground beneath them shake, the shockwave rippling through the marketplace, shattering windows and sending dust flying. Kai, his ears ringing, scrambled to his feet and took cover behind a sturdy stone wall just as the marketplace erupted in chaos. The detonation was deafening as flesh and blood rained on the ground. Kai leaned against the stone wall, his ragged breaths blending into his environment. The marketplace was buzzing with the energy of the aftermath of his fight with the hybrid Actra turned to, but his mind wasn't on the destruction of the chaos. It was on a fundamental lesson from his childhood, a foundational truth about mana, the lifeblood of magic. Different types of mana, like volatile chemicals, could have a dangerous result when mixed. Actra's veins were blocked due to the venom in the tea, and even if he had managed to dispel the venom, it was still in his body. Despite that, he went ahead and drank the potent potion that made him turn into the monster he was. The mana in the venom and the dead mana from the vial already made him unstable. The final stroke was Kai's healing draft he carried with him and never used, hoping for an opportunity like this. It had been the spark for a reaction. The potion's simmering energy and the dark mana coursing through his veins turned Actra into a bomb. Both of them had clashed together, and then he had turned into nothing, just a plume of dust settling over a scene of devastation. Relief washed over Kai, a wave so potent it almost eclipsed the throbbing pain radiating from his side. Actra was gone, reduced to a crimson mist scattered on the wind. He looked down at his own blood-stained clothes. He was cut and bruised in different places and almost lost his limbs due to that bastard's claws. He sighed, trying his best to ignore the pain that came from different places in his body. Even breathing at the moment was hard. A flicker of movement caught his eye. Killian, his feet hasty, was rushing towards him with guards and enforcers behind him. Even Francis, his usual stoicism replaced by a furrowed brow, was perched awkwardly on the back of a large white draft horse. Beyond them, curious townsfolk peeked from behind shattered windows and doorways, their expressions a mix of fear and morbid curiosity. Kai forced a smile, a grimace that pulled at his already stinging wounds. "Looks like things got a little out of control," he rasped, his voice hoarse. The words felt hollow on his tongue, a poor attempt at levity in the face of the devastation. Killian reached his side, kneeling on the cobblestones. "Lord Arzen, are you all right?" He extended his hand and saw Francis rushing forward with a potion. Kai looked around at the ruined marketplace, the injured civilians, and the faces etched with fear and confusion. He knew a simple explanation wouldn't suffice. He didn't say anything, but grabbed the vial and chugged it down. The cool liquid soothed the raw scrape on his throat. He winced as he felt the potion seeking the ache inside his body. Was that a monster? Was it Actra? Killian's questions came next. Kai sighed, the memory of the monster coming back at him like a storm. He nodded at his questions, exhaustion dragging at his eyelids. "Clean up the city," he murmured, his voice barely a whisper. "Help the injured, and for now, I just want to rest." He closed his eyes, the world fading into a welcome oblivion. 12 hours later, consciousness returned to Kai in slow increments. The throbbing pain in his side had dulled to a manageable ache, replaced by a comforting warmth that spoke of healing drafts at work. His body ached, but it was a familiar ache, the kind that came with pushing himself to the limit and not the agonizing pain of Actra's attacks. After he woke up, Francis gave him the whole account of what had happened when he was unconscious. News of the explosion had spread like wildfire through the city. Rumors swirled like smoke, people talking about the monstrous creature terrorizing the marketplace before being vanquished by Lord Arzen. Francis had swiftly moved to quell the more outlandish rumors, assuring the public that the threat had been neutralized. They had searched the area where the battle had taken place, but other than blood and body matter, nothing had survived. The first order of business, once Kai was deemed well enough, was a thorough examination of Actra's room. Kai himself, though still a little weak, participated in the search. They found everything one would expect from a mage's quarters: shelves laden with spellbooks, a meticulously tended herb garden, and a few artifacts and certificates with the insignia of the Arkin Tower attached to them. Actra, it seemed, had been an orphan with no known family ties. At least it seemed to be, since there was no proof of him sending anything to anyone. Knowing his personality, Kai wasn't opposed to the idea that he had simply broken off contact with his family after becoming a mage or had just forgotten them. Even his communication with the Duke, Kai's father, amounted to a single introductory letter and a formal confirmation of his role as Kai's retainer. There were some items of interest: a hefty pouch of gold coins, a collection of expensive garments. But it was on the second day, amidst a pile of discarded robes, that Kai found something truly unexpected: a card. Tucked into a hidden pocket, it was almost overlooked. He flipped it over. On the front, a simple inscription greeted him: "Thank you for your business." Below it, an image of a skeletal dragon was drawn. The craftsmanship was at a high level, meaning whatever organization it belonged to, it wasn't poor. He called for Killian and Francis once the whole room was checked twice, and the only thing of interest they found was the card. Entering the meeting room, they looked at him with concern in their eyes, but before they could ask about his health, he cut to the chase. "Have either of you ever seen this?" he asked, holding out the card, "or know where it is from?" They examined it in turn, their brows furrowing in confusion. "No, I have not," Killian said, shaking his head. "Same with me. It seems to be some organization's card, but I haven't seen anything like it before." Francis gave the card back to Kai, who leaned against his seat and sighed. It was the only thing worthy of note in Actra's room. "It might be the key to finding out how he turned into that creature," Kai said, giving the card another look. The skeleton dragon stared back at him. "It's certainly strange. I thought I had seen a lot when we fought against the necromancer, but I never imagined there would be weavers with wings in the world. And Actra would be one of them," Killian muttered, looking a bit shaken. He had fought Actra briefly and hadn't been able to hold on for 5 minutes against him. It seemed to have hurt his pride, since he had been making great progress as an enforcer. "He wasn't a weaver," Kai corrected him. "It was more of a hybrid. If I had to give him a name, he was more like a bloodsucker. They normally have wings and red eyes, but they look way more heinous than he did." "Bloodsucker," Francis' voice echoed in the room. "Can they shapeshift into humans?" "Yes, some can. They can look very convincing even, but Actra wasn't one. He used some potion to shift into one. It was a temporary transformation, but I don't know how. It shouldn't be possible in my opinion, but I guess it is now. We won't know anything until we investigate further." He felt depressed that he hadn't managed to salvage the body or part of the potion he had used. He had searched the room, hoping for a sample, but was disappointed. For now, his only clue was the card. "Francis," Kai said, forcing himself to focus, "talk to Malden and see if he can get any information on this card." Another thing he had realized lately was that he had very limited ways to access information about the current world. He had been holed up in Veralt and the rest of his territory since he had become Arzen. Even if he had solved a few problems, he hadn't got time to gather together an information network. Till he did that, Malden was his best bet. The merchant was greedy, but he doubted he was the type to not follow his orders, at least until he believed that Kai could lead him to more profits. "Yes, Lord Arzen, I will notify Malden about it right away," Francis said, nodding his head. Then, with a hint of hesitation, he spoke up. "Lord Arzen, there's the matter of Actra's demise. Since he was affiliated with the Arkin Tower, we need to send an official report detailing the incident and the cause of death as per protocol." Kai grimaced. The Arkin Tower was a big mystery for him, though he had heard about the name and a few things. From his research about them, he knew they were the premier institution for magic in the whole Lancefil kingdom, situated in the center of the capital. Alongside being the most powerful organization in the country, it was also a big political force. Like every mage in the kingdom, Actra also had ties with them, and was only serving his father due to the kingdom policy of a mage serving one noble for at least 2 years as a retainer. Actra's letter with them hinted that they were aware of his awakening as a mage, and someone in the tower had called for his death. But for what reason, he had no idea. Originally, he suspected that Actra worked for his brother, but that was clearly a wrong line of thinking. Why someone in the Arkin Tower is after Arzen? He doesn't seem to have any secrets, or am I just wrong? He wondered but got nowhere. Raising his head, he looked at Francis. "Do we have to do that?" "Yes, Lord Arzen." Every mage is a resource, and Arkan Tower takes the death of each of them very seriously. I wonder how they would take the death of a mage who attacked a noble and turned into a monstrous abomination, Kai said and shook his head. Okay, send the report. Let's see what comes out of it. He forced a smile, but it felt hollow. The reason why someone wanted to kill Arzen, the Arkan Tower, the card, they were all pieces of a puzzle he didn't understand. He knew until he solved these mysteries, they were going to bother him at the back of his mind. For now, he could simply wait until the right time came for him to know more about the person whose body he was inhabiting. Later that night, after ensuring that everything else was on track, Kai retreated to his room. He settled into a meditative pose, focusing his remaining mana. He could feel it, a tremor at the edge of his perception, the barrier between his current circle and the next. The fight with Actra had taken a lot out of him, but after almost a day of rest, he had recovered. His body's recovering ability had got even better in this era, since there was abundant mana for his mana heart to absorb. His battle had also made him realize the need to break into the next circle as soon as possible. He had somehow managed to deal with the Larvae Queen and Actra, but if there was a whole mage tower after him, then he would need all the strength he could gather. That's why he took in all the mana from his surroundings, focusing on building up the next circle. He knew he was close to progressing. Slowly, the mana circulation in his heart grew in power and got brighter and brighter as he sucked more and more mana, making it his own and trying to grow his reserves. It was working, and it was extremely close. Few more circulation and stabilizing, and he would break through. He felt a surge of power and a dull ache throbbed behind his eyes, and Kai reluctantly opened them. He hadn't broken through. Frustration gnawed at him, but he pushed it away. After the recent events, he was better off focusing on the bright sides. A small smile tugged at the edges of his lips. The barrier was thinner, and with a little more focus and a little more time, he would surely break through. The speed boost he'd receive would be invaluable, especially considering the unknown threats he now faced. Maybe just a week more. Needing a distraction, Kai turned his attention to the book retrieved from the larvae nest. It was a worn leather-bound tome, filled with spidery handwriting and crude sketches of grotesque creatures. As he delved deeper, he felt his limbs go cold at what he read. My experiments with the larvae resulted in me getting Sonya, but she's not the one I'm looking for. She's cute and would be very strong, but what I need is something else. Her ability of mana control would make her a good leader, but she's still an ordinary monster. With a stone in my heart, I had to get her a new home like my other babies. So are there more creatures like the Larvae Queen? Kai muttered, hoping the man hadn't put more such creatures in his territory. He flipped a page and kept reading. Aside from the larvae, the spiders, orcs, goblins, and similar land creatures have simply died in my experiments. Those who survived I have grown as my babies, but I'm not getting what I'm looking for. Maybe I should move towards sea creatures. They have their own secrets and the merfolks might be of help. Or I should search for the lost city of the sky. I might be able to find extinct creatures there. Someone who can survive and become the perfect being I'm looking for. Aside from descriptions about monsters, there were also detailed methods of cultivating them as well as the small experiments the man had done with them. But Kai skimmed through those parts. His sole focus was on the main goal of the man, which was apparently to build a perfect creature. He had no idea what it entailed. Was it about unparalleled strength or just the most balanced monster? One thing was clear, the man he was reading about was crazy. As he read more, his eyes suddenly stopped at a page. Even a wyvern hasn't survived dead mana. I thought due to their strong cores, a bit of dead mana wouldn't do anything, but it has started corrupting John. Its screams and painful cries are making me hurt, and there's no way to continue the experiment. Maybe only dragons could survive dead mana, but even I, Hendrix Clandle, the legendary beast tamer, only regard them as myths. Where would I even find them? More and more questions erupted in Kai's mind as he read. Hendrix Clandle. He hadn't heard of him before, and he was a legendary beast tamer. The thing that attracted his attention the most was the part about dead mana. He was experimenting with it, trying to see what creatures could survive the corruption. His fingers trailed through those lines, and as he turned the page, they stopped in their tracks. If I didn't do anything fast, the prophecy would come to be. The world would succumb to dead mana, and it would be the rise. The page was incomplete, torn in half by someone, and Kai's eyes widened as he finished reading it. Prophecy, he muttered, but no one answered him in his room. A damp chill prickled through layers of thick hide, pulling a groan from deep within the cave. The groan echoed through the cave. Numerous eyes, crimson and flecked with gold, cracked open, revealing completely dark pupils that seemed to devour the faint light flickering through the entrance. It scanned the surroundings, taking the familiar stalactites and the dust motes that danced in the stale air. It inhaled subtly, not wanting the dust to crowd its senses, and noticed the mana everywhere. Then a tremor ran through its massive form. The prickling sensation that wasn't pain but an unfamiliar pull towards west. Giara. An animalistic noise left its mouth as the sensation resonated in the very core of its being, pushing against years of slumber. A flicker of an image, a flash of fire, and panicked human figures sparked in its mind. The vision of the settlement lingered a bit longer. The red eye narrowed. More and more visions passed through its mind, and something in its head prompted him to move towards the west to the settlement. It was a command worthy of its stature and its calling. A low growl rumbled through the cave, vibrating the very stones. Shadows stirred in the depths, responding with guttural rasps. They were smaller versions of the behemoth, scaled creatures with razor-sharp teeth and eyes that glowed like polished obsidian. They were its children, the ones it had birthed to spread the message of its rule. The massive head lowered, its voice reaching every little one as they looked at him with a deep hunger imitating the behemoth's. The slumber has been long, it rumbled, but the gnawing hunger for dominance, it never fades. If anything, I feel more hungry, more powerful than before, ready to devour everything. A new power calls for us to rise and take our rightful place. The smaller creatures stirred, a collective snarl erupting from their throats. They understood. They craved the taste of fear, the power that came from absolute terror. A cruel smile, if a creature like this could be said to smile, stretched across the towering face. Go then, it boomed. Prepare the world for our arrival. Let them know the name of true terror again, especially the humans. A wave of excitement rippled through the chamber. Snarls turned into excited yips, clawed feet drumming against the stone floor. The smaller beasts surged towards the cavern entrance, a black tide of hungry anticipation. The massive creature watched them go, its own muscles twitching with a long-dormant yearning. It stood straight in the cavern, the head reaching the ceiling. Its hands extended, and a low rumble erupted from its heart. Muscles spasmed when they tried to stretch, but after moving a little, it felt better than before. A bit long and it was going to rule this part of the forest again, and now, its rule would stretch to the human land. The voice inside its head told him so. In the dimly lit chamber atop the Archon Tower, a circle of robed figures huddled around a large pine table. The only light emanated from a single orb suspended in the center, painting shadows behind the wall. An air of hushed tension permeated the room, punctuated only by the rhythmic tapping of a single long fingernail against the polished surface of the table. "Are you certain of this, Eldrin?" Rasped a voice, the speaker obscured by a voluminous hood. "Dead, Mage Actra dead." Eldrin, a gaunt figure whose skeletal frame seemed barely contained by his robes, cleared his throat. "The report is clear, Magus Viridia. Actra perished in a skirmish with Arzen. Apparently he transformed and attacked the Baron." A ripple of incredulous snorts echoed around the table. No one could believe the report that was given to them. Transformed. Scoffed another figure, tilting their head back to reveal a sliver of a sharp chin. "Into what? A particularly large toadstool. Don't insult our intelligence, Eldrin. Into a monster." Eldrin's voice came stern. "A winged one with claws. According to the report sent to us, the scent of dead mana was coming from him." Even though he couldn't process what he had read, the fact that none of them believed it made it rather frustrating. A murmur of arguments rose. "These reports about Arzen," another voice chimed in, "speak of barely scraping the second circle. He's a new mage. Actra, while far from brilliant, could at least manage a decent fireball. This tale is as absurd as it is insulting." Eldrin, unfazed by their derision, laid out the details gleaned from the report. Each mention of Arzen's supposed prowess elicited another round of scoffs and dismissive chuckles. Moreover, none of them even gave heed to the fact that Actra had transformed into a monster. "Second circle besting a veteran like Actra. I have heard better jokes from my grandson. It reeks of some elaborate fabrication," one mage declared, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Perhaps young Arzen has a talent for weaving fantastical stories. That could be a type of genius that Arzen could wield." The room dissolved into a cacophony of disbelieving pronouncements. When the report of Actra's death had come up, they had dug up every report on Arzen. None of them had been particularly good, as Actra considered him weak and foolish, and after his awakening, things were simply more mysterious around him. All these reports from Actra, in a sense, the final report can be true. It makes sense if Arzen had been developing his circles, but the question is, how exactly did he do that? I can't think of a way. Actra's mentions were mostly about his improvements, though the awakening is questionable as well, another mage said while scratching his thin beard. Eldrin shook his head. "As questionable as it is, Actra's reports are proof that he did. Our focus should be rather on the deceased mage, not on the awakened fresher," he said in a whisper. A sudden sharp crack echoed in the stillness, silencing the room. Magus Viridia slammed a bony fist onto the table, his black eyes looking silence. She commanded, her voice surprisingly powerful for such a frail figure. "Things are strange. Still, a mage of the Archon Tower had died, and one on its service to a noble house. We need to look into everything thoroughly. The part about Actra turning into a monster is blasphemy against our tower, and if they can't prove it, I'm going to personally demolish this young lord's territory, no matter what circle mage he is." She leaned forward, her eyes glinting from beneath the shadows of her hood. "First of all, if we are all so curious about the truth of the report," she continued, her voice taking on a dangerous edge, "why not summon this Arzen ourselves, have him answer for himself? An interrogation at the Archon Tower seems fitting, wouldn't you agree? A tense silence followed.